more. You could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wiz Cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Guten Morgen, trainers! Welcome to the most festive of all tournaments here in the wintry heart of Baden-Württemberg in Germany, the Pokémon Go Regional Championships in Stuttgart. My name is Koning Lionheart and I'm sat here next to my esteemed roster of co-casters, next to Adelian, Tomahawk UK and Nighttime Clasher straight from the US. What are you doing here?
It's so good to be here casting these regional championships after playing a ton of tournaments in the last month. So good to wrap it up here in the max out season, show everyone what this meta's got and what it has to offer here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, you two have had quite the record so far in this season. There have, of course, already been some of the tournaments, and there are going to be more tournaments in this season. So let's check those ones out, because we have already played one tournament in Germany, here in Europe, in Dortmund, followed by Lille in France, Gdansk in Poland, and of course the Latin America International Championship in Sao Paulo.
And then we are currently in Stuttgart, of course, and then in months' time we will be in Birmingham, a new location, and of course at Europe National Championships in London in February. So very, very excited for that.
And of course, you can't forget the rest of the season. We're going to go straight to Stockholm after EUIC, then to Seville, Spain, Utrecht in the Netherlands, Bologna, Italy, and then finally the last international championship of the year in New Orleans.
And everything this season is leading up to Anaheim, California, the World Championships 2025. That's why the players are here. That's why we are here. We know that that is why you are here too.
You said it, Tomahawk. It is the end of Victory Road, the World Championships. But if you're wondering, how can I qualify for the World Championships in Anaheim? We have a relatively new system for Go, and that is the championship points. And we're going to show you how these work.
Of course, you can qualify automatically by winning an event, but you can also earn points here. The top 50 trainers in Europe are going to be sent to those World Championships later on this year.
And a huge 350 points on offer for first place, going all the way down, and you can get so many points here. There are 5 tournaments available for your best finish limit for the first time this season.
Yep, and we have already had some of these trainers qualifying for the World Championships. We actually have a leaderboard where you can see which trainers have been the most successful so far.
Yes, of course, and you can see the golden ticket on the left for certain names. Tonton, Nessa Beaton and Kasim, they have already punched their way to the World Championships with a victory at previous regionals. But of course, there are many other trainers, including one particular caster, who are racking up those championship points in the hope of being one of the top 50 to Worlds.
Indeed, and if you are thinking, hey, is this the only thing I can win at those tournaments? Can I only qualify for the World Championships with those championships points? You are absolutely mistaken, because there are also some big prizes on the line for Eden.
Yeah, that's right. There are championship points, of course, but there are also cash prizes up to $2,500 for first place here in Stuttgart, and a ton of booster packs available as well.
So, if we have sparked your interest, which I hope we did, and you are thinking about participating in a tournament like this, or you have already participated in the past, but you have forgot how these tournaments go, then we have a little video for you guys that you definitely have to check out on how those tournaments work.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Green League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
So we are back here in Stuttgart, and we've just come off the back of 2 major events on the other side of the pond, LAIC and Sacramento. I was in LAIC as a caster, but Eric, you were there as a player. Tell me how that event was for you.
Yeah, of course. I was actually going to LAIC for both years in a row now, and was lucky enough to top cut both. Got to interact with the Brazilian community, just the Latin American community. Such an awesome experience. You get to meet some of these people for the first time, compete against them, and really see what they got. And they did pretty well, defending off almost all the trainers from outside of the LATAM.
And this was the first LAIC where there were a ton of players from other regions also competing, up against some of the biggest and best names in LATAM, but those players came out on top. First place, Mato Galde. What a performance from the Argentinian.
I think Mato Galde's reputation has just been enhanced with this win. He was so good in previous tournaments and has made his legacy even stronger here. But let's not take too much away from Vitorello as well and Richie. All 3 of these trainers representing Latin America in the finest possible way.
Yeah, there is a Shadow, a Alolan, Marek on the top there on 12, Vitorello's team. So Zionic must be buzzing right now. It's his favorite Pokemon, and it was very, very interesting to see it, despite all of those regular Kanto Marowaks in the tournament, which is one of the picks to beat right now. But I hope you guys are memorizing the team of Mato Galde, because we just had an NA tournament as well, and this team reminds me of something.
Yeah, so everyone was looking at how the meta has been evolving this max-out season. We were getting to a point where people thought it was maybe settling, and a lot of players were leaning into Pokemon like Ariados. And all of a sudden, we had an Annihilate Community Day. And I feel like that did shift things quite a lot. So the players competing at Sacramento had a lot to learn from the LAIC winning teams. And SJ, the winner of Sacramento last week in NA, told us, he said, I looked to Mato Galde's team for inspiration. I made 2 changes, and look how far he went, taking gold there in Sacramento.
We can also check out the meta breakdown of the entire tournament. That is also always very, very interesting to see how not only the top 3 trainers, but also the other competitors decided to build their teams. And there we're seeing Azumarill on number 2 spot, while Clodsire is on number 1. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think it's unsurprising Clodsire and Azumarill were so strong. They have been popular for so many seasons. But we mentioned Ariados already. Annihilate, despite the fact that it has Rage Fist, made it into right at the very bottom there, but was still very, very popular.
Impressive to see Annihilate coming through into top 12 on day 1. We also have the usage for day 2 available, and this is one of the more interesting things to analyze.
One of the things that is always most striking about day 2 is how high a Kanto Shadow Marowak gets on these boards. As you see, such a great answer to some of the top Pokemon, and really the top players are really dialed into using it.
Yep, and of course we can see Dunsparce on the number 1 spot, so there are plenty of Pokemon that have a different usage rate. In day 2 we talk about better conversion rates at this point, so if you are hyped for this tournament, for the next course, have
broadcasts, yeah. And also make sure that we want to see your posts on socials as well. Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon on X. We're going to show as many of your posts as we can, so make sure to get in and get involved because we want to see you.
we have seen plenty of drawing. We Poké's that status. Getting
very have our first match very soon. So the last tournament that we have seen in Europe is actually Gdansk and have a weekend.
Dzień dobry, trainers. It's Koning Lionheart, and I will walk you through a tournament that was spicier than a traditional Polish horseradish soup, the Pokémon Go Regional Championships in Gdansk. Looking at the day 1 meta usage, the upwards trend of the spooky spider continued, granting it the #1 spot, closely followed by Azumarill, a very solid core to build your team around. However, creativity seemed to be the way. As the tournament progressed, you could see that each of the winners bracket day 2 competitors had a unique Pokémon on their team that no other top cut competitor had. Tonton Batuz showed the strength of Alolan Raticate, Zweilous electrocuted the competition with his regular Magnezone, Welton 425 went back to last season with his Skarmory, and Uden showed how Dragapult, one of the newest additions to Pokemon Go, could catch people off guard and farm down Ariados. At the beginning of day 2, the top 8 weren't yet determined. Dane, WWW, Patoman, Scuffle99 and Nesebethan rounded those out after winning their losers finals. After that, we had a German mirror match of Zweilous vs Odin, which Zweilous swiftly won to play in the winners finals versus Tonton Batuz, who defeated Welton 425. Tonton's team was so well built against everything that the reverse engineer had to offer that he went into the grand finals undefeated once again. But other than Tonton Batuz, nobody could stop Zweilous in Gdansk. The grand finals is a rematch of our winners finalists. 2 champions, 2 titans of Pokemon Go PvP. Zweilous entering the tough matchup versus Tonton Batuz, actually winning the first game, showing the Frenchman that he won't win this tournament easily. Eventually, Tonton Batuz had none of that, won 3 straight games in a row with his oh so strong Shadow Feraligatr by his side to become not only an IC champion, but also the Regional Championship Gdansk winner. Make sure to catch all the regional action live on Pokemon.com/broadcasts, or even better, register for a regional yourself. Take care, trainer.
Thanks, Leo. Tonton Batuz is truly one of the greatest Pokemon Go trainers of all time. Eric, who's your GOAT?
Honestly, like, he is the GOAT. After going second place at so many tournaments, winning the European International Championships, he finally brings one home in Gdansk, kind of like one-upping himself after getting second last year. And that's another one of the trainers we're going to see today. So many talented trainers here in the Stuttgart Regional Championships, the final tournament of the max-out season, and we have all these new meta changes basically with the Annihilate, all the meta changes in Sacramento to just look at today.
Honestly, Tonton Batuz is always the reason for meta changes because he finds those cool core breakers. We have a replay of him in the finals as well, and you can see on his team there was an Alolan Raticate, a Pokemon that has barely seen any use before. And on the table you can see a Sea King plushie, which is what he used to get to second place in Gdansk the year before, only being defeated by Patoman, the Spanish prodigy.
It wouldn't be him if he wasn't using something super unique. I believe in the European International Championships of 2023, he first popularized the Shadow Charizard, which just took off by storm at North American International Championships and at Worlds that year. So definitely someone who innovates, basically creates metas around his meta picks.
Yeah, and also at EUIC he has used that Shadow Dragonair, which really stood out to me and has inspired so many great trainers. People like Stone Collection or Uden that have used Shadow Dragonair to success so far as well. So Tonton Batuz, definitely one of the trainers of all time.
Yeah, one of the trainers of all time, but we've got so many more trainers to watch here at these regional championships. We're going to actually go ahead and take a look at our community choice for today, round 1. And it's looking like these 8 trainers are up for choice in the Twitch chat. Why don't you walk us through some of these people?
Yeah, we have on the first table Fieseluise versus Arcticanubis22. Then we have StrangeTop versus Kev777, Pokesquawk versus Bullsbird, and Greenslash29 versus Lennoxar.
Yeah, and of course, this is completely up to you guys in the twitch.tv/Pokemon Go to vote for which match you want to see the most. I'll give Kef777 a shout out, actually. When I was studying abroad in the Netherlands, I actually met him just as a local playing the game, and I was able to get him into PvP. So it's super cool to see him competing at these regional championships. Yeah, must have really gotten his interest into PvP.
Oh, that is really cool. I love local tournaments. There are so many trainers that I have met through those. Afterwards, you can get dinner together, talk about Pokemon Go, about the things that you love, get to know each other a little better. And then maybe if you're going into those big tournaments, you can get more preparation through those tournaments and you meet friends that want to prepare for those tournaments with you. Who's your favorite? We call it scrimming. Who's your favorite practice partner?
That is a really good question. Right now, I think out of pocket, of course, Tomahawk UK, Lyle Jeffs, and SS Thorn, some people I always go to for practice games, and they usually give me some great advice. Definitely beat me pretty badly sometimes, but that's the best when you're getting beaten and you're like, well, you're learning a lot about what your team's weaknesses are, and that just helps me succeed even more in these regional and special events.
So Lyle out of pocket and SS Thorn are not going to be at this tournament, but we definitely have other trainers that you have to look out for. If you want to follow the tournament, there are 3 trainers in particular: Colin, 6 Inadequates, and Emmy Weedle, 3 champions of Pokemon Go that are definitely top contenders to win this.
Colin 6, of course, trying to run it back here in Stuttgart after winning those regional championships last year. Inadequates, of course, coming off hot of a 2nd place at the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. And of course, you can't forget Emmy Weedle, the Senior Division World Champion, the only Senior Division World Champion in Pokemon Go. And of course, he is here to try to take his first win of the year as well.
Yeah, Emmy Weedle is a crazy trainer because didn't he also win Stuttgart?
I think he won the previous year of Colin, but he definitely won a regional championship at some point. One of those trainers that you have to watch out for in every tournament, and it wouldn't be surprised if these 3 trainers were literally our top 3 for the weekend.
Definitely. We have called Colin the final boss in the past because at almost every tournament, you're at some point going to see him in the grand finals sitting there. And I think a win is worth a little less if you haven't beaten Colin to get to it.
Right, and that's one of those predictions that you can always put on the table. But what's going to get difficult here is Colin and Inadequates actually are in the same Group A. Wow. But speaking of predictions, we can predict that these players are probably going to make it into Day 2. But what if we predicted to make it into Day 2? We're going to go ahead here and look at the cast predictions. Why don't you walk us through your picks?
Yeah, so Shadow Sableye I think is an incredible meta call right now because it is so good. The Ghost Dark typing is very, very strong. There's very few Charmers around. So I think this is a Pokemon that can carry you to victory if you give it some energy. And it also works as a safe switch against many teams. Forretress, I got beaten by Martine at a local with it.
No.
So he took away my precious CP. Lantern, something after talking to Zizweilaus, he basically 2 years ago told me that he reverse engineered top cut teams, what beats them, and I think Lantern can do a pretty good job at that right now. And also Hakamo is just a dragon that I love, and I think dragons are maybe a bit overlooked right now.
Yeah, Hakamo, definitely one of the counters to one of my favorite picks, Araquanid. I ran that in a local tournament against S. James P. A couple weeks ago. Destroyed him with Araquanid.
Oh, wow!
But he came back the next week with a Hakamo, and he just basically safe swapped that to be every game. And of course, another one of your picks has beaten me at a recent regional, Mystic Mamba with the Shadow Sableye. A great showing at Sacramento. But of course, what we're all curious about, how is Morpeko going to do this weekend? Yeah. Morpeko had a lot of hype. It's seen in a lot of practice tournaments, but we haven't seen on the main stage yet. I believe in Sacramento, only 4 trainers used it, none of them even making it to the top 16. Is that an indication that it might not be that strong?
I mean, it looks like it's a bit overlooked actually, and it has so much potential. Have you seen Aura Wheel? How good this attack is, reaching it super fast with those Thunder Shocks. So if you can get Morpeko an extra shield, if you can give it a little bit more energy than the opposing Pokemon, I think you're going to have the best day ever.
Yeah, it's going to be the best day ever when you can actually get Morpeko buffed in the next season. Thundershock is going to get tuned up a bit.
Yes.
So if we don't see it too much this weekend, I don't think we should be too surprised to see it in Toronto.
And sometimes you think, hey, maybe this attack update with 1 more damage on the Thundershock doesn't matter too much. It's just 3 to 4 damage. But that can determine if you can farm down a Pokemon and enter the matchup with a lot of energy, or if your opposing Pokemon actually gets to a charge attack and you have to use a shield. So it can be detrimental.
Yeah, if you look at the specifics of these matchups, for example, right now, 5 Thundershocks in the Aura Wheel is not enough to knock out an Ariados from full health But with the Thundershock buff, it might just be enough, along with the Aura Wheel. That 5 HP, 6 HP starts to make a huge difference. And of course, Morpeko. It's a 2-turn move, so use it a ton of times, and that 1 damage plus every single time is gonna make a huge difference.
It does add up, but it's definitely a bigger buff than if you give Incinerate 1 more damage in total. But let's talk a little bit what to expect this weekend before the attack update of Dual Destiny.
This weekend, I think we're gonna see tons of basically adjustments to Sacramento. We've seen Jumpluff win the last 2 regional championships, and the international championship kind of out of left field. Jumpluff.
It also won the Masters division of VG.
Wow.
Jumpluff is crazy at the moment, everywhere.
Jumpluff really making a name for herself out here, and it's honestly a little bit surprising to me because to some extent I think that the recent winners, let's say Martel Galdi, S. James P., I'm not sure if you asked them, they would say Jumpluff was their MVP. Maybe more like Shadow for Alligator is their MVP. Jumpluff, though, definitely still something you need to watch out for. It's such a great Pokemon into things like the Annihilate, which it basically walls off that fast-hitting counter, fast attack pressure, and of course, Rage Fist, Close Combat don't do that much to Jumpluff.
Fairy Wind buff has also, of course, helped the Jumpluff. And Jumpluff, I think this is a reoccurring theme of the max out meta, because Jumpluff was considered a top-tier pick right in the beginning when there were no tournaments played, but very quickly the trainers found out, hey, this is maybe not that incredibly good, because players are starting to play Sludge Bomb on Clodsire. They're starting, they are running Ice Beam on Feraligatr, and if you have 1 Shadow Claw advantage, you can actually land an Ice Beam, or if you land an Ice Beam at all, if you get a bait or something, then you're able to win that matchup very, very heavily, because Fairy Winds do not add up that much.
The prevalence of Mud Slap, obviously, is a huge reason why Jumpluff is a strong pick right now. It kind of kicked off in Louisville when Lyle Jeffs III took home that crown with the Shadow Cancel Marowak. Of course, Gastrodon making a name for herself through a lot of European regional championships, and Jumpluff, a huge wall to all of that Mud Slap fast attack pressure, just being a great neutral pick as well. All around, pretty bulky Pokemon, does a pretty good amount of damage, but just has that one startling ice weakness.
Yep, and Gastrodon, you mentioned it earlier, it is just such a good safe swap sometimes if your opponent doesn't have a flying type or a grass types, which some teams don't. But I think we have talked enough now about the Pokemon. We can actually talk about the trainers again. And we are always playing a little game called Caster's Fantasy Draft, where we're basically in order picking trainers who are supposed to win the tournament for us.
Yeah, let's see who comes out on top after this weekend. Our first round picks on the left-hand side, Z's Wireless, one of the, I believe, the Barcelona Special Event Champion. Inadequance, the Utrecht Special Event Champion. Tonton Batus, our most recent regional champion. And of course, Colin Six, the Stuttgart Regional Champion from last year, just coming off of a hot finish, 6th place at LAIC.
Yeah, those are all, I want to say, staple picks. Like, the first round of drafting was very much, hey, let's go for some champions. And then Farid kept on with the champions, went for Emmy Weedle, and you picked Alejandro.
Alejandro, it's been a while since he's made it to the top cut of one of these tournaments, but had a very convincing performance in the Turin special event back in 2023, got 4th place there, and of course has a good amount of CP to his name right now. And of course, Slow King, one of those names that you might have not heard of. I had the pleasure to meet him actually at some local tournaments.
He's so lovely, right?
He's a lovely person and a very strong trainer. And of course, Lurgan Rock at the bottom there needs no introduction.
Absolutely, and then we're followed up by PvP David 07, one of the younger trainers in these tournaments, who has been performing like crazy at EYC, followed by a Mind Joke, an Italian powerhouse as well. You picked 2 Italians.
Yeah, a Mind Joke, a player who sometimes has these amazing breakout performances, but sometimes it really just feels like it's not going his way. However, last year at Stuttgart, I believe he did crack that top 8 with the Shadow Steelix. Probably was the reason why Shadow Steelix got nerfed immediately after that. But let's see if he has some final thoughts on this max out meta this weekend, and if he can, again, startle the crowd with some new spicy Pokemon.
Then, of course, we have Les Suédois 22, went top 4 in last season's Lille tournament in the regional championships and has had a phenomenal grassroots season. So I'm quite curious to see if he can make it back into the top cut this time. And of course, last but definitely not least, Andres 96.
Yeah, she was able to get 2nd, I believe, at the Turin Regional special event back in 2023.
Where Alejandro made top 4.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of crossovers here. But yeah, it's been a while since she's kind of cracked that top 4 of a event, and this could be her weekend. Of course, a trainer that you would never count out when looking at the bracket, and definitely, I think any of these trainers could make it to day 2, win this tournament pretty easily, honestly.
So Eric, who of those trainers have you played in a tournament before? Because I know that you have also been going to Dutch local tournaments, so, as I did, so I have played against quite a few of them. Who were you able to beat so far?
I think against those trainers, I've played against almost all of them, whether that's a regional championship, special event, or a local tournament. I think one of the most tricky ones to play against is Colin 6. I think we're about 50-50 inside the local tournaments, and he is just such a strong player. I believe one time his Licky Tongue just power whipped my Whiscash through 2 shields. I was like, well, he can't just go for the power up here, and just lost the game completely due to that. And he just makes these great calls, these great reads on his opponents, showing why he's one of the most consistent trainers in Europe, actually just the whole world.
Yeah, he's one of the best at recognizing your win condition. He never goes for those fancy plays, for incredible catches. He just has the perfect game plan almost all of the time and makes it incredibly hard to play against him. You can't really go for anything too crazy either. So if you don't have the perfect answers for his team, he's not going to let you make mistakes.
Right. A lot of these players often, they play very systematically, play almost predictably, but you know what they're going to do, and you know there's nothing you can do about it. That might be the most frustrating thing. You see the lead, you see the swap, and you're like, well, I know exactly what they're going to do here, but they're just going to outplay me regardless. I know they're going to catch at some point. I'm going to try to avoid it, but they're still going to end up catching my attack.
But Eric, I know who you've beat from that graph, and that was not one of the picks, but it was Tomahawk. You came and you won the Liverpool regionals, and then you missed out on your own ceremony because you had to take a flight. That was surely something. But let's go back to the tournament, because we actually have the results of the Twitch poll, so we can tell you who is going to be our first match of the day, and it is going to be Fieseluise versus Actica Nubis.
Yeah, super cool to see these two trainers. I believe they've both competed in these events before, so definitely won't be something new to the screen. Maybe they've played on stream before, but not sure. It would be super cool to see them just play at such an early round. Two very talented trainers, of course.
Yeah, I can't wait for it to get started, because we have talked about enough about the structures of the tournament, about the players that are participating, about the tournaments that we might see, about the Pokemon that we might see, about the attacks that we might see. But we want to see the battles in action finally.
Of course, the battles are going to be starting in a couple minutes here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships, but let us know in the Twitch chat what Pokemon you think is going to succeed.
Idea.
Let us know what player you think is going to succeed. We've shown you what we think, and maybe you can just copy our answers, but we'd love to see something unique. And of course, you can take to social media, whether that's Twitter or Instagram. Just tag us at @PlayPokemon or #PlayPokemon, and we're going to read off some of those later on in this stream, so that'd be super cool to see what you guys have to think at home.
Okay, Eric, listen. Quick game. The top 6 Pokemon of day 2. Shoot it.
Day 2, I think always in that day 2, Shadow Kanto Marowak is there. That
number 1?
I think, let's just say top 6. I think it'll be Azumarill, Dunsparce, Clodsire, Feraligatr, Galarian Moltres, and Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Those were 6, right?
Yeah. Can't go wrong with those 6.
Galarian Moltres is incredibly strong. I've just gotten my hands on one, but honestly, I haven't been able to use it to its full potential, because every time I bring it, I think I get like poor alignment, or I just can't make it work. Eric, you have been very successful with Galarian Moltres. Can you give me any tips?
I think Galarian Moltres is just such a neutral Pokemon. Its worst matchups in the meta right now are Azumarill and Dunsparce. And believe it or not, Dunsparce, you win in the one-shield scenario if you bait an Ancient Power and land the Brave Bird. Azumarill, of course, it's really interesting how this matchup works, because they wouldn't throw on 5 bubbles in Ice Beam. That wouldn't knock you out, so they try to go for the Play Rough. But they also wouldn't throw the Play Rough when they get it, because that's 6 bubbles. That'll be throwing on poor timing, giving you a free Sucker Punch. So thus, they have to throw on 7 to get to the Play Rough. But you've already gotten to your Brave Bird before that. And that means Moltres can always launch the Brave Bird before it's even taken any damage and just swap out. So you can leave the Azumarill with only 50% HP or 1 shield less, and then already make that swap and hopefully swap a Feraligatr, get that advantage. And let's see if those trainers do it here. We do see that. The Moltres and the Feraligatr, an amazing combination, but I think this is the first time. I think we're about to watch Morpeko on stream for the first time.
History in the making, trainers. We're going to see Morpeko. Okay, let's check the team of Fieseluise and how it does against the team. So Superior, not that great. Dunsparce, Clodsire, actually...
you wouldn't want to be the Morpeko, let's say that.
You have Psychic Fangs, and then you can do that a lot. Annihilate, Shadow Feraligatr, yes, great matchup. If you have equal energy.
It's a great matchup, but let's say it like this. If I swap for Alligator, you cannot swap Morpeko.
Yes.
That is very awkward.
Unless you land a Psychic Fangs bait.
Yes.
Then you have to shield first and give your opponent a window of opportunity to win against you. Moltres, great matchup.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot
Incredible.
Moltres is just amazing for Morpeko because even though you change the Dark and Psychic type after throwing the first Aura Wheel, believe it or not, that Aura Wheel, the Dark type that's boosted, is enough to knock on the Moltres with the Thunder Shocks there. Moltres, definitely not a squishy Pokemon, but doesn't want to take any kind of Aura Wheel from a Morpeko. Here we see these teams, though. I don't think we're going to be seeing Morpeko just being played in these games, unless...
But I wanna.
Of course we want to, but let's see if our trainer here can do us some fan service and bring out the Morpeko, but more likely I think it's going to be the Talonflame and the Dugong.
That is something that I really liked at like the middle of the season, the defensive core of Dugong and Azumarill in the back. This double water core that actually knows how to defend itself against the rather few grass types in the meta, but it is so strong against all of those dark types because of the Azumarill player of, and of course the flying types.
I mean, almost to an extent, the best grass type in this meta is Ariados, and you can always use Dugong to lure it out, get it basically debuffed, very low HP with the Ice Shards and the Icy Winds, and then the Azumarill can always play cleanup in the back, basically finishing off games. Morpeko, though, you might see that Aura Wheel's an electric type, but don't let that fool you. Whenever Morpeko uses a charge attack, for those who are not sure how it works, it always changes its Aura Wheel into the Dark type. Whether it throws the electric Aura Wheel or the Psychic Fangs, it always changes forms in between charge attacks, and that will be one of the most dynamic things to see in these regional championships, how players use those type advantages to overcome even the worst matchups.
And now let me ask you one thing. Is this an advantage for Morpeko or rather an advantage for your opponent? Because yes, you have different types on this charge attack. However, your opponent can basically determine what Pokemon they want to bring in to take the next charge attack.
To an extent, it's very awkward, right? Because if you're against an Azumarill, for example, or a Mandibuzz, you're always going to throw that Aura Wheel first. It's going to get shielded. And then the second move, what are you going to throw? You can't throw the Dark-type Aura Wheel on an Azumarill or a Mandibuzz. That doesn't do a lot, but at the same time, Psychic Fangs isn't exactly a hard-hitting move either. So you're left in a very awkward spot as the Morpeko often, but trainers can overcome this by building up energy, swapping the Morpeko out, and when they bring it back in the next time, it'll reset to the electric type, just the full belly mode.
That's true, and also your opponent can of course use their shields a little bit smarter because they know when the charge attack is going to be super effective or resisted. However, you can also use that to your advantage by just throwing Psychic Fangs whenever you would hit your opponent with super effective damage and debuff their defenses, save a little bit of energy.
And sometimes I wonder if trainers will ever pivot to something like Seed Bomb. It'll allow Morpeko to kind of overcome those negative type matchups, such as Gastrodon or a Quagsire, where you can cleanly one-hit KO them from full HP. Seed Bomb, not a really hard-hitting move, but Morpeko, a very hard-hitting Pokemon.
While I love that option to one-hit KO those Gastrodon and Quagsires, I think the problem is that ground types right now are running Mudslap. And with Mudslap and a shield, you're going to be able to basically fully farm down the Morpeko. So getting a shield is not really helping you too much if the opposing Pokemon is still at 90% HP and has a lot of energy.
Yeah, I would guess more Pokemon like Quagsire, for example, where you can make two Seed Bombs, for example. Or if you swap a Morpeko with Seed Bomb, they can't even swap Quagsire into that because behind a little bit of energy, they're actually just gonna lose the entire Quagsire, and obviously you're gonna play shield parity, and that's gonna be pretty difficult. But Pokemon like Azumarill, for example, it makes that matchup a lot more solid. Once you throw that Aura Wheel and they shield it, then you're throwing a boosted Seed Bomb. You don't have to worry about something like Psychic Fangs or a Dark-type Aura Wheel. Of course here, Fieseluise, I think she can feel comfortable about bringing the Feraligatr and the Moltres together, even maybe playing ABA weak to the Morpeko, slightly disrespecting it. Because, look, if you disregard the Morpeko completely, the Moltres is good into, say, Serperior, Clodsire, Talonflame, but Feraligatr very comfortably covers the weaknesses of Dugong and Azumarill. So bringing those together makes a lot of sense, and sometimes you just have to go ahead and try to take those risks. Even though there's the Morpeko on the opponent's team, you just have to say, okay, we're not going to see it. It's too risky for Arctic Anubis, and you have to make those calls. And big risks often come with huge rewards. We'll see if these trainers obviously opt for those. It looks like they're giving a head nod. We should be getting into game one pretty shortly.
Oh, I can't wait for this to happen. I can't wait to maybe see a Morpeko, because you just said it. The line for Fieseluise to run ABA to Morpeko is very, very tempting. So are we going to see it? It is an Azumarill lead versus the Clodsire, and this is a Stone Edge Clodsire, so it's not half bad for Azumarill.
Azumarill actually wins all equal shield scenarios on equal energy because you're going to be able to launch those super effective Ice Beams. Stone Edge and Earthquake obviously are neutral, but Earthquake is going to be the preferred charge attack, that being a same type attack bonus. Earthquake number 1, gonna get launched out here from Fieseluise, and Arctic Anubis knows this is not a Sludge Bomb. We don't have to respect it too much, and that really does not do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, going to 50%.
Oh!
Trying to go for a catch here. Arctic Anubis is not faulted by that, and now we see Superior into the Shadow for Relegator. No shields have been used so far, and this is going to be a Hydro Cannon bait. Is Arctic Anubis going to Color Ursi, going to try and play it safe here?
It looks like he's going. Oh my goodness! Already starting off day 1 here in Stuttgart with some fire plays. Frenzy Plant gonna get launched out here, and this is a great call because if Fieseluise tries to no-shield Aerial Ace, saying, okay, I would make it to another Hydro, now gonna go for the shield. Does she try to pull shield back from Arctic Anubis? I think, oh yeah, we'll be able to reach that.
Yep, trying to throw on charge attack priority with a possible Aerial Ace, because a Hydro Cannon would knock at this point, and Arctic Anubis wants to prevail the alignment here. Goes to give a shield back and actually gets the full farm down. That is absolutely huge for Arctic Anubis. There is no Pokemon in the back that likes to take charge attacks from the Superior. Throws a not resisted Frenzy Plant into the Clodsire, and this is going to deal a big amount of damage here.
This might look not great for Fieseluise, but if she can farm this... throwing energy into the Clodsire before that Superior swap. This is amazing, forcing her to make a decision. Do I want to save this Clodsire? Actually saves it, and is she going to go for the Earthquake? Oh, another Ice Beam is being reached. The Clodsire is going to be taken out. Maybe she wasn't aware of how much energy he had when he swapped out, but it looks like this Clodsire is going to fall with an Earthquake. It's going to get knocked out. Here comes Superior, but is it enough? There's an entire Clodsire in the back.
Yep, the Clodsire matchup is a little tough for the Superior. Trying to go for a full... No, not even going for the full farm down here. Going to throw a Frenzy Plant. There is even a shield on the side of Arctic Anubis, who now only has to play versus this Superior, and usually Superior beats the Clodsire that has Stone Edge. But with a shield up, that is a tough task to ask.
Yeah, I like bringing the Clodsire here, but I would have liked it a little bit better if Arctic Anubis tried to take out the Superior with the remaining health on your own Superior. Of course, it couldn't get Vine Whip now. You could go for 2 Aerial Aces to maybe get that Superior into a knockout range, but it's always more optimal to not reveal your final hand to your opponents. If, for example, he could win this game without showing the Clodsire, it could be a huge advantage going into game number 2, as she has to continue to wonder, I don't even know what line he brought game number 1. How does that allow me to make my own decisions in game number 2? But of course, a great, very dominant victory from Arctic Anubis here. I think swapping the Azumarill, kind of catching her off guard, throwing 2 Ice Beams, just amazing plays there, and great start for his tournament.
And I really like the catch attempt that Fieseluise made on the Shadow for Relegator, trying to get an Ice Beam there, and Arctic Anubis not being faulted at all, not trying to throw a Play Rough into the Shadow for Relegator, but bringing in the Superior instead. Also, almost no time was passed, because if you give the Shadow for Relegator, if you throw 1 more bubble at it and it gets 2 more Shadow Claws instead,
can't bring in the Superior.
Yeah, it is going to be a problem, because you're on even shields, the energy advantage is huge, and the Ice Beams will knock out Superior.
It's almost like he knew that catch was coming. When he was trying to tap on the Azumarill, it looked like he was waiting just a slight second, making sure Vine Whip was coming through. Didn't see that Vine Whip come through and went right to that Superior. It's like he expected those calls from Fieseluise. Just amazing reads to start us off here in Stuttgart. What an amazing set of plays here and predictions from Arctic Anubis, showing us that even some of our players who aren't on our players to watch can make it very far in this tournament.
Yep, that was very clean mechanically from him, because if you are playing a 3-turn fast attack versus a 2-turn fast attack, there is a way to basically never let your opponent catch the charge attack that you're trying to throw, because you can do it mid your opponent's animation. So if you're paying close attention, if they waited to turn or swap out, you're always going to have some time to react. But we're going into the leads of game 2, and that is Superior versus Dugong, and that is a rather neutral lead. Swapping out
I love this swap!
Into the Clodsire.
It's almost like Arctic Anubis is calling the fact that there is no for Alligator in the back. We're confidently swapping in the Clodsire, not afraid of an Annihilate either, and it's a great read. He probably recognizes if we... Oh, wow, this is interesting.
I did not see this coming because it looked rather good for Fieseluise now, because the Dugong in the back is going to have a really, really tough time against a Dunsparce. This is one of the most unfavorable matchups. Fieseluise is shaking her head, bringing in the Galarian
priority.
Is going to reach the Brave Bird, not throwing it before the Clodsire is going to have to shield this one up. Now Arctic Anubis can decide, do I want to play with shield advantage or do I want to play with alignment?
To an extent, this is a great call from Fieseluise.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, can you Ancient Power? No! Can you suck it? Oh! This is a perfect Ancient Power. Charge attack priority against that Stone Edge, and it's going to exit this matchup with energy. And while Galarian Moltres is really not great against Dugong or Azumarill, you have a Braver! No!
She actually tapped on the Sucker Punch. The damage of the Ice Shot registered before you could gain the energy and throw a Brave Bird there. Fieseluise missing out on an entire Brave Bird against Dugong, which would have done so much damage. Brings in the Superior now, but also there is an Ice Shot advantage on the Dugong now, which is the energy. Frenzy Plant is going to be thrown, and now the shields are being matched.
Let's say that she was able to get the shield there. This Superior would be in an extremely dominant position in the backline here, but unfortunately, down a shield, Dugong is so clean into this matchup. It's going to be able to take down the Superior and take that that Dunsparce into -1 stage attack for the Azumarill to clean up.
Fieseluise is staying in here, going to go for perfect timing. However, you have no shields. The Icy Wind is reached by Arctic Anubis first and is going to knock out the Superior with the super effective damage. And now you have the Dunsparce in the back, of course, down a shield against Dugong and Azumarill. This is too much to ask for the normal type Pokemon.
These might have been some of the most clean games we have ever seen in a regional championship. Arctic Anubis, it seemed like he knew what was happening from start to finish, just knowing that he could swap that Clodsire in very cleanly against that Superior, knowing that even if you took a Frenzy Plant, Clodsire would be great in the backline. He was absolutely right, although it opened an opportunity for Fieseluise to kind of get the Moltres into safety, quote-unquote. And even though I think that was actually a good read from her. She knows that, okay, Dugong and Azumarill could be in the back. So even though he has energy and has a Stone Edge, where else am I going to put this Moltres? I have to use it somewhere. And she made that call correctly, but unfortunately, not throwing the Brave Bird probably cost her the game here.
Yep, that is true. That was a huge damage miss on that scenario. And now we're going to see the player of Arctic Anubis 22. That's going to get him the 2-0 over Fieseluise here with a very clean line of play. One shield up. Dugong in the back with 50% HP. This was very well played.
Just a slight smile and a complete face of seriousness here from Arctic Anubis. Yeah. It seems like he expects to be doing good in these regional championships and is unsurprised by how clean he played those games.
He's being very serious about this and not hiding his emotions at this point. But I think that his mindset right now is, okay, I won the first round. I am playing to my full potential right now. So this tournament is not even close to being over. So I will have to stay focused. I can't celebrate my round 1 win too much. I need to stay on top of my game.
That says a lot about him as a trainer, of course, because if you're staying so dialed in to your games, not even celebrating too much, just probably already thinking about round 2. Okay, I saw the bracket earlier. I know I'm probably going to be playing this trainer. I already have to start thinking about how I need to play against them. And the fact that this other trainer may know his team now and how he plays, how is that going to affect his future matchups? A lot of things to think about if Arctic Anubis wants to make his run into his first day 2 inside of a Pokemon Regional Championship.
I'm going to be honest, I'm celebrating way too much whenever I win a game. Every time at a local tournament or other tournaments, I'm just like, yay, I won round 1, and then I play against the next trainer, and I'm absolutely still celebrating, so I'm out of focus because you can't miss a beat. And let's check out the replay for the last round. Actually, we have some clips compiled of that last match, and there we see Fieseluise being concentrated, locked in, smiling at Arctic Anubis. Arctic Anubis is locked in, giving the thumbs up.
Just staring into her soul. It's like he knew these lines from start to finish. He knew this Hydro Cannon wasn't going to do anything to his Superior, confidently no shields it, and puts himself into a great position to win game number 1. Game number 2, it came down to a charge attack priority here on the swap, but he knew Dugong, with that energy advantage, it can clean up that backline. Superior at such a bad position. Azumarill Big damage from that player up onto the shiny Dunsparce to finish things off here for Arctic Anubis. What a confident and clean set of games from him. I'm really, really looking forward to see more of his games in this tournament.
Azumarill is an absolute beast of a Pokemon as well. In those neutral matchups, it is so great. And of course, it also has many positive matchups because Ice Beam, Play Rough, and Bubble, same type attack bonus boosted, is great coverage.
Just think about it. What resists all of those charge attacks? Only Sand Slash, right? And guess what? Azumarill is generally a Sand Slash answer because Sand Slash runs that Powder Snow, runs Ice Punch, and has to throw non-same type attack bonus drill runs, of course, and Azumarill just significantly outbulks the Sand Slash. It feels like it has double the bulk sometimes. And yeah, Shadow for Sand Slash, for example, Alolan Sand Slash, to be clear, has just no shot up against the big, bulky Azumarill.
Kanto Sand Slash also has its problems.
Even worse.
Yes, I was gonna say, this is probably even worse, but Azumarill, of course, bubble damage does add up fairly soon, and of course, you have these more expensive in terms of energy and harder hitting charge attacks that are almost always a little bit more effective because they just cost more.
The thing is that's really interesting about Azumarill, even though Play Rough is resisted, 2 of them knock out an Alolan Sand Slash. And let's see if we're going to see that here. We actually do. Alolan Sand Slash from the side of Sir Corey, and oh yeah, Azumarill from the side of 19 Lorenz. And I do have best friends with him, so maybe we can get lucky this weekend. Haven't seen him in a while. But of course, these games here are very interesting because we see a bit of an old meta style from Lorenz. He has the Drapion, he has the Diggersby and the Toxapex, but on the other hand, it's Annihilate, it's Feraligatr, and Clodsire, more of the current meta staples.
I love the meta read of Lorenz, who I just played against last weekend, by the way.
Oh yeah.
He has Diggersby and Toxapex, and Diggersby and Toxapex in the beginning of the max out season were basically used to break this Clodsire and Shadow Feraligatr core. Then people found ways to break that core with bringing Ariados and especially high attack Malamar. And now as those Pokemon are pivoting out of the meta again,
it's
because
so cool
Clodsire Feraligatr is being very dominant again, you can bring Toxapex and Diggersby and wreak havoc.
But this is exactly what he's looking for. Diggersby, Toxapex, up against the Clodsire and the Gator. It's exactly the target that this team aims to hit. But of course, you have to watch out for the Annihilate if you are Lorenz right here. How are you going to deal with opposing Annihilate Safe Swap? Wow, that's a problem.
Yeah, definitely, because Moltres is a flying type and a dark type, and that sounds like it's great against the fighting and the
No.
However, if you're actually throwing one Rage Fist, even if it goes shielded, you can comfortably counter down a Galarian Moltres. How crazy is that?
It's absolutely criminal that it can pull that off.
You need shields.
Yeah. Annihilate, we know that this eats 2 shields every single time, but you're also going to get those 2 shields back from your opponent. The problem is you can't swap Azumarill into Annihilate down energy. You can't swap in the Moltres because they're going to get to the close combat before the Brave Bird. Always pressure that shield first. You can't bring in a Drapion, but you can lead in Azumarill. Lead your own Annihilate. Make sure he can't make that swap, but at the same time, is that very obvious to the opponent? Toxapex, I want to point out, is actually quite good against Annihilate. It's better than you think.
The bulk is insane. The hard-hitting charge attack close combat is not going to do too much from Annihilate. The question is now, how good, or rather how not bad, is Diggersby into the Annihilate? Because you have to basically land a close combat. I mean, you can deal a lot of damage with... I think you can get a shield back, maybe?
I think the problem is the Annihilate user always goes straight Rage Fist. You're going to just 2 shield counter through the entire Diggersby, and if you are Lorenz, what do you have to do about that Annihilate? Here, the problem is you can't bring your own Pokemon into, let's say, the Sand Slash or the Clodsire. That makes the Toxapex so hard to use, right? Those are 2 basically walls to the Toxapex. Some may say, wait, but Poison Sting's resisted on the Toxapex, and they have Brine super effective into you. No. Trust me, you want no part of that matchup, and because Toxapex is so hard to bring, does that make Sir Corey's Annihilate even stronger than we expected?
So the problem in that matchup with the Poison Sting versus Poison Jab is that Poison Jab is all about the raw damage it deals, not the fast energy acceleration. But Poison Sting is, of course, about the energy with a little bit of a damage buff last season. So you are accelerating to your charged attacks much faster, and you have this heavy-hitting, super effective Earthquake in that matchup, which leads you to a much faster KO.
In this game here, of course, I think Annihilate will be a huge star. But on the other hand, Sir Corey doesn't have his own answer to Annihilate either. Yeah. Some may say, oh wait, Shadow Feraligatr is great. It has the super effective Shadow Claw. You know, believe me, You would think that, but the Annihilate will counter through the entire Feraligatr without a second glance.
Rage Fist is a really, really strong. It is such a good charged attack. Of course, it doesn't have the perfect stats, you know. It isn't the most efficient when it comes to damage to energy, but this guaranteed attack boost added with the counter that is already a high attack, high damage attack is very, very strong and flips most of the matchups. Even if you are in against a Azumarill and you have a little bit of energy advantage, you can accelerate those Rage Fists, get all of those attack buffs, and actually sometimes win that matchup with shields.
I believe Azumarill down energy, it needs to bait 2 Ice Beams and then go for a Play Rough. However, if your Annihilate has high attack and low HP stat, the Azumarill can actually go for a straight Ice Beam. If your Annihilate is around 133 HP to 135, you will faint to that third Ice Beam from the Azumarill. However, if your Annihilate is higher ranked, 140 HP or more, you don't have that problem. Let's see though, this match may come down to an Annihilate charge attack priority, and it's a great lead for 19 Lorenz, as this Annihilate is going to be taking down the entire Clodsire. What do you do in the backline?
Wow, this is actually the best you could hope for on Circore's side. This is the Pokemon that answers Annihilate at least a little bit, and Lawrence just goes for Rage Fist here.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Circore here, I love this play. You just don't shield the Clodsire at all, and then I believe you should just farm down with the Feraligatr. And then that Alolan Sandslash in the back looks amazing, but here's where the problems start to come in. Say you bring in the Feraligatr, farm down that Annihilate, and Lorenz makes a hard swap, hard pivot to something like Drapion, then you have to bring in the Sandslash, right? Yeah. And then the Sandslash is going to get countered down after. So a lot of play for both trainers here, but if Circore completely no-shields this Annihilate, I don't know what that Feraligatr is going to do. A swamp! Oh! No way!
We're catching the Earthquake on the Galarian Moltres, and this was such a heads-up catch because Lawrence says, hey, I'm double boosted. You will never expect me to stop out here. But now the Alolan Sandslash is on the Galarian Moltres, and the energy advantage is not...
What?
We're charging up to the charge attack priority. It is going to be a Brave Bird match with the Ice Beam Circore with a massive overfarm here.
Circore goes to the overfarm, lands that... Oh, actually, wait. I love this play because now the Annihilate has no farm. This might be the right call. We might have thought, okay, that's odd because why are you... Oh, he's cooking, getting even lower. Oh, that would have been perfect. He could get to an Ice Punch. However, it looks like the Annihilate is going to be able to counter down here. Shadow Feraligatr in the back, though. Such a great choice from Circore here. I think he should be able to clean up this game, or will these Rage Fists start to add up?
The thing is, you have 2 shields on the side of Circore. He has to put those 2 shields on the Shadow Feraligatr. Can you counter down with the Annihilate before you actually need to use your shield and another one? He has to get to 2 Hydro Cannons here, throws the first one, takes another counter to the Shadow Feraligatr face here. This has to be shielded from Lawrence. No, he doesn't. He lets go of the Annihilate and says, I'm going to put it all on the back of the Shadow Drapion. Do we like that? This is going to be a Hydro Cannon race here versus the Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail wouldn't even knock out at this point. You have to shield.
Wait, I think this is okay, because you don't get knocked out by 1 Hydro Cannon. You might just have enough.
Oh, it is a catch on the Clodsire. The Clodsire had no fast attack pressure on that Shadow Drapion. Massive undercharge on the side of Lawrence. Does this knock out? Yes, it does knock out. Takes out the residual HP. Hydro Cannon is being thrown into the Shadow Drapion. It is a shadow on shadow damage. Hydro Cannon, one of the best charge attacks in the game. Does this knock out?
It's not enough, but it's charge attack priority. He has a shield remaining. Such a close game. I think if he didn't get that charge attack caught, he might have had a chance here. Yeah. If he overfarmed a little bit on that Clodsire, would he have enough to pull this one home? It's just not enough. It seemed awkward at the end, right? Circore didn't have the fast attack pressure. It's only Shadow Claw, it's only Poison Sting. He couldn't actually get that Drapion low enough, but the Hydro Cannon was just enough to knock out there. When things looked like they were going so south for Circore, when it looked like that Earthquake being caught into the Moltres was gonna be game over, he said no. Alolan Sandslash cleaning up the Moltres there. Perfect play to do it on charge attack priority, essentially, and not let the Annihilate farm at all, basically, on the Alolan Sandslash. This was the play of the game.
Yeah, but I mean, the Earthquake catch on the Galarian Moltres was, of course, great. Taking away so much energy, taking very little damage, respectively. However, it brought the Galarian Moltres onto the Sandslash. But I do still agree with giving up the alignment in this situation, because Lawrence recognized, even if I go double boosted out of this matchup and counter down the Clodsire, if I use 2 shields for that, the Shadow for Relegator is going to get to a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, it always feels weird to be swapping out of a boosted Annihilate, of course. Yeah. But at the same time, because it's so unpredictable that you would do such a thing, it makes it very hard for your opponent to know that, like, okay, a catch is coming onto an Earthquake. It's just completely unexpected. Sir Corey definitely trying to, like, breathe a sigh of relief there after that game. Of course, he was able to make top 16 in Lille earlier this year. I think he actually made top 12 or top 8. So great showing from him. 19 Lorenz, though, has never made it to day 2 of a tournament, but has definitely played a lot of local tournaments. I think he's even beaten me at a local tournament. So definitely a trainer that we got to watch out for, and someone who could make a name for themselves in the later stages of this tournament.
Actually, let me write this matchup down if we're going into the outro later on and someone asks what was your favorite match of the day. I'm already going to be on Sir Corey versus Lawrence because this was a straight up banger here. This was such an interesting match. 2 detrimental catches that could have turned the way either way around. That's crazy.
This is like one of the interesting things about the seeding. Sir Corey obviously is our high-seeded player in this match, having made those day 2s. 19 Lorenz, though, a player who's really only played those local tournaments in the Netherlands. I mean, he is unseeded here, and to play against a trainer of this caliber at round 1 is a very, very tough thing for Sir Corey. But of course, if he can get that momentum going, get his confidence in early, he may have a much better shot at going to day 2. Of course, though, the Annihilate show we are still waiting for here in Stuttgart. Winners round 1 of Group B. Annihilate on Annihilate action, hopefully in game number 2, and I think we'll be seeing a charge attack priority.
Yeah, you're right. So Corey didn't even bring the Annihilate.
So good, though.
Anticipated so highly. Yeah, it is crazy against this team. I mean, not necessarily against the Toxapex and the Azuma, but it has play against everything. The question is, and that is a very important one, if you have the Annihilate into Annihilate lead matchup, who wins charge attack priority?
That could decide the game right on the spot. Literally could be game ending.
It was important before when Shadow Ball with Night Slash was the moveset to run. However, now it's even more important because there is no bait attack, no attack that you want to throw to get a shield but save some energy. You want to go straight Rage Fist.
Let's see if that's the case here. Azumarill into Annihilate. This is what we talked about earlier. One of the best answers to the Annihilate from 19 Lorenz is leading that Azumarill. And then you see, making that swap. I think we need to go to the we need to go to the Diggersby.
Not anymore.
Too late.
Yep, the Azumarill is now locked in against that Shadow for Relegator. Oh, wow, okay. That was not the perfect timing for Sir Corey here. Lawrence is going to be able to throw a play rough and then maybe dip out into the Diggersby.
I like this.
Diggersby takes very little damage from Shadow Claws, but 2 Hydro Cannons will knock out. So it's a difficult spot for Lawrence. Should have had to go immediately into the matchup. Goes into
I love this!
Shadow Drapion, okay.
Look at the energy. He throws his Hydro Cannon here, but now the opponent is at the crunch, and he has 2 shields. So because you're throwing this energy here, he's able to get another Poison Sting and actually take down this Feraligatr. And the
Feraligatr has another charge attack. We're farming up even more energy on the Shadow Drapion. It's going to shield that one up. 2 shields used by Lawrence immediately against the Shadow Feraligatr. That leaves the Annihilate in the back with a possible shield advantage here. Oh, there's another catch on the Annihilate! Is this the Pokemon you want to catch a Shadow Crunch?
I don't know if that's the move here. Oh my goodness!
Wow!
Huge damage, and now it's in Aqua Tail range. The Annihilate's gonna be just taken off the field. It can't even get to a charge attack here.
Oh, what an energy management on Lawrence's side as well. Farming up so much, going to over 2 Aqua Tails. If Sir Corey would shield this, he could go to a Rage Fist, which wouldn't even knock out.
Can't bring in anything here.
No, there is so much energy on the Shadow Drapion. You have no fast attack pressure against it. Yes, you have energy on, or you don't even have energy on the Feraligatr. Going into the Cloudsire immediately, and this is gonna be Aqua Tail spam, Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail, and what comes then?
Aqua Tail again! Aqua Tail number 1 coming out onto the Cloudsire. I think 3 is just not enough to knock out if there aren't enough Poison Stings applied. However, Sir Corey trying to set up that Shadow Feraligatr up for success. It might just not have enough though to get through the Azumarill. Shadow Feraligatr comes in. Is he gonna make a catch? Oh, he's just. Oh, I love this. I love this. There's no need to swap. You can come in with the Diggersby, farm all the way down, have a Scorching Sands for the Cloudsire, and you still have a very healthy Azumarill.
Yep, the Diggersby does do a lot of damage with those quick attacks, something that I wouldn't see myself saying 20 years ago. However, quick attack is going to add up. Are we going to catch?
Oh my goodness!
What? We're going for the next catch. The Azumarill is being brought in, and that is going to deal minimal damage.
I think that was a great catch because Sir Corey, you almost have to throw. You're going to go down to the quick attacks. Otherwise, a perfect bubble down. Lorenz is playing. Oh my goodness. absolute masterclass here. Ice Beam before the Sludge Bomb. And I think Sir Corey, at this point, there is no more play in this game. Diggersby in the back, too much energy, too much HP. I think he can finish this off with just the Azumarill if he does not throw any energy here. A farm down, can't even get to it. Oh, actually,
that is
we're so close.
lot of energy.
Oh,
No,
you
we
can.
reached-
Oh!
Okay, we
Fire Punch
have...
range, though.
Yeah, that's true. We have almost two... oh, you can't almost have two Earthquakes. We have the Earthquake and a Sludge Bomb, and now look at the damage. 4 signs. How much damage does an Earthquake do on the Diggersby? It's not even close to half, and now we're even going for a quick attack now. Nope, Scorching Sands is being thrown to assert dominance in this second game.
Just a tickle onto that Diggersby there. The big, bulky Pokemon, Scorching Sands on the Cloudslayer, tying us up, leading us to the first Game 3 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships here. It is looking to be a very close one, exactly what we expected, basically. I said before this game started, Lorenz has to lead that Azumarill to ensure that the Annihilate cannot be swapped in. Got the exact lead he was looking for there, but it started to get a little awkward when that Feraligatr came in. I think he realized, oh my goodness, I should have swapped a little earlier. Yeah. But at that point, you're already committed to the bit. You gotta stay in longer there, wait for the Feraligatr to throw energy, and then at that point, like, oh, I can't even come with the Diggersby anymore. It's too late. And then
the Drapion.
Yeah, the Drapion came in, lured out the Annihilate perfectly, and then allowed Diggersby to play cleanup in the back.
Yep, that was something that I didn't see coming. Both of these trainers, they know their teams inside out. They know exactly how to play with them, what the weaknesses of their Pokemon are. And I don't just mean type effectiveness, but this was amazing. This is the second game of the day, and I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm shaking with happiness right now.
Yeah, this is the best day ever for us, honestly. We're getting to watch such high level...
A world of joy.
A world of joy. Such early on in this tournament, and we're already seeing matches go to a Game 3. Such a close series so far, and honestly, I think Diggersby is just such a great pick here into this team. I've noticed that Azumarill, if it bubbles the Annihilate into about 50% health range, the Diggersby can clean up with no problem there. And although you take some counter damage, as long as you avoid taking that close combat, it's a pretty safe matchup. Maybe you're onto something.
Yeah, see, it's not really an Annihilate counter, but you do have a relatively effective charge attacks. And of course, if you are in situations with shields and your opponent wants to throw a close combat, he's going to debuff himself, and then your Scorching Sands is going to knock out. So there is some play. There is room for error.
The problem is you bank on your opponent as a Diggersby throwing the close combat. If they don't, you have no chance. They counter you all the way down, and if you see from this team, there's just nothing that wants to eat that energy. And another problem is, like, I think an interesting thing is if you go for the close combat, most Diggersby are no shielding there because they're like, well, that's a Rage Fist. So maybe if you go straight for the close combat, you could just take out that Diggersby instantly.
But the thing is, if you're going for that close combat, you will have to pay attention to over-farming before that, because most of the time, Scorching Sands might be thrown before the close combat, and
maybe debuff, right?
Yeah, and then you're trying to over-farm that, because otherwise you're going to be severely debuffed after that close combat, and yeah, then you're maybe even going to get farmed down by something else. Even though when we're looking at that team, there was Azumarill and Shadow Drapion, I don't think that they're going to farm you all the way down.
And a play that I would really like to see, for example, is to throw Scorching Sands on the charge attack priority with a close combat, for example, because they can't close combat you and then swap and eat the energy onto something else. They need to stay in there, so you're always going to get that shield back. You're always going to be at shield parity if you throw on charge attack priority. It's the same thing with the Moltres. If you know that you're going to lose charge attack priority or win charge attack priority, that could decide what to do when these Pokemon are debuffing themselves.
Yep, that is true, because otherwise it is a very, we call it Brave Bird and Dip. I think this is the most prominent example where you throw this charge attack or a superpower on a Malama or a close combat, as you said, and then you immediately swap out, so that the downside of these attacks, because they are incredibly efficient, the downsides of debuffing your defenses is basically gone. Of course, you're giving up the switch alignment, so there is still a downside, but in some matchups, that doesn't matter. If you have something safe to go into, you can always rely on those strategies. But now, there is a very interesting point there, because Diggersby is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Open Great League. However, Annihilate, big attack, same type attack bonus boosted, close combat, incredibly efficient, hard-hitting charged attack. How much damage do 8 counters plus a close combat deal to Diggersby?
there will be no Diggersby left after that 8 counters in the close combat. And Annihilate so prevalent this weekend. I'm interested to see what the day 1 usage is. How has that adapted to the Annihilate meta, essentially, that we're in right now? We're going to go ahead and take a look at those usage rates for day number 1, how that meta has evolved since Sacramento. And on the screen here, we're going to see number 1, it's Clodsire at 68%. No surprises there, but very interesting here. I think this is the highest that we've ever seen Galarian Moltres.
Oh, I think in day 2 of...
This looks like a day 2 graphic.
Yeah, on day 2 of Gdansk, Moltres was actually on the number 1 spot.
Wow.
With Dugong together and another Pokemon, maybe Azumarill, because that core was just so incredibly strong. But you were almost right with your prediction of the top 6 Pokemon. Just one grass type slithered in there, and that is Serperior.
Serperior, of course, the best grass type right now. So neutral into say and Azumarill. Oh, I mean, Ariados is technically the 2nd best grass type.
I mean, it's a hard counter for the Serperior. You take no damage from Frenzy Plant. You are very much able to afford to take an Aerial Ace. Most of the time, it's even debuffed. So that is a hard answer. And if those Ariados are vanishing, I can't see... Or like also the counters for Ariados are counters for Serperior, something like a Driftblim or the dragons like Dragapult, those ghost types, they usually cause trouble for Ariados. So if those are less in the meta, Serperior is able to roam free.
And one of the most surprising things is kind of seeing Mandibuzz come up as another Dark Flyer. While Moltres we've talked about, it's not that great into the Annihilate, to be quite honest. Mandibuzz is beyond good into Annihilate, not just running Snarl, but we've seen trainers such as Caleb Pang, such as Boglish, bring the Air Slash in Sacramento, making it to day number 2. Boglish, I believe, 4th place. Caleb Pang made it to 9th place with Air Slash Mandibuzz. So that's definitely on the rise here. It just makes a lot of matchups much cleaner. Let's say the Feraligatr. 1 charge attack, such as the Aerial Ace, plus the Air Slashes are usually enough to knock out, whereas before, Feraligatr could actually win the 2 shield scenario against Mandibuzz if the Mandibuzz ever went for a Dark Pulse with Snarl.
Oh, wow. The thing is also that, of course, Galarian Moltres has still like a little bit of an advantage over the Mandibuzz when you're looking at the 2nd most used Pokemon. And that is the Azumarill, because Azumarill takes Brave Bird still like a champ, but it's dealing 50% damage. And when you're bringing in a Mandibuzz, even if you are playing those Air Slashes,
it's nothing.
It feels like they can just bubble you down, right?
Right. Azumarill, we saw it hang on to that Brave Bird in the Latin America International Championships.
Oh, yes.
Grand Finals, Marto Galdi hanging on with 1 HP against Vitarella 12 to win the entire tournament.
It almost looked like he gave up in that situation in the Brave Bird, and then he just jumped up and celebrated. It was beautiful to watch, honestly. But let's also look at Alolan Sandslash. So Alolan Sandslash is a Pokemon that has been used before in the last tournament season, basically in the 2024 season, a lot. But it was always Shadow. Why has that changed?
Let's talk about the 2 key matchups here. On the top left of your screen, actually, Clodsire, it hangs onto that Earthquake against Azumarill. You win more shield scenarios than you are if you are the Shadow. Of course, being able to hang on to 2 play roughs, and Azumarill basically needs to go for 3 charge attacks. 3 charge attacks for Azumarill is basically enough time for any regional championship to already have ended. So that's definitely quite a long time for it to deal that kind of damage. But another interesting thing I want to point out is if you want to look at this more numerically, we have 105 trainers at this tournament. So if you look at this usage board, basically, it's like 68 trainers use Clodsire, 60 trainers use Azumarill, and putting into those numbers, really seeing it more at face value is always nice to see, like, wow, 33 people brought a Galarian Moltres. That's just an interesting statistic to look at rather than just percentages.
The thing is also that against Galarian Moltres, I think both versions of the Alolan Sandslash are very much fine.
Amazing.
However, if you're running Shadow and you take a Brave, but we have already seen that it does a decent amount of damage still, but I think that Galaxica Bolton said that he is still preferring the Shadow variant because, yes, you can take an Earthquake from Clodsire, but you don't want to. You definitely do not want to be in that position where you don't shield that Earthquake. But we also have a big counter in the meta for Shadow Alolan Sandslash because I think it was on the rise up because of the absence of those fighting type Pokemon. And now, because of the recent community day, the Mankey community day, Annihilate is incredibly strong. We have seen it right there. Both of the trainers actually used it because there were no 2 bad matchups in this situation. Cresselia is completely absent in the meta, but let's look at what has changed.
Annihilate has returned, it has risen into the meta again with those hard-hitting counters, of course. Counter got a little bit of a tweak to its energy generation, but its fast attack pressure is still the same. actually, to put it into perspective, counter, it may seem like, okay, it got nerfed. It's not a good charge. No, it's not a good fast attack anymore.
It's still good.
It is the same energy generation and damage as Dragon Breath. It's just 2 turns. And we all know Dragon Breath is a great fast attack. So counter is not that bad. It's just that a lot of like Pokemon that use it are not great in the meta right now. Let's say Metacham, its charge attacks are just much too slow. Poliwrath, same problem. I believe it's 8 counters to an Icy Wind.
You have Power Up Punch. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Power Up Punch on either of those Pokemon. It's something you could run, but compared to something like Rage Fist, which is so much more value for 35 energy, it's just a no-brainer why you would want to play Annihilate.
So I have a suggestion to make.
Sure.
Poliwrath has really big hands, you know? So you want to give it Force Palm.
Oh no!
We need Force Palm Poliwrath.
And Metacham.
Yes! Oh, please! We need. Its accent is going to be celebrating right now because Medicham is one of his favorite Pokemon, and it looks like we're going into Game 3 rather soon. So listen to me. Poliwrath was Force Palm. I think it would wreak havoc.
It would be an amazing Pokemon, honestly, because the typing of water and fighting is such an amazing core breaker.
Did you know that it is not a boxer? It is the champion swimmer Pokemon.
Wow.
Yeah.
Champion swimmer. It looks like it's a bit of a triathlete there.
Yeah, I mean, with those hands, you can, like, the masses of water, you can push to the side to move.
You could literally divide seas in half. But of course, no Poliwrath here. It's an Annihilate show. And are we going to get that showdown? It's a Moltres lead into a Sand Slash.
That is huge for Sir Corey. Lawrence can't like that too much. There's a Superior in the back.
Oh no!
Into a Zoomer. Superior is going to be the immediate answer. And that is a type advantage like nothing else.
Now here's the thing. If he brings in the Drapion to clean up the Superior, is that awkward for Sir Corey? Because think about it.
Yeah.
You can tank all the energy from the Superior, farm up a massive amount, and you can never get Powder Snow or Sucker Punch down. And that may force Sir Corey to bring the Alolan Sandslash into the Drapion, freeing up your Moltres in the back. There may still be play here for 19 Lorenz.
Yeah, and another thing is that Azumarill, while it takes super effective damage here, it does reach to Ice Beam. He throws the charge attack, and that is a big amount of farm. I think you can easily afford to take one Frenzy Plant with the Shadow Drapion and get loads of energy. The switch timer is almost up. Are we going to get the switch back in this situation?
Oh, he has to come in quicker. Now the switch timer for Sir Corey's up. He can swap out of this. What is 19 Lorenz doing? He had to be quicker with that ring in, but it looks like Sir Corey's content to stay in. What are you going to do about this? Throws the air release. I don't like this play. You would rather throw the resisted Frenzy Plant. It's more raw damage. Can Sir Corey make it to another move, though? I don't think so.
If he gets to
the swamp!
He brings in the Galarian Moltres, and now you can get a little bit of an advantage. Gets to the Aqua Tail, almost 3 Aqua Tail, basically. Throws it, and now we're going to see if there's going to be a pivot out. Put this in Ancient Power.
Yes, I love that!
Don't want to meet up the Alolan Sandslash with your Galarian Moltres. There's going to be
I think you know Shield.
Ancient Power. Yeah, I think so, too, because the Sucker Punch damage is minimal.
Beautiful!
It's resisted. Lawrence calling the Ancient Power here, still deals 50.
Oh!
Where is the boost?
Is that going to allow him to Sucker Punch all the way down? I think so. He's going to need this boost back to be able to...
Oh, he actually calls this and says, I'm going to take this, or do I want to be knocked out here? Does not take the Ancient Power well. And now there's a big farm down here.
Whoa!
This is a huge farm down. Doesn't reach the Ancient Power. That is 1.5 charge attacks.
Wait. Is he in crunch range now, though?
No. And he has 2 shields.
But if he debuffs this...
Oh, wow. That could be a possible scenario. That could be a loose gun here. But I think with 2 shields, you're almost... Oh, wow. That is the debuff. And we have 2 shields on either side. There is still a possible catch for Sir Corey. The ice, the Powder Snows are going to add up, though, as well. Shadow Drapion is very low. Vine whips out. Like, the Superior is rather healthy.
I think he's okay. I think he's okay here. Because 19 Lorenz can only go for 2 Aqua Tails here. And that's just not enough. Or can you go for a crunch? Can you?
Can you?
Oh,
there's actually the Aqua Tail catch.
But that's a lose con, right? If he farms all the way down.
But he's going to a nice, he could have also, if you absolutely no charge.
Hey, there's no energy.
There is no energy, but you get one more Poison Sting to knock out the Superior. Go for a crunch here, but the debuff is cleared and you still have
that was a great
shield.
recognition, yeah. Clearing the debuff ensures that even if the crunch lands here, it's not going to knock out. And he's safe no matter what. Goes for the Ice Punch, and that is an incredibly well-played game here by Sir Corey. Had a great lead and basically clinched it up at the end here. While it looked dire, that Drapion having all the energy, I think now, thinking about it, he should have stayed in against the Moltres, forced out a shield, and then brought in his own Moltres. But without getting the shield down, it was just too difficult. And at the same time, if there was no boost from Sir Corey onto that Moltres, he wouldn't have gone farmed down by the Powder Snows, would have made it to a charge attack against the Alone Stand Slash, would have changed the entire game.
That is definitely true. So that 10% coming in clutch for Sir Corey there. But I kind of do agree with you, because you can take advantage of the slow pacing of Galarian Moltres with your Shadow Drapion and throw maybe one more Aqua Tail or maybe two more Aqua Tails while still farming up the energy that you're throwing out, and then try to go into your Galarian Moltres afterwards to maybe get a farm down on his Galarian Moltres.
Right, I think that Ancient Power boost was critical there for Sir Corey. Almost to an extent, I think that won him the game, because if you don't have the shield from the Alolan Sand Slash, you can just farm all the way down. That's just game winning. After that, I think the energy advantage was enough. But then swapping to Superior felt a little bit weird, because if you get Poison Sting all the way down, then you would have to take those charge attacks from the Drapion.
The thing is,
if Vine Whip down probably, though.
Yeah, exactly. If you get farmed all the way down, you're still dealing damage with those Vine Whips. And usually I say that HP is not the most important resource in the game. Rather, take care of your energy management. At some point when you're deep in the red with your last Pokemon, HP is incredibly important, and you don't want to sacrifice any more HP for potential energy at some point.
Good calls by Sir Corey, honestly. Just understanding that the Superior, if he could Vine Whip down into a range where one Powder Snow would knock out, he could always just use a shield, sneak the Powder Snow, and knock out that Drapion at the end. What an amazing way to finish off our round 1 winners here in the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
And 19 Lawrence 92 does not have to be shy about this, because this was a phenomenal performance in the first round. He lost the first round of a tournament, which is always tough, especially in a double elimination bracket. However, the tournament is going to be continuing for him, because he still has a big losers route to go now. But it was a phenomenal place all along from both of these trainers, so he's definitely still a good contender for day 2.
We saw trainers in Germany in 2023 in the Bochum Regional Championships. EJB lost that first round, actually, but was able to go 10 rounds in a row to eventually take home the crown. And Dunebug, of course, in San Antonio, Elite in Fresno. So many trainers who have made those insane runs, made those runs that we can make a video about and have a great recap over. And maybe 19 Lorenz is our trainer to do that in Stuttgart.
I would love that.
It would be amazing, honestly.
He's a very, very sympathetic guy. I've talked with him a lot over the last couple of weeks. I've met him at several locals where I did not perform as well as,
he did.
as I wanted to. Anyways, no, that was a very strong performance. We have just seen Sir Corey perform really well at the previous regional as well. You said a top 8 at Lille.
That's right. I think top 8 or top 12. His first match of the day in top 16, he was able to win against Chun 27, another Dutch local player, and was able to go. So he was definitely further in the top 16, but not sure how much further he went after that game.
I know that I remember that you were a really, really big fan of
I'm a big fan. I still am.
Because of Lurantis and the Danny that he brought to top 4 at the Bochum Regional, which is crazy cakes. However, we have a replay ready from the last round, which we're going to show you in a few seconds, because we want to get into those highlights. Sir Corey versus Lawrence was a top match with top trainers and top plays, and I don't think that we have ever seen as many catches in one best of 3 ever before.
Yeah, you were just spamming that catch button back here. Earthquake caught onto the Galarian Moltres, and you would have thought this is a game-winning play from 19 Lorenz, but no. Sand Slash comes in here, was so instrumental for Sir Corey all 3 of those games, even against the Annihilate, which 19 Lorenz wasn't using much. Beautiful catches onto the Aqua Tail from that Clodsera. He did it again in game number 3 with that Superior, and of course, just amazing to see the Diggersby as well. After it's been a long time, another catch. This is just an absolute catch montage. People are talking about Pokemon Go is just catching Pokemon. No, we're catching charge attacks here in the Stuttgart Day 1 tournament. And of course, these are just this is just a sample of what we're going to see this weekend. We're going to be seeing all sorts of catches, all sorts of undercharges, all sorts of predictive swaps this entire weekend, and we'd love for you to stick around to see much more of these games.
Also, Eric, thank you for giving away that I'm having to press the the catch button, because sometimes I forget because I get too excited. So every time you don't see the catch button appear, the catch animation, you know it was my fault. Or Eric's, actually. You do some work as well, man.
Yeah, if we, so far, Leo has had 100% catch on the catch button, and let's just say he did. And for me, haven't gotten the play that I would have exactly wanted in this meta. But it's going to be XXL Cactus running another team that, oh my gosh, this is so funny. XXL Cactus made day 2 in Lille with my Louisville team. And what is he using here? My LAIC team. So it already looks like somebody really enjoys using some of the stuff I've cooked up. And honestly, I can't blame him.
I mean, your teams have been
literally my
performing
team from
very well.
LAIC.
There are so many trainers that have used your team to big success, especially at LAIC. I remember that Colin also went with your team.
Colin, out of pocket, they went further than me with my own team. Out of pocket in Sacramento, went further than me with my own team. And Cactus, I think he's going to go further than me in this tournament as well.
I mean, you're going into day 2 for sure, Eric, but
yeah,
I think this is maybe a driver or car situation.
Exactly. I just love seeing when my team is being played. Marowak, of course, I think many people know that it is one of my favorite Pokemon at this point. I've used it in like 5 tournaments in a row. Absolutely no shame to swap in the Mud Slapper and force switch against anything.
So what do you do if you encounter a Moltres? So do you usually go for a bait there, or do you actually just go straight Rock Slide? Because I always feel like in that matchup, if you're landing a bait, you get to another Rock Slide sometimes, right? It's decent. But if you actually connect the Rock Slide, you're still in a bad situation, right? Because you don't deal that much damage.
Well, I can't give away all my trade secrets here of the Marowak. Moltres is, it's okay. I don't think you want to be the Marowak because in a swap, the Moltres can always 2 shields, sucker punch you all the way down. They always hang on to the Rock Slide. The Moltres have to make like a grave mistake, such as throwing the Brave Bird and allowing 1 Rock Slide to knock him out. But of course, they're still going to just 2 shields, sucker punch all the way down. And on the other hand here, oh no.
Rift Blim.
As someone who has run XXL Cactus' team, I know that you do not want to see Superior. Superior is so dangerous because it puts a lot of pressure on that Shadow Cancel Marowak, puts a lot of pressure on the Azumarill, and it opens up things like the Clodsire, the Dunsparce, to just be played over and over again. Let's see if Danny Earhart, of course, I played him in a local as well, recognizes that. It's Dunsparce into Feraligatr. I think if you're Cactus here, this is totally fine. You have the Clodsire in the bag, safe and snug, but of course, you need to get the alignment here. Otherwise, that Drift Blim on the Sludge Bomb Clodsire is the best day ever for Danny Earhart.
Definitely, you can almost farm that one down because those Earthquakes or Sludge Bombs aren't going to do anything. I think you will get the alignment if you're playing the Zero Shield scenario here on the side of XXL Cactus. Danny Earhart is going to charge up to almost 2 drill runs. Danny Earhart is a very strong German trainer. XXL Cactus has had big performances, though I think Danny Earhart is still waiting for his Hydro Cannon is going to be thrown. The question is, do you start shielding this here? Because then the Shadow Feraligatr is getting out of this with a lot of energy. You don't want to play Zeros as the Dunsparce.
But look, if the Dunsparce is forced to use both shields here, you no-shield this, right? You bring in the Moltres. What in the back is going to do anything against that Moltres? Is it enough? Oh my goodness, this is a very good Feraligatr. Hangs on very comfortably. It's going to make it that Hydro Cannon. Is there a catch? There's a catch! Beautiful catch button pressed by Leo here, and we're going to see the Moltres come in. Here's the thing, though.
This is still so much damage.
Yeah, can the Moltres sucker punch down? No, I don't think so. It just hangs on, but now... Oh, I don't think so. It's not enough. 5,
you reach the
6,
and then
don't throw the move, please!
Oh, you reach the Ice Beam. You're going to have to give up a shield here. Danny Earhart gets the last bit of energy out of this Shadow Feraligatr before it's going to be sucker punched down. After that, Danny Earhart still has the shield.
It's so awkward, though. You can't bring in the Dunsparce, right? Because he has almost 2 charge attacks. He's just going to throw Ancient Power after Ancient Power. But he has a Rock Slide. He does have a Rock Slide. But here's where it gets weird. Oh, he's going to be able to throw first. If this is an Ancient Power, and you no-shield this, oh no! The Rock Slide, if this is a good Moltres, it's going to hang on pretty comfortably. But we see the CP, it's 1478. Does that mean this Rock Slide is going to knock out? Rock Slide coming down, super effective, non-stab from the bulky Dunsparce. It's going to be putting this Moltres into the red health, but
the thing is, like,
we're
swapping out here, and now the Shadow answers the Sludge Bomb Clodsire and is going to be able to accelerate so much energy before trying to knock out the Clodsire. And then you're going to be able to throw an Icy Wind into the Moltres. Perhaps, but there's still a catch able on the Shadow Feraligatr, throwing the Icy Wind immediately.
Okay.
Are we going for a little undercharge perhaps, or are we going for full damage? Because you do really want to get out with a full charge attacks.
He just gets farmed all the way down here, and then what do? The Moltres how would you do this, right? You would bring in the Moltres, Peekaboo, and then go to the Feraligatr, but at the same time, this Drifloon has a lot of HP left. Sucker Punches do a significant amount. Oh no, oh no, can he make it? He makes it! Wait, wait, the Feraligatr, if it does a Shadow Claw, it might be able to knock us out. So he has to throw energy on the Feraligatr.
But this is...
Wait.
Oh, this is going to be...
Does he have 2 charge attacks? Oh my god!
So the Icy Wind.
Wait, he doesn't have a second charge attack. The Moltres is going to come in. Sucker Punch down. The Dunsparce has no energy. It's a win for Cactus.
Daniel immediately tries to swap out.
Oh,
Dunsparce. There's going to be the ancient power that is going to knock out the Dunsparce. And you've seen the HP on the Shadow Drifloon. It is definitely not enough to withstand the Sucker Punch. So XXL Cactus wins game 1.
Let him cook! What a match there! Ooh. When things look dire, Clodsire into the Drifloon, and that's just another display of Clodsire is so bulky. Drifloon is, well, on the opposite end of that spectrum, really not bulky. Those Sludge Bombs put the Drifloon into a position where he had to throw energy on the Feraligatr. I love that recognition from XXL Cactus, a very strong trainer. And while he's made those day 2s, he has never made it into that medalist position. I'd love to see my LAIC team go further here. It's already a team that was used by, I think, 10 trainers overall used at Sacramento. 10 trainers out of about 100. Use the same basic 5 or 6 Pokemon. And this has been a very consistent core. And despite playing up against the Drifloon, a superior, I think one of the most difficult matches for this team. I think it's so hard to bring the Marowak that it allows him to play ABA weak. Notice here, he played Dunsparce in the front, Feraligatr in the back, Drifloon in the back. If you lead that into a Marowak, you are cooked. You are cooked. You can't swap the Feraligatr. You get Mud Slap all the way down. You can't swap into the Drifloon. You take a Rock Slide. So, such an awkward position for Downey Earnhardt if that Marowak came. And I think XXL Cactus, you might want to make that recognition. It's great in the Dunsparce, great in the Feraligatr, great in the Clodsire, wins 2s against Azu, has Rock Slide for Drifloon. There might not be that much risk if you didn't see the Serp.
Still, yeah, but I mean, he has gone very hard against the Superior as well with the Clodsire and the Moltres. So there is coverage for that Superior, but is Danny Ad going to bring...
Oh no!
Oh wow, it is the hard answer here. Shadow Drifloon onto the Clodsire, avoiding the Galarian Moltres. Wait, once more, immediate save stop in...
Oh!
Wow, okay.
Oh no!
Wait, this is a switch for Cactus, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you just win switch here with the Feraligatr, but at the same time, I want to point out something extremely important. This Feraligatr has taken an Astonish. What does that mean? This Play Rough knocks out. So, XXL Cactus is going to have to give up 2 shields, and Danny Earnhardt is only going to have to give up 1.
Oh, that is big. XXL Cactus shields up the Play Rough immediately. Azumarill not connecting with the damage, however, still accelerating some energy, but we're almost already at 2 Hydro Cannons for the Shadow Feraligatr. Danny Ahead is going to take 1 more, but now it's going to be dangerously close because those Shadow Claws do add up. We're going to do 2 more, and now we're immediately in Hydro Cannon range, but he's going to get to that Play Rough first.
This is crazy. He farms all the way down. What do you bring into the Feraligatr?
You can attempt to bring in the Dunsparce now to try and get a possible drill run before, but there's so many Hydro Cannons. Yeah, and those Shadow Claws do nothing in that matchup. It's all Hydro Cannon damage, but you have 2 spare shields here. So you're basically going to try and get a... Oh, we're going into the Clodsire immediately. Drill Run, super effective, is being thrown, but now your switch timer is still up, and there is the Galarian Moltres in the back waiting for the Shadow Drifloon.
Well, what I would have liked to see there is Donnie Earnhardt do another rollout. He did 1 rollout, but because XXL Cactus swapped in, he should have done 2 rollouts to throw on good charge attacks timing, essentially. Sludge Bomb has to go shielded here. If he throws this Drill Run, he's going to be able to go into that Drifloon. And if he can get the energy advantage on the Drifloon, might be able to sweep the back end of this team.
Oh yes, against no shields, one of those Icy Winds deals a lot of damage. Goes into the Drifloon immediately. This looks like a good farm down situation here because Sludge Bomb doesn't deal too much. Can you stall the timer with this Sludge Bomb enough so you can immediately go out into your Galarian Moltres?
Here comes Moltres.
No free Astonish anymore.
What?
We're going into the Shadow Feraligatr. This is going to be an easy shield. How much energy is left on that Shadow Feraligatr?
He needs, I think, 2 Shadow Claws or 3? Yeah, 2. He's going to get there. He's going to get there. But what do? You can't throw your energy there because if you do, then the Moltres farms you down. I think Donnie Earnhardt realizes at this point in the game that Moltres is lurking in the back. What can we do? There's so much HP on this Feraligatr left.
Roll out down.
You have to roll it down, but then I mean, the Dunsparce just doesn't have enough in it to sweep this game. This might actually be really good, though.
Don't underestimate the Sparse. Full farm down, exiting with a Rock Slide. That means that he could get to 2 against the Galarian Moltres. Has to deny a catch in that situation.
Oh, I like this. Forcing out the energy.
Oh, wow.
He's forcing out the energy. Does he catch on the Yazu? Oh, my gosh!
He has so much energy on that Dunsparce. Dani Erhardt is looking into the camera, going to take this knockout here. It is almost at 2 charge attacks.
Oh, he's got it! He's got it! 2 Rock Slides from the Dunsparce are gonna knock down this Galarian Moltres when things look dire, when the Drift Blim was getting completely taken out. Yeah, it's just enough. I think the Moltres isn't good enough. If it's a really good Moltres, maybe 1500 CP, high rank, high HP, actually hang on to 2 Rock Slides there, but it's just not enough. 1470 Moltres, just not
Poison
enough.
Sting
Oh, wait!
Simultaneous
Oh my goodness!
Oh, and Dani Erhardt, he wanted this so bad. He got the Azumarill catch, it was huge, but the Clodsire of XXL Cactus was so defensive. It actually hung on to those rollouts. That was insane.
What a play there. I thought XXL Cactus was cooked there. I'm going to be completely honest. And that's just one of those things that comes to show Galarian Moltres so important to go on those daily adventure incense walks, talk to local trainers, get those trades in, and get a really good one because it can make the difference between winning a round and going to a game of number 3 inside of a tournament. Here, though, XXL Cactus already had a lot of success with Galarian Moltres, so probably trusting it despite the poor health products.
But if Galarian Moltres isn't too strong, not at those 1500 CP, apparently your Clodsire can make up for it.
Right. Clodsire is just so strong, resisting those rollouts, doing, honestly, usually we don't think of Poison Sting as, wow, what damage from that Clodsire.
Poison Sting!
Poison Sting all the way down. But here, it really just clutched up the game for XXL Cactus, and now
it saved the game, rather, because
really
he didn't win. It was a tie, and that means that we're going to have a rematch of this game. It is still 1-0 for XXL Cactus. There are no draws.
And if you're just tuning into this stream, we are at a game number 3 here. We just had a tie in game number 2, and in Pokemon Go, what that means is these trainers can now lock in completely new lines of Pokemon, new lines of 3, which is what we're gonna see here. It's another Dunsparce into the Feraligatr, but here is the problem.
Wow.
That Superior and that Feraligatr, Moltres in the back, what do you do?
That Superior has nowhere to go here because this is in fact a Sludge Bomb Clodsire, and this is the matchup you would prefer against the Galarian Moltres. You are in a world of distress because those Vine Whips, those Frenzy Plants don't do anything to it, and now we're going to try. Does Dani Erhardt even try to go for alignment here? I think he probably wants to because he wants this Superior in a correct position.
I love
There is no correct position. Oh, and he's going for a rather late catch here, or XXL Cactus just deciding to get this damage off on the Shadow Feraligatr, identifying, hey, this Pokemon is a threat to my backline.
And we're going to see an exact same situation as we've seen before. Moltres coming in, trying to farm out there the Hydrokin. We already understand Dani Erhardt's Feraligatr is very good. And here it becomes extremely awkward because the Dunsparce is just going to be able to go after this Moltres. We're going to see the exact same thing as we've seen before. It's almost like a repeat of game number 1. But this Ancient Power onto Dunsparce, does Dani Erhardt call it this time and put it on the Superior? If he puts 2 shields on the Superior, I think you can actually overcome a Clodsire and a Feraligatr.
Oh, true, we are in a big
we see this again.
advantage here.
He brings it in, but he should have done 2 rollouts there, giving a free Sucker Punch there to XXL Cactus. He hangs on. We've seen this before. Ancient Power comes through. You hang on by just a little, but if that's going to allow him to Sucker Punch down, you might want to go for this rollout down. Yes, but you're going to have to give up another shield. Do we even pivot to the Superior and try to catch an Ancient Power? I think that might be the move. Yes?
Oh, is he trying to go for it? No, the Ancient Power is going to connect. Are we putting 2 shields on the Dunsparce, or are we trying to take...
Oh!
Okay, we're not putting 1 shield on Superior with a little bit of a farm down. Going to pivot out into Superior immediately. But if that is being answered by the Clodsire, that is a big problem because of those Sludge Bombs. But you're outpacing to the Frenzy Plants.
While we're outpacing to the Frenzy Plants, let's think about how this end game is going to play out. Frenzy Plant's going to come down for here, and another Frenzy Plant's going to be thrown. However, when you throw that second Frenzy Plant, it's not going to be enough to knock out. Therefore, XXL Cactus is going to farm up a huge amount and basically put it into a range where Dunsparce cannot roll out down. Because Dunsparce can't roll out down, you have to throw a charge attack against the Clodsire before it gets to another Sludge Bomb. Look, yeah, we're going to see here. Frenzy Plant thrown, not enough damage. You're going to farm all the way down. Dunsparce, it's just, what can it do?
And also don't forget that there is
Shadow for Alligator.
60% Shadow for Alligator, which is an absolute threat in neutral scenarios, or you're going to get the biggest of all farm downs. And now the Clodsire is going to lose the charge attack priority. Drill Run is going to connect, but look at the HP of this Dunsparce.
If the Alligator has no energy, you get to this Drill Run in 3. And
there's Sucker Punches. Oh wait, there's not too many Sucker Punches.
Wait. You catch!
Catch! And he does it! XXL Cactus going for the catch. Another Galarian Moltres catches another ground-type charge attack. And now we're going to comfort.
That was the win condition. That was genuinely, if it takes out with the Drill Run there, one Sucker Punch doesn't knock out. Therefore, the rollout goes on to the Moltres, and actually Danny Earnhardt was literally frames away from winning that game. XXL Cactus with the perfect call there, and after a really long series, it feels like, it's still a 2-0 victory for XXL Cactus as he continues his runs with my amazing teams.
As your team has proven to be incredibly good there, even though it was really on defense. It looked like there's bad alignment for the Superior, but Superior put in so much work, even in neutral scenarios there. I don't even understand how this team made up for the type disadvantage. Dunsparce is a Pokemon that is caught a little bit.
It's so strong into the team.
Yeah,
it is so strong.
So good, especially into Galarian Moltres with those damages. If Rollout just did a little bit more damage.
All right, let's not go too far. I think Rollout already with the slight damage buff in the
Bibarel would go crazy.
Bibarel with not a lot of health as a normal type Pokemon. Probably the Glacius normal type Pokemon out there. I'm sure that's going to make quite the impact next season.
It is going to hard wall Shadow for Alligator.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah, let me cook.
It hard walls the Shadow for Alligator, but they also resist your Surf.
Yeah, but you have Hyper Fang, which is even almost a better charge attack.
Okay. I'm gonna call that 200 cannons probably knocks out a Bibarel.
100%. 100%, even though it is resisted. But
Alligator's just so good.
Yeah,
it's just so good.
And we have seen that time and time again, and also in this matchup, because Shadow for Alligator is even strong against Shadow for Alligator, because Hydro Cannons, it is resisted. But what is this 50% damage?
Yeah, 50% damage on a resisted charge attack never feels good. But one of the key interactions during this game was the Moltres never being able to farm down after that one Hydro Cannon. So maybe would have liked to see him stay in a little longer, force the opponent to use that energy, then bring in the Moltres. Because if you can do a little bit more Shadow Claws and force him to use energy, all of a sudden it's in Sucker Punch range, and you don't have to give up that final shield. But Dunsparce, Donnie Earnhardt tried to put it on the back of the Dunsparce, recognized how good it was because there was so much bench pressure against the Kanto Marowak, and I think, in my opinion, would have led the Kanto Marowak. It was so good into those lines, especially Dunsparce in the front, Drifloon for Alligator in the back. I think leading the Kanto Marowak would instantly win the game, all of those scenarios.
Let's actually watch that back, because I really like the Shadow Drifloon that you mentioned. It has put in a lot of work. It was a really strong answer to that Clodsire. In the first game, it just wasn't enough. It put in so much work, almost farmed down the Clodsire completely after getting out an Icy Wind, but it just couldn't get to 2 charge attacks, so it had to throw immediately against the Shadow for Alligator, and then it wasn't enough to answer the Galarian Moltres. Here
beautiful catch.
One of the 1,000 catches that we have seen today.
Yeah, Leo is all over this catch button. He's just so excited. I don't even have an opportunity to press it. And here's that interaction we see. Beautiful Ancient Power onto the Dunsparce, getting game 1 for XXL Cactus. And I just love how he plays these games with the Galarian Moltres. I think it's also interesting to see. I've played this team, of course, and he plays it so differently than I would have. So it's interesting to see like what other trainers have basically thought of to use this exact same Pokemon in a different way. And yeah, while I would have played the Marowak, he managed to Feraligatr beautifully throughout these games. And
wait, you have played that team before? You never mentioned that.
Yeah, I know, right? That's so crazy, right? I've used this team like 5 times. But yeah, Dunsparce so saving the team. Rock Slide onto the Moltres. Clodsire, beautiful simultaneous knockout. Game number 2, Donnie Earnhardt. He came so close to winning this set.
He really fought for that one.
In 100 scenarios, if this was played 100 times, Donnie Earnhardt wins like 40 to 50 of them. Genuinely. He moves on to winners round 2 half of those times. But today, it was XXL Cactus's day, and he's going to continue his run of great tournaments.
And I mean, this was winners round 1 in double elimination. That means that the players who are still undefeated, remain in the winner's bracket, so they still have the opportunity to lose one more time and still be able to become the champion. In the loser's bracket, you're on the edge. If you lose one more time, you are out. And we already saw what kinds of trainers are in the loser's bracket after round one.
Oh my goodness.
We have Fieseluise, we have 19 Lawrence, 92, and we of course have Dani Erhardt now as well.
All in the same group.
All of them put up a big fight, so this tournament is cracked.
At the end of the day, these trainers, I wouldn't be surprised if we were at the end of today's stream and we're like, okay, losers round 6. Oh, it's Dani Erhardt versus Fieseluise. I was like, okay, yeah, that's
Makes sense.
not that surprised. A lot of these trainers may not be seeded, but they know they are extremely strong contenders for this regional championship title.
We're of course going to focus on those champs that have the highest chance of winning that regional championship title, and those are the trainers in the winner's bracket. So we're going to talk to some of them. Actually, we're going to talk to the winner, XXL Cactus of the last round. Italian, take it away.
Hello trainers, I'm here with Peter, otherwise known as XXL Cactus, coming off an amazing win there. How do you feel about your battle so far? Comfortable or still nervous?
I'm still nervous because my last performances weren't that great and I want some success, so I feel kinda nervous, but it should be okay.
Okay. You made so many amazing catches in that last battle. I was just watching in awe at that. So for those watching at home who are probably wondering, how was he able to get the catches right at the right time? How did you go about catching? How do you do it?
Most of it is because I count opponents' moves, and then it's so much easier to catch the move, because I know how much energy he has, so I can do it easily.
Okay, fair enough. So for those watching at home, counting moves is certainly a strategy that you would encourage. Where have you travelled from, Peter?
I travelled from Czech Republic.
Okay. So it's quite. It just goes to show quite a few people are travelling from all over the area, all over Europe, in order to compete. Are there any particular trainers that you have battled with that have helped you to become better, that you want to shout out?
I want to give a shout out to my teammate Pete. He helped me with scrimming. Without him, I probably wouldn't win this matchup. So big shout out to him. Also, I want to give shout out to the Czech community for supporting me, going with me, and just practicing with me.
Sure, awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, XXL Cactus. We wish you all the best, and hopefully we will see you on stream again, doing a few more battles and hopefully winning a few more as well. But otherwise, casters, we are going to head back to you.
Thank you very much, Adelian. And what an interview there from XXL Cactus. He's a player that we've seen a few times so far this season, and he was using your team there, Eric. I know that you are very proud of that. How does it make you feel?
I've been honestly very proud of my team building for the last couple of tournaments. I feel like for the most part, I've been able to get those right calls. Basically for LAIC, I quickly recognized that Clodsire and Gator, this was the chance for that core to shine again as soon as Diggersby and Toxpeck was going down, basically to things because of Arados, because of the Moltres coming up a little bit more into the meta, Annihilate as well, just made that core a little bit unplayable. So great call for Clodsire Gator last tournament, Sacramento. Right now, it continues to be an amazing read for the meta.
And I'm seeing that we're getting a lot of Dunsparce, a lot of Moltres, and these are familiar faces from the very beginning of this season. But we've also got some familiar faces on stage for us now. We have Pataman there available on the left. He is looking to have a really strong run this weekend in Stuttgart. He is up against Raging Taz, another player that is emerging onto this play Pokemon scene. He featured in Lille, and again, he will want to show that he can beat the best here this weekend.
Raging Taz, of course, has a lot of experience in those grassroots scenes, but of course, Pataman needs no introduction, was the runner-up in Gdansk last year, and of course, has top cut many tournaments afterwards. This wouldn't be that much of a surprise if he went into day number 2.
And Raging Taz is one of those players that has performed very well in the Go Battle League, frequently featuring on the leaderboard, so Pataman will be aware that although his opponent doesn't have as much Show 6 experience, particularly in the play Pokemon circuit, he is definitely not a player to underestimate.
Of course, these trainers are both extremely experienced, and playing each other at round 1 is definitely not optimal for either, but the team here from Patamon is looking to be quite optimal with the Skarmory. I'm sure you're a big fan of that, and we're going to see here Skarmory, while being a very great pick on this team, it's actually a very weak team to Skarmory itself.
Yeah, Skarmory is one of those few Pokemon that resists flying type damage in this meta. It has 11 resistances with that steel flying type. I've used a Shadow Skarmory before. I've never used the non-Shadow. I'm very interested to see how Patamon pilots this Pokemon here against Raging Taz.
Skarmory, of course, it's so dominant into matchups such as Ariados or Toxapex, but I feel like we're at a point in the meta where those Pokemon aren't really staples anymore. And with the basically uprise of Feraligatr, it feels like a very strange pick to play at this time of the meta. But of course, he has Superior, he has things like Dunsparce to keep that Feraligatr in check. Of course, Malamar, if it is a very bulky one, it's going to win those Zero Shield scenarios with those superpowers and those neutral Psy Waves.
Yeah, Skarmory a lot of the time can just operate as bench pressure. It can force your opponent into running lines that they otherwise wouldn't have been comfortable running. You've mentioned Ariados, of course Superior as well does not want to be up against a Skarmory. So Skarmory can apply a lot of pressure. It really depends on what Raging Taz thinks that he will use in order to navigate around it, because Dunsparce and Marowak, Ariados and Superior available there, that Skarmory does actually have positive matchups to.
Skarmory, while being a pretty good Pokemon into a lot of these matchups, it really starts to struggle a bit neutrally. For example, Azumarill and Dunsparce, you would think, okay, well, they're not throwing any same type attack bonus charge attacks. It should be good, but no, it is just so slow right now. And I think Azumarill and Dunsparce both come out on top in those matchups, unless you're able to land a Brave Bird.
Yeah, the Dunsparce actually can lose to a Skarmory.
Sure.
Well, I've had more practice with the Shadow Skarmory as well, but I think one of
I love that pick, by the way.
Shadow Skarmory is funny. You know, the oppressive Steel Wing damage can be a lot, but Patamon's opted for the non-Shadow. So you're inviting Talonflame from your opponent, you're inviting Azumarill from your opponent, and the question is, does Patamon make that prediction and then play strong into those Pokemon, expecting Raging Taz to overcompensate for that Skarmory pick?
At the end of the day, I think the best pick for Patamon here is simply to lead Malamar. I mean, what here is Malamar really not like to see in the lead? If it's an Azumarill, you simply play out the 2-shield scenario, you have the entire Malamar left. If it's Ariados, you get it very low with the Psy Waves, and then you just swap out. Marowak is a pretty neutral matchup. Dunsparce is good, and so is Talonflame. But Marowak, I want to point out, it is actually quite good into Shadow Skarmory, despite the Mudslaps being resisted. But up against a non-Shadow, you just don't really have a shot.
I wonder if you can use that Malamar also as a safe swap. Perhaps if you're leading something like Clodsire for positive matchups into Ariados and into Azumarill, and if it's not either of those Pokemon, then you can just come in aggressively with the Malamar and invite an Azumarill counter swap. Some players might go for an Ariados counter swap. That's a little bit risky as well. So I'm very interested to see how Patamon pilots this very interesting team.
He's been using spicy picks in the past, of course. In Gdansk, he used that Golisopod, piloted it to the 5th place. And of course, in Gdansk last year, he piloted a Alolan Ninetales, I believe, Charm all the way to 1st. So definitely a player who always has something unique to say about the meta. He's used Skarmory a lot, though, in the past. EUIC, Stockholm, Bologna, Worlds, all non-Shadow Skarmory on his team. It's something he's very familiar with, and definitely having those comfort picks is always nice in these games, especially when Skarmory just looks so strong up against Raging Taz. And I think you have enough pressure into that Talonflame where I would feel comfortable saying that, okay, we should bring the Skarmory here.
I genuinely think
yeah,
that
it's
Skarmory,
great, actually.
It has a ton of play. The question is, you've got to make these predictions, because Raging Taz, he knows what he's doing, and he will want to find the balance between keeping that Skarmory in check and not going so hard into the Skarmory that you become predictable with your lines. I think of all the teams that Patamon wants to see when you bring a Pokemon like Skarmory is one that has both Superior and Ariados. So at least he can have some reasonable assurance that he won't expect one of them in the lead with another one in the back.
If you're asking me, I think Ariados doesn't come from Raging Taz. It feels way too risky. There's a Clodsire, there's a Skarmory, there's a Dunsparce. It just seems like you don't have the right targets. Therefore, I think Patamon may be able to try a strategy with swapping the Skarmory and having the Superior in the back. Is that crazy? Because it's a fly in Brave Bird Skarmory, right?
I mean, I think it might be a bit too early to overlook the Ariados because it does have play into Azumarill, Superior, and able to take out Malamar. We know that Ariados into Dunsparce isn't terrible, particularly when you've got 2 shields. And even that Clodsire, I think it was running Sludge Bomb, so you're not as threatened by the Stone Edges either. So I mean, let's see. We're going to get straight into this game number 1.
As we thought, Malamar, one of the best picks for Patamon here. Into Dunsparce, definitely a favorable lead. Dunsparce always going to need 2 charge attacks to knock out. Malamar always going to need 2 charge attacks to knock out the other way around. So it's good because you outpace, obviously, to those superpowers and the foul plays. Gonna throw a Droron immediately. Maybe he tries to pivot here after throwing down a Droron.
And instantly, what we spoke about was Raging Taz and his ability to counter that Skarmory. Look at this, Dunsparce, Talonflame, and Azumarill all available there. And he looks to try and make an Azumarill catch, instantly met by Sludge Bomb Clodsire by Patamon.
But here's the thing, he's ahead just a little energy. Oh, I'm not sure I like that. Goes straight for the Ice Beam, but there's no rush to get off this energy. Both Pokemon are going to be locked in this matchup for the next 50 seconds. So giving out that Poison Sting kind of negates that advantage that you had just going into this matchup.
I think Patamon will look to take key advantage of that, using that Poison Sting to the advantage. These Sludge Bombs will come in now very, very quickly. 2 Sludge Bombs will threaten that Azumarill. Will Raging Taz allow his Azumarill to go down so quickly?
Oh yeah, he goes, I love that. Goes for 2 Poison Stings, and now Raging Taz has an opportunity to shield here and kind of make use of that bad alignment advantage that Patamon just gave him. Will reach this Ice Beam and will maybe be able to go back into the Dunsparce. I'm not really sure what the play is here, but at the end of the day, Malamar has so much energy. You have to be wary of that because Talonflame nor Dunsparce likes to take all that. Gonna go to the Dunsparce, and it's gonna be the superpower being launched immediately. Oh no, the Droron being launched onto that Malamar, forcing out this final shield. Oh my goodness, does he no-shield this and tries to get off these 2 superpowers? I love this play by Patamon.
I really, really like this. Knows that his Malamar can hang on to the Droron.
Shield.
Gets that first superpower. Is Raging Taz going to...
Oh!
No, he's not. This lands. That is a huge amount of damage, and now goes for that foul play. Malamar is putting in a huge amount of work, doesn't have much health, so isn't even really available for a farm down. Raging Taz will probably come in here.
Oh! Did you see the undercharge? I love that, because now this Talonflame could have gotten a 1 Incinerate advantage, making Clodsire or Azumarill even uncomfortable to an extent. Now, it's going to be Clodsire that's getting that farm down. This energy goes everywhere on this backline. You can't bring in the Azumarill, and the Talonflame's going to take a Sludge Bomb to the face if you bring that in.
That is a really smart play. We were just saying that Talonflame might be able to get an energy advantage if it were able to farm down. Patamon prevented that with that undercharge. Very, very smart. Gave himself an energy advantage. Now comes in with this Azumarill. A massive amount of health and a shield available as well. Raging Taz, are you going to throw a Brave Bird or bait with the fly?
I think you have to go for the Brave Bird here. Swap into your Azumarill. Hope you have enough health left, but I think it's just not enough. Patamon doesn't even need charge attacks here. Can go straight for Bubbles. Bubble this Talonflame all the way down and come out on the other end against that Azumarill with the play rough loaded. I think the best call is just to shield this up. No real reason not to, but
I don't think it
doesn't matter either way.
Difference. You know that you're going to be able to hold on either way. That Talonflame is on such low health, and you can save your shield for the next attack. You're reaching this attack. Are you going to throw it? Yes, that is so nicely played by Patamon. Remembering and recognizing the amount of energy that Raging Taz had on his Azumarill, and now you have a shield so that you can safely bubble down.
Often in the case of swaps, some Pokemon coming in and out, you may forget how much energy is left. Patamon made no error, made no mistake in his... actually, I think this probably is his first game of the day because he probably had a bye going into Winners Round 2. Really, really clean plays here. Really nice line calls.
Patamon looks so cool, calm, and collected. You have to have that composure when you come into these events. We are seeing that the caliber of players that we have here in this EU region, here in Stuttgart, is so high. When we looked at the groups at the beginning of the day, we were taken by surprise. The strength and quality in these groups, there are only 4 groups, and they look stacked.
I remember looking at Group A, for example, we saw Colin 6, Inadequance, who else? Arceus Aurelius, all in that same group. These are all regional champions, and you know, only 2 of them can escape that group. So at the end of the day, 1 regional champion at minimum is already not going to advance to Day 2.
It is crazy. These are players that are like world level. They have competed on the biggest stage. They want to be there again next season, but you have to compete against some of the best that Europe has to offer. Raging Taz, we know he has so much grassroots experience, so much Go Battle League experience. Patamon showing there in game number 1 that his play Pokemon experience coming out on top so far in this series.
He's played a lot of tournaments, of course, in the past, and this season, he's already adjusted to this meta. Raging Taz hasn't played a tournament this play Pokemon season yet, but of course Pokémon has experience from Gdansk, already has a lot of experience with Skarmory, for example, and while we didn't see it in that game number 1, is that something now you have to expect? Raging Taz must be like, wow, that is really odd that he didn't bring the Skarmory, but I brought the Talonflame and it didn't really do anything. So game 2, do I bring the Talonflame or is he going to stick with no Skarmory? It is such an interesting mind game to observe now as these players need to decide what they're going to bring in game number 2.
I'm interested in your opinion on this because I quite like bringing picks that give you a lot of bench pressure, whether that's, in my experience, Shadow Bastiodon or Shadow Skarmory, just something that makes your opponent think, oh, I really don't want to lose to that Pokemon. And then because they overcompensate, as we suggested that they might, and as Raging Taz did there, he goes for the Dunsparce, the Talonflame, and the Azumarill. He didn't really have his own response to Pataman's Azumarill, and we just saw that that bulk, that pressure, that coverage was just too much to handle. How do you manage when you are against bench pressure Pokemon like Skarmory?
It feels very odd because you feel like you need to respect it, but if the other player is very, very good, they understand that because the opponent has to respect it, you might not even want to bring it. Here we saw Raging Taz bring the Talonflame to compensate for that disadvantage, and it ended up just not paying off whatsoever. Talonflame was extremely weak in that game, and honestly, game number 2, I wouldn't dislike seeing him bring 3x weak to the Skarmory without a Talonflame. As long as you have the Dunsparce, you have the Azumarill, you have enough ways to neutralize that Skarmory, and if you can basically wear it down throughout the course of a game, Superior in the back could look amazing.
I think Superior could be a very interesting pick because we've seen Pataman leading into Malamar and into the Azumarill. And I was going to say, I was like, what is the best option to counter those two Pokemon together? And it probably would be Superior.
At the same time, what doesn't look bad is the Kanto Marowak. Of course, it has a reasonable amount of play into Azumarill, I would say, as long as the Azumarill is already chipped or you have a shield advantage. Many might say it's not a great matchup, but okay, you can always do something. But at the end of the day, Clodsire is a great target. We saw Pataman already bring that. Dunsparce and Malamar, of course, are pretty solid matchups for the Marowak. Just a lot of places where it could go, as long as that Superior is not brought. And Raging Taz, knowing that he just brought the Talonflame, may feel more comfortable playing some things that are weak to the Superior in game number 2.
One thing that I do think is nice about that Kanto Marowak option that you've suggested is that Superior on Pataman's side is not likely to be brought here. We've seen the Talonflame. We know that there is also an Ariados available on the side of Raging Taz. And so the question is, do you make that hard read to bring a Superior into a team with a Talonflame? I don't know if it's worth the gamble.
Yeah, it feels like it's not the right call. Patamon knows he can play this very neutrally, doesn't need to go for RPS in this matchup at all. So if you're already in the driver's seat, you need to play more safe game 2, but Raging Taz, it's his opportunity to take a risk and put this to a game number 3. However, I think Patamon can also read the room and say like, okay, Ariados really does not look good for me. Anytime Raging Taz would want to bring Ariados, he's probably better off bringing the Superior. It does basically the same things it does, and Superior is just more safe into something such as the Malamar, such as the Dunsparce, that it's not really worth the risk to use Ariados to maybe latch it onto the Superior.
I agree. Superior could be the option for Raging Taz. Let's find out. We're getting into this game number 2. Eric, you're absolutely right, and Pataman has called it. He is a genius.
It's over, I think, because Marowak is in the front, Azumarill is in the back. Pataman realizes that he is just laughing. Oh my goodness, Superior is brought in. Oh, actually, this is interesting because Superior up advantage is pretty okay against the Clodsire, but at the end of the day,
I don't think it's going to make any difference.
It doesn't make a difference.
This is exactly the caliber that we are talking about here. Pataman is laughing to himself. He knows his opponent has played ABA weak to Superior. He would have gone through the exact same thought process that Eric and I did here behind the caster desk. Kanto Marowak looking strong for Raging Taz. It doesn't look likely for Pataman to bring Superior, so why not bring it now? It is absolutely working for him. Let's see how this game plays out.
This is what separates the good from the great. And honestly, if the Azumarill is somehow able to bubble down this Clodsire, somehow able to get an ICU onto the Superior, just maybe Raging Taz could pull out a miracle. But if this gets Poison Sting down, I don't see where you go here. Marowak has to come in to take an Earthquake, or Azumarill has to come in to take a Sludge Bomb. I wouldn't have hated seeing Azumarill brought in there, knowing that the Earthquake was probably going to be thrown. But at the same time, as we've already said, what difference does it make? We're just fighting the end of a losing battle here. Rock Slide comes down. Pokémon knows he doesn't have to shield us. I think he already recognizes it's a Azumarill in the back. Even though we had a Malamar, we don't have to shield anything. Bubbles can never rack up enough.
Here comes the Azumarill. Pataman nods his head. He has been looking at his team sheet for his opponent the whole match, trying to calculate what is in the back. Where is my most efficient shield? He recognizes that Azumarill has access to Ice Beam. It is better to shield the Ice Beam than it would be to shield a Rock Slide. He's nodding his head. He knows how dominant a position this is for him.
Now look at these teams, right? Superior lead with Malamar and Clodsire in the back. Imagine if Raging Taz had made the call to use the Ariados. I feel like you would never make that call, but at the same time...
Rick, you told him not to use the Ariados. You said use Superior.
I said Pokémon could expect not to see something like that. But at the same time, Raging Taz, it was the burden was on him to make a risky call, right? Otherwise, it's just going to play out like this, play out like game one, and you're not going to have a shot. The only way to win is for you to take a risk that Pokémon would never see coming.
Pataman has calculated everything so meticulously in this game. Superior landing this aerial ace. It will be enough to take out the Azumarill. We know that the Shadow Kanto Marak will really struggle against the Grass type. The Malamar isn't even needed. Pataman Vine Whips down the Kanto Marak. He takes the series 2-0.
A dominant show from one of the world's best here in day number 1 of Stuttgart. Pataman taking his Skarmory to the skies. And honestly, maybe not to the skies, it was probably sitting on the bench, but at the same time, his other Pokemon look so strong. Azumarill, for example, just such a dominant neutral player. What can you do about the Azumarill if you don't have your own Superior or your Ariados ready to go? Even against something like Ariados, Ice Beam and Bubbles does still so much damage, and we see Pataman using very neutral plays to outwit his opponents in the early rounds here.
And I think this is the real difficulty for players that do have so much grassroots experience, the players who have so much Go Battle League experience. Play Pokemon Circuit is another level. And I think Raging Taz there, we've talked about this bench pressure of Skarmory. He also played ABA Week 2 Skarmory, and he was probably hoping, okay, if my Kanto Marak sees Skarmory in the lead, I will stay in so that Superior is safe in the back. And he was calculating around this Skarmory. It was a distraction the entire time. Pataman actually brings the Superior, and Raging Taz goes, I'm ABA Week to that as well. But this time, I have no play.
The thing is, in that match, right, we already knew that he would probably not account for the Skarmory as much, not bring the Talonflame, so he made call number 1 correct. Call number 2 is he must take a risk. He must play weak to something. Unfortunately, that was Superior, and Pataman caught him trying to play that ABA with a Superior in the lead. And I don't think he was even ABA. That was AAA, because you can't swap on your own Superior at down energy. You're always going to get aerialized first. You're always going to be behind energy, and it's just a losing game from there. And
I think we saw Pataman's reaction when Raging Taz stayed in with that Kanto Marak, but also in game 1 as well, Pataman looked so strong. Well, let's take another look at some of those plays from Raging Taz and Pataman. Two very good players here. Pataman with that little cheeky wink, he knows.
Oh, he goes for the back-to-back.
Yeah, the back-to-back.
Just in case he didn't see it.
Look at his reaction here. There, he starts to smile because he shakes his head and he knows, he goes, I know that you have an Azumarill in the back. That's why I'll save my Superior. I can let this Clod go. I don't need my Clodsire. Superior's going to sweep. He nodded his head when that Azumarill finally came in. Really superb display from the Spaniard.
And maybe Raging Taz need to play a better poker face there. As soon as he saw that lead, he should have just swapped immediately to the Superior, and Pataman would have no reason to believe that there could be an Azumarill in the back. For all he knows, it could be a Talonflame. Just those small things that could maybe trick your opponent, just maybe give you a little bit more of an edge, but staying in there definitely gave away the cards immediately.
I think conceptually, if we were to imagine what else could have happened, if you go straight into your Superior.
Just go straight to Clodsire.
You go straight into Clodsire, right? You let your Superior go down, and then you come in with an Azumarill.
Bubble down.
Full bubble down. You probably allow yourself to take an attack or two, because you'd rather take a Sludge Bomb than a Frenzy Plant, and then maybe you have some Ice Beams available for the Superior. But also at the same time, by that point, when Pataman recognizes that I'm dealing with an Azumarill and a Kanto Marak, I don't think there's much you can do. It was so ABA weak. We've talked about soft ABA in the past. That was extremely ABA, and Pataman came out on top. We've got two more great players ready now. They are sat on the stage. Superior again on both sides.
Oh my goodness, is that a Shadow Caesar from Green Slash? And honestly, I like the name. Green Slash, I feel like, is like a shiny Shadow Caesar in my head.
Yeah, I like that. It learns Trailblaze now. It has Night Slash as well. I think this is pretty thematic.
Yeah, if it's a shiny one, I think we're right on theme here. Dugong, of course, I think pairs very well with the Caesar. Just generally, this core being able to cover for that flying type Caesar on the ground, dealing huge damage to basically everything that comes its way. And then Primeape so far we see a very interesting team. We have a couple of glassy Pokemon for Alligator, Caesar, Primate, but on the other hand, Superior, Dugong, Cloudstar to round it out. This is a very cool team. I think it'll be fun to play.
So what I like about this team is that the Caesar and the Primate are pressure.
Right.
You really don't want to allow either of those Pokemon to sweep here. And Green Slash could, again, as we saw with that Skarmory and bench pressure, he could operate these Pokemon as similar bench pressure and then lean into the Pokemon that we expect to see more frequently, your Feraligatr, Clodsire core. You've got such a solid core there. You've got Dugong, which has bulk and debuff potential. Superior, we've seen, has so much play. And then these two wild card options. And Scappo will need to think, how do I deal with Pokemon that are so different, but both so threatening?
And if you're a top player such as Scafo, in these early rounds, you don't want to be playing against any wild cards. You don't want to be playing against Heal with the Shadow Caesar, but it seems like he's got the right answers here. Talonflame, I feel like, is basically all you need here for that Caesar. And on the other hand, could make your Superior very, very safe into the opponents. At the end of the day, though, Feraligatr from both teams looks really strong just as a swap. Superior, it's an answer for Feraligatr on both ends, but at the end of the day, if you're behind energy, if you're behind shields, you can always take an Ice Beam to the face, and that Feraligatr will just clean up the rest of your team.
I think Primate looks pretty good here, if I'm honest. I think perhaps you could use your Dugong to soft lose but debuff your opponent. If you can get any kind of farm down with either Primate or Scizor or even Shadow Feraligatr, there is a lot of potential there for Green Slash. I'm very excited to see how he operates and uses those Pokemon. Let's get straight into game number 1.
It's Clodsire into that Feraligatr. Green Slash shakes his head. Not sure. I feel like this is where you want to see it because you got that Primate in the back. As long as you get an advantage out here with the Shadow Feraligatr, this backline doesn't look too great at coming into it.
I think this is a great position for Green Slash. I'm very interested to see how he plays the shield scenarios because we know that Feraligatr can be threatened by Clodsire, particularly in the one shield. Scappo is giving up his first shield available straight away, going for that Earthquake. Will Green Slash match that shield?
I want to bring up something very quickly here. It's a very high rank Feraligatr, I can tell, because you're taking a little bit less damage per Poison Sting. Scoffle, I believe he recognized that, knew that he couldn't knock it out with the Stone Edge and those Poison Stings. Is going to come to take this move with the Feraligatr. Does this set up an opportunity for the Primate to maybe farm down? I love this recognition.
I really like this. Coming in with that Primate, giving one shield back, okay? There's another shield available. You don't want to take this Hydro Cannon. It'll do a ton of damage to the Primate, and now you will pay so quickly to these Rage Fists.
Wait, I love this, because if you throw this Rage Fist, he has to throw the Hydro Cannon. Wait, what?
I think Green Slash was going for the very, very optimistic Karate Chop down. He's allowed Scappo to reach another Hydro Cannon, and all of a sudden, that game plan has completely changed. How is Green Slash going to deal with this? I still think that there is a lot of opportunity for him, but the problem is there is a shield available and a really positive matchup here for Scappo.
What was very interesting there, if he actually threw off that Rage Fist and got the shield, and that Feraligatr came in and farmed down, this would be a winning game, I think.
I think that would have been the best play there. Green Slash maybe recognizes it. Going to come in with his own Clodsire here. It's not a Sludge Bomb Clodsire though, so Stone Edge won't do as much damage as it could have. Scappo looks in a really great position.
But look, the switch timers are a little bit desynced here. This is still not Earthquake range. Very important to note that, as, look, oh wait.
I think that this is pretty close to Earthquake range.
This is, I think he still hangs on. It will be a...
Scappo will be very comfortable, but Green Slash Clodsire is going to get very, very close after an Earthquake lands.
That's right. And because the switch timers are slightly misaligned, this could introduce an opportunity for Feraligatr to maybe come in, farm down the Clodsire, and have an Ice Beam ready for the Superior. This is not over yet.
It's definitely not over. Clodsire mirrors are very, very tricky because Poison Stings does so little damage. So he's actually...
Oh, I love this. I love this. This is the play.
This is the play.
Oh my goodness. I didn't even think about it. But he's going to come in with the Feraligatr now. Farm down. Is this the advantage he needs? That swap timer's not up. Can he get to it? No. The Stone Edge is right there. And the Feraligatr misses out on a heartbeat.
Eric showing that he also would have lost this game. It was so close there for Green Slash. He did have the option to throw that Earthquake. He went for the Stone Edge and the farm down. We completely understand. We respect that play, but really, really dominant from Scappo, taking advantage of his opponent's mistakes. And that's what you've got to do. You've just got to play against the person in front of you. Scappo doing that there, taking game number 1.
you don't always have to play better, you just have to make less mistakes. Scoffle showing us he's a player who doesn't know how to make mistakes. Probably one of the most consistent trainers in EU to not have won a regional championship. Actually, last month, he was able to get his first medal. That is a crazy statement to say that he got his first medal only a month ago after even going 5th place at the World Championships. But Green Slash honestly put on a pretty good showing there, showed that he knew what he was doing, but just slight errors in the Rage Fist there basically cost him the game. I think if he threw the Rage Fist there, he cleanly wins.
I think so too. I think Green Slash is a player that his team has a lot of potential. Maybe there's an element of it's fairly early in the event this weekend, you're on stream, maybe nerves are slightly getting the better of you, but he has the opportunity to make up for it in this next game. He needs to win. He doesn't want to go down 2 games to 0. That would put him in the losers bracket. I want to see some Primate plays, and I would love to see some Shadow Sizzle plays as well. Scapo showing that Superior, just so bulky, just so brilliant as well.
This is a trainer who's made a lot of interesting calls in the past. He has played Shadow Grimer, for example, at EUIC and got actually top 17. That is very impressive. And has also gone top 20 in the Mexico City special event. So definitely a trainer who's been all over the place. And it's nice to see him here in Stuttgart as well, trying to take that Caesar to the top. And of course, the nerves have got to be there, but you're playing against Scoffle 99 this early in the tournament. I don't think any trainer wants to be in this position, but he's going to have to turn it around. Going to be a lot to ask for, especially Scoffle kind of in control of this game, understanding that his Clodsire is just so strong, can even swap it to an extent. And what do? Lead for Alligator again?
Well, he's gone for the Superior.
Exactly.
He did lead the for Alligator. Scarfo has absolutely called it. Superior showing once again how dominant it could be. Dugong is coming in here. This has to shield a Frenzy Plant because it will do a ton of damage.
Is there a way to not shield this and put this game on the Caesar? Caesar is good into all 3, right?
I don't know if Caesar can quite do everything, but I really like the pick of Caesar because it has so much play both into the Superior and the Clodsire. That is the core that Scapo used in Game 1. He's using it again in Game 2 with the Feraligatr as his pivot, but he is recognizing how much play Superior has here.
I think he's trying to get this catch. Oh, goes for the Frenzy Plant. This is going to be debuffed. Green Slash can safely no-shield this, but at the same time, if you do, then he just comes with the Feraligatr and tries to farm you all the way down. Is that the play that Scoffle makes? It is. Catches a drill run. Well, not really a catch, but...
Yeah, I think this was nice from Green Slash. Recognized the Feraligatr was coming in, so opted for the drill run instead of the Icy Wind. And now he comes in with his own Feraligatr. He is looking to put a lot on the Sizzle in the end.
He goes for a charge attack priority and he actually loses it, meaning that he needs to shield this or take a ton of health onto that Feraligatr before even doing anything to Scoffo.
I think this is okay because once you get this Feraligatr down, the Sizzle could have play. Let's remember that Clodsire has Sludge Bomb. You're actually going to undercharge this so that you can get a little bit of energy.
I like that.
Just one more Shadow Claw could be useful into whatever comes back in. The Superior comes back in. Can you reach? You're not going to reach that next Hydro Cannon anyway. But Superior can tank a lot of the energy. Aerial Ace, I still think, will do a decent amount. Shadow Caesar is not bulky by any means.
Oh no, here comes the bullet punches, but this Aerial Ace, you would think it's one of the worst charge attacks in the game, but it's gonna look like a huge, hard-hitting move onto the Caesar. Actually, that took it pretty well, honestly.
That was okay. Let's remember, you're double resisting the Vinelets, right? You're going to double resist the poison stings from the Clodsire.
Oh wait, do you no-shield this?
I mean, I think you have to.
He does. Okay. Maybe his play here into the Clodsire, but to this, is there an extent where you actually get Poison Sting all the way down?
Poison Sting has to do some damage, and Sizzle doesn't have a huge amount of HP, so Green Slash is putting a lot onto the Sizzle here. Trailblaze, it's just not doing enough. Can you reach another attack? You will reach another attack. No, you won't! That is heartbreak for Green Slash. Dugong doesn't have much to work with either. Scapo, very, very dominant, showing that his bulk and his Clodsire Feraligatr core will come out on top.
I wonder what would have happened if he swapped into Caesar there, right? You swap the Caesar, he can't bring in Feraligatr, right? He would have to Aerial Ace and then go to the Feraligatr, but that could make things kind of weird, right?
It could have made things kind of weird. I think a lot of the plays we're seeing is this ABA to Superior, and it's not working. You can't. I think there, in that scenario, if you were going to play ABA, maybe you lead the Dugong instead.
Superior is like Marowak. It's one of those Pokemon that is always played in the lead. Within the backline, you have two things completely hard countering any answers to the Pokemon. You're always playing an ABB, so being ABA weak to Superior is probably one of the most criminal things you can do.
Yeah, Superior always in the lead, in the back or on the bench. Definitely one of those places. But when it is in the lead and you get that ABA from your opponent, it's almost too easy.
It feels like cheating, because like your opponent, we saw Possumine versus Raging Taz there. Both players are just laughing. They're like, well, that's that.
Yeah, I just, when it comes up on our screen, Eric's head just goes into his hands. He knows how devastating this can be. He's a top player as well. He's performed at LAIC recently at Sacramento as well. How does it feel now being behind the caster desk and you're not competing for the first time in a while?
Yeah, it feels good to have played all the tournaments this season so far and really feel like I understand the meta to this point, where it's super cool to see how these players have adapted throughout this entire timeline to play the final tournament of the maxed out season, and it feels beautiful to see it come full circle. We started with Cloudsire Gator, we went to Diggersby Talkspecs, and now we're at a point where everything is being used. It's a reunion.
This is exactly what I wanted to ask you about. We start with that Cloudsire for Alligator at the very beginning of the max out meta, and we're now maybe back to it. Now, do you remember that, as you said, after Cloudsire for Alligator, the meta shifted towards Diggersby Toxapex. Could Diggersby Toxapex be a play this weekend?
I think it could be a great call into Cloudsire and for Alligator, but at the same time, we have to consider A-Slash is on the rise so much. Alolan Sandslash obviously has great matchups into Diggersby, great matchups in Toxapex. Despite taking a double super effective Fire Punch, you can just never get quick attack down if you are the non-Shadow, and it's a very, very dominant matchup overall, as long as you're up shields. And just that Pokemon being in the meta right now makes it very discouraging to use Diggersby or Toxapex.
And what about if you brought answers to that Alolan Sandslash? We've obviously got Annihilate available. I love Annihilate. Are you an Annihilate fan, or are you a Primeape fan?
I think Annihilate is way better than Primeape.
Yeah?
Like, without question. But
without question?
Without question,
okay.
Annihilate is better. But into a team that has Alolan Sandslash, they're not going to be weak to Annihilate. Outside that Alolan Sandslash, they're going to have 5 Pokemon that you don't want to play Annihilate into. And while you have a counter to Alolan Sandslash, that counter is so hard to bring. And if they don't bring the Alolan Sandslash to that game and triple up on counters to the counter, you are just in so much trouble.
You're in so much trouble, but we didn't see an Annihilate here. We saw a Primeape. Let's take another look at some of those games that we had from Scafo and Green Slash.
All right. First game here, I think it was that for Alligator that put on a show for Scoffle. Both players very focused going into game number 1, and Scoffle making such good use of these hard-hitting Hydro Cannons, taking out the Primeape here. This is where Green Slash made the critical error of not throwing this Rage Fist. Maybe he got in a little bit too much in his own head, and that caused him to not be as strong in that game number 2. Big hit from the Hydro Cannon, and here comes that Shadow Caesar. Those Poison Stings don't look double resisted, and Scoffo takes game number 2 pretty convincingly here in winners round 2.
I think we all have a lot of sympathy there for that game 1 with Green Slash. When you slightly miscount, you know that we've all been in that situation before, and it's heartbreaking. You had so much energy available for that Primeape. Let's remember that Rage Fist is a Community Day attack. It was released very, very recently. It gives you a guaranteed boost. If he had got that Karate Chop down, he would have had a ton of energy and then boosted energy to offload into Scapo's team, but Scapo, superbly played.
And Safe for Alligator had shielded that. I mean, oh my goodness. Here we go. Primeape, Forretress, Drifblim, and Marowak from Inadequance up against Neumann Sol. These two are wearing the same shirt. That's because they're teammates playing against your teammate in round 2. That is not optimal.
Now, this is Inadequance's first regional event since his World Championship performance in Honolulu, Hawaii, in which he came second. He is a master of spice, and the question here is, what is he bringing? He has that Fortress. Now, I am not convinced. I'm not entirely persuaded he's running a Primeape with Ice Punch and Cross Chop. I'm interested to see what actually comes out. If you
There's no way, right?
You can't not run Rage Fist. So maybe that is something. There we go. Thank you very much. It is the Rage Fist. It is the close combat as we expected. And the Dugong, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, probably your favorite Pokemon at the moment, but also the Shadow Drifblim. This is a really interesting pick because Astonish, for anyone that doesn't know, has exactly the same parameters as Mudslap. They both do a ton of damage, but Drifblim is just so good into Pokemon like Clodsire, as well as Superior, Ariados, and of course, opposing Annihilate.
The thing is, these fast attacks are so strong neutrally, but they both come with a huge downside. Astonish, double resisted into normal types. Mudslap, double resisted into flying types. So both of them, although they seem very good at doing a lot of damage, there is a huge caveat to that. Drifblim, of course, it's nice in this meta because not many people are using Stone Edge on the Clodsire. So Clodsire always gets 2 shields from Drifloon. That's probably one of the worst things about running this Pokemon as opposed to other ghost types. You see Neumann-Saul here has the Mandibuzz for that Drifloon, has the Drapion, has the Dunsparce. I feel like there's not a whole lot of room for it to go. But how about that Fortress?
I think Fortress is a really interesting pick. I've tried it myself in scrims. It didn't quite do enough for me.
No, it doesn't.
And I think that it is very slow, but it can cause a lot of pressure. If you look at it into this team, it has play into the Feraligatr, into the Mandibuzz, and into that Superior there. So the question is, for Luke, for Neumann-Saul on the right-hand side, to what extent can you disrespect a core breaker that you otherwise don't think has a lot of neutral play? That's the question. I would consider playing a soft ABA into something like a Fortress and just hope and assume that your opponent is trying to use it as bench pressure, because you do also have the Shadow Drapion, which has a ton of play into Martine's team. It just wants to avoid that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but even
you have so much pressure for the Marowak, right?
Yeah, exactly that. You can really put that Marowak under pressure, but you are also trying to think about these strange picks that Martine has picked, and you really, really want to try and get in the head of your opponent. Lots of players have said Martine is one of the best line readers there is, so if Martine wins lead, then maybe they're absolutely right.
Yeah, and another thing for Neumann-Saul is you have to maybe play risky ABA. Drapion in the front, Dunsparce in the back, Drapion in the front, Feraligatr in the back. But any combination of those 3 cannot be played front and back because a lead into Kanto Marowak, you basically lose on the spot.
Yeah, that is dangerous, dangerous play. For anyone that isn't familiar with Shadow Kanto Marowak, it can 2-shield the entire way through a Shadow Feraligatr and comes out with energy. That is scary. You don't want that to happen.
And why stop at Feraligatr? It can do that to almost everything in this game. At the same time, you can't swap a Feraligatr into a Marowak, and you can't lead into a Marowak. So it feels very awkward to an extent. But how is he going to overcome that, though? Does that mean he needs to bring the Superior? It seems so risky into the Fortress, into the Drifblim. But sometimes you gotta make the calls, make those risks, and it's gonna be game 1 already. Mandibuzz into the Dugong.
Shock of the century, Martine wins lead. He always knows what his opponent is doing. And now look at this, the Shadow Kanto Marowak counter swap into the Water-type Shadow Feraligatr, fully expecting to see 2 shields from Martine here, coming out and getting the alignment he needs in the back.
I think we already see where this one's going. Primeape in the back is gonna be aligned to the Dunsparce. Dugong is gonna be on the Mandibuzz. Where do you even go here if you're Neumann-Saul? Do you have to let this go and farm down with the Mandibuzz? Hope that it gives you even a reasonable amount of play? I don't think so, because the Dunsparce in the back has no use.
Honestly, this is going to be a very, very punishing situation when that Primeape comes onto the field. Rock Slide, it will do super effective to Mandibuzz, but Rock Slide, it's not an entirely energy efficient attack. It doesn't even take it into the yellow. Mandibuzz is just so bulky, and
this doesn't knock out.
No, he's just going to go for an Aerial Ace and maybe a little bit of a farm down here.
Yeah, to some extent, you don't want to give the Dugong too much farm on the way out. Is the Marowak going to reach it? Yes, it's a rarely good Marowak. He's going to get to this Rock Slide, put it in the red, but Mandibuzz so tanky, hanging on to 2 Shadow Rock Slides. And now, Dugong, I think it just cleans up the game here. Do you even need this Primeape? Yeah, you need the Primeape. And I think your call here is maybe you shield a close combat and save your energy, but no. You always want to save your energy as a Dunsparce, right? You want to throw it as soon as your opponent is debuffed. But throwing it here, he always no shields, and he can just build up 2 close combats.
Yeah, this now looks pretty...
Oh!
That is an interesting play. I think Martine could have maybe just gone for straight close combats at this point. So going for that Rage Fist there, that is interesting, but Primeape is a Pokemon that not many players have a huge amount of experience playing against, so I'm sure that he has strategies lined up. He will now need to shield this and build up to those 2 close combats. Let's remember Dugong has a ton of health. I think Dugong's going to be absolutely fine in the back, regardless of what happens here.
Yeah, close combats come down, getting to the perfect timing. Dunsparce actually allowed to throw the charge attack here. 2 shields, no Mandibuzz. This is going to be a really sad showing for everyone at home. If you think Mandibuzz can use these 2 shields, it won't. It's just going to get Ice-Shard all the way down.
I really like that win-con recognition from Martine there. He saw, look, I'm not going to be able to take out the Dunsparce after that Rage Fist was no shielded. Instead, I'm just going to put everything on Dugong, and I'm absolutely fine to do that. Force the Dunsparce to throw energy. Yeah.
That was almost funny to see how little damage it does. I don't think I've seen a foul play from a Mandibuzz onto a Dugong for a long time now, and I think that's why people don't...
charged?
I think it was fully charged.
I don't know, maybe if I was Neumantel, I would actually have half charged it to just throw Martine off as to how much damage it does, you know?
Because the person who got second at Worlds would have no idea. They'd be like, wow, that did nothing.
Yeah, exactly. He would have just been like, I don't know what happened there. Maybe my dugong is very bulky.
Yeah, surely he would trick himself into thinking that, but no, can't put that past him. Game number 2, I'm wondering if Martine already knows what he's going to pick. I wouldn't be shocked if he's already locked in, but if Neumantel is wanting to not go 0-2 here, he's going to need to take a risk, play something unpredictable, and Adequins definitely is familiar with him as a player and knows how to read him maybe a little bit better than if it was someone else, but at the same time, you have to play maybe not like yourself, but just randomly and hope you get the right alignment.
Yeah, Martine knows what he's doing. As you say, these are teammates. They know each other, but Martine is so confident here, and that puts a lot of pressure on your opponent, especially when you see a player like Inadequate sat opposite you. When they're this confident, it just plays with your mind.
And I imagine they're telling each other in their headsets like, oh man, what are you going to bring? And Martine's just like, you'll find out in a couple minutes. And you just got
Martine checking his nails, checking the time, winking at the camera.
He's locked in a long time ago.
He knows exactly what he wants to do. And we saw that even in game 1. He didn't need the Primate. He allowed the Primate to go down. What he prioritized was ensuring that the Dunsparce was energy dry, so they wouldn't have anything to throw into that Dugong. He was so comfortable in the end game. Dugong clearing it up.
I wonder if Martine plays Drifblim in the lead here and maybe tries to catch an ABA like Serperior and Marowak, because Neumantel just played so strong in the Drifblim. This would be the right call for Martine to bring it, being like, okay, he brought counters and I didn't bring the Drifblim. The next game, he probably won't bring those counters again. So this might just be the opportunity, and these are definitely the kind of plays
Eric, Martine might be thinking one step ahead of you, right? He might be thinking,
two steps ahead.
Yeah. He might be thinking, oh, my opponent knows that I didn't bring Drifblim game 1. He'll think I must be bringing it game 2, and he'll go again strong into Drifblim.
And then I think Fortress could be good here, honestly. Fortress, if he brings like Mandibuzz or Gator, for example, actually Fortress is probably not that good for Alligator.
It's a little bit difficult into for Alligator because Alligator
that is so sad.
It's just for Alligator paces just so quickly. Let's get straight into game number 2. We have the Prime 8 lead. It's against the Superior. This is actually okay for Neumantel.
Yeah, Martine shakes his head a little bit because he knows, oh yeah, this is what I was talking about! The ABA to Drifblim, exactly what I called out, and he made that read. However, if this alignment is not gained for Neumantel, that for Alligator in the back is not going to be aligned to that Drifblim, and that Marowak is in huge trouble. But it's in trouble either way, I think.
I think this is tricky because Shadow Drifblim has a ton of play, but usually it needs shields. So the question is, do you call a close combat and get this shield? You've gone up to 2.
Oh no! The close combat! Oh, actually, you hang on here.
Yes,
Can you make it
super bulky?
Oh, nice charge attack priority from Martine. And here, you come in with the Marowak and just try to farm as much as you can. Dugong, because if you're behind even a little, you can't come in. Dugong comes in, and for Alligator, okay, I think the Drifblim can clean up here now.
Martine, so smart there, recognizing immediately that his Primate would get mud-slapped down. It was double debuffed after this close combat. And now he has forced the alignment in the back. He knows Shadow Drifblim is going to be so dominant against Shadow Kanto Marowak in the endgame.
Look at Smartine here, making the right reads, getting the drill run onto this for Alligator. And honestly, does he know there's a Marowak in the back? Because playing ABA weak to the Drifblim is a little criminal to an extent. And
he doesn't mind at this point. As soon as you've got the Feraligator into this health, you know that no matter what, you're going to be able to astonish it down. So that is very Smartine.
What could he be afraid of? What if he thinks there's a Mandibuzz in the back here? He could be in huge trouble. So maybe Martine is not feeling too safe about this game so far. Maybe he asked him like, okay, what's in the back? And he's just like, hands up. All right, I surrender. It's a Marowak. We're about to see, though, Primate comes into the Marowak. Here's the Drifblim. And although the Marowak is a little ahead on energy, maybe it can do a little damage here, but I don't think it's enough. Primate still in the back. You simply just shield the first one.
Shield, debuff. Icy Wind, then you can take the next one. The Feraligator does have energy, but let's remember the Primate also has energy and a ton of health as well.
Yeah, and these Astonishes are so frightening to see onto the Marowak. It's going to put it already in the yellow health range. Icy Wind going to put it even lower in terms of attack, and Rock Slide here is no threat whatsoever to the Drifblim.
Yeah, Rock Slide, it is super effective, but it is debuffed. I still think it will do a decent chunk. It won't be enough to knock out Martine. Shadow Drifblim is going to farm down this Marowak. It's going to have an attack available into this Feraligator. The switch clock's not up. Feraligator didn't even go for the attack. back there. And Martine is taking this game number 2. He's talking to his opponent whilst he's charging at that second attack. Very, very dominant display from the world champion runner-up.
And I want to say something real quick. This is actually winners round 3. It just changed a little bit at the top there. So this means Smartine will be moving into the semifinals of his group already. This is a very tough group, and I think in the semifinals, if Arceus Aurelius already made it pretty far, he'll be playing against him and then Colin in the finals, if the seeding works out that way.
Well, I actually think that Colin has dropped already into the losers bracket, so very Smartine could be on his way to these group winners finals if he can keep going. I know he's got a ton of support in the crowd, but they're also supporting each other. They are teammates and friends, same as us.
Yeah, I mean, what a great show of line reads there from Martine. I mean, he does it the best. He really is the alignment expert. You said he was someone who brings a lot of spicy teams, but really what he's better known for is alignment.
Yeah, he is very good at reading his opponent, understanding what do you want to bring? What do you think will be good against me? And I will counter it. And I really like the way that he switched out. He had that Primate. It had taken out the Superior. And as soon as he saw that Shadow Kanto Marowak, he thought, I have a Dugong and a Shadow Drifblim in the back. Both of them are very strong against Shadow Kanto Marowak. So why don't I preserve my Primate? Come in with the Dugong and I can bait out an answer to the Shadow Drifblim, right? So the Feraligatr then comes in and he goes, perfect, I'm gonna deal with the Kanto Marowak in the back. Anyway, I can use Dugong to get this Feraligatr low. Primate can sweep up as well. Just really, really meticulously played, top level.
Well, he had to make that call that it was Kanto Marowak in the back. If that was Mandibuzz in the back and he just hard swapped Dugong, that was game over. Like,
well, actually, Mandibuzz is running Air Slash,
right?
And Shadow Drifblim with Icy Wind actually has win conditions against Mandibuzz with Air Slash.
Okay,
yeah.
Not so bad. But at the same time, making those reads is what he does best, and it's going to allow him to move so far into the tournament already with a very, very cool team.
Now, Mandibuzz versus Moltres. I know you're a big fan of Moltres. Talk to me. Why are people bringing Air Slash Mandibuzz in this event?
It's so much better into Moltres. It's gonna allow you to win the 0s, the 1s, and the 2s in those even shield scenarios. Of course, before Moltres, because it resists those scenarios, just puts on more pressure with Ancient Power, for example, in the 0s. You land an Ancient Power and it's in Brave Bird.
So you're talking about Mandibuzz versus Moltres. You're saying, look, Mandibuzz with Air Slash, it has a lot more play into opposing Moltres. What about outside of those two Pokemon play into the rest of the meta? Which one would you rather have?
Feraligatr, so much cleaner for Mandibuzz. You never have to shield. Before, if you were running Snarl and Dark Pulse, and if they shielded a Dark Pulse in the 2s, you would actually lose the 2 shield scenario, but with Air Slash, it is such a clean matchup, and we have to consider the actual direct matchup, Moltres versus Mandibuzz, because Moltres is used 33% of the time in this tournament in day 1. So just having the cleaner dark flying type matchup is going to allow Mandibuzz to just be a little bit stronger. Of course, Marowak, much cleaner. You always hang on to 2 rock slides. Moltres, of course, it goes down to 1 rock slide if you've already thrown Brave Bird, so definitely some lose cons there.
I think there's definitely a lot of argument for both of the Pokemon. We know that Sucker Punch is such a solid attack. It puts a ton of fast attack pressure, and you can almost bully your opponent with oppressive Sucker Punch damage. Air Slash, it's not an entirely efficient fast attack. It does give you better play into the fighters. So a Primate, for example, it's a fighting type Pokemon. It resists Sucker Punch damage, whereas Mandibuzz gives you a dark flying option with that fast aerial ace flying type pressure. And so there may be a difference as well that players are considering.
Mandibuzz is definitely for players who love alignment, but Moltres is for players who love neutral play. It allows you way more options into Dunsparce, way more options into Azumarill, even Sandslash. Those 3 matchups are incredibly cursed for Mandibuzz. And honestly, Moltres, it's not great into those, but you definitely have a very reasonable amount of options when against all those Pokemon. Up shields, up energy, they all start to become pretty okay.
And do you think that for players at home, if you don't have a Galarian Moltres, is Mandibuzz an adequate swap-in?
I don't think it's a substitute whatsoever. Their role is far too different inside of teams. Mandibuzz, for example, always comes with Superior, and often Galarian Moltres, you don't want to run that Pokemon with Superior whatsoever. I think most of those teams are Galarian Moltres and Ariados instead in that grass type spot. So huge differences overall in those 2 Pokemon, which just go outside. Go for that daily adventure incense. Try to trade with your local community. Galarian Moltres is an absolute staple, and I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon.
This is the thing I love about Eric. He's got so much in his head. He's got so much to say, but we've got another player that has quite a lot to say that we want to hear from. That is Martine. He's available for an interview right now.
Special event Utrecht champion, runner-ups at the World Championship, and of course, my favorite co-caster, don't tell the others, Martijn. How are we feeling today?
Thank you for those two kind words, Leo. That is me. I feel good. Just want to battle. Yeah, here I am.
I mean, you have brought a very interesting pick to the tournament, the Fortress. I know that all of your teams are very well thought through. What is the meaning behind this? Why are you running Fortress? It comes out of nowhere.
Well, it was on your cast prediction, so that's why I had to run it. Now,
Because you beat me at the locals with it.
that's true, I did. It wasn't even close. No, the reason why I brought Fortress is I built a team around Giratina. Leo, 2 days ago, I had to break my heart. I had to replace Giratina with Drifblim. Shadow Marowak just mowed through my teams. I just couldn't do it. And I had to bench Giratina for Drifblim. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if anyone expected Giratina. But Drifblim did this job, so I can't say I'm unhappy about it.
Yeah, it looked very dominant against the Marowak in the end there. And of course, I think Giratina's time will come again and it will shine again. Your time is today, maybe. So you're, of course, a top contender for the title again. And you're playing a very special team. So I think not many people have prepared for it. You've probably looked at the competition. What or who could stop you?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
What or who could stop you? Plus a very long generic intro.
Anyone who gets good alignment against me, I think, right? I saw my friends, my teammate Tonton had to take some risk against me because the team composition was tough. But my round 1 opponents, or round 2 technically, because I had a bye, round 1, had a bit of a better team composition into me. I couldn't exactly find a way into the Ferrothorn until I did. But it just comes down to that. And fortunately in game 2, Tonton didn't bring the Dunsparce. I had to bait it out if there was. He swapped in the Marowak, so I was like, bonus points, because I didn't expect that. I had to bait out Dunsparce. But you know, things worked out the way I needed them. And hopefully that will continue for the rest of the tournament.
So you said that you had trouble beating a Ferrothorn. Is the answer in this meta to spice even more spice?
Yes. You know what would have been great into the Ferrothorn? Giratina. That would have been great. This Ferrothorn had Thunder in round 2, so Drifblim even wasn't exactly safe from it. But I do like to bring off-meta picks. Of course, going back to that Fortress, just really has good coverage into Pokemon like Azumarill, absolutely shuts it down. Alone Sanchez is a great matchup. Superior is a decent matchup, and those are like really meta picks. I didn't bring it into Tonton, even though he had Mandibuzz and the Dugong to target. I didn't really think he would bring those Pokemon. He would bring more Pokemon like that. Marowak, you bring the Dunsparce. Dunsparce, I do see as a positive matchup for Fortress, slightly, but it's not a matchup I would like to use the Fortress for. Fortress is just there to lock Pokemon down or get an NG advantage, Earthquake like a Drapion or a Morpeko later on.
All right, fair enough. There you have it, the Fortress Masterclass. Martijn, thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the rest of your tournament, and we're going to kick it right back to the casters.
Welcome back, trainers, and yes, thank you, Martijn, for all of that amazing information on Fortress and how to master it. It's amazing to see him back playing after, I think his last battle, his last tournament was when he came second in the World Championship.
He's been casting so much this season. He's been keeping an eye on the meta, on the usage, on the trends as to what everyone else is thinking is strong. And then he comes in with that anti-meta, that spice. And we spoke a little bit during the match about the bench pressure of Fortress. He's maybe talking about it there. He's just saying to any future opponents, by the way, it's not just bench pressure. This is what it can do. But we have another 2 players here. We have Hikami against Dean. These are also teammates. And indeed, for anyone wondering at home, Hikami had a little bit of a hiccup, right? There was a team registration error, and that means he was given a game loss, and he's only allowed to use 5 of his Pokemon. It's not the first time this has happened. Do you remember Elche at the World Championships a couple of years ago?
Yeah, it was amazing to see how well you were still able to do incredibly well with 5 Pokemon, and Elche highlighted that. I think I was in the World Championships in London 2022, and it was brilliant to see. So here we can see that the Feraligatr and the Sandslash there, I think all of these Pokemon are relatively meta Pokemon that we see all the time. How do you think that Hikami will be able to play when he's a Pokemon down? Have you been in that situation yourself?
I think I have, in the sense that I've usually brought something so ridiculously spicy that doesn't actually have any play that I am effectively running with 5 Pokemon.
Sure.
But look, you do have a Shadow Feraligatr, you do have a Shadow Drapion, and you've got the Azumarill, and these are 3 Pokemon that have an immense amount of play and flexibility in this meta. You also have the Alolan Sandslash and the Superior that we are seeing can put a lot of pressure on your opponents. We mentioned LJ. I think it was the Yokohama World Championship.
Oh, was it Yokohama?
Yeah, that he managed to top cut there with 5 Pokemon, and he is going to be up here. Hikami versus Dinoski with a Hakamoa. Do you have any thoughts as to this dragon fighting type Pokemon?
I love the fact that Dinoski has brought something different and unusual. Hakamoa, fantastic with the Brick Break, which is now able to debuff against its opponents as well. So that is going to be a useful thing to have in the repertoire. Perhaps as well, Hakamoa is one of those Pokemon that, as you just said, Tom Hawk, is going to be a sort of a spice pick. Maybe it's going to offer some bench pressure, and maybe Dinoski is just keeping it there and is planning to operate with the other 5 Pokemon he has. New thing.
What I think I like about Hakamoa, right, is that as a dragon type that resists water and a fighting type that resists dark, you are able to wall the charge attack energy from Shadow Drapion. So lots of players are looking to use Shadow Drapion as a safe swap. Dean goes, look, I've actually got multiple answers to this. Hakamoa, Dunsparce and Gastrodon, all with relatively positive matchups into that Pokemon. So Hikami will need to think, what is my most flexible pick? Let's get very, very shortly into game number 1.
Okay, so the lead comes in, and it is Charger Bug, which is relatively safe against the Alolan Slash. It's a relatively even matchup here, as the Volt Switches are going to do neutral to the Alolan Sandslash, but the Sandslash attacking with Powder Snow in response.
Yeah, shiny Charger Bug there in the lead. It's forced to go for the Discharge. We know that X-Scissor, the Bug-type attack, resisted by the Steel-type Alolan Sandslash, but Alolan Sandslash, it's not the Shadow variant, right? So this Discharge isn't doing a ton of damage, and Hikami now going for this Drill Run. It will be hard hitting. It won't threaten a knockout. You will need 2 attacks here.
Yes, absolutely. So the Drill Run's going to drop it to about 40% of its health, but now it's a race to see who gets the next charge attack, and it is going to be that Ice Punch from the Alolan Sandslash. At this range, I'm not sure if it KOs though. What do you think?
I think that this will be enough to take out that Charger Bug.
Oh, it does.
It does, and now Dean is going to come in with this Gastrodon. Look at this oppressive Mud Slap damage. Hikami doesn't want that. He doesn't want to give a free farm down. He's going to come in with Shadow Feraligatr instead. The problem is Gastrodon has 2 shields. It can force its way through Feraligatr if Dean wants that.
And I think that might be a sensible thing to do here, potentially, because it then gives that alignment. Although, however, the Hakamoa isn't back, and I don't think Dinoski realizes that Hikami has his Azumarill there, so maybe not the matchup you want to see as Hakamoa. So I wonder, how is Gastrodon going to be used here? Letting this go through, and here comes the Hakamoa.
The difficulty here, Dean has made a read. He really absolutely does not want to see an Azumarill in the back. He's preserving the Hakamoa, saves the shield for the Feraligatr, and will probably get the full farm down because the switch clocks were misaligned. I'm very interested to see what his reaction is when this Azumarill comes in.
Waiting for that shake of the head. Oh no, there is. Oh yes, there it is. He's not happy to see that. And Azumarill, so the Hakamoa has to now drop that Brick Break in because it's a single resistance on a Fairy type as opposed to Dragon Claw, which would be a double resistance. So the sensible play here, but still not ideal.
I think the difficulty for Dean is that he is making reads based on what a typical an ABB situation would look like.
Sure.
The problem for Hikami, he only has 5 Pokemon. He's limited in the safety of his lines, and so there might be elements of ABA that Dean wasn't expecting. Hikami showing that you can still do it with 5 Pokemon. Azumarill with such a dominant matchup into Hakamoa.
Just look at how minimal the damage was from that Dragon Claw here. And as well, and Azumarill, as Alolan Sandslash is able to catch the body slam. Dinoski is reacting. Oh my goodness, it goes from bad to worse here.
That was a huge catch for Hikami. Wanted to come in very, very quickly, force the energy. Dean, head in his hands. He knows that he hasn't quite done what he wanted to do in this game. Azumarill showing that even with 5 Pokemon, it doesn't matter. It's so bulky. It's almost 2 Pokemon by itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Play rough here, double super effective on this Hakamoa. Not that that was even needed here. The amount of damage, phenomenal. And Azumarill dominates here. Hikami with 5 Pokemon gets a win. So now it is tied 1-1. So impressive. 5 Pokemon. I can't believe he did that.
Do you know what I always find interesting? When you have a team registration error like this, what is the Pokemon that Hikami has lost? That's the question.
Yeah.
I think someone's going to need to find out. Let us know in chat. If you know which Pokemon Hikami should have had as his 6th Pokemon, let us know in chat, because I'd be very, very interested to see, would it give him more play, or actually, by only having 5, can you now get in the head of your opponent?
Yes, because if it introduces predictability from your opponent's side, as Hikami go, right, I know what I've lost. He's going to bring X, Y, and Z Pokemon because I reckon my team is weak to that. So that's consistency that I can counter for. So maybe that is the strategy, and clearly it seems to be working here.
Yeah, I completely agree. The Hakamoa with play into Shadow Feraligatr, into Shadow Drapion, and into Serperior, Hikami is pretty confident that he will see it from Dean, and then he brought the Azumarill. Dean now needs to think. He needs to maybe readjust and go, look, my opponent knows that Hakamoa is strong into 3 of his Pokemon. He only has 5 Pokemon, right? That's 60% of his team.
Indeed.
So he's likely to lean into Alolan Sandslash. He's likely to lean into Azumarill. Is there a pick that I can use to put a lot of pressure on those Pokemon?
Yes, and so the thoughts continue. Both these trainers are now trying to outfox each other, and it's a little bit easier for Gdansk, but it's just demonstrated by Hikami that is an irrelevancy, even if he has 5 Pokemon.
So what I would be doing here is I would actually be using Charger Bug as the safe swap.
Okay.
Because there is not a clear, obvious, heavy answer to that Charger Bug. It has a lot of flexibility. Dean let it go down very, very quickly in the first game. Probably should have recognized that if you're up against an Alolan Sandslash, there are going to be waters in the back. Ice, double water, it's a very, very common line. So maybe Dean will now shift towards perhaps a Gastrodon lead or a Hakamoa lead with the Charger Bug safe swap. I think that that's what I would like to see, and that's what maybe I would try to do if I were in Dean's position.
For sure, and if you're Hikami, you might be, if you are wise enough, you might have thought of this process just as Farida's demonstrated, and you might lead with Serperior. That might be amazing if those two line up. Oh no, it's the Alolan Sandslash going in against the Charger Bug again. So no, Charger Bug staying in the lead. We've seen this in the previous game.
Yeah, we're seeing the exact same team from Hikami. Like we're saying, he's restricted as to the number of lines that he is able to run. And this time, Dean recognizes that the Charger Bug will have more play. He brings it out. He's going to take this drill run onto the Dunsparce instead, and then see what is Hikami's response.
And Hikami swaps out into the Feraligatr here, which I think is sensible. Dunsparce does have a lot of energy, but isn't going to dominate with 1 drill run. Will need at least a second, and that's okay. Feraligatr can easily tank 1 drill run.
I think this is smart from Hikami. He's putting that Dunsparce into a range where Hydro Cannon can really threaten. He's managing his energy very well. He gets a free Shadow Claw through here, so he's going to use this shield and try and take better advantage of this energy gain.
And this is what it comes down to with attack alignment, where you're trying to make sure that you throw your attack on perfect timing, but it does work at a bit of a disadvantage here if you don't expect your opponent to throw their charge attack in response.
Yeah, I really don't mind that from Dean. Throwing a little bit early so he can try and get an advantage, and now he comes in with Feraligatr. He will shield up this Hydro Cannon. It's resisted damage, but Hydro Cannon's such a strong attack that you probably want to preserve anyway.
Yes, indeed, and with both of these Pokemon being Shadow Pokemon, it makes more sense. The Azumarill now coming in is very comfortable taking these Hydro Cannons. It is a very bulky Pokemon, arguably one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Great League meta.
Now, Hikami knows that Shadow Feraligatr generally will win shield scenarios against an Azumarill, just because Azumarill paces quite slowly. Indeed. But if you can get this Shadow Feraligatr low, then maybe your Alolan Sandslash in the back can do enough against that Charger Bug. Hikami needs to remember the Charger Bug has some energy loaded already.
Yes, and this is what it comes down to. If you're a trainer watching these now, just think of the memory games. A Pokemon has swapped out. You need to hold on to that thought and have that memory of what energy was there, hence the Charger Bug being crucial in this matchup. As a Play Rough now goes through, and it does go shielded, and now Hydro Cannon in response from Gdansk.
So Hikami needs to think, do I try and shield and land a Play Rough, risk it getting caught? You cannot allow this to get caught. I'm expecting to see, oh, he's actually gone for an swap into the Feraligatr. That's quite a surprising option. Now he's going to have to come back in with this Sandslash, and he's going to need to think to himself, I need to take out this Charger Bug, and then I need to take out the Feraligatr as well.
Yes, and it's a question of whether he will be able to do that. This Discharge, though, because it's a non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash, able to tank it a bit more, throwing on optimum timing here to get that drill run off, but I'm not sure if this is going to KO, to be honest.
I don't think this is going to be KO. It's a non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash. It's not even in a range where you can bubble down. Dean is also over-farming as well. Hikami nods his head. He knows that this is a really sensible play from Dean. Let's remember, Dean had a one-game head start because of the team registration error. He already was 1 up. It was 1-1, and now he takes the series. Charger Bug reaches the discharge against Azumarill.
Well done to Gdansk here. Hikami, very valiant effort to get one game despite having a Pokemon disadvantage. That Charge Bug, as you said, Farid, was going to be dominant, and indeed it was. Very, very impressive from the British battler here.
I really like that adjustment from Dean, recognizing the flexibility of Charge Bug, seeing that it has a ton of play and preserving it, using it in the end game to close it out. A 3-ball flex, as we say, from Gdansk, and he progresses into the next round on this winner's side of the bracket.
And I believe, if memory serves, Gdansk did very well in the previous Stuttgart Regionals, and so who knows, he may be able to repeat that again or go that one step further.
And do you know what's interesting? I've just heard that Hikami's 6th Pokemon, if he were allowed to use it, was a Talonflame.
Ooh.
And yes, you're taking super effective from electric type Charge Bug, but the Incinerates, they do a huge amount of damage. And so maybe Hikami would really have liked that Talonflame there for that Charge Bug.
Yes, Talonflame is one of the few Pokemon that has Incinerate in the meta. I think the other one that we see a bit is maybe Typhlosion, and it does add a new dynamic because being the only 5-turn attack, fast attack, that adds another element of like counting those attacks that you do have to add to your memory repertoire, I would say.
Yeah, Shadow Typhlosion, another one of my favorite Pokemon. It's probably what I would have brought if I were playing this weekend. And I think it's going to be even stronger next season. We had the attack update earlier last week. Thunder Punch, as well as all of the elemental punches, is getting a buff, a damage buff. So Shadow Typhlosion, I think, definitely one to keep an eye on.
Yes, definitely. One Pokemon that when I saw that moved update, sorry, that attack update, I had a thought, I wonder if Hypno's going to be a thing, but I was wondering, because Confusion's a little bit slow as a fast attack, maybe that won't quite work, but I'm curious to see if anyone will risk it in new tournaments.
I think you're right. I think that Confusion's a little bit clunky. So when I was looking at those attack updates for attacks like Thunder Punch, I was looking to Pokemon that already utilize Thunder Punch and have some prevalence in the meta. Typhlosion, we're not seeing a ton of it, but we all know that it can work. We've seen Arrow use it to great success in the NA region. And so when you've got a Pokemon that already had some play, becoming even stronger, then that looks pretty good. And I think Diggersby, another one of those types of Pokemon, it already is in the meta, getting that buff to Fire Punch. Hypno, on the other hand, it's not so much in the meta. So the question is the buff enough to make a difference? Personally, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It would be very fun to see. We all know, like I'm sure Farid will agree here, we all love to see something different a little with Spice Pick, but this catch was just, that from Hikami was so amusing to see, and you can see Dino's reaction there.
Yeah, Dean going, his Spice Pick for this weekend is that Hakamoa, and the one Pokemon it didn't want to see was Azumarill. He made the adjustment. He dropped the Hakamoa, knowing that Alolan Sandslash and Azumarill were coming for Hikami, and he took full advantage of his Charge Bug. This is a Pokemon we're not seeing a huge amount this season, particularly with Pokemon like Clodsire being so strong, but Hikami doesn't have a ground type on his team. Even if he'd had Talonflame, he wouldn't have had a ground type on his team. Maybe this is why you don't not run ground. You need it.
Yes, for sure. I think Charge Bug just core breaks quite a few teams here, and I think that is an advantage that Dino is just trying to get into as well. My curiosity is what will be that next unusual core breaker, certainly for next tournaments, and indeed are there any more that we're going to see in this tournament as well, in addition to Charge Bug? Is there anything that stands out to you as a Pokemon you go, I don't know why more people are not running this?
I think that things are likely to change after this weekend.
Sure.
We've obviously got an attack update that's coming in next week. That will be available not for next weekend, but actually the weekend afterwards. And that's because the rules are that it's the Tuesday after release. So next Tuesday is when the new attack update is going to take effect. The following Tuesday after that, it will be eligible. But in addition to the attack update, Adelin, we also have the release of Galarian Corsola. This is a Pokemon that is available now in 7K eggs. Make sure to clear out your eggs, go and open gifts from your friends, try and accumulate as many 7K eggs as possible, because Galarian Corsola is definitely going to be a Pokemon we will see a lot of over the next few months.
And if you have players in your community that have one, particularly if you are low friendship with them, you could trade with them. Why? Because the potential attack defense and stamina might be favored towards defense and stamina if you are getting that Galarian Corsola. And as we know, for battling, sometimes not having too much attack can be a good thing.
Yeah, if you can build a Galarian Corsola that has weighting in its defense and its stamina, that can give you a lot more bulk. And we know that a lot of the players here in this Play Pokemon circuit like their bulk. So if you can do those low friendship trades, try and get a low attack Galarian Corsola, hatch as many as you can, put it as your buddy and walk it, get those XL candy for people that don't live in a region where Corsola spawns. You've got some time, but I really do think Galarian Corsola is one that every player will want in their roster.
I actually cleared out all my eggs last night just based on that, based on the guidance from these casters, from watching other people. So yeah, I'm all ready for it. I cannot wait to get my first one.
Yeah, and once you do, there are lots of opportunities to practice with it. You can use it in the Go Battle League, but you can also use it at local events. Make sure to get out and play in your local events. If you need some more information about locals, keep an eye on this video.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yeah, so that is exactly how you can get involved. Use this QR code to find locations near you. I think so many players, their journey, right? You go from a casual player to a local player, and then you are one of these top players featuring at these regional events. There is never too little time to start your journey. We are all at different stages, and locals is a great place to really improve and meet a lot more of the community.
Yeah, I really enjoy. So I host tournaments in Manchester in the United Kingdom for these local challenges and League Cups. And let me tell you, it is so fun to see the joy, the pleasure of battling, also making friends, and also seeing players develop their skills. I've had players actually who have come to a tournament having not had any battling experience, and then within a few months, they've won their first local challenge. How impressive is that?
It is crazy, and I think that there is a lot of inspiration you can get from these players coming from all over. We saw that Kazim33 earlier this season won Dortmund Regional Championships. He'd never even top cut a regional event before, but even players much, much earlier than that in their journey. For casual players such as yourself, Adelian, what advice would you give them?
Well, I would say, first of all, don't wait too much to get the perfect Pokemon. Go with what you have. Have a chat with the players that you are battling against, with the professors that are hosting. Get tips from them. It's perfectly okay to play with Pokemon that you don't think are perfect, because sometimes those little imperfections, perhaps, make you win a few things. So I just get stuck in, don't hesitate, and you will get better over time. I can guarantee it.
Yeah, use the Pokemon that you enjoy using. Have fun. Go out and play with Pokemon that you think you just marry up with. Annihilate for me. We've obviously got Pangoro here as well. Some of my favorite Pokemon. That's what I really like to lean into. But also there are so many people in the community that are there to help, that want to help you improve. So make sure to get out, speak to these people, and I'm sure that there is plenty of advice. We would love to see more players at these regional events, more champions at these regional events, because that's what they're here for.
Yes, they totally are. And of course, we are now getting into, oh, well, look at who we have here. So we have two fantastic trainers, Tonton, the reigning Gdansk champion. So impressive against StrangeTop. Both of these trainers I know very, very well, both fantastic battlers. I do believe as well, they both did exceptionally well at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of regional champions, Tonton coming up on screen, bringing his Greninja again. He is looking to get his fourth top cut of the season. He has been performing so impressively so far, and he also has Skarmory available as well. Lots of the same Pokemon that he has brought already this region, but he's against StrangeTop, who performed incredibly well at the World Championships. He's definitely not shy of a strong performance, but which player do you think can take it all? That's the real question.
Yeah, so there's so many good contenders here. This is a tournament stacked with players that have reputations, that have talent. For me, what amuses me about Tonton Batuse is just every time he comes into a tournament, there's always something different about his team, something unusual. The Greninja, strange. The Skarmory, strange. On the other hand, we have StrangeTop with Pokemon that you're more likely to see in this meta, but what stands out for me, that Galarian Moltres. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I really like Galarian Moltres as well. If you don't have one, make sure to use your daily incense. We also very recently had Dialga and Palkia available in raids. If you can use Roar of Time, Adventure Effect on your Dialga, whilst you've got that Adventure incense up, you can boost the chance of getting into that Moltres. Let's see if we see Moltres in this game. It's Greninja against Azumarill.
Tonton won't be too happy to see this. Azumarill is able to withstand everything. Greninja can throw an immediate swap into the Dunsparce, therefore, and Azumarill staying in just to perhaps soften up this Dunsparce a bit, but not before a Drill Run takes fire.
Yeah, Dunsparce reaching that drill run very, very quickly. It does do a decent amount of damage for a Dunsparce, but Azumarill is just so bulky. The Clodsire now coming in. This actually takes super effective from the Dunsparce, so StrangeTop is recognizing that maybe his Azumarill will have more play later. I don't mind about the Clodsire. I can use this to sponge damage in the meantime. You'll need 3 drill runs to take me out.
Yes, and I think it's sensible that with Clodsire having its bulk, especially with Greninja being in the lead for Tonton Batuse, maybe StrangeTop is making a calculated decision that my Clodsire is probably going to be at risk further along in the battle. Let's use it here so it avoids that Greninja.
Yeah, and we can see the Alolan Sandslash in the back. It does have play into that Charger Bug. Of course, Tonton, on the other hand, he's playing an ABB style team, strong into Clodsire in the lead, soft with his safe swap of Dunsparce, and then weak in the back. He wants that Charger Bug to avoid the Clodsire. He's been successful in doing so. He's letting this Dunsparce go down now, try and get a bit of an energy advantage on Greninja. Energy on Greninja, that is scary.
Absolutely. 3 Water Shurikens, and it gets to the Hydro Cannon. Tonton Batuse making the sensible call here to throw that Night Slash before StrangeTop can get a charge attack off. Very clever, very sensible, very Tonton.
Yeah, I really like this from Tonton because he recognizes I don't need to get a full farm down. I'm likely to switch out as soon as this Azumarill comes back anyway, and I have energy that my opponent will need to memorize. StrangeTop comes in straight away throwing this Ice Beam. I wouldn't be surprised if after this he then pivots into the Alolan Sandslash.
Yes, I would agree with you there. So let's see what happens. You are absolutely right. Alolan Sandslash takes to the field. Powder Snow's coming left, right, and center, but not before Charger Bug is able to get that discharge off. This is a non-shadow Alolan Sandslash, so it will take damage, but it won't take too much.
Yeah, you'll need 2 discharges to take out this Alolan Sandslash, unless you start shielding up and rely on that Volt Switch pressure as well. Alolan Sandslash coming in with the Ice Punch. This won't knock out the Charger Bug, but it will threaten a farm down, so this is quite a nice play from StrangeTop.
Yes, for sure. So I think Tonton recognizes that he will get farmed down. And it's just like, you know what? I'll keep 2 shields. Well, oh, a shield this time to protect Alolan Sandslash. So the first shield is now used on StrangeTop's side, and now a drill run just to take a shield back. No shield again from Tonton. Wow.
Tonton calling the bait. The drill run will do a decent amount of damage. Not enough to take out the Greninja. It's not a shadow Alolan Sandslash. And now StrangeTop is going for a full bubble down. Will he make it? That is the question. He's nodding his head. He thinks he will. He won't be throwing a charge attack here. He knows that his opponent has shields. Just go for the fast attack damage. There's a boost!
Does that change anything, though? Because there's so little health on that Greninja. He's going to go for another Night Slash at Tonton, but I don't think it's enough. This is where the shield comes in. This is where it's handy. Even though Tonton has another Night Slash available, I still don't think it's enough, even with that boost.
He gets the shield. The Hydro Cannon's coming through now. It could take out the Azumarill. I don't think it will, but it doesn't make a difference because there's an Alolan Sandslash still in the back available. It's not going to take out the Azumarill. The bubble goes through. Vamos, says StrangeTop. He takes game number 1.
Fantastic from StrangeTop there against one of the best battlers in the EU, I think. Tonton Batuse has demonstrated his dominance so many times here, but there, that Greninja against the Azumarill, I don't think Greninja was able to wiggle out of that, and he was caught in the end by StrangeTop with that bubble down. I wonder if shielding that drill run would have been a good play there to preserve some more health on Greninja, and then maybe hope you'll get more opportunities for a boost. Would that have bit changed anything or nah?
I think the difficulty is that Tonton recognizes that a play rough from an Azumarill will do a lot more damage than a drill run from a Alolan Sandslash, and it turned out that his opponent said, look, if you're not going to use your shields, I'm going to go for the fast attack down. And Tonton, he recognized that that was what was happening and he will need to readjust. But he is one of the best players on Flat Earth that can readjust as quickly as possible. Even when you go down game number 1, I would not be surprised if he comes out steamrolling here. Look at these accolades.
I mean, it's just, all I see is champion, obviously world's top 16, the finalist in Dortmund as well, very, very recently. This was in September of 2024, so impressive battler. I don't think there's a trainer that has more accolades in the EU. Maybe it's Wireless.
I mean, Colin Six and Martine maybe coming out to chat, but Tonton definitely one of the best in the business. Paul Asher as well, of course, one of those top players we've got here in the EU region, but StrangeTop looking to put his name in that list. Top 32 in Worlds. That is a fantastic achievement, and he is only just getting started. Some superb plays leaning into that Azumarill and Alolan Sandslash core in that game number 1. Can he take that forward to game number 2?
I think StrangeTop is a bit of a sort of like a dark horse, because I think a lot of trainers going up against him, because of the World's top 32, but not necessarily a full-on championship win, might underestimate him, and I don't think that's fair. StrangeTop has demonstrated, certainly to me when I battled him, not to mention on stream, that he has been dominant. He's been so strong. I've struggled to beat him, and I think Tonton here is going to have a hard time as well. I think he really needs to get Greninja lined up correctly or not bring it at all if I was him.
So I think that Tonton recognizes that his Charger Bug has a lot of play into the Azumarill and it has neutral play into the Alolan Sandslash. StrangeTop also will recognize that, and that's why he lent into the Clodsire as well. Will he do that again? Yes, he will. Here is the Clodsire. This time Tonton gets the lead he was looking for.
And that was very brave of Tonton, sticking with that Greninja lead, but he has been rewarded here, able to rush to those Hydro Cannons so quickly, throwing it straight away. No hesitation, the right call here, and now does a shield come? No shield!
This is going to be a ton of damage. Hydro Cannon from a Greninja does a huge amount to that Clodsire, puts it into yellow health, but StrangeTop now farming up just before the next Hydro Cannon is reached, throws this Stone Edge and gets a shield. Do you try and go for the catch? Tonton is a very difficult player to make a catch against. He might not even allow it. He might go for a Night Slash here. Yes, he does.
Yes, he wants to ensure that there's no chances of any catches. Eliminate that Clodsire, because his backline may struggle a little bit more to deal with it, certainly with that Charger Bug there. And so now Greninja, shield down, lots of health, and also very quick to get to another move. It has a little bit of energy as well.
I mean, the real difficulty here is that the Greninja is not easy to take out. And finally, Tonton has done exactly what he was looking to do, pull out the Alolan Sandslash, because he knows that his Charger Bug in the back will be so dominant against the Azumarill. This is really good position for Tonton.
Yeah, I think he's looking very comfortable here. StrangeTop now needs to realize, how am I going to deal with a potential Charger Bug in the back? Does he know this? Has he made that read? This is what happens when you compete against a player on Tonton's level. You need to be thinking, what is in the back?
Ice Punch not even doing very much against that Skarmory. The Steel Wing still hitting hard. Tonton won't mind, because you put this Alolan Sandslash into the red health, the Greninja will be able to take it down, and then Tonton will come in aggressively with his Charger Bug, and I think StrangeTop will recognize that this is a very difficult position to come back from. Brilliantly played so far from the Frenchman. Let's see how this plays out.
Yes, an immediate no shield. Tonton more than happy to let Skarmory go, and then now let's see that. You can see StrangeTop desperately trying to switch into Azumarill and immediately going into that Charger Bug again, no hesitation. So now it is a race to get to these charge attacks, and Discharge coming in first. This won't do, this won't knock out, but it will do a fair amount of damage if a shield doesn't come out.
I think it will do a huge amount of damage. StrangeTop correctly gets the shield, but thinking to himself, how can I get around this Charger Bug? I might need to try and get a catch later, but a 3-turn fast attack from Bubble versus a 4-turn fast attack from Volt Switch, it's not the easiest to get a catch against.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think here as well, a good call by Tonton Bertus to no shield that Ice Beam. Second shield coming in, StrangeTop desperately trying to keep that Azumarill as healthy as possible. I think this is very sensible here.
I think Tonton's in a dominant position, as we said, with that Charger Bug. Now shielding up, he will have complete control of StrangeTop's energy, and he also has a Greninja with a ton of health available as well.
So the question is when will there be an attempt to make a catch? There is an attempt. Tonton not falling for it, and one more Volt Switch takes out the Alolan Sandslash, and here comes that Discharge, which surely at this range will KO.
I think just as we said, Tonton would not allow a catch. StrangeTop went for his only win condition, couldn't quite take it. The Frenchman comes back. It is one game all.
This is a very familiar tale with Tonton. He may lose one, but that readjustment and that ability to bounce back and go, right, I've now got a sense of how my opponent is playing. This is how I'm going to go at it. I think, nonetheless, it was very brave to stick with Greninja, because I think certain other trainers, after doing so badly with a Pokemon in Game 1, may opt not to bring it, but Tonton, he decided, you know what, I'm going to double down.
Yeah, I think Tonton recognized that his Pokemon had a ton of play. He just didn't quite get the alignment that he was looking for. That's something that we heard from Martijn earlier as well. If you can read your opponent, if you can get an advantageous lead, that can give you a massive advantage. It doesn't mean, by any means, it doesn't mean that the game is over, but it really does put you in the driver's seat.
Yes, for sure. So now both trainers have taken a win. They both know how to beat their opponents. The question is, who is going to adjust better, get the alignment that they need, and then ultimately deny their opponent a way to get out of said alignment? That is a key skill here, and maybe having a last-minute surprise with a Pokemon in the back. Is that possible? Is that Galarian Moltres going to come in, despite the fact that Charger Bug has been so effective?
I think what's really difficult for StrangeTop is navigating around both the Charger Bug and the Greninja.
Indeed.
Because we know that the Pokemon that have play into Charger Bug are really weak to Greninja. We saw that when Tonton got the lead correct, Greninja into that Clodsire. And if you're looking at the rest of this team, right? Charger Bug, strong into Azumarill, strong into Moltres. X-Scissor would do double super effective into Malamar, and it's strong into Shadow for Alligator as well. So StrangeTop is having to lean into Clodsire and Alolan Sandslash, both of which have poor matchups against Greninja. So that core for Tonton, I think that will give him a great foothold going into this decisive Game 3.
And then all it is just having a third Pokemon from Tonton's side that has the flexibility to try and win that alignment, try and win what's so-called switch advantage, and that will do that. And Dunsparce, I think, is the Pokemon that can do that role. It is so effective, it's so bulky, and has that flexibility of having Rock Slide as well as Drill Run. Very few Pokemon, I think Chestnut being the key one, very few Pokemon can withstand all of Dunsparce's attacks.
I agree. Skarmory as well as Dunsparce, both giving Tonton some flexibility. He used Dunsparce in Game 1, Skarmory in Game 2. Let's get into Game 3, find out what has Tonton brought. He's completely pivoted into Superior and not got the lead he was looking for. Alolan Sandslash, StrangeTop nodding his head.
Okay, StrangeTop will be very happy here. Dunsparce, we did say, would be the safe swap in, but Alolan Sandslash able to get to a charge attack first, going with the Ice Punch here, which is going to be buffed very soon, and this is going to do a respectable amount of damage on Dunsparce, but I don't think it takes it into the yellow.
Now StrangeTop goes straight into the Azumarill after landing that Ice Punch. Azumarill wants to avoid the Superior, and now StrangeTop is in a tricky position, because you at home, we can see that Greninja in the back. The question is, how is StrangeTop going to navigate around it, because it has a ton of play into both Alolan Sandslash and Clodsire.
And I think what's interesting is Tonton didn't actually bring Charger Bug. That's very, very cool, because now StrangeTop is going to be thinking he has Charger Bug in the back and has therefore brought the Azumarill ill, but now Greninja in the back instead is going to be quite safe against Tonton. So this is just a nice way for Tonton to lure out that Azu so Greninja is safe.
I think StrangeTop will look for a bubble down here so that he can get an Ice Beam against that Superior. I actually don't think that Tonton will mind. If StrangeTop is really, really thinking ahead, he will bubble down and then pivot into one of his back Pokemon, and he won't throw this Ice Beam, but I think he's going to go for it. He is going to go for it. So this is a very different style of play to what we saw from Martijn earlier. Martijn recognized that his Pokemon had more play potentially into the back, preserved his Primate for later. StrangeTop, if he had done that here, I think would be in a much stronger position. Now he might have a difficulty dealing with this Greninja.
Yeah, for sure. And the problem is that Tonton, he has now energy on that Frenzy Plant. That might be, sorry, on the Superior. That would be very useful, even against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash here. But a Greninja coming in now. Greninja taking, this time shielding correctly here to protect that protect Greninja from that Drill Run. I think this is a right call here, Greninja, to sweep in the end, potentially.
Clodsire coming in, and he makes that burst catch. It is a Hydro Cannon. It will do a ton of damage. StrangeTop knows that 2 Hydro Cannons will be needed to take out this Clodsire. He's maybe trying to save his shields for the Alolan Sandslash, try and sweep with that in the endgame. I don't dislike the play. I do think it will be very, very difficult, though. I'm expecting a no shield here.
Yes, we'll see. Oh no, there is a shield, and this time the Hydro Cannon doesn't do almost any damage at all, but Greninja can get to another move, but not before a Stone Age coming in. Tonton now recognizing I need to keep this Greninja protected. That Stone Age is going to do a huge amount of damage.
The danger of shielding that is this Greninja can start to farm up a ton of health and either take out this Clodsire or even go into the Superior. Tonton's going to opt to take out this Clodsire here. Is StrangeTop going to invest his second shield? No, he's going to let Clodsire go down. He'll save that final shield for the Alolan Sandslash, and there is a boost here now. Tonton going straight for the Hydro Cannon. He could have just gone for a Night Slash there, but this was the danger with preserving the Clodsire. The Greninja is just absolutely kicking off.
Oh, absolutely amazing. Hydro Cannon is able to get to a charge, get there before the drill run from Alolan Sandslash, and this, with the boost, is going to do an incredible amount of damage. Unbelievable. Tonton Batuse reacts, loses game 1, wins game 2, dominates game 3 with that boost.
As soon as he lost game 1, we all said, hold on. Tonton is definitely not out. He is so frequently losing game 1, coming back game 2 and 3, shown us again that he is doing it again this weekend in Stuttgart. That Greninja was so dominant, and I think as soon as that shield went up for the Clodsire, I looked at you and I was like, uh-oh, this Greninja is going to start farming up. It's going to have a ton of play into the backline. The boost was just an icing on the cake. I don't think you even needed it in the end. Superb display from Tonton Batuse.
And nonetheless, I get so excited when I see these boosts. It just brings an extra joy and happiness, and it also changes the dynamics of so many matchups.
Do you want a secret about Adelian yesterday, actually?
Yeah.
So I was running Annihilate in the Go Battle League, and you saw me use a Rage Fist, and I think you just momentarily looked at my screen and saw that I had boosted, and you just went, the boost!
I got so excited
completely forgetting.
Completely, that is a guaranteed thing with Rage Fist, because in my head I was thinking, oh yeah, no wait, maybe it's a Night Slash, and that was a Night Slash boost because there's only a chance of that. I got so excited. There's me jumping behind Tomahawk, being really happy, only for him to tell me, oh, it's just a Rage Fist.
It's a guaranteed boost, and I think that maybe you'd like to see a lot of Annihilate play this weekend because you do like the boost. I like the boost too. But Tonton got the boost there, and he sees himself propelling forward in this day 1 winner side of the bracket.
And there's one other thing, well, not quite boost, but still a chance, a lucky thing to happen, is that straight after Tonton and StrangeTop had their battle, they went lucky. As friends,
yeah, that is a nice thing to happen. That is a nice thing to happen. Obviously, you can come to these regional events, do low friendship trades with new people that you meet, but also lucky trades with the friends that you've met so long along the way. I've got quite a lot of lucky friends that I could go out there and do some lucky trades with. So make sure to come and find me, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I will join you on that. There's a few people that I need to find at some point. And even better, at these events, you get extra special trades, so you can get those rare legendary Pokemon traded, make them lucky, max them out, and be as dominant as Farid is in Master League.
Yeah, legendary Pokemon available and legendary players on stage that you can watch as well. We have seen a masterclass from Tonton Batuse and his Greninja. It's not a Pokemon we see a lot of in the Play Pokemon circuit, but Tonton is showing us all that it has a ton of play.
Yes, and then Tonton responds. He says, you know what, I put a lot of faith in Greninja, so I'm going to use it. But also, Charge Bug was just so amazing against 3, if not 4 of StrangeTop's team. It had to be done, and it showcased its dominance here, wiping out that Azumarill, only for Greninja with the boost to get that final Hydro Cannon on. But look how close it was. StrangeTop, if he had just a little bit more energy, would have got that drill run off, and that could have changed the dynamics of this battle.
I think that's impressive. Yeah, it's the meticulous play that we see from players from like Tonton, recognizing I can throw this Hydro Cannon, I will reach another Hydro Cannon. Memorizing exactly how much energy your opponent's Pokemon have is such a critical part, particularly when you get into the late stages of a tournament. Yeah. Tonton showing that even from the very beginning, he is on point.
So we have Tonton, we have so many other great trainers here. Do you know what scared me? So I was looking at the list of all these fantastic trainers that are coming up in this tournament, and honestly, I couldn't decide just who was going to win, who was going to be my guess, because they were so good. Do you sometimes struggle to like, think who's going to win these tournaments if you are watching as a spectator and you know how good these trainers are?
I don't know. There are a couple of familiar names that a lot of people will always be betting on, and one of those is Inadequance. He is here up against Asprashelto, another great player. Many of you that play the Go Battle League will recognize this name. Also a fantastic player from grassroots as well. Does he have what it takes to topple one of not only Europe's finest, but one of the world's finest players in Inadequance?
I think if anyone can pull it off, Asprashelto does have the talent to do it, but this is a titan to beat. And we saw earlier the Fortress is the standout Pokemon, the signature that maybe Inadequance is trying to craft here. He had Giratina Origin form in the past. This time it's Fortress's turn, but also the Drifblim, the Shadow Drifblim I really like. I love the fact that Astonish has been buffed because that does so much more damage now. So between these two Pokemon, plus a couple of meta picks, I think Inadequance is really tough to beat.
I think he is tough to beat, but honestly, I think that this Fortress is more bench pressure than anything else. I think if you see Fortress is maybe 4, 5, maybe even 6 times strong into your opponent, then maybe you consider it. But honestly, if it's only 3 times strong, I wouldn't bring it. It is so risky. So let's have a look here. We've got an Annihilate. That's the Pokemon that we like to see. Definitely I do. From Asprashelto. Very strong into Fortress. You've got the Volt Switch Charger Bug. Again, it's a neutral matchup. Obviously, Rock Tomb would be super effective, but the Volt Switches from either side are resisted. But the Mandibuzz, the Feraligatr, and the Azumarill, they are threatened by Fortress. Clodsire would absolutely wall it. If it were me, I would not be leaning into Fortress, and maybe Asprashelto can take the risk of playing a soft ABA into it.
Yes, and so we'll have to see what he does. I also find it interesting that he's running Mandibuzz here as opposed to Galarian Moltres, and I think he's aiming to have that additional bulk and the pressure of having Air Slash rather than Sucker Punch, because Air Slash does do a significant amount of damage in a meta where flying type damage is actually quite effective.
Well, Eric and I were talking about this exact situation. Do you use Sucker Punch Galarian Moltres or Air Slash Mandibuzz? Now, one of the Pokemon that Air Slash Mandibuzz is so much better against is that Primeape, and Martine will need to recognize that his Primeape would make it, would have a little bit of a difficult time against Mandibuzz, against Annihilate, against Azumarill, and let's bear in mind that Charger Bug also resists Karate Chop.
And what's nice about Mandibuzz is Primeape, even though it gets a same type attack bonus on close combat, Mandibuzz is so incredibly bulky that it takes just over half damage, which if you're a Mandibuzz, and if you're any Pokemon and you can make a claim that you can take more than less than 50% damage, that is so impressive.
Okay, if you look on the left side of your screen, you can see directly into Martine's soul. And he is there considering, where do I put this Shadow Drifblim? Can I find the Annihilate? He's going to go for it in the lead. He does not get the lead he wants. Is there an Annihilate in the back? There isn't even an Annihilate in the back. Asprashelto is playing triple strong into Drifblim. This is very smart.
Okay, so therefore Drifblim will have to stay in here just to maybe get the Icy Wind off and soften up the Mandibuzz. Is this the play?
Well, this Mandibuzz has actually got Dark Pulse rather than Foul Play. And Shadow Drifblim actually has a lot of play into Dark Pulse Air Slash Mandibuzz because the Dark Pulses are slow. Asprashelto's going for an Aerial Ace bait here, correctly getting the shield. Martine does not want to risk taking a Dark Pulse. It puts the shield up, but he will reach another Icy Wind before Asprashelto can throw an attack.
And this gives an opportunity for Inadequance to perhaps farm down the Mandibuzz afterwards if this Icy Wind doesn't KO, because Mandibuzz is quite strong, but this is getting pretty close.
Now watch this, you're going to come in very quickly for an aggressive farm down against this Drifblim, and Martine will need to think, what do I do to deal with it? If Martine sees a Feraligatr, does he stay in? He sees a Charger Bug and goes straight into the Fortress. I don't think Asprashelto needs to come out of this matchup.
No, I think this is perfectly fine. The Volt Switches from Fortress are resisted. The Rock Tomb is the thing to be mindful of, but you're doing neutral damage across the board if you're Charger Bug, and this is kind of okay.
I think that Asprashelto's in a pretty good position here. Rock Tomb is not a very efficient attack. It does have a 100% chance of debuffing your opponent. So Asprashelto, is he going to use his shield here, or does he know that I can tank this?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly safe to tank this, and even though the attack debuff is there, with Fortress being so low, this discharge is still going to do a significant amount of damage.
And then you can go straight into your Feraligatr.
Yeah, and you can maybe even get a far end. That's exactly what he's trying to do here, and it does do that very, very well. One bit of chip damage, and this Feraligatr with energy is going to be very problematic against pretty much all of Inadequence's team.
I really, really like this from Astroshelto. Martine is now going to commit to fast attack down, and he's looking there because now he thinks he can get it. This Shadow Kanto Marak's going to come in, and I think that by throwing that Hydro Cannon, you've just given Martine a win condition.
Yes, indeed, and this is the benefit of Shadow Kanto Marak. This is why so many top trainers are using it. It is able, with shield advantage, to just churn through with those Mundle slaps.
Astroshelto might have thrown this game. By throwing that Hydro Cannon, you have not allowed your Feraligatr to reach 2 attacks, and now you do not have the energy available to take out this Kanto Marak. Kanto Marak putting in a ton of pressure there.
Oh my goodness, and this is why it comes down to the amount of talent needed to recognize such an unusual win condition. Losing with 2 shields is very, very problematic, but Shadow Marowak just so dominant here. This is going to require a big adjustment from Astroshelto.
It's very, very difficult to be in Astroshelto's position right now. You were so dominant throughout that entire game, and you didn't commit to the Driftblim farm down, and you had to commit to the Driftblim farm down. If they are going to throw an attack, it doesn't matter, just shield it up. And then you've got Hydro Cannon for days in the back, as well as a Charger Bug that had a bit of health. It was very, very intelligently intercepted by Martine, recognizing, hold on a minute, you've given me that energy? I'm going for a full farm down of everything now.
Absolutely. So for Astroshelto now, the adjustment has to be, let's be a bit less conservative with my shields. But if you're Inadequence, you're now thinking, Astroshelto's taken a hard loss here, a surprising loss. How is he going to react? Because can I take advantage of the fact that now he will be scared of the dominance of my Shadow Kanto Marowak?
I think genuinely, if you can win a matchup like this against a player like Astroshelto, Martine will have a ton of confidence going forward in this event, because this is not an easy team for Martine to play against. The Shadow Driftblim has to come. And the reason is because Annihilate has a ton of play into the entirety of Martine's team. Martine has to bring a check to it. Astroshelto saw there, Driftblim in the lead for Martine was his way of saying, look, if I either find the Annihilate in the lead and stay in, or if I don't see it, I consider going out. When he saw that Mandibuzz there, he had to stay in. It was very, very difficult because he had that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing. It's the mind games with Pokemon Go. It's the mind game with these battles, especially at this high level. How do you outfox someone who has become a world's finalist? Like, he's so good. How do you outwit him?
Well, let's find out. We're getting into this game number 2. This is a good lead for Astroshelto. Annihilate into Fortress. Here comes the Feraligatr. This is not an answer to Annihilate. It will get to a Hydro Cannon, and he will catch the Hydro Cannon and get that bubble through.
That is very, very nice there for Astroshelto. Azumarill more than happy to take these Hydro Cannons here. However, the Shadow Feraligatr still does a fair amount of damage to Azumarill, because Shadow Claws do add up, and despite the resistance, Hydro Cannon is one of the best water-type attacks in the game.
My expectation here is that Martine will preserve the Feraligatr, use the shields as necessary to get Switch, and then put that Shadow Driftblim straight onto the Annihilate and rely on alignment in the endgame.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense here. Let's see if Inadequence does do exactly that. He's thinking about it. Oh, last-minute shield there. I was a little bit unsure if he was going to do that.
Martine getting to these Hydro Cannons so quickly, throwing before Azumarill gets to another attack. This Hydro Cannon will put the Azumarill very, very close to being taken out. Shadow Claw will then be enough. It's almost perfect. He's actually aggressively swapping back into the Fortress, and Astroshelto recognized that, came in with the Annihilate. That is so smart from Astroshelto, because now he has avoided Martine having the alignment he needed.
This is brilliant. I just didn't expect Astroshelto to do that. It's just the recognition of realizing what your opponent is going to do. It is just going for Astroshelto going for an additional...
You don't even need to shield this. It's a resisted Rock Tomb. Does Astroshelto let it go? Yes, he does.
He's recognizing every play so far, and the boost and the debuff is counteracted by Rage Fist's boost. Just trying to get as much farm as possible, and just at the last second...
I love this from Astroshelto. He actually goes to 2 Rage Fists, because even if Martine goes in now with Driftblim, he would have to shield an attack.
Yes, and I think that's what might happen. Yeah, there we go. The Drifblim comes in, and that's going to... It's a boosted Ghost type attack. No shield. Is Inadequate's going to really tank this move?
He's going to do a lot of damage. That is superb from Astrocelto. Now he can come in with his own Feraligatr. Martine comes in with his Feraligatr to answer, but it is so low in health. Astrocelto has 2 shields. He looks dominant in this game too.
Absolutely. Astrocelto reacting, and Martine recognizing, you know what?
Martine's thrown an ice beam just to get into his opponent's head, having a little bit of fun. He knows that this game is not his, so why not enjoy yourself while you're there?
A little bit of amusing play for the fans here. Astrocelto gets that Shadow Claw down on the Drifblim, and now it is 1-1. Astrocelto recovering from that dominance that Martine showed to fight back and make it a little bit harder and say to Inadequates, I'm just as good, I can cause problems for you.
I think Martine coming in aggressively with the Fortress to be met at the same time with the Annihilate made things really, really difficult.
Yeah.
And perhaps he was hoping that Astrocelto would aggressively swap in the Feraligatr, and he was trying to make that call, but as soon as he didn't get the alignment, almost as he said in the interview, when I don't have alignment, things get a little bit tricky. And it's not because Martine is entirely an alignment-based player, but he does frequently use alignment-based Pokemon, such as Shadow Drifblim here, such as the Fortress here.
Yes.
They really struggle if they are in negative matchups. You saw that Rock Tomb did little to nothing against Annihilate.
And I think as well, in that simultaneous swap, I think a player that is less experienced with battling probably wouldn't react so quickly to Inadequate's quick swap out into the Fortress. Unfortunately, you're playing against Astrocelto, who is very experienced, and this is what it comes down to. When you have 2 very top players, they're just able to think on the same level, and it becomes, not in addition to a battle, it becomes like a dance. It's like an art form where both trainers are like trying to just outfox each other and getting the better of each other. It requires slow margins.
And these players will need their reactions to be as perfect as their beard lines going into this decisive game number 3. Both of these players titans in PvP for Pokemon Go. Martine with so many accolades, particularly in the play Pokemon circuit, but as we say, Astrocelto and his grassroots experience showing that he is made of the same tough stuff.
And I think that grassroots experience comes in handy here because he's more likely to see some of the more unusual so-called spicy picks that you'll see in Open Great League. That Fortress, perhaps to a lesser extent, that Shadow Drifblim. I think that experience may help against Inadequates, where Inadequates is capitalizing on the fact that you won't be familiar with Fortress matchups.
Now, Astrocelto knows that Martine is leading into that Shadow Drifblim. I can hear a Mandibuzz, and Martine gets the lead he wants. This is perfect for him. Fortress into Mandibuzz. What does Astrocelto do? He's actually going to have to stay in because he has played fairly weak to Fortress.
Yeah, the Feraligatr does not want to see the Fortress either. One lucky thing is that Astrocelto is running Air/Mandibuzz, which is doing neutral damage to the Fortress, but those Rock Tombs are still going to deal super effective damage. So you have the Volt Switch and the Rock Tomb coming in on this Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz ain't going to like that.
It doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but it does get the guaranteed attack drop. I'm surprised that Astrocelto didn't opt to throw an attack before that guaranteed debuff, maybe recognizing that actually even when debuffed, I could take this out with... well, you're not even going to be able to take it out with 2 Dark Pulses. Now this is tricky because you've got the debuff Feraligatr as well. You're shielding, and Martine can potentially come in with his own Feraligatr as an answer. Martine looks pretty good now. Yeah,
I'm not sure about this play either, but let's see what the reaction is. Going for that Kanto Marowak here, but this time Feraligatr does have energy, so is able to get to a charge attack pretty quickly. Is this going to be a double shield strategy?
I think Martine's making a read in the back, but actually Astrocelto has the Charger Bug in the back. So there is now an opportunity for Astrocelto. Martine not going for a full farm down. He's going to throw this Bone Club. Astrocelto's going to let it go. This will be very, very close to knocking out. Yes, it does.
Yes, the Shadow on Shadow does have that advantage. Mandibuzz now coming back in, loving all these Mud Slaps. Mandibuzz is one of the few Pokemon that has no issue at all taking Mud Slaps here. Able to get that Dark Pulse off. This doesn't KO, but the Shadow on the Kanto Marowak is going to make it take more damage.
I mean, Rock Slide will threaten a knockout against this Mandibuzz. Martine giving a little pause there, making sure that his attack goes through. Astrocelto might need to shield this, because otherwise, how is Charger Bug going to take it down? Oh, he's just going to put everything on Charger Bug here.
Yeah, this is so brave. He has to rush to that Exorcism, but I think Marowak does get to a charge attack first. No, they're both going a little bit extra. Bone Club coming in now. Is this going to go shielded? Charger Bug needs its health, though. Surely a shield.
I think this is a little bit too much to ask from little Chargerbug here. You've got a lot to work with. You want to farm up as much as possible. Throw an X-Scissor, even though it's resisted. This can put it in a range where one more Volt Switch might be enough. But Martine's giving the camera a wink. He's pretty confident. He knows that this game should be his. He hasn't actually done enough damage there, and now the Rock Tomb's coming in. Yeah. Asprashelto recognizing that his win conditions have all but fallen away. Martine, second in the World Championships, but he will want first here this weekend. He is well on his way. He has the Kanto Marek. He's not going to even show his for Alligator to close things out.
Yes, that one Mud Slap coming through after the charge attack is going to be enough. And Inadequence ensures his continued dominance going into, this was the semi-finals, going into the finals of his group here. So impressive. Very well done.
Hand on heart there for Martine. I think he knew that this was a difficult matchup. He knew that this was a high-pressure situation that he really needed to get through, get the confidence going forward in the rest of this tournament. That is a massive, massive win for him to pick up. I'm sure he'll be very, very pleased.
Yeah, and I think he might be just going, whew, that was close. You know, both of these trainers have a lot of respect for each other. They have a lot of old tournaments that they have battled in, they've competed against. They know each other very well, and I think they'll both be respecting how close that was.
I would have liked to see a little bit more from Annihilate there, but Martine actually showing everyone at the event here this weekend that Fortress is not just bench pressure. It had a ton of play into Asprashelto's team. Asprashelto maybe disrespected it a little bit too much in that game number 3, playing not just ABA weak to it, arguably AAA weak to it as well. We saw that Rock Tomb land on that Chargebug in the end game. Martine not even needing to reveal his third Pokemon.
I think that whenever you are in a situation where you don't have to reveal your third Pokemon, do you feel slightly more elated at that not only have I won, but I've dominated there? This must happen a fair few times with you, surely.
I think particularly when you are in the middle of a series, not revealing a third Pokemon is good because you are withholding information from your opponent. So it does give you an advantage. You've seen their whole line of 3. They've not seen your whole line of 3. Other than that, it is just bragging rights, I suppose. Same as a 2-shield flex, same as a 3-ball flex. It doesn't really mean anything, but a nice to have. One for the you know, when you look back and have your little recording of how you got on, then it's quite nice.
Yes, of course it is. And we can see some of these final replays here of how much Asprashelto was able to react back after the first loss, but then that final X-Scissor was just not enough with the shield coming in, and that Mud Slap was able to take out the whisper of Chargebug's final health there. I think Asprashelto recognizing there's a cheeky wink again. He knew.
Martine, he is being able to see so far ahead in so many of these games, calculating. We saw that he recognized that game 2 wasn't going to be his. He was throwing ice beams. He's like, I know I don't have this. Look, let's just have a little bit of fun. Let's take you to game number 3 because that's where I'm really going to lock in. And he nailed it. That call, that line composition with the Fortress, as soon as he saw Mandibuzz staying in, he knows I'm in a good position here.
Yes, and so for you, those of you who are watching at home and now you're thinking, oh, how do these trainers judge and kind of gauge and predict what's in the bag? If you come across a lead and it's not a good matchup for your opponent, so you know you've got your electric type against their flying type, but they're still staying in, that should get you thinking that they're staying in because whatever they've got in the back is not going to be very good as well. So if you're playing in the Go Battle League and you're a trainer at perhaps the ace level or veteran level, this little tidbit, this demonstration from Inadequence could be the difference from you going up at level in the Go Battle League.
And it's not just the Go Battle League that you can use these strategies in. We're of course seeing it here in the regional championships, but this goes all the way. We saw it a lot at the Latin America International Championships as well. If you need a little recap of that event, then check out this video. It's time for a quick recap of the Latin America International Championships 2025. I'm Tomahawk UK, and I was in Sao Paulo when Mato Galde took Brazil by storm against many of the best Pokemon Go players in the world. Famous for its electric atmosphere, LAIC was a showcase of some of the best talent, support, and sportsmanship that Pokemon Go has to offer. Dominating the scene were meta staples, including Clodsire, Azumarill, and Shadow for Alligator. However, LAIC was also ripe for spice, as Primate, Jumpluff, and even Shadow Alolan Marowak found their way into trophy placements. Championship Sunday kicked off with a face-off between friends, which saw fan favourite Marta Galde take a quick victory over his teammate Richie1409. Richie dropped into the losers finals for a sensational set of 5 against local hero 12 Vitorello. In fascinating fashion, Vitorello and his Galarian Moltres recovered from a 2-game deficit to secure his place in the LAIC Grand Finals. Vitorello went on to stun the crowd as he steamrolled his way through the first 3 games against Marta Galde, resetting the bracket and leaving everything to play for. In one of the most closely fought finals the game has ever seen, Marta Galde and Vitorello took the series to a final game of 5. An immensely climactic charge attack priority event saw Azumarill and Galarian Moltres exchange heavy blows, with Marta Galde coming out victorious.
Marta Galde is your 2025 Latin America International Champion! Give it up for the Tercero del Mundo!
Off the back of his 3rd place finish at the 2024 World Championships, his 1st place finish at the 2025 Lima Special Event, Marta Galde sealed his name as a legend of the game, as he became the 2025 Latin America International Champion. Make sure to keep up with all of the incredible action and Pokemon champions this season at Pokemon.com/compete.
I don't know about you, Leo, but I see that. I see the energy coming out of
I got
Marta Galde.
goosebumps.
Oh, my honest, yeah, exactly. The hairs on the back of my neck are overwhelmed. Congratulations again to Marta Galde, a fantastic trainer from Legacy to now dominant as ever.
I love to see those emotions from those trainers. I know that the LAIC region, or the LA region, of course, is renowned for that. You know, everyone is so emotional in those battles. The crowd is always hyped. And when I see those trainers really letting it all out after winning a game, also Vitorello getting into this grand finals, slapping his chest, going, I am here, I want to take it all.
And it's just lovely to see all the local support, especially because Vitorello is a Brazilian player and LAIC was in Brazil. So, of course, you've got to have that local homegrown support here. Now, we have 2 trainers that are looking to make their options, and one of them, Dinoski, seemed to do rather well in Stuttgart last time, if I recall.
Yep, that is true. Last time he was the 2nd who lost to Colin in the grand finals. And Fabio is also a very, very strong trainer who I have played with a little bit in my past. So I know that he likes to also have some alignment-based playstyle. We've talked about that before.
Yeah, well, of course. Well, alignment always helps, but there are ways to wiggle out of it. But we can see this team that Fabio has relatively meta. Nothing very unusual strikes out, but that's not a bad thing, because if it's meta for a reason, it's reliable. It will work against most things. You have the one thing that stands out that is perhaps a little bit more alignment favored will be that Mandibuzz. That's a bit different, and it's a Snarl Mandibuzz.
Oh, that is true.
Yes,
we have seen Aslash dominate so far, but I also kind of like to say that Sandslash also wants good alignment. If Sandslash is in a position where it has a favorable matchup, and it is not that neutral as in like maybe a Charger Bug matchup, which you always still probably win, but it is getting very close, then Sandslash can deal so much damage. It is pacing so quickly, it is dealing a lot of damage with fast attacks. It is one of my favorite Pokemon to use. But if you get it on the right Pokemon, you win the game.
And of course, in the meta where even though you do have Annihilate, you do have Primeape as well, there hasn't been too much fighting types up until that point where Rage Fist was introduced. However, there is one fighting type that is on Dinoski's team, that Brick Break, and I don't think Alolan Sandslash wants to take any of that.
Yeah, but that's what shields are for. That's why you want to put them on the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I actually even think it is a regular Alolan Sandslash. It's probably going to be able to take a Brick Break. However, Gastrodon with Mudslap, very uncomfortable. Talonflame with Incinerate, incredibly uncomfortable.
You know what? I don't think there's any need to bring Alolan Sandslash off Fabio.
Agreed.
I just think, no, this is not the place for it, and that's okay. It's okay to have a Pokemon that is not going to be used because your other Pokemon are going to be that much better.
Yeah, if your team is built correctly, then this Pokemon is going to be covered for threats like Dunsparce as well with those drill runs. Very, very strong matchup for Dunsparce. It wins it in zeros, exiting with an entire charged attack left and in the ones as well. And of course also the Shadow Feraligatr looks a little bit more like a neutral matchup because you have drill run, but you get outpaced. Shadow Claws add up, your Powder Snows are resisted, not the place you want to be in. So basically, everything here speaks against an Alolan Sandslash. But what does Fabio have on his team that can be used to beat Dianoski here? Let's see. The lead is going to be Mandibuzz into the Shadow Feraligatr.
This is relatively even, simply because Shadow Claw doesn't do a lot of damage, but those Hydro Cannons are going to be threatening. The Ice Beam, if Dianoski decides to go up all the way there, is going to be even more dangerous. And so Dianoski making the sensible call to over farms to make Fabio think, is this an Ice Beam? Is this a Hydro Cannon? No shield immediately!
Oh, he goes to think this is a Hydro Cannon, doesn't, and this is so much damage, and now already this is going to put it in a Hydro Cannon range. This is the situation where Feraligatr wants to be in. Feraligatr almost always outpacing. However, if you go for the Ice Beam first, you're not outpacing to the second attack. There is a catch on the Hakamo, and this could have gone wrong if it was an Aerial Ace that would have done a little bit more, but the Hakamo is in there. Of course, there is no Alolan Sandslash to answer it, and in the back, what do you even swap in here?
Oh, he's trying to get a catch onto the Clodsire and doesn't get it. And now it's a debate here. We go for the Dragon Claw, but then the Brick Break would give that defensive debuff. And that, I think, is what Dianoski is going for, because he thinks the Dragon Tails will do more damage, and that is worth it against the Clodsire.
Yep, the damage of Dragon Claw isn't going to be too high anyways. However, after the debuff, we're going to try and throw those neutral charge attacks, even though it doesn't have the best damage to energy ratio. The damage is quite big for a Dragon Claw onto a Pokemon that is as thick as a Clodsire.
And Fabio going for the Earthquake here, wants to eliminate this Hakamo as soon as possible. But no, Dianoski says, not today. I want to have more Dragon Tail damage. I want to chip away even more at this. And he is rushing to another move, but no. The Fabio gets that Sludge Bomb off. Is Dianoski going to invest 2 shields on this Hakamo?
I don't think he has to. It is going to be resisted damage after all. The Hakamo, actually, no, the Hakamo is going to throw a Dragon Claw. Did I just get my typings wrong? Okay, Dragon Claw is going to connect and it's going to knock out the Clodsire. However, Dianoski is down a shield, and this is going to be a fast attack worth of energy.
But this is good, because Dianoski only taking one snarl off the Mandibuzz. That's okay. That is the least amount of farm you could give, and we're happy with that. An instant swap into Charjabug, sorry, not into the Feraligatr. Now there's a lot of swaps, one after the other. Shiny Dunsparce coming in, but this Feraligatr is quite soft, but it's throwing the Hydro Cannon and a full rollout goes through.
Hold the line. Dianoski is not always on time. This was very, very detrimental for Fabio, who's going to be able to throw those charge attacks now even faster, and it's going to go through the last Pokemon in there. It's going to be the Charjabug, and it has a horrible matchup against Dunsparce, because Dunsparce does not only have rollouts that can be thrown on perfect timing here, but also the Rock Slide that is going to be super effective.
Yeah, and I think what's happened is that rollout is a fast attack that is very difficult to time against, because the animation doesn't often match up with what's happening with the damage. And I think Dianoski was thrown by that. This is a real skill for those of you watching at home, you know, trying to get into this. Timing your rollout is so tricky. You have to master that. Here comes that next Rock Slide, which is going to do super effective damage to Charjabug. Charjabug is bulky, but it's not going to withstand too much of this.
Yeah, it is basically in farm down range now. I think that I remember that the Mandibuzz has a lot of energy, is being swapped in here, but the damage registers immediately. Now there's going to be another full rollout through for the X-Scissor, but I don't think that the X-Scissor is going to be even close to enough to take out the Dunsparce. But can he reach another X-Scissor here? No, the rollout has already reached the Rock Slide, of course, and it's going to take out the shiny Charjabug.
I think Fabio was trying to make that catch there just in case there was going to be a attack thrown, and Dianoski just went through that. So in a way, did Fabio maybe make that slightly more risky for himself going for the catch? But still, just about enough to get that win there. Very well done.
I think he wanted to go for a combo play instead there, because he had 2 Aerial Ace on the Mandibuzz and just wanted to throw it in there to actually secure the game. However, he just swapped at the perfect timing that the damage of the Volt Switch is going to register on the Mandibuzz, and thus it was knocked out, granting the Charjabug extra energy. But the Charjabug was still 1 Volt Switch away from getting to 2 X-Scissors, thus Dunsparce knocks it out.
you find with matchups on this level, so many of them come down to just having a little bit extra, just being one off that charge attack. That would be key to flipping that matchup. Just goes to show these trainers are so talented that it takes very little to differentiate between the two. Every bit of energy on a Pokemon counts.
Yes, there is little room for mistakes. At this level, these trainers are going to punish you as best as they can for every single mistake you make, for every single bit of air you give them to breathe. You're going to get into trouble. But Dinoski, unfortunately for him, was not able to capitalize on that mistake of Fabio. But Fabio has played the game definitely correctly before, has called the line well, and was able to secure game one. Let's see if there's any adjustments that these trainers are going to make in game 2. Dianowski was bringing the Charger Bug, Hakamo, and of course also the Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, so I wonder what has play here. I would like to see, because I haven't seen too many yet, I'd love to see that Talonflame come in for Dinoski. It does have a reasonably good matchup against the Alolan Sandslash and the Serperior. Pretty even against the Mandibuzz, but there are a lot of risks, because I think that Dunsparce is quite good. I can't recall if the Clodsire has Stone Edge, but if it does, then that also might put off the Talonflame. So it's a bit iffy, that.
It is a Sludge Bomb Clodsire.
Oh yes, we saw that. Yes,
I messed up with the timing, because fighting types are resisted into poison types and not the other way around. But now this is a great lead for Dianowski. There is super effective Aerial Ace on the side of the Serperior. However, it's not the strongest type of attack.
No, definitely not. And interestingly, if Aerial Ace is going through first, I would have thought that maybe Dinoski would be able to throw at their attack first, but no, trying to get optimum timing is probably the way to go here. Another Dragon Tail, and now going straight for the Dragon Claw here, not messing around with Brick Break, because I think just with Dragon Tail and Dragon Claw alone, this might be enough. Oh, maybe not.
The thing is, I might have overestimated the bulk of the Hakamo here. Oh, and there is going to be a catch here on that Dragon Claw. That is so good of Fabio. This is not going to deal too much damage. However, Dianowski has the same pacing. Swaps out immediately, though. Doesn't want to deal any more damage. Goes into the Gastrodon. And Gastrodon, with the damage dealt on the Dunsparce, is in a phenomenal spot, because I reckon that an Earth Power might be able to knock out after a few more Mud Slaps. So you can maximize the amount of energy that you have and try to go for a knockout. Actually, it might get a little bit closer.
Yes, it will do, but the Gastrodon is one of the best answers to Dunsparce here. Going for another Drill Run here, Dinoski immediately no shields. He's more than happy to let this Gastrodon be as low as possible before throwing any energy. So this is very, very good here. Going for even more Mudslaps, going up to maximum energy, and then going for the Earth Power. Interesting. Was that necessary, I wonder?
Yeah, I think that if you throw a Body Slam here, you can get one or two Mud Slaps in.
Yeah.
Get the knockout, and then you leave with more energy. You're going to get energy from the Serperior now. The Body Slam is going to win the charge attack priority on Gastrodon. Gastrodon going to connect this, and now the Serperior has almost energy drive with very low HP, so that means it's probably not going to get to another charged attack.
I think Fabio was hoping that he could get that charge attack off before Gastrodon launched, but no, here comes the Clodsire into the Feraligatr, and it's simultaneous swap, but Feraligatr is very, very happy to see Clodsire here. That Hydro Cannon coming in, shadow boosted, an immediate shield from Fabio there. This Clodsire does not like water.
Especially in the two shield scenarios, your Shadow Claws are going to add up enough that in one Hydro Cannon that has to connect is going to knock out through all of those shields later on. But Fabio is not giving up. Goes for the first Sludge Bomb, is going to get a shield from Dianowski immediately. But don't forget that there's also a 50% HP Hakamo in the back.
Yeah, and that Hakamo is going to not mind the Clodsire. The Dragon Tails are going to be resisted, but no, a charge attack priority event. Well timed there by Dinoski to get that charge attack thrown. Shield coming in, both shields invested into the Clodsire here. Clodsire needs to stay in this matchup.
There is a possible catch available. The timer is going to be run down after this charge attack resolves. So is Dianowski going to throw immediately? Waits a turn, and he waited a turn as well. The Serperior catches the Hydro Cannon here, knowing that Dianowski wants to go for the heads-up play, waiting a turn to secure the charge attack. Fabio with the mind games here now goes into the Clodsire. Is there going to be a counter catch here? He knows the energy precisely, gets the Sludge Pop off. Fabio can't believe what is happening right now. Is Clodsire going to be able to beat the Hakamo as well?
That is going to be so, so close. The Hakamo is going to have to get those Dragon Tails off, but the Clodsire is outpacing. The Sludge Bomb is there. Is it going to be enough? Going for the Earthquake here, surely. Earthquake at this range, surely it knocks out. Surely this is it.
Fabio doesn't even believe it. Look at how he looked at the camera when he made that superior catch. Like, did I really just pull this one off? Got it out of his head. Got into the Clodsire afterwards again. Clodsire defeating the Shadow Feraligatr. And of course also the Hakamo doesn't want to take any risks, not throwing a Sludge Bomb at the Hakamo, but going to the Earthquake knowing, hey, if Dianowski throws a Dragon Claw, I'm very much able to withstand that with my Clodsire.
Yeah, absolutely. Clodsire, one of the bulkiest Pokemon. I think both trainers are having a word with the judge, the Iliad, the Nexus Iliad, the professor, just to check that the matchup went out appropriately, just to make sure that everything is working out as it should be. But let's not take away anything. And let's not take anything away from just how impressive that matchup was. And yes, just getting confirmation that the match is under review. Ilya, one of the most experienced professors in Pokemon Go, will be taking a very close look along with his partners.
Definitely. For the moment, let's take it back to us while Ilya is discussing with these trainers. As you said earlier, Ilya, we've also seen him on the LAIC stream. He was sitting there doing all the judging. Great professor.
Yes, and it just goes to show when you come to these events, not only is it about production, putting on a great show for those of you watching at home, but there are so many members of staff here, but these professors that are helping to run these tournaments to make the experience as good as possible as it can be for you. So big shout out to the professors who are running this event, and of course come check them out. You will probably meet some of them at your local events as well, the one professors are hosting. This is your gateway into how to compete in Pokemon Go, the video games, or indeed the trading card game.
And let me take this away from you.
Sure.
In the end, it is all about the community. And I think that you know one or two things about community building because you're actually a Pokemon Go ambassador. And you have met plenty of professors before, you have met plenty of trainers. What is the thing that stands out most to you about your local community?
I just think it's how lovely people are as human beings. The greatest joy for me is seeing them enjoy the game even more, take the guidance needed to achieve whatever it is they want to do, be it the fact that they collect loads of shinies, be it the fact that they collect loads of so-called hundos, whatever it is they're into, perhaps on the competitive side, improving on that front. All of these things, these passions that people have, bringing that joy and seeing that joy, that's what it's all about.
More passion, more energy. I love this also. This is what we've been saying about the LAIC video as well. Vitorello, Mato Galde. These trainers were freaking out when they won. They were so happy, overwhelmed with emotions. And this is what I love to see the most. This is why I love Pokemon Go PvP, because it means so much to those trainers. It is just like in the show, in the anime. The trainers, they are building up a bond with their Pokemon. I love the Pokemon that I am using in my teams. I build up basically a friendship with them, and every time I bring them to a tournament, I'm just so hyped about it, and I feel a sense of connection when I win a game with them.
Yeah, absolutely. It is as much your Pokemon's achievement as it is yours, because of course these Pokemon do have their variability. Some will be a little bit more bulky, some of them will have a little bit more attack and will be able to do that teeny bit more damage. These subtleties and how you train your Pokemon will bring that success.
What's your favorite Pokemon that you've ever used in a tournament?
Ooh, okay, so ages ago in the grassroots, I ran a Zoroark.
Which one? I'm sorry.
Zoroark.
Zoroark. Okay, that is absolutely crazy.
I know, right?
Is it a Snarler?
Is it a what?
Snarl?
I can't actually remember. Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah, it was so long ago, but I believe it is.
Does it have Sucker Punch now?
Oh, actually, I need to check that. I haven't played with it in so long that I need to actually check what else it's improved in. What I loved about it is in the anime, it has the ability to create illusions and make itself look like another Pokemon. A bit like Ditto, but not quite, because Ditto imitates, whereas for Zoroark, it's just a visual illusion. So it can make itself look like a legendary Pokemon, and indeed, one of the Pokemon films, it does exactly that.
And that is true. Zoroark is a very, very cool story. It also hangs out a lot with N, one of my favorite characters ever. But I'm going to say for a favorite Pokemon that I have used so far is, I think, my Azumarill, actually. Azumarill is one of my favorite Pokemon next to Darmanitan and Poliwrath.
I was going to say, I
have never used Darmanitan in a tournament. I've used it in the Go Battle League with great success. Of course. And Overheat almost takes out a full Lickitung, by the way.
Wow.
It was a great stream. I enjoyed that a lot. But the problem with the Poliwrath, and Poliwrath actually not that much, but Azumarill is that it is weak to a newer Pokemon in the circuit, and that is Morpeko that just came out, basically. We have a little graph to show you. Morpeko has Aura Wheel, and I have been going into this with a Nighttime Clasher a lot earlier, but let's rephrase this. So, Morpeko has Fast Attack Thunder Shock, which is going to even be buffed in the next season, dealing a little bit more damage. And it has Psychic Fangs as a nice bait move, as we call it, something with very low energy that you're throwing and hoping for a shield of your opponent because they're anticipating a harder hitting charged attack. Speaking of harder hitting charged attacks.
Yes, we have Aura Wheel, and what's amazing about this, not only does it do a huge amount of damage, it also has the luxury of also boosting your attack once you land an Aura Wheel, even if it's against a shield. But I suppose the coolest thing is Morpeko has a special ability, Hangry Mode, where it switches over to becoming a little bit more upset that it's not had any food. So it switches Aura Wheel from an electric type attack to a dark type attack and vice versa. That is something very novel and new in Pokemon Go, a charge attack that changes typing when you use it.
So I remember that Team Rocket once brought Morpeko to a food eating contest.
Oh yeah?
And Morpeko was annihilating the food until it got into full belly mode, and then it just stopped eating, and then they lost the contest.
That sounds a lot like me, to be honest. I think I have a kinship with Morpeko. Feed me and then I'll fall asleep. There seems to be a running theme with that in Pokemon. You have Morpeko and you have Snorlax. So I think what we should do...
Greedent.
Oh yeah, Greedent likes it. Yeah, doesn't Greedent stock up a lot in its tail as well? Oh, in the pouches. Oh well, there we are then. So we should have so Pokemon needs to create a competition between Morpeko and Snorlax and see who can eat the most and see who falls asleep first.
I think that was actually the opponent in the show that I was referring.
Oh, was it? Ah.
And the or Squavit that evolved into Greedent. I'm spoilering. I'm so sorry, but I can also spoiler that the match is actually over. There is not going to be a rematch, and Fabio won 2-0 versus Dianoski.
Wow, that's very, very impressive there. I mean, to be fair, yeah, it was Catch Central, that was. I really enjoyed those matchups. I do feel that Dianoski is now going to... Sorry, I believe Dianoski is therefore going to drop into the losers bracket because he did so well getting all the way here with all the wins. So there's still a chance for him to redeem himself and get further along. We can see a replay here and how close that was. The two... Oh, and there's that catch that wasn't actually that effective, but it still didn't cost Fabio too much there.
Yeah, but that's a post-catch that was trying to be a combo play, but it was actually just catching a Volt Switch, granting some free energy. But the advantage that Fabio played out before was just enough to excuse that.
And this catch was the one that really did impress me. Both trainers outfoxing themselves and their opponents, both waiting at the same time. And this was the beauty. This was, you can see Dianoski's reaction there. He was not like, oh no, I've done this. Fabio shocked that he's been able to pull that off against a trainer of Dianoski's caliber. That is what was so, so impressive. And here comes that Earthquake, making sure there is absolutely no doubt at all that this will KO the Hakamoto.
Yeah, this was phenomenal by Fabio. I just loved the instant reaction that he had, not even looking at his opponent, not looking at the judges, not looking at anyone but the camera, going, huh! What did I just do? Did I really pull that off? That amazes me. This is, again, part of those emotions. You can see that it means a lot to these trainers, that when they go for a great play, they're in shock themselves.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm in shock all the time whenever I do something well in the battles, which doesn't happen very often.
I'm sure you have reached Legends a couple of time medallions.
Oh yeah, I collect them. Have you? Well, I collect them. I collect little Legend poses and also Shiny Pikachu Libra. I collect them.
Oh, I haven't had one of those so far. Actually, I'm still struggling this season. I think I'm at 2,951 right now, and I'm 2-0 in my current set. So this might be it.
This might be it.
What's your favorite Legend pose?
Ooh, the one of Lysander's walking pose. I like that one the most. And I wonder, because I know both of these trainers have hit Legend as well, we also know that Fabio, maybe he'll be able to tell us what his favorite Legend pose is. Who knows? Let's go and find out from him.
Thanks so much, Adelion. I'm here with Fabio here on the floor, and I guess asking you, what is your favorite Legend pose?
I mean, the last one, I guess.
Okay, well, that's super cool to hear.
Yeah.
Congratulations, of course, on making your first day 2 ever. Whether you beat Martijn or Nanaquins in the finals or not, you will still be advancing to day number 2. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels incredible. This is the first time, as you said, and yeah, my goal is clearly reached. So yeah, I'm a little bit stressed, but you know.
How do you feel about the matchup against Martijn? He does have that Shadow Drifloon in the Fortress.
I mean, I can beat Martijn if I RPS him.
Yeah, if he doesn't RPS you. And
if he doesn't RPS me, yeah.
Your first time being interviewed in on stream, so do you have anyone to shout out to?
I mean, my Belgian friends, and I have some American friends as well that I want to shout out. And yeah, every friends of the community in general, so yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, congratulations again, and I'm so excited to watch your rest of the games today.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Perfect. How Fortress plays into the team of Fabio, because the Talent Flame was actually on the other side of the last match.
Yeah, that is very true. Of course, Fabio did have that Clodsire, and we know Clodsire is more than happy to deal with Fortress, despite the fact that Poison Stings do very resisted damage to Fortress.
Volt Switch as well.
Yeah, exactly. So that's
Fortress
kind of a nice
Earthquake.
Yeah, that might be problematic, but then Clodsire has the bulk to withstand one Earthquake and is able to get to those stone edges pretty quickly if Clodsire is running it. If not, you'll just have to go to Earthquake yourself, and I think Clodsire is probably able to get to the Earthquake either at the same time or maybe marginally quicker.
Maybe. A little bit quicker. It is a little bit quicker. But anyways, these trainers were very much looking forward to that matchup, the group finals of Group A. But there's another match coming up, and it's two titans, two veterans of the game. It is Italy versus Spain. It is going to be Scaffo versus Patoman.
Yes, and Scaffo did very, very well in Gdansk already. He came third, which I think was one of his best finishes at a regional, if my memory can confirm that. So I think Scaffo is on the up and up, as they say.
Yeah, Scaffo has been performing really well this season. One of his favorite Pokemon to use is Shadow Feraligatr, and if that is the case, then you're going to have a great time in the max out meta. There we can see it again. Shadow Feraligatr paired up with another Talonflame, has the Superior in the back, so there is a Fire, Water, Grass Core.
Oh yes, and we know that these Fire, Water, Grass cores are very popular in video games as well. I think it's whenever I start playing any video games, I always get one of each as soon as I can. So the interesting thing here with Opato, we have that Skarmory coming back in. We've seen that quite a bit, despite the fact that the Steel Wing is perhaps not quite as popular now. It's still Skarmory so good just because of the meta around it. It dominates so many other Pokemon there.
Yeah, the typing is just sheer incredible. And I think this is also a reason why Martijn or Inadequance uses the Fortress, because those steel types with a difficult to beat subtyping like the Bug or the Flying, it is very, very hard to play against them, but the pacing of Skarmory is so slow. So if you're going into a bad matchup, you're going to not have the easiest of times. But against many teams, it is decently strong. Also, we're seeing a Malamar, which is going to be very interesting because this has been on the decline as well. And I love Malamar.
Yes, and I think Malamar will actually be quite okay into a lot of this. There's no a lot of Scaffo's team. It will be very strong against the Clodsire. Despite the fact that it is a Psychic type, it takes neutral damage from the Shadow Claw from Feraligatr, simply because it is also a Dark type as well. However, Feraligatr is able to get those Hydro Cannons off super quickly, so that matchup has a lot of play, because Superpower matches up with Hydro Cannon, but Feraligatr wins charge attack priority.
Yep. So the thing is that you can't really save swap Feraligatr into the Malamar, because it is always going to have one turn of energy advantage, because it is also a one turn fast attack. It doesn't even have to throw the superpower immediately. We're going to see the lead matchup of Clodsire versus Shadow Feraligatr. Scaffo is nodding, knowing that this is a rather strong lead. Swapping into the Dunsparce, and of course the Superior feasts on Dunsparce.
Yep, absolutely no problem. So Superior has the bulk to withstand the rollout and the rock slide from the Dunsparce. Dunsparce, but Superior is also able to counteract with neutral Frenzy Blast. And this is an example where it is not necessarily about the typings here, it's just the fact that the bulk is so good for Superior here.
And Frenzy Plant is one of the best charge attacks in the game. The damage to energy ratio is crazy, one of those legacy moves that first partner Pokemon usually get. I don't think there's any other Pokemon that can exit those.
No, yes, it's simply partner Pokemon for Frenzy Plant here, so you'll see that with Venusaur and Meganium and whatnot, but Superior here, the most popular grass type in the meta, showing why it is worthy of its place, rushing to the next move, but Scaffo is actually taking a bit more time and allowing another Rock Slide to come in. Does this KO?
I think it might.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I don't know if that was intentional. Bringing the Clodsire back in, which also isn't going to be ideal, but is trying to... Oh, and swapping into the Malamar here. And Malamar, great play here. Clodsire is able to get the Stone Edge off to soften this up, but doesn't want to stay in this matchup for very long because Psywave is going to rack up damage.
Yeah, but now you have dealt a lot of damage already on the Malamar, and you're kind of wasting damage that the Feraligatr would do. You're going for another Stone Edge. This surely has to be shielded, but look at how good the energy on the Superior would have been now.
Yeah, it would have been very handy, all of that energy being lost, so Malamar is just more than happy to just farm up even more. Now going for the foul play, which isn't going to KO, but I'm hopeful Pato's banking on the idea that I can throw this attack and then maybe farm down with Psywave. Is that going to be the play?
Oh, it is going to be way too close here. Patoman counting exactly, knowing that he has to throw another foul play just right before the Stone Edge. Actually, none of these trainers look happy with the situation here, but I'm sure they're just very much locked in here. Malamar is dealing so much damage. He's going to throw a superpower. I assume that you want to swap out immediately, because otherwise you're going to be farmed down before you reach the next superpower after the debuff defenses.
Yes, that's right. And so Dunsparce coming back in does already have the charge attack. This is a nice combo play here, but Feraligatr is able to take a drill run. So Scaffo saving that shield just in case whatever is in the back is going to cause problems. And he knows that it's the Clodsire, and he knows that shield is going to be very useful there. But no, has to... Oh no! Stopping and getting the Hydro Cannon off to ensure that that final attack from Dunsparce doesn't go through. But then now, Feraligatr is going to struggle for health.
Yeah, Feraligatr is not going to be able to farm down. Actually stops tapping the screen. Malamar Psywaves down. The Shadow Feraligatr, and Patoman leads game 1, 1-0. He wins it, and Scaffo is not happy with the situation. I wonder if it was intentional to let the Superior go down so that Patoman doesn't get a lot of farm. However, then the Dunsparce was still so healthy. He could have undercharged at least.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know. I just think I think it was a genuine error. I think it was maybe, and this goes back to previous matches which we saw with Rollout. Rollout is one of the hardest fast attacks to time correctly against, and I think that might be the reason it is outfoxing a lot of players who at this level, not to mention in the Go Battle League when I battle as well, at a much lower ELO than Scaffo, I must add. The Rollout has always been a tricky one to deal with, and so many new Pokemon are getting it now.
If you're playing a 2-turn fast attack like Vine Whip against Rollout, it's sometimes, and maybe this is bad advice because this leads to miscounting for me at least, helps to count your own fast attacks rather than the opponent's if you're confused by the animation, because you know that you want to throw at either after 1 Vine Whip, after 4, or after 7 or 10. So you just add 3 all the time, and then you can count your own fast attacks knowing, hey, okay, if I'm throwing after 7, my opponent is going to be at 5 rollouts, and there you can count your opponent's fast attacks by counting your own.
Yes, and this may sound really complicated at first if you're getting just new into the game, new into battling, but really it is not as complex as it sounds. Best way to learn is to speak to someone at your local event, speak to another trainer that is an experienced battler, or speak to one of the professors that is hosting one of your local challenges nearby to you, and they will be able to give you that guidance on this is the trick. There are plenty of graphics out there, and the grassroots and Play Pokemon do support this, so it's all about learning how to be better, and the resources are there, and most importantly, the people are there to help you.
And if you're also still struggling with the counting, you can also ask your local elementary school math teacher to help you with the 1 to 10s. No, but I think that sometimes counting is really complicated, because once your opponent switches out with energy, you have to keep that in mind while starting to recount on another Pokemon. But we're going into the leads. Dunsparce is being swapped out into the Malamar, and the Superior is answered. That is a very, very interesting matchup, because the Zero Shields, I think, are dominated by Malamar.
Yeah, so and the first attack is going unshielded from Scaffo, so Superior able to tank the damage, but then the Psy Waves are going to add up, but then this is Frenzy Plant. This is going to do so much damage. Pato needs to decide whether he wants to keep his Malamar healthy. He does make the right call, shielding the stronger attack from Superior here.
Yep, and now Patoman can farm up to exactly this much energy, and Scaffo can decide, oh, he wants to shield this one as well, so he wants to deal more damage. He is not going to outpace because he swapped after Patoman, even if he throws an aerial ace here, but he doesn't. He goes for a Frenzy Plant, wants to take out the second shield as well. Now Patoman has the energy advantage, is still in a decent amount of HP. Can he go to his superpower, or is it going to be a farm down? This is a huge farm down here, does not reach the superpower. Scaffo knowing exactly how much damage he has to do with his Superior, getting out so much energy here. Of course, a big Poison Sting down now, but Frenzy Plant is going to connect.
This is probably the best outcome Scaffo could have hoped for in terms of just getting a maximum farm, lowering the health on his Superior, bringing in for Alligator now, which after the softening up with Frenzy Plant, that one Hydro Cannon is going to be enough to KO, but not before a Sludge Bomb is launched first. This is what's going shielded, because this for Alligator isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon.
Going back, apparently Superior did not, or Malamar did not dominate the once against the Superior because it got farmed down there in the end. We're going into Dunsparce versus Shadow for Alligator now. The Hydro Cannon is going to be shielded up, probably the hardest hitting charge attack that Scaffo has in his repertoire.
Yes, and so I was interesting to see that. I thought the Hydro Cannon would have been launched almost straight away after one Shadow Claw, but Scaffo opting to farm up a little bit more, and Pato more than happy to help him do that, to allow him to do that, and farms up even more as well. And now it looks like an attempt at a charge attack priority event, but no, Patoman getting the drill run off first, which I think for Alligator just about survives.
Yep, barely. It is in the red. Going for a charge attack priority here on that side. Hydro Cannon is going to knock out. The thing is, can Scaffo swap out afterwards, or is he going to get farmed down? Is the Clodsire in the back going to get a huge farm down? No, it's going to be answered by Scaffo's Clodsire, and Scaffo's Clodsire, of course, has more HP. So the thing is, it gets outpaced, but the Clodsire of Patoman is already in Earthquake range?
Yes, it will be, yes. I know you can see a demonstration of that. The Earthquake onto Scaffo's Clodsire did about just over 55%, I would say, and this is going to be from Pato's Clodsire. It's not going to be enough, and that does get that KO. Scaffo is, look at his reaction. He is nervous, it seems. He's worried. He thinks he was lucky to win that, but I think he played that really, really well, personally.
Yeah, playing to his win conditions, knowing that the Superior can withstand those Psy Waves, that you can go to another Vine Whip to get the farm down on the Malamar before it reaches the superpower. It was a half-second decision there.
Yeah, that was so close. And again, I always say this, I've said this before, close margins separate great trainers. Yeah. You have two fantastic trainers here. You have Patoman that has been dominated as the Gdansk regional champion. He was also, I recall in the 2023 season, he had an excellent game against Human Capture Bug in the Liverpool regional finalists. Those were impressive to see, especially for such a young battler.
Human Catcher Bug really going in with the Shadow Charizard, which is a Pokemon that I'm actually missing quite a little bit. I loved how it played. I love to run it in the Go Battle League.
So what you're saying is you're going to bring it at your next tournament you compete in, right?
Yeah, of course. Actually, I'm going to compete in Birmingham. Oh. Now, let's first of all focus on the accolades that Scaffo has. World's top 8, EOIC top 8, EOIC top 16, and of course, Gdansk regional top 4, finally on the podium.
I'm going to make a bold statement. I think Scaffo is the most well-accoladed player to have not won a regional. Is that a bold statement to say?
I don't think it is. I think it is very close. Of course, we also have Tomahawk UK.
Oh, don't worry about him. No, I'm kidding.
Attended multiple finals.
Yes.
It never could follow through on those.
You know what surprises me is how that Nighttime Clasher doesn't give him more stick for that.
Yeah, that is true, actually.
Oh, wait. Oh, maybe he does. I don't know. Nonetheless, these two trainers, both of them vying for Pato to get another championship under his belt. For Scaffo hunting his first year. Superior coming in against Clodsire. Scaffo happy with this. He's nodding his head. The poison-type damage is going to be super effective here.
Well, Scaffo's actually rocking that shiny Azumarill, looking good here. Scaffo is nodding, even though this is not a Sludge Bomb Clodsire, and that typically means that the Superior of Patoman might have a little bit of an advantage here, because you, first of all, outpace, and second of all, the Stone Edges are not nearly as threatening as the super effective Sludge Bomb.
Yes, that's right. However, I think Scafo's nodding not just because offensively he has a slight advantage, it's more because he does not want that superior against his backline. He is running double water in the back. ABB strategy. Malamar coming in, responded to by the Azumarill, which is really nice. The play rough will be super effective, and he might be able to get energy for the Ice Beam to deal with the superior afterwards. So this is looking really good so far. Foul play coming in now. Azumarill more than happy to take a foul play.
Yep, the Sidewaves are the primary source of damage in that matchup because those charge attacks are both resisted. But the thing is, if you use your 2 shields on Malamar, you are going to be able to deal so much damage on Azumarill, or perhaps put it in a farm down range. Scafo is going to launch the first player off. It is going to be shielded. Patoman is already at 2 charge attacks again. Going to throw that foul play just before the next player off this reach. Are you going to see a possible charge attack priority event here?
Yeah, it will be, which I think Malamar will win. I think the interesting thing is whether Scafo decides to shield that next foul play. No, going for the player off straight away here, and so that's going to force 2 shields. But is Pato going to now fight to get switch advantage? Because I think he needs it. He might recognize he needs it.
Yeah, but also Scafo knows you can't let your Azumarill be farmed down in this situation. Patoman goes immediately for a foul play here against the Shadow Feraligatr. Is he going to bring in the Superior again? Yes, immediately. It already has a Frenzy Plant. Goes to throw an Aerial Ace here. Wants to get that bait, but Scafo is almost already at the Hydro Cannon. Is this going to come down to a charge attack priority event?
Yes, it may do, and if so, Feraligatr has huge amount of attack. They're able to get some more farm here, and it's just getting that perfect timing. Yes, he just managed it, Scafo. Impeccable there.
Perfect counting on the Italian side. Hydro Cannon resisted, but more than enough to take out this Superior at this HP. And of course, you have 3 Shadow Claws advantage here in this matchup. You're going to get really close to be knocked out by a Sludge Bomb. So that means that you're going to have to throw, or you're going to have to catch. Otherwise, the Cloudslayer is going to win that matchup.
Yeah, and it's just a question of when do you make that throw. But this is very clever because they were trying to get the Cloudslayer there. And this is good, because this is very good, because even though the catch wasn't successful, Patoman's had to expend that energy on the Earthquake and undercharge to try and get that found out. Oh my goodness, what a perfect undercharge.
Yep, that is true. This is now in farm down range for the Malamar. Scafo ideally throws the Earthquake here as well. So can Malamar win with enough energy left over? Because there's only the Azumarill very dry in the back. And he's going to throw the Superpower just before it is reached. Patoman can't believe it. Is it going to be enough to beat the Azumarill while being debuffed? Can he reach another Superpower? The Azumarill is very low. Psywaves are going to add up here. Are the bubbles enough? No. Patoman is racing to that Superpower. Patoman is clicking the Superpower, and he's going to knock out the Azumarill.
That was incredible. I cannot believe that. Look how excited Pato is. He knows he has beaten an opponent that is so strong. Scafo, 3rd place in Gdansk, is now dropped into the losers bracket. Pato very fortunate and very happy with his performance there. Very well done, trainer.
Where did that come from? Preserving the Superior, knowing that if Scafo stays in with the Cloudslayer with Stone Edge into the Superior, there might be double water in the back. So he says, okay, after taking one of those Stone Edges, I'm going to have some energy on the Superior. Let me swap it out, let me preserve it, go into the Malamar and then bait out the Azumarill, because you want to use your shields on that.
Yeah, I just think this is another example where if you're reading your opponent's back line and you are predicting correctly, you can overcome a bad matchup there, because I think if that had played out where Pato hadn't fought for that alignment, I reckon he would have lost.
Yep, that is true. If he stayed in there, Superior came in clutch later on as well. Actually, just landed an Aerial Ace bait and didn't get to another attack. But the Malamar was putting in over hours, side-waving down a complete Azumarill, investing 2 shields. Scafo realizing, okay, if I'm playing the 2-0 shields against the Malamar, I'm going to be farmed down in the end. I have to go into my Feraligatr. I had to immediately invest shields. That one foul play was thrown, immediate swap into the Superior, getting off the next shield, leaving it with not too much HP, bringing in the Cloudslayer. It was very well played by Patoman. And this is a very complicated game plan that you have to make up on the spot. And this is truly the beauty of Pokemon Go PvP, that you're going to be thrown into situations where you're kind of surprised with what your opponent is bringing, and you have to adapt immediately.
Yeah, you can see a demonstration here of just how useful Psywave is. Look at how much fast attack damage it does. It's one of the harder hitting fast attacks in the game, but this is where the Frenzy Plant as well, in my view, one of the hardest hitting charge attacks, countering that and really softening up this Malamar. This is where Superior's bulk is an impressive thing, and that farm down we highlighted in Game 2 was so clutch, and it just about pulled it off. And then Psywave again demonstrating its worth, demonstrating why Malamar is a Pokemon that is worthy in this meta. Superpower might be resisted, but it's still going to do a lot, and Pato excited, exuberant there to get that KO.
Yep, and well deserved, of course. This is, and also I think like there has been already discussions in the community about your opponents celebrating when they're winning, and I think this is like a tribute to your skill. If you're playing versus Patoman and he pops off like that when he beat you, that means that he was genuinely very much worried that he's going to lose against you, and it's a matter of respect, right? You're showing your opponent, hey, this win, this meant something to me.
Yes, absolutely. You're a worthy opponent, and unfortunately there's always going to be someone in the battle that does lose out, but make it as close as possible, then it's a very worthy game for you. And Scaffo played exceptionally well, so I don't think there's too much to be disappointed with. Bear in mind, this is a double elimination tournament. You do drop down into the losers bracket, and you can still dominate and win from there, as we've seen many examples in the past.
Of course, it is way harder to go into day 2 on the losers bracket. So Inadequence also got dropped down. I think he went into Utrecht day 2 in the winner's side, and then lost immediately to Normalhain, who brought a Shadow Golbat, which is cool, because this is one of the first Pokemon that I built on my PvP journey. However, he had to go for a 17-win streak to get to those grand finals and win them and reverse with them. Now we have Tonton versus XXL Cactus, 2 trainers that we have seen before. Funnily enough, he mentioned it like 1 or 2 times. This is the team that Nighttime Clasher used to run at LAIC.
And so inspiration from another great trainer who has a championship to his name as well. XXL Cactus has demonstrated his skill, but this, in my view, is one of the hardest scalps to beat. Tonton is so unbelievably powerful and has a signature Seeking, which he actually came second with once in the past.
Yep, in Gdansk, and that was a surprise to everyone, because also when it was on the perfect matchup, because it is running Poison Jab, a poison type fast attack, very heavy damage, and it lost the matchup versus the Shadow Lord Ninetales and calmed down.
Yes, that's what Seeking is, not the bulkiest Pokemon. He's not brought it this time, even though that would be so entertaining to see that. Yeah. But he has brought still something quite unusual. The Greninja we mentioned before, the Skarmory as well, gaining in popularity because of its double resistances in so many places. But the Greninja, I think, is the standout Pokemon, and Tonton has demonstrated how strong that was earlier in these matchups. So will he bring it this time is the key question.
I think this is the 3rd time in a row that Tonton is bringing Greninja to tournaments.
Oh, right.
Greninja is exceptional at the moment, and nobody else is really using it, except for a Dutch player at locals.
Oh, right.
Won a challenge recently.
Ah, very nice. And I suppose with XXL Cactus, that just encourages him to bring that Azumarill into this matchup as well. I also think that the Galarian Moltres might struggle against the Greninja, because Greninja is one of the few Pokemon that can withstand those sucker punches. But if there's a bit of energy, if it's in that no-shield scenario, Greninja's so squishy, a Brave Bird will pretty much KO, I reckon.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Because Greninja is never in the zero-shield scenario.
True.
It's always the game plan, unless you have a Pokemon other than Greninja that is going to sweep the matchup for sure, because you know that your opponent can't bring answers to it.
Yep.
Then you might try to play zero shields, because Greninja is always still going to deal some damage with a Hydro Cannon.
Oh, yes.
Or pull a shield, so you get shield advantage on your other Pokemon. But Greninja is almost always going to be the Pokemon for you that you're going to shield in a matchup.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I'm interested to see how Ariados copes here. It has a reasonably good matchup because the lunge is super effective on the Greninja. It will do a lot of damage to that Superior. And I don't know, against Charjabug it isn't too bad either. So maybe 3 Pokemon there, but then it does fear the Clodsire. The Dunsparce obviously will cause problems for it. But what I'm also be entertained to see is Skarmory. All those attacks will just bounce off Skarmory.
Yeah, I've brought a similar team to a tournament with Skarmory, and I had it on a Ariados once, and it was just a very fun time of farming down
the entire Pokemon. Yes. You don't even have to do it. You literally just tap your way, get as much energy as possible, and then you can Brave Bird pretty much anything after.
Can't do anything. grass type attacks and bug type attacks are not only resisted by flying type but also by steel type. So everything is double resisted. So is poison double resisted by only the steel typing of the Skarmory. So you are in trouble if you ever get into that matchup and you're switch locked.
So I suppose what you're saying is that in order to get around that, Ariados must run Shadow Sneak, right?
Yes. However,
no.
I've been caught off guard by that once, but we're going into the game. Let's see, Greninja in the lead. It's a very typical lead, and this is not as bad as you think it is for the Shadow Marowak, because Mud Slap is such a powerful charge attack that it is going to deal a big amount of damage. But look at the backline. The Superior has nowhere to go on the side of Tonton.
Yes, and I think Superior should have been in the lead here, but nonetheless, Tonton can take out the shields of this Shadow Alone, Shadow Kanto Marowak even, but a Bone Club coming in, this is going to also deal knockout level damage, so Tonton must shield this in response. So what's it going to be? Are we going to leave with two shields? Or, sorry, are we going to leave with both shields taken out on both sides? Seems like it.
I think that at this point with XXL Cactus you just try to farm down the Greninja, because if you're throwing a Bone Club here, it will go unshielded and then you're losing your energy. So there is a 50% HP Marowak that still has a shield here in a very good position, and now XXL Cactus is seeing the Superior, and that must make him really happy. You know, you can throw your Rock Slides into it, chip it a little bit, swaps out immediately into the Galarian Moltres and finds the Skarmory. The Ariados in the back is free of it.
Well, this is actually okay for XXL Cactus, because if he's lured out the Skarmory here, then he feels safer in the backline. These Ancient Powers are going to do neutral damage here. Is there going to be a boost? No boost needed here, but Skarmory is able to get to that Sky Attack, and Galarian Moltres is a little bit squishy, and I don't think he'll take this very well.
Actually, Tonton has the one shield up. I was completely mistaken by that one. Of course, Marowak has to shield. I flipped it once. Ancient Power is going to connect here. Not being shielded, Tonton really wants to play out with that shield advantage, but having a shield advantage with the Superior is going to be very interesting against the Ariados, because your aerial aces, they are super effective, but they don't do that much damage. Trying to get another Mud Slap in is going to reach a Bone Club here before Tonton Batus is going to reach the next charge attack now. Are you going to shield this? I think not.
No, definitely not. I think if Tonton is tweaking to the idea that there might be Ariados in the back, he wants to keep that shield for the Superior, for this potential lunge that's going to come through, but not before an aerial ace comes in. Good call here.
And this is going to not even deal 50% damage, and that is crucial information for XXL Cactus, because he knows that if I hit a lunge, the next aerial ace is not going to KO me. But Tonton also knows I could just get farmed down in this position, so he's going to no-shield this, and game one is going to go to XXL Cactus.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. Tonton, if we remember, lost game one in his previous stream match and then was still able to react. So was this an opportunity by Tonton to take something a bit more risky, see how XXL Cactus reacts to the gameplay, and then we know that Tonton has been the master of adaptation in the past because he's done so well. Is he trying to try something different now that he has a calculated measure of his opponent's tactics?
I mean, he was probably very surprised by this Ariados in the back, seeing that XXL Cactus would read the Superior in the back, because there are problematic Pokemon for Ariados on that side. It was a very risky bring. There is, of course, the Dunsparce, the Clodsire, and the Skarmory, and also the Greninja is a bit tough to handle, because you just simply get outpaced, and Hydro Cannon, even if they're debuffed, they do a lot of damage. They are forcing those shields out. However, how are they going to adapt? Because Tonton, I feel like, had a very clear game plan, a very good game plan. And that is put one more shield, possibly on either the Superior or the Skarmory.
But I think, yeah, losing that Skarmory allowed too much space for Ariados to come through. And I think, therefore, Tonton may need to keep something like that Dunsparce or like the Skarmory in the back this time. The key thing is, will he do that and hope that XXL Cactus reacts by leaving his team as is? Or will Tonton do what he did in previous matches, where just stay in with the same idea, with a tweak at the back and catch his opponent by surprise? Let's see what he does here, as now Galarian Moltres comes in against Greninja. Tonton loves this. Sucker Punch will do resisted damage.
Yep, this is a very big lead. And oh wow, we're going for the full alignment-based game plan, bringing Superior into the K-Wack, the Kanto Marowak and is going to connect a Frenzy Blade. You're completely undercharging it. No shield by XXL Cactus here. This does so much damage.
It's just, even though it's been underfarmed as well, but this is a sensible tactic. Why, you might be wondering, is because this Rock Slide will do a respectable amount of damage to Superior, but it gives less farm for the Galarian Moltres when it comes back in, and it's perfectly positioned just before another Bone Close does. Tonton, how did he calculate that so perfectly?
And he's going in with the Galarian Moltres. Of course, doesn't want to take super effective aerial ace on the Ariados. There's going to be Frenzy Plant hitting the Galarian Moltres. Now look at the damage this resisted charge attack does. This is still a very big chip. Actually reaches another one. This is almost going to be enough to take out the Galarian Moltres. And we know there's Skarmory in the back for the Ariados. So Tonton Batuz is golden here.
Yeah, we're very happy. And now Greninja coming back in. They have to shield this because it will likely be a Brave, but it makes no sense to run Ancient Power here. So a worthy shield and then a swap out into the Ariados, and this is where Skarmory is so dominant. Skarmory is going to shrug off all of these attacks. I think XXL Cactus recognizes there's no win con here for me, and so he's allowing Tonton to just go, you know what? That's fine. I'll just farm this up a bit more. I'll go up to 2 Sky attacks, and then, oh no, little bit of give and throw there.
We're in here for a while.
Oh yeah, of course. This is just a full farm down here. This demonstrates just how strong Skarmory is, that Ariados can't do a thing. And there's so little health on Galarian Moltres, a full farm down is needed. There we go.
In case you just tuned in into the Stuttgart Regional Championships, the winners semi-finals here. If you're wondering why XXL Cactus stopped tapping, this matchup is so abysmal for Ariados that you can't do anything. And basically, if Ariados is your last Pokemon and you see a Skarmory, there is no reason to play on.
Well, yeah, as long as it's not in the lead. Because then, of course, you don't want... If
Ariados is your last Pokemon.
Then it's over. Then it's over. The Skarmory, unless the Skarmory's on, like, red health. Even then...
Get yourself a cup of tea.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. This is the key point about Skarmory. It's its resistances. It's not the most offensive Pokemon, but its resistances are so useful. And also, it has Brave Bird. Brave Bird will make up for a low attack Pokemon just simply because it's so high damage.
It takes you an hour to get there.
Sure.
Steel Wing after the energy generation was decreased in the max out meta.
Yeah.
But still, the typing is so good. And of course, the meta immediately shifted after this change to Steel Wing to Pokemon like Ariados, like those Mudslap Pokemon, like a Gastrodon, that are a tad weaker against Skarmory. And this is what Skarmory makes the nerf up for with, just with typing.
So I think XXL Cactus, if I were him, I think the Ariados is still pretty good. However, it needs to be bodyguarded better, okay? And so if that has to happen against Tonton's team, you need something to address the Dunsparce, address the Clodsire, and especially address the Skarmory. The best answer, looking at it, for me, is going to be that Shadow for Alligator. It's not amazing against Dunsparce, but it's still good enough, and it's great against the others. Superior coming in against Marowak. Again, Tonton makes that read.
And the backline, look at this. Ariados has nowhere to go, bringing in the Dunsparce into the Moltres. I wonder if Tonton Batuz is smirking under that mask right now. Ancient Power is going to connect here. Are we going to see a shield or not from Tonton Batuz? He is calling it. This is not going to deal a lot of damage. And now you can chill, basically. But is this Galarian Moltres going to be able to win the one-shield scenario versus a Dunsparce, not even shielding the Rock Slide here?
Yes, I think Cactus recognizing that he may not be able to win this either way, but let's see if he gets to another attack. He does get to the Ancient Power, but I don't think this is enough. I think it will just go into the red here, undercharging as well, which is certainly going to not make it enough. Trying to give himself some extra farm here on this Dunsparce by bringing that Marowak in.
Yep, I think the Marowak is going to feast on this Dunsparce. However, you're almost at double Drill Run. You're going to take one more, but the thing is that the next Mudslap is going to knock out before you get the energy registered. So you can't throw another Drill Run here. Nope, takes it out. There is a sizable amount of energy here, and the Ariados is swapped, and immediately XXL Cactus puts down the phone again, knowing that Ariados has nothing to do against the Skarmory. It is a repeat of not tapping the screen.
And this is what you want to keep an eye out for, trainers. For those of you watching at home, careful with your Ariados. It's a great Pokemon, but against a player that is running Skarmory, that alignment is key. You must make sure that you are nowhere near that Skarmory. And even Kanto Marowak struggles to deal with Skarmory because it's both the Mud Slaps and the Bone Clubs are resisted as well. Might only be a single resistance, but it's resisted nonetheless.
I wonder what the strategy behind the team of XXL Cactus throwing one more Mud Slap was there, because he has answers to the Skarmory. Azumarill is fine to take the damage and to take that energy from Skarmory and retaliate with some Ice Beams. Shadow for Alligator is incredibly strong against it. Has some play if you get energy advantage versus the Superior, and of course is strong against everything else. I think that XXL Cactus maybe he was hoping that Tonton was going to pivot away from bringing Skarmory every game.
Indeed. I think that might have been it, and that was not a read that Tonton was willing to do. I noticed Tonton has been kept consistently and trusted a team even when it's lost, and I think that might have been something to consider. But when you are a champion in so many ways, EUIC champion, Gdansk champion, you have that sort of psychic knowledge that sometimes I don't have to change. I'm that good. I can win even from a losing scenario. And Tonton demonstrated that with optimal finesse.
This is something that is interesting specifically to the max-out meta. There is so many Pokemon that are neutral into multiple other Pokemon.
Yeah.
Sometimes you look at team sheets and you go, okay, I think that my opponent can bring every single Pokemon of theirs. So what do I bring? What do I answer the best? And then this is something where those great trainers like Tonton Battus shine. You have to adapt on the spot. We've seen that in Patoman versus Scafo as well. When you see the lead Pokemon of your opponent, you basically then have to start making adaptations to your game plan, knowing what is in the bag, or hoping to know at least.
I mean, if you look at this replay here, you notice that Ariados has been used very effectively, and Tonton recognizing, okay, that XXL Cactus is going to rely on that Ariados quite a bit. So now I feel more confident bringing that Skarmory in. I can also use that Dunsparce because Dunsparce also has a great matchup as well. And this is where it came down to, where Skarmory was just able to dominate over the Kanto Marowak, which is so popular with so many good trainers. But even Kanto Marowak struggled against that Skarmory, and I think it's a very great pick to break that core of Ariados and Kanto Marowak.
I think that with shields, Kanto Marowak can actually do a lot more against it, or even with one shield, because Mud Slap, even though it's resisted, still deals some damage. You have that Rock Slide, and later on, if you're fearing to get outpaced, you can throw a Bone Club as well. So you're dealing a decent chunk of damage you force your opponent to throw. So it is not the worst matchup ever. You can try to get some more energy. The problem with Skarmory is that if you maintain the lead in a matchup like this, that is possible, especially against something like Gastrodon, where you can't fast attack it down at all.
Yeah.
It is going to be significantly more difficult to maintain the advantage that you got, because you can't basically farm up to too many charged attacks, and then your opponent might get a sizable farm down. If you're playing versus Ariados with your Skarmory, none of that applies to you, or a Superior. Everything is super resisted. Your fast attacks deal a lot of damage. You're going to be golden exiting that matchup with all the energy that you can get on your Skarmory, and you are free to throw Brave Birds and Sky attacks and Brave Birds and Sky, actually just 2, but still, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, and I'm very grateful to all those tips, and I'm sure those watching will be diligently noting that down. There are a few other ideas on how to improve that I would also like to soak up on. So I think let's touch base on LAIC and what some trainers did there.
Record my gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
It's time for finals. The groups have advanced so far. We have seen those trainers get into the end of day one, get into that final round that they really want to play. You want to go undefeated into day two.
I think it gives players so much confidence. It's almost like affirmation that their team judgment, their call, was the right one. If you can go into the day two on the winner's side of the bracket, that gives you a lot of momentum.
Yeah, and also, you know, you only have to win one more game on that entire day to get a medal.
Yeah.
That is absolutely powerful to get on that podium, be in that award ceremony, unless you are a nighttime clasher and you have to leave early because you have to catch your flight.
Yeah, sometimes catching a flight can get in the way of that ceremony, but these players know that there are so many championship points and cash prizes available on offer, as well as titles. We have so many title-winning players already here competing in Stuttgart, but they want more.
Yep, we have seen so many of those, like Martijn. Martijn is a special event champion and, of course, runner-up for the world champion. Fabio does not quite have those accolades, but he is well known in the series here.
Yeah, Fabio's a player who many players will recognize, being involved in a lot of the Open Great League practice tournaments. Yeah. Martijn will be familiar with him as well. And he's going into this match with a lot of confidence. He knows that he is up against a titan of the game in Inadequance, but Fabio is no pushover either, going for a lot of safe, bulky meta picks, leaning around that Feraligatr Clodsire core and padding it with so many strong Pokemon.
The question is, how confident can you go into a match where you're seeing a Forretress as the first Pokemon and a Primeape as well? Primeape, of course, not a super rogue pick in the meta. It is already a little established. You kind of know how to play against it, but you don't build your team to beat it. I mean, there is an Alolan Sand Session that has some troubles against the Primeape, let me tell you.
Yeah, and the difficulty for Fabio here is that in order to deal with a Pokemon like Forretress, you want to lean into Pokemon, perhaps like Clodsire. Oh wait, Martijn has a Shadow Drifblim. You want to lead maybe into Sandslash for those drill runs, or even Dunsparce. Oh no, the Primeape that you mentioned. So Primeape is a real force. Shadow Drifblim is a real force. And we've seen Kanto Marowak as well. So Martijn has so much opportunity in this game to punish Fabio if he can get his line calls correct.
Also, I want to mention, how good is Clodsire really against Forretress? Because you have this super effective Earthquake. Forretress bulk is not to mess with. And of course, yes, Volt Switch is double resisted, but so is Poison Sting.
It is double resisted, and obviously the Clodsire will need to go for those Earthquakes, but a stab Earthquake from a Clodsire is doing more damage from a non-stab Earthquake Fortress. And let's also bear in mind, Volt Switch into Earthquake, it's not entirely energy efficient. It's quite a lot of Volt Switches to get up to that first attack, and then slightly fewer for the consecutive ones.
That is true. However, I don't know if I would feel too comfortable to go into that matchup, especially because you might not know the matchup super well. So when I was playing at a Cup versus Inadequance and he brought that Forretress, he later, after that matchup, told me what matchups my Pokemon would have won against the Forretress.
Oh no.
And I was flabbergasted. I had like a Malamar, and that would have played decently well against Forretress, but I just didn't go into that matchup at all because I thought, he's resisting my Psy-Waves. It is a bug type, technically no bug attack, but it is going to be a big issue for the Malamar. But it wouldn't. Forretress is a Pokemon that relies a lot on the defensive typing.
And Forretress has got the lead that it's looking for here. Shadow Feraligatr, a great lead for Martijn. Fabio staying in. That can give Martijn some indication that he could be ABA weak to the Forretress, but Feraligatr paces so quickly that he might be able to dance around it.
I was gonna say, maybe this is a lead that Fabio feels comfortable with. Look at the Hydro Cannon damage. You can try to swap out immediately. A Rock Tomb is going to connect. This is not going to knock out. It is not the strongest attack. We're shielding this regardless. Fabio puts already a lot of work on the Shadow Feraligatr here. We're going to swap into the mirror match. Does Fabio have a good answer for that?
Shadow Feraligatr up against Shadow Feraligatr, so potent. If you aren't shielding, you are potentially allowing your opponent's Feraligatr to come out with a ton of health. Martijn, instant Hydro Cannon into this shiny Dunsparce.
Is that a catch, I want to ask myself?
I don't think so, because it does more damage, right? Well, yeah, more damage than it would have into the Feraligatr mirror. The Dunsparce now coming in, but another Hydro Cannon reached for Martine.
But do you hang on here because it was fewer Shadow Claws than usual? Is this maybe a 1 HP and a dream on the Dunsparce getting to that drill run, which is going to knock out the Shadow Feraligatr on Undead side?
Martine lets Feraligatr go down, preserving his shields for the endgame. Fortress comes back in, it takes one rollout and the Dunsparce goes down.
I really like this because Volt Switch is significantly more energy than one Karate Chop, and also you're not revealing to your opponent which Pokemon you have in the bag. Mandibuzz is being brought in, gets a full Snarl through. It is difficult to time those Volt Switches here, but it's going to be debuff and shields the Rock Tomb.
Shields the Rock Tomb and the Primeape comes in, and now the Feraligatr will get an opportunity to take one shield away from this Primeape. The difficulty is Primeape has 2 shields available, and it's going to get a ton of energy in this farm down.
Snarl is not going to deal any kinds of damage to that. Oh, wow, we're actually...
Martine's given away a Rage Fist that he didn't need to give. He maybe had lost count of the Feraligatr, but he should and could still get to 2 close combats. That could still close it out for him.
I think that maybe a close combat that is boosted is also going to help him a lot here. As I said, Snarl is not going to do... Oh, he actually lets it go. How much damage is the Snarl dealing? Oh, we're going to get close to a farm down range, and Martine actually still sitting on that shield, which is going to have to use now. Can a close combat close this game out, or is Mandibuzz hanging on in the air?
Do you Rage Fist then close combat?
Oh wait, this is actually possible, right? Oh,
you can do double close combat.
Yeah, Snarl is not going to be able to knock out, especially after the defense, because it's still not going to matter, and the close combat actually does not knock out here.
That was very, very close. Ooh. A slight misplay from Martine, but honestly, the Primeape was in such a dominant position that it made very little difference. Let's bear in mind that this Mandibuzz is running Snarl, resisted by the Primeape. What could an Air Slash Mandibuzz have done there?
That is true. The Air Slash Mandibuzz would it have had problems in the other matchups against the Fortress, for example? I mean, then you're pacing slower, but then again, this is also a matchup that Inadequance went out rather quickly.
Yeah, it's difficult with Mandibuzz to really determine. I think if you were to go for Snarl, there's a question with Mandibuzz as to why don't you just run Galarian Moltres instead?
Yeah, that is a very good point. I mean, they have different targets, right? Because an Annihilate, for example, is very, very easy to handle with your Air Slash Mandibuzz, but if you're running that Galarian Moltres, it is actually a really big problem because of Rage Fist. But yeah, I think if you're running Snarl, Moltres is the better option.
I agree. I think Air Slash Mandibuzz has a lot of play in this current meta. Question is whether Air Slash will continue to have play going into the next season that many of these players are excited about. But Martine wants to go into next season as a champion. We know he's already won the Utrecht special event. We know he's come second in the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. But he wants Stuttgart Regional on his list of accolades too.
Getting 1 title per season sounds cool, and of course maybe going for the World Champion title as well, maybe an IC as well. That would be nice to have, I assume.
Yeah, Martine, he's got potentially EUIC and or NAIC that he could compete in. Currently flirting with the camera, he is dancing around his opponent, taking game number 1 in this series. Fabio focused, trying and see if he can adjust and take out this very, very confident Inadequance.
Tomahawk, maybe you can help me with this, but I can't help but looking at the Dugong and Inadequance's team and feeling like it's incredibly strong against the team of Fabio, except for the Dunsparce. What do you think about this? Why haven't we seen the Dugong so far?
I think Dugong and Fortress might be a little bit too risky together. They are both quite slow. They fulfill similar roles, anti-flyers. Martine's come in with Feraligatr here, and Fabio has allowed this Feraligatr to get to a Hydro Cannon. By throwing this attack, Fabio loses any advantage that he could have got by Martine using a turn to switch out.
This is almost taking out the entire Clotzer. Of course, Martine has some shields here that he will have to use at some point. However, the first Dutch Bomb is not going to be enough to knock out the Shadow Feraligatr. Doesn't use a shield here, so maybe he just wants to go for Hydro Cannons immediately. There is the Mandibuzz coming in, but there's so much energy on this Shadow Feraligatr.
I like this from Fabio in the sense that what you could do is let all of these attacks go, save your shields for Feraligatr in the endgame. The difficulty is you allowed your Clodsire to get so low that Fortress is going to put in a ton of work.
The Fortress might Volt Switch it down, maybe. That might take an hour, but still, there is not going to be too much energy on that Mandibuzz from this matchup. The Feraligatr is in the back, maybe a potential catch later on. It's going to be a Dark Pulse thrown here into the
Martine
Fortress.
mouthing to himself. He's got exact control of how much energy this Mandibuzz is on, and Mandibuzz is going to reach this next Dark Pulse before it's going to be able to switch down. The question is, do you bring in Clodsire here? You have to then go and throw another attack.
Yeah, but you have to go up to the Earthquake because the Sludge Bomb is just not gonna cut it. Are you perhaps being knocked out by Volt Switches and Rock Tombs before? Fabio is unhappy with the situation. Goes actually into the Clodsire, throws on Charge Attack Bertie.
no.
It is an Earthquake used for this 10% HP Clodsire.
This could actually be okay because you might be able to Shadow Claw this down with the Feraligatr. You need to come in straight away, yes, and go. And you need to really hope that you can get there before a Rock Tomb. I don't think you're going to be able to. This Rock Tomb's going to debuff you now into the endgame. That is massive for Martine.
Yes, and if this doesn't pull a shield, you would be possibly in farm down range, but it does. We're at one shield up for Martine here, and he has the Primate that paces just so incredibly quickly. Goes for a Rage Fist here, is going to buff the attack as well.
He's nodding his head. Martine knows that this... He's calculating so far in advance what is the situation. The Rage Fist boost comes in. He's going to shield this. Fabio has so much work that he's relying on this Feraligatr for.
Yep, the Primate is just sitting there looking pretty. There is still one more shield left, and Fabio is, of course, going to throw an Ice Beam here because he knows this is going to be shielded regardless, and Inadequance is going to outpace me.
Superb energy management from Inadequance, laughing because he recognizes his opponent is also throwing the Ice Beam, having a little bit of fun. Martine goes, let's close this game out with the combat.
Nice close combat is definitely still going to be enough. The 3 Pokeball flex off Inadequance going into day 2.
Martine and Fabio, good friends. Inadequance taking it forward into day 2. That is a massive return to the Play Pokemon circuit for our World Championship runner-up. Our fellow caster showing that he still has got it.
Doesn't only pick up the win against Fabio, also picks up Fabio in the process. It's always
picks
nice.
up the win, picks up the player. Martine takes everything to day 2.
he just has everything. Is this the first Fortress that ever made day 2 at a regional?
I'm not sure, actually.
I mean, Fortress has a decent amount of bulk and a great typing. The charged attacks, they are a little bit lackluster.
I think a lot of players are waiting and hoping for a buff to Rock Tomb. Currently, it's not a particularly energy-efficient attack, but maybe if Martine does too well with Fortress, we're not going to get a Rock Tomb buff.
So I know that you're like a fan of some update changes that could come, like putting Frenzy Plant on Registeel. This is one of your go-tos if you're suggesting something. Which attacks could you give Fortress to completely break it?
I don't think Fortress needs too many attacks. I think you just need to let it have a slightly more efficient Rock Tomb and it will put in a ton of work. Steel Bug only has one weakness. Do you know what it is?
Fire.
Exactly. As long as you can avoid that, then you're good. And yet, with Rock Tomb and Earthquake, you can hit back.
I mean, Ground Rock has been a great coverage ever since Pokemon in general came out. But the question is, do you never want to offensively use any of the same type attack bonus typings?
It's difficult because Rock and Ground, we refer to it as Edge Quake coverage, famously from Stone Edge and Earthquake. It has so much coverage against so much of the meta. Dunsparce also with Edge Quake coverage in Drill Run and Rock Slide, but Fortress has the advantage of that Steel typing. Really solid. And for the question about whether or not you want to use same type attack bonus, well actually, Steel and Bug often are better defensively than they are offensively. I mean, Bug's not a great typing either way, but you probably would prefer the Edge Quake coverage.
It matches very well with Steel, to be honest. So only having one super effective typing is very tough to overcome, especially if fire types aren't too much in the meta, if there's not a Talonflame on every single team. In the last season, we had a time where everyone was running either Talonflame or Skeledirge, so that was a very tough time for Fortress. Not happening now. We've seen a few Talonflames though, so maybe if you match up against those, it's gonna be a bit more difficult. But what you mentioned earlier, that Steel is a rather more defensive typing, you see that in Skarmory as well, right? Skarmory, of course, has Flying type as the secondary typing, so that is a really good offensive typing. Hitting Brave Birds, it's so neutral against most of the typings, and then relying on Steel Wing damage, which is actually Steel, but rather relying on the defensive.
Yeah, and the question, I suppose, for this Fortress is you've got through day one, and I often find in competing the day one meta is distinctly different from the day two meta. And we can see that typically when we look at those usage charts. We saw for Sacramento, day one and day two, very, very different. A lot of Pokemon are rising in day two that didn't make the top usage in day one. The question for Martine, the question for Fortress is, can it go all the way against the best of the best tomorrow?
I'm pretty sure that Fortress would say Fortress as an answer. I'm not sure what Martine's answer would be. Probably Martine.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure how connected he is with the Fortress. I'm pretty sure that they have similar ideas on how to approach this issue. But I mean, he has played this Pokemon for a longer time now, so I think he knows what he's doing. There's also, of course, multiple trainers that are bringing more standard meta teams. Tonton Batuz, not one of them.
Yeah, Tonton Batuz against Pataman. These players have played before. They've played in grand finals before, and sometimes winners' finals such as these mean just as much, because this could dictate who goes into day two on the winner's side of the bracket and take all the momentum with them to join Martine there tomorrow.
If I'm not mistaken, the loser is also going to qualify for day two, not for top 8 necessarily, because they will have to play out their losers finals tomorrow, so we can show you more of the action. We can show you all of those final games, but already being qualified for day two, kind of nice.
Yeah, Tonton, he told me earlier, he goes, look, I'm not feeling 100%. I want to get my games done quickly. If I can get through to the winner's side, then that would be a dream come true. I can go home and rest. Pataman, he comes in with a lot of confidence here. He played superbly in his last round. You saw the enthusiasm, the momentum that he took from that game, and he wants to win this one, absolutely.
Yep, he is hot for the next one. He has gotten to the top cut in the last one as well. And
we've got a Skarmory on both sides, Leo.
I don't think so. Wait.
A Skarmory for Pataman and a Skarmory for Tonton Batuz.
Are we going to finally see a mirror again?
I cannot wait. We've waited far too long for a Skarmory mirror, haven't we?
So now with the attack update of Steel Wing, with the lesser energy, how do you approach the Skarmory mirror match?
I mean, it's not just Steel Wing that got nerfed, it was also Sky Attack that
I mean, it got changed. It has more damage now. It is a bit more efficient, right?
It was probably a nerf overall, because the damage gain probably didn't outweigh the fact that you need it as a bait attack. You need it as a cheaper attack. Right now, you're talking about energy efficiency, but it's the same energy cost as Brave Bird and does significantly less damage. So in my mind, it was a nerf. Definitely in terms of Skarmory's use of it, it was a nerf, but the typing can be key.
So the thing is, if you don't know who wins charge attack priority, do you go for a Brave Bird, hoping you lose charge attack priority, or do you go for a Sky attack, thinking that you might win it and not wanting to debuff your defenses?
So the advice that I've always tried to give to people who ask me is it's very cogent advice. It's always don't, never, not bait. And when you approach matches with that kind of mentality, no one knows what's happening, and sometimes you can win.
That was so much nothing. Thank you for that. I'm going home confused.
If you don't know what you're doing, there's no way your opponent can.
Oh, that is a very, very good choice. I had like 1 year ago where I wasn't as much of a competitor as I am now, didn't go to locals so many times. One of my strategies was to bring random Pokemon from my team.
Yeah, well, honestly, when you look at some of these players, Tonton, Martine, it might feel to many of the rest of the competitors that they are almost random Pokemon that they're having to play against. You don't enter the Stuttgart Regional Championships thinking, I'm about to face a Fortress. You don't think I'm about to see a Skarmory mirror matchup. And these anti-meta reads from these players can give them a great advantage.
It's also something like a Dragapult in the tournament that has been catching people off guard. I mean, in Gdansk, we saw 4 unique teams in the top 4 with Pokemon that nobody else from the top cut used. And that was incredible. So you're seeing that in this meta game, Spice is nice. You actually want to have a Pokemon that possibly core breaks your opponent or just catches them off guard. We're going into game 1 of the classic Tonton Batuz versus Pataman, and Pataman is nodding.
Pataman's nodding his head. He's got his Sludge Bomb Clods aligned into Superior Tonton with the instant swap into Skarmory. Now, Malamar has come in against this Skarmory. Malamar has the resisted Psywave, but because of its pacing, it actually has a good matchup into Skarmory. It can reach its moves much, much quicker, particularly when shields are available for it.
Yep, foul play is neutral, deals a lot of damage, and if you're adding that up, this might even become a farm down at some point. You have to use a shield here in case this might be actually, even you don't want to take a sky attack in this situation. You're going to be able to farm up a lot more energy now after you have withstood the first charge attack or you've shielded it. You can go up to a whole nother charge attack, and that makes up for going one shield down.
Yeah, it's a really, really good matchup for Malamar, despite on paper the type disadvantage, because now you also have a lot of energy available for this Superior. You can reach 2 attacks unless Tonton throws an aerial ace.
Yep, throwing the foul play here first. I think this might be aerial ace range. Pataman should be barely at the superpower or 1 away from it. 2 away from it, goes for 1 side with aerial ace is thrown. Does this knock out?
Yeah, this should be enough to take out the Malamar, but Pataman can come straight back in with that Clodsire, the Sludge Bomb damage. It would threaten it, it would be super effective. The difficulty now for Pataman is you have a 2-shield Greninja to deal with. Let's take one of those away and probably dip into Dunsparce.
This is the Tonton classic already, bringing in Greninja with shield advantage, and it's going to try to catch here on the Pataman side with the Dunsparce. However, everything is going to be met with Hydro Cannons now.
Yeah, you're just going to start spamming these hard-hitting Hydro Cannons. And what I really like about Tonton's strategy is he's leaning into Pokemon that use those really efficient, really powerful Community Day attacks. Frenzy Plant and Hydro Cannon will both hit everything super, super powerfully. Greninja with shields as well. Look at the amount of damage it's putting out.
The Hydro Cannon has to be shield. Oh, lets it go, actually. Pataman deciding, oh, he's going to hang on with 1 HP, but that doesn't matter. Rollout damage.
You've actually given more farm to that Greninja. Greninja's now so close to 2 attacks. These Hydro Cannons will do massive damage. 1 coming in now, and it's just 1 more Water Shuriken until the next one comes.
And you can't over-farm on the side of Pataman either. If you're reaching that Sludge Bomb, you will have to throw it very, very soon, because Greninja just paces so incredibly quickly. Let's see if Pataman can get something out of here. There is no shields left remaining. Throws immediately. Has a little bit of HP left. Does he actually outpace the Superior?
If you can hold on to 4 Vine Whips, you should reach your next Sludge Bomb.
Are we close to an aerial ace, or have we swapped out immediately? Oh, wait, the Vine Whips are adding up. This looks like it's going to actually reach it. The Sludge Bomb with 1 HP on the Clodsire is going to knock out the Superior.
Superb energy management from Pataman. Gets the Clodsire Sludge Bomb, lands it onto the Superior. Superior goes down. Pataman takes game number 1.
When did that happen?
So when the Clodsire came back in against the Greninja, it tanked the Hydro Cannon. And then Pataman goes, I'm going to do 1 more Poison Sting, throw an optimal timing. He puts himself 4 Poison Stings away from the next Sludge Bomb, knowing that Tonton threw an Aerial Ace into Malamar, was energy dry. 5 Vine Whips away from Aerial Ace. Clodsire then was not Vine Whipped down in time, reaches that final Sludge Bomb, takes game number 1.
Also avoiding any more damage from Water Shurikens, throwing just at the perfect time, knowing I need 4 more. I'm going to outpace the Superior, but I'm not going to overfarm more, taking a Water Shuriken that is going to deal more damage here, and using those 0 shields on Tonton's side to actually control how much damage is going to be dealt, how much energy is going to be gained.
I wonder if you could actually have done... You could even have done 2 Poison Stings against the Greninja and still not taken the damage from the second Water Shuriken. But if you do that, you open yourself up to a potential catch situation. So Pataman played it safe, recognized that he was in a position where Clodsire could close the game out. Really, really smartly played from the young Spaniard.
Yep, going for those, knowing, hey, Greninja is locked into the animation. I'm just going to throw the Sludge Bomb now, because if I have counted correctly, there is a 99% chance that I win this game, trusting in the defensive abilities of his Clodsire.
I'm sure that matchup took many of you by surprise. Leo, it took you by surprise. It was a really, really closely fought game. Pataman has the advantage now. In these winners finals, it's still a best of 3. 1 more game for Pataman will see him through, but we know that when Tonton's back is against the wall, that's where he shines.
Yeah, that happened to him in the last 2 rounds as well. He lost the first game then he reverse swept, even though I think reverse sweeping is a bit much for a best of 3. I think this term suits a best of 5 much more, but still, Tonton Batuz versus Pataman. These trainers have met so many times.
They know, I think they know just how good an opponent they are sat opposite against. And for them to meet at this stage of the competition, it's almost a waste. This could be, and it has been, a grand finals before, but these players know that there is so much at stake in this game number 2. Tonton Battus with the Skarmory up against Dunsparce.
That is an interesting one because there have been multiple changes in this matchup. So of course the slower energy pacing for the Skarmory, but also the lower damage of Rock Slide. But the lower Rock Slide damage that has to be thrown in this matchup is being made up for by the rollout damage increase. And now we have a Skarmory locked onto the Greninja.
I wonder here if you go for an attack to get a shield from this Greninja, and then you lean into your Superior for a heavy farm down and try and offload that energy later. The problem is, that Skarmory has preserved its energy from Tonton, and it can clean up that Superior very, very comfortably.
Oh,
so
yes.
Pataman's in a bit of a tricky position. This Greninja is going to put a lot of pressure on him.
Yep, the Greninja is going to save some HP because also the Steel Wings aren't resisted. Look at this, almost going to 100, going to 100 energy. It's going to be able to just throw Night Slashes at this point because they will knock out. This is even less energy being used by Tonton. This is what Greninja wants to do. Throws a Hydro Cannon immediately into the Superior, and now Tonton knows what his Skarmory is supposed to do in this matchup. Of course, he also wants to have the Superior on the Dunsparce later on, even if there is a lot of energy on the Dunsparce. The energy is not what makes it great in those matchups.
And the players are realizing, and you watching at home are realizing, that Skarmory, when both shields are up, really is not anything close to the Pokemon that it used to be. Really, really dominant display so far from Tonton Battus. Almost reaches that next Hydro Cannon, but then goes down to the Vine Whip. Skarmory comes back in, and Dunsparce, with those Rock Slides loaded, will now start to throw these.
And actually, I think you're very much fine with taking a Rock Slide on the Skarmory, because the Skarmory, to win that matchup in the back versus Superior, doesn't have to have a lot of HP, so you're actually fine with taking the energy there.
Yeah, Rock Slide is not a particularly efficient attack. Skarmory, with that Steel typing, means that it is not super effective against what would usually be super effective against a Flying type. And now Superior, very, very dominant, resists Drill Run, so Pataman forced into more Rock Slides.
Yep, and now we're even throwing Aerial Ace at this point. Gets the bait, pulls out a shield in this matchup, something I haven't seen in this tournament so far. Rock Slide is going to be thrown one away from the next one, but Tonton already has the Frenzy Plant loaded.
Pataman desperately trying for his switch timer to expire so that he can get into his own Superior. He's not going to throw, he's going to go straight into his own, goes for that Aerial Ace and gets it. This could threaten the shield from Tonton. He might want to throw Aerial Ace of his own, or at this point, you just let Skarmory sweep.
So he lets it go, but I think that he's almost at a lot of energy with this Skarmory. How much damage does Skarmory take from Frenzy Plant? What do you even want to throw here? Both moves are so incredibly bad against the Skarmory.
You're going to probably do one Frenzy Plant and one Aerial Ace. Neither's going to threaten this Skarmory. A Skarmory Brave Bird is then probably going to land against the Dunsparce, and that's really, really going to put it in danger. Tonton Battus, I think he's playing this well.
Wait, the thing is that you're getting really, really low. So Pataman actually probably knows which one. If you're Brave Bird here, do you get rolled out down?
Call it. Call it, Pataman. Call it. Don't shield.
You have to call it. He knows that he can call it. Sky Attacks comes through, goes for the rollout down, but it gets knocked out. The simultaneous knockout. How does Pataman keep getting those matches back?
Really smartly played from Pataman. Knew that his only chance of not losing was to call a Sky Attack bait. He called it correctly. He committed to the rollout down. Both Pokemon went down at the same time. It is a draw. Nothing happens to the scorelines. Pataman maintains his one-game advantage.
I think we are seeing peak Pataman again. This is the form he used to be in when he won regional championships, when he played 2 regionals before that and got second at both. What a record going. Runner-up, champion. And I'm seeing this Pataman again. There's so many win conditions for his opponent, but he always keeps finding a way, also versus Scuffle, to claw himself back into this matchup.
And we talked at the beginning of this match about the adjustment to Sky Attack. Leo said, oh, I'm not sure if it is a nerf. I think it shows exactly there why Sky Attack going up in energy is so painful for Skarmory. You're not able to double up on those attacks. Tonton forced to attempt a Steel Wing farm down. Steel Wing was not enough to win the game, but at least he didn't lose it.
I mean, you love Skarmory, right? You brought a Shadow Skarmory in the max-out season.
I like Shadow Pokemon. I think Martine's the bigger Skarmory fan. He actually brought it to the World Championships.
Yeah, that's true. He also brought Wigglytuff, so let's not talk about that. But he brought Poliwrath, which is one of my favorites, so I'm still very happy about that. What do you think about the fact that we're having 2 Skarmory in day 2?
It's an interesting time to bring Skarmory. I personally would not be using Skarmory at the moment.
Ariado's usage is going very much down at the moment.
Ariado's
like
usage already going down, and I think Martine has probably made the smarter spicy call in Fortress. Even though I don't think Fortress is a great pick, I think it might be the smarter one over Skarmory here. Right, we're getting into this decisive, not even decisive because of the draw, it's just game 2 at this point, but decisive for Pataman. But if he can win, Tonton cannot allow this to happen. This is a good lead for Greninja.
Yep, Greninja barely takes any damage. Look at this, the Water Shuriken that generates so much energy is actually dealing the exact same amount of damage that these Psy Waves are, if you're talking percentages. A Hydro Cannon connects. This is going to put the Malamar so low. It's going to go for the first superpower. It's being shielded up. Doesn't have the second one yet.
Pataman staying into this first game and allowing that Hydro Cannon to land, and Tonton going instantly for the Night Slash. Pataman is going to shield this because he wants to throw another attack. I wonder if Tonton now switches out, pivots to take the damage on something else, or if he's just going to shield and full Water Shuriken down.
I was gonna say, now that you have gotten a shield back, I think farming down is a really, really solid option because nothing has energy on Pataman's side. Oh, there is a swap out into the Dunsparce. I think at this point you might as well throw a Hydro Cannon, go for one more Water Shuriken, and then try to catch on another Pokemon like the Skarmory.
I mean, Skarmory is a great Pokemon to tank attacks on with its resistances, with its bulk as well. That's what Tonton Battus is looking to do here. And now we're seeing a situation which is slightly different. We saw how Skarmory struggles a little bit when both shields are up. Now you might get to see where Skarmory can shine, and that's when shields start to go down. Your Brave Birds really, really threaten. Pataman has Dunsparce in at the moment, and it does not want to take an attack. But also, Tonton won't want to release his energy just for a Pokemon that's already in the red.
Yep, that is a very good point. Can you actually farm it down here? I think it's going to be really close because Rock Slide still does a hefty chunk of damage. Basically, if you have a Greninja with energy in the back, shields are down, right?
And the problem is, Pataman just comes in with his Skarmory at this point and sponges all the damage. So the question of whether or not Skarmory has play, this is the trouble. You're not really able to get this energy anywhere for Tonton Battus because both players are just sponging it on their own Skarmory.
That is a good point you made there, but now you can overfarm so much with the Greninja. Actually trying to throw a Night Slash here. Oh, gets the shield in this scenario. Now no trainer has a shield left. There is barely any energy on the Skarmory of Tonton. Outpaces here, goes for the Hydro Cannon.
If this Hydro Cannon knocks out, Pataman is in a difficult position. Tonton is playing this superbly. Hydro Cannon, not quite enough. The Skarmory reaches the Sky Attack. No shields available. Greninja's about to go down.
And this is a no charge here on that Sky Attack. Can Greninja take this? No, it is as fragile as paper. Poison Sting down, actually gets 3 Poison Stings here. Swaps in the Dunsparce. Dunsparce is not going to be able to reach any kind of charge attack. Malamar is still sitting there with like a big bunch of HP. Sludge Bomb is going to take it out.
I think that these players are putting far too much weight on the Skarmory. I think Pataman there was allowing shields to go that he could have used earlier. Malamar potentially had a ton more play. Didn't use his shields there, ended up shielding a Night Slash bait on a Skarmory, only ever gets to 1 attack anyway. I think this is where the difficulty with Skarmory lies. It looks so good defensively, but offensively it really is poor.
Yeah, sometimes when you win matchups with the Skarmory, because of the superior typing that it has, is also difficult to get that value onto the next matchup because you can't overfarm that much. Basically, if you want to go to 2 charge attacks, you have to go to max energy.
So the reason I personally, I don't think I even have a Skarmory built. I only have Shadow Skarmory.
Oh, wow.
And part of the reason why I liked Shadow Skarmory at the time that I brought it was because the Shadow extra damage gives your Steel Wing more fast attack pressure. You're only realistically reaching 1 attack anyway. So why not throw a Shadow Brave Bird rather than a non-Shadow Brave Bird? A Shadow Skarmory's Brave Bird does more damage than a Talonflame's Brave Bird. That's why I like Shadow Skarmory's. Normal Skarmory, for me, not the play.
That is a very good argument. However, of course, Shadow Pokemon have the problem that they take 20% more damage. Do you know if there's any matchups that you're losing because of this damage? Is there any big problems in the meta that go with that?
I think particularly as shields start to go down, the matchups that you start to drop, you're picking up enough matchups to make up for it. We're now into this decisive Game 3. Both players one game on the board. Same lead as the last game, Malamar into Greninja. Will they play it out differently? Pataman didn't shield the Hydro Cannon the first game.
And this looks, he doesn't again. This looks very alignment-based in the back because Tonton for the first time brought the Charger Bug. And the Charger Bug is, of course, waiting in the back for the Skarmory. The Dunsparce, however, very tough matchup.
This is tricky now for Pataman. Again, allowing his Malamar to get very, very low. And we're going to see potentially very similarly that investing the shield here is now tricky because you're throwing another superpower and then you're potentially getting farmed down.
Okay, no boost at this point. Superpower is being thrown as you predicted. So Pataman wants to get that shield advantage, and this is a valid strategy to gain shield advantage on that Skarmory, but an immediate pivot out into the Dunsparce. Tonton Batoos knows he has so much energy, but he throws on the charge attack priority event, so this is going to guarantee a knockout for Pataman.
You know what I quite like? Pataman's there clicking a Rock Slide, knowing that if you're going to try and catch, you'd be trying to catch a Rock Slide, a Drill Run to Skarmory, so Rock Slide would have been neutral, and it will still do a decent amount of damage to this Greninja.
But if it doesn't knock out, he can swap out with a full Hydro Cannon, or, okay, it is a Night Slash, but he can throw a Night Slash, actually. So a Drill Run would have knocked out, preserved more HP on that Dunsparce.
Pataman putting everything onto his Skarmory in the back. Tonton Batoos recognizing that his opponent has been leading into Skarmory. That's why he's put Charger Bug in the back there. Pataman won't want to see it at all.
Realistically, you're going to get a shield back with this Skarmory. Actually, probably not, because the Skarmory is just going to be answered with another Skarmory, and that is not too threatening. How much? A Shadow Skarmory with a Brave Bird. Does it knock out a Charger Bug?
Shadow Brave Bird from a Skarmory wins the Zero Shield scenario against Charger Bug, yes.
That would be very much beneficial for Pataman right now.
It really would be, and now we're going to see another issue with not having the Shadow version of the Skarmory. A Shadow version, if you shielded this, you could then land a Brave Bird, take out the Charger Bug, and you're still resisting damage, or you can even switch into your Malamar to get rid of that debuff.
The question is, can you farm down with the Malamar, actually, after this has landed and force an X-Scissor?
I think...
I mean, you can farm down now with the Skarmory, and then it's a Skarmory on Skarmory mirror match in the back.
I don't know if Pataman's Skarmory is quite going to be able... You're going to take another Volt Switch damage here, remember.
Yep, that is true, but you're also going to get some energy, which I don't know if it is going to matter at this point. How much damage does a Brave Bird to Tonton Batoos?
Brave Bird
is healthier and has more energy. Everything speaks for him. He just has to find a position where he knows that Brave Bird is going to knock out. It's a charge attack priority. Pataman also pressing that Brave Bird. How much damage is it going to do?
It does a lot of damage, but these are bulky Pokemon. They can tank it comfortably. Tonton's timed his attack to perfection. He has the attack here as well. Pataman Skarmory flying right now, not flying anymore. Brave Bird lands. Tonton Batoos wins game number 3.
The Master of Seasoning able to get some rest now, finally. Beats Pataman convincingly. You said these trainers are putting too much work on their Skarmory, but they disagreed. They just brought Skarmory both in Game 3 again. It feels like a little fallback to pre-Worlds meta.
It really, really does. I do think Pataman leaned too heavily into Skarmory in those games, became a little bit predictable. Tonton adjusted, brought his Skarmory for the defensive profile, brought his Charger Bug because it had so much play both into Malamar and into Pataman's Skarmory as well. Great adjustments from the Frenchman. This is why he is an international champion, a regional champion. He wants to continue with his accolades. He could do so. He goes through to Day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
Always with decent World Championships runs as well, reaching Day 2. However, now that we're saying that Charger Bug is of course really, really strong, Skarmory is good for both of these trainers. Where is Lantern?
Where is Lantern? That is the question, but I'm personally not too worried about the fact that Lantern is not so much in the meta. Skarmory has made a brief return, but we are only seeing very, very few Skarmory, and maybe Martine would be very happy to face a Skarmory because Fortress has a pretty good matchup against it.
That is true. If it was a Shadow Skarmory, I think that the Brave Birds would deal a little bit of damage onto that Fortress as well, because it is part bug type. But yes, with those Volt switches adding up and those Rock Tombs debuffing before you can reach your charge attacks on the Skarmory, the Fortress has a very decent time. Also, Steel Wings are tickling a Fortress here. Now we can see the simultaneous knockout from both of those trainers. Tonton going for a Sludge Bomb here to knock out that Malamar, finally winning a proper game here. And again, he has come back from an 0-1 deficit and won 2-1 to reach day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
And what a shift in momentum for Tonton Battus. He went 0-2 at Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii, and he has top cut every event since. That is an incredible recovery. The mentality needed to pull off these kinds of performances, second to none. Really, really impressive play from Tonton Battus.
He told Uden actually that he wanted to take a little bit of a break. Where?
All of these players, you know, they're what, semi-retiring? I'm going to retire for a couple of weeks until the next regional event. Oh, I won it.
See, I have a confession to make.
Yeah?
I'm gonna retire my Go Battle League career until after I get away from this desk.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Well, Eric said that he's retired his Go Battle League after I forced him to top left last time. The players can't top left. Here, they need to stay and take the punishment, and Tonton's been dealing it. But there are so many top players that have a lot to show off as well.
Yeah, we have seen the Skarmory versus Ariados previously from Tonton versus Cactus, so that was a you can't top left here moment.
Yeah.
This Cactus, even if there is 2 full Pokemon in the back, just going, nope, not having any of this. And wow, Colin 6 with a big losers run, now playing versus Mad Max Ulm.
So here is a story of the weekend, right? Colin said to me last night, he goes, Farid, I don't know what team I should use. And I said, Colin, I made my team ages ago, right? If I were playing in this event, here is the team that I would use. I sent this to him weeks ago. He was like, no, I'm not sure. Last night, coming close to midnight, Farid, I think I'm going to run your team. And I was like, no, you need to practice with it. It's quite a tricky team to run.
It's Colin.
It is Colin, and he said, I'm Colin. And I'm like, okay, you are Colin, so fair enough. And we start this tournament today, and Colin goes 0-2 in game 1. And I went, Colin, what happened? He goes, it's your team. I was like, how dare you, Colin? I said practice. And he goes, okay, tell me the strategies. And what has he done then? Won every game since. He is here in the loser semis after losing round 1 this morning.
I can even extend this story, because do you know who he lost to?
Who did he lose to?
So I brought a friend of mine to playing PvP, and he works with kids for his job, a bit teacherish. And he actually convinced them to go to a regional with him, and this is their first tournament, and one of them beat Colin 2-0 in the first round.
That is crazy. To get a victory against an opponent of Colin's caliber is definitely one that you can write home about. Now the question here is, can Mad Max do it now in these winners semi-finals? Now, one of the reasons, I can talk a lot about Colin's team because it's my team, and that one of the reasons why I was thinking Shadow Typhlosion could have a lot of play is because of this superior Sandslash core that has gained such popularity over the last few weeks, especially at LAIC, and Typhlosion really threatens it. It also beats Feraligatr in all shield scenarios, and the Thunder Punch can threaten Azumarill as well.
I was gonna say, it is not half bad versus Azumarill. Of course, you would prefer a different matchup, but especially if you get a slight farm down with the Typhlosion, you are dealing so much damage. Also, another defensive Pokemon, like for example the Dugong, you can't even withstand those blast burns.
I think that Annihilate also has a ton of play. So Colin has a lot of Pokemon that can put a lot of pressure onto Mad Max's team. I'm very excited and interested to see how Colin pilots the team, because it could be very differently to the way that I would do it. But that is the thing about Colin. He has his own take. He has his own style. He usually comes out on top.
Yeah, we have seen this multiple times. 3 regional titles is not something to be messed with. And he also went into the grand finals 2 times more. The only trainers that were able to beat him in the grand finals were, I think, Arceus Aurelius and, of course, Boom20.
And Colin gets the lead he was looking for. Annihilate into Dunsparce, met by a Shadow for Alligator. Shadow for Alligator is not really an answer to Annihilate. You can shield, you can Rage Fist, you can punch the whole way through if you want to.
So do you just Rage Fist here, or do you pivot out to preserve the HP against the Dunsparce? Because I think you're fine versus rollouts, right?
So what I would have done is, as soon as I saw the Feraligatr, I would have hard counter-swapped my Galarian Moltres. Colin's not opted for that. He's going to stay in. It might put him in a little bit of a tricky position later, because he will have to shield again, but he's at least going to have energy that he can offload.
Yep, he is going to be farmed up to the brim, not to the max, unfortunately for him. Goes for another shield and counters down here, but the HP is just so slim. There is still another shield on the side of Mad Max, so I think that the impact that the Annihilate is going to have is just going to be counters here and taking that last shield.
Yeah, if he had gone into that Galarian Moltres, that could have been really, really nice. Colin's going to come in with his own Azumarill here. He's going to try and tempt out the Dunsparce again. Play rough from Mad Max. No shields remaining for Colin. I actually think that Mad Max is in a good position here.
The thing is that Mad Max, even if he has the Dunsparce against Annihilate later, he shields once. 2 rollouts are going to seal the deal against the Annihilate. You don't have to swap that one out here, especially if you're predicting something like a Galarian Moltres. However, is Mad Max still sure that there is a Galarian Moltres in the back? Because you said you would immediately swap it into the Feraligatr.
Yes, I would have immediately counter-swapped Galarian Moltres into Feraligatr. You can shield one attack if you want to and get the shield back with a Brave Bird later.
Yep, and now the play rough is going to connect again. This reminds me of Lickitung Mirror matches.
Yeah, not quite as painful as the Lickitung Mirror. At least the bubbles are doing single resisted rather than double resisted. And play roughs, really, you start to look at the charge attack priority, but Colin is behind in energy, which means Mad Max will reach his play rough first.
Let's see if Colin's Azumarill can hang on to this, because it is really one of the best ones. It might be able to withstand with 1 HP, and that's exactly what it does. Goes for a play rough here, actually waits a turn even to see if it is a potential catch, but actually is going to win the Azumarill fight just with defenses.
Now, you come in with Galarian Moltres. You take 1 Rock Slide, you Sucker Punch as far as you can. On the next Rock Slide, you want to charge attack priority the Brave Bird and try and invite the shield.
The thing is, how much damage can the Rock Slide do here? I think it is definitely not going to knock out. Are you going to be in a very close range to being farmed down? Throws the Brave Bird immediately.
So this now gets your shield. You now allow the Rock Slide to take you out. You have the close combat banked. Colin is doing exactly what my brainwaves are trying to tell him.
Going for the full farm down here, but
You
Colin
just need to click the close combat.
He has the close combat charged up, is going to connect it. The shield was used earlier, and this is going to take out 2 Dunsparce.
The man with the mustache takes game number 1. Superbly played by Colin. The Brave Bird pressure taking that shield from Mad Max. Colin takes game number 1.
Taking part in Movember and mowing down Dunsparce here with the Annihilate. And I can see the joy on your face when you see Annihilate winning a game.
I think the really nice thing about this situation is that if Colin loses, I will say it's because he didn't practice. And if he wins, I will say that was all me.
It's a win-win for you.
It's a great situation for me. For those of you that are wondering, Colin is growing out his mustache in support of men's mental health. Many of the players are doing that here this weekend, growing their mustaches out for Movember. He's an ally. We're all allies here, but we are also supporting these players on their performances this weekend. Mad Max needs to adjust. He recognizes that Colin played ABA Game 1. Does he bring the Azumarill a little bit more for Game number 2?
I mean, the Azumarill is a very, very decent answer into Annihilate. Annihilate, of course, has this perfectly balanced charge attack called Rage Fist that helps you in that matchup, gets your attack going. If you have shields to invest, you can actually deal really big amounts of damage with those resisted fast attacks against the Azumarill. So it's not the easiest answer per se, but what else do you have for Annihilate on this team?
Well, I just love the way that Colin got the close combat and banked it.
Yeah.
He said it's not going to be useful into Azumarill. I will save it for Dunsparce later. Save it he did, taking out that Dunsparce in superb fashion. Really, really nicely played.
Yep, if he swapped out into the Galarian Moltres immediately, the Dunsparce could have been... Actually, the Dunsparce didn't do too much, and there is going to be Galarian Moltres into the Shadow for Relegator. This is so positive for Moltres when shields are up.
A great lead for Moltres. Sucker Punch doing a lot of damage. Shadow Claw is resisted. Mad Max is going to go up to the Ice Beam and bait the Hydro Cannon. Colin probably will do a shield out of safety. Galarian Moltres can then reach an Ancient Power before Feraligatr can reach an Ice Beam.
So it is a very safe bait here. Oh, we're pivoting immediately into the Clodsire. Clodsire has Sludge Bomb, so you don't want to answer it with the Azumarill, but now you have the perfect opportunity for a Brave Bird dip.
I think the nice thing here is that Annihilate is coming in because Annihilate resists Poison Sting, it resists Sludge Bomb as well. If you can correctly shield this Earthquake, Annihilate can put a lot of pressure. Mad Max, on the other hand, will be pretty happy because Annihilate is avoiding Sand Slash.
Oh wow, this is better than expected here. Dodged a Annihilate in this situation. Rage Fist is going to connect, and you can already see this counter damage ramping up quite quickly here. This is more than a resisted fast attack should do.
Earthquake being thrown straight away. This will threaten the knockout. Question for Colin is, do you invest your last shield here? Yes, you do. You now can reach 2 Rage Fists before another Earthquake. Mad Max might be forced to throw a Sludge Bomb instead. Colin's going to farm up, throw on Charge Attack priority. He says either you shield this or you go down.
Oh, wow. So the Annihilate actually wins the matchup versus Clodsire and is going into the next match. Oh, wow. It hangs on there. The boost wasn't enough. Should have close combated perhaps. And now the Sludge Bomb is going to take the Annihilate out. Alignment is secured and Annihilate is gone.
Mad Max hard swapped there, which means he is now locked in here. That might have been a mistake. Colin reaches this Brave Bird, it'll do a ton of damage, and then Azumarill might just be able to bubble down.
What is he predicting in the back if he does not shield that? Because now the bubbles are so much damage.
Yes, but if Alolan Sandslash can get this Azumarill into a range where you can Shadow Claw down, then you can take out the Moltres. So Colin needs to not throw energy and try and throw 2 attacks into that Feraligatr if he can.
But I think that the farm down is very much possible in this situation. Look at the pitiful damage from Powder Snows. Drillrun, of course, going to connect further and further, but Mad Max can also not really swap out immediately soon. First of all, the timer is not gone, and second of all, you want to get more damage in, but you can't even reach another attack. The Azumarill has so much energy.
You need to look at the top of your screen. Once you see that Feraligatr come in, you know you can throw your play rough safely.
Yep, that's
just like that.
How it goes. Is not too far away from the second player of Mad Max. Is correctly not calling a bait here. He has a catch available. There is 2 more bubbles needed. A simultaneous swap there. Colin brings out the Galarian Moltres, and now the Feraligatr still has so much energy, but it needs so much here.
Really, really smartly played by Colin. Hydro Cannon will be enough to take out Galarian Moltres, but I don't think it'll be enough to take out the Azumarill. Colin will be fingers crossed that he can hold on. Throws on Charge Attack priority. Hydro Cannon. Leo, do you think it's enough?
I think it barely will survive, just like in the first game. This Azumarill is a beast, and it's going to take this easily. Play rough for the win. Colin 6 advances to the losers finals.
Colin, the pop star from the 70s, takes game number 2, seals out the series. He wins loser semis. He goes into day number 2.
Pop stars from the 70s is a very, very accurate description. I wish there were more big Colin fans. Do you think that he can just walk through his hometown and not be recognized at this point?
I think everyone recognizes Colin 6, and he actually, you know, for anyone who wants to know a little bit more about Colin, you know, he can sing and play guitar as well.
I figured.
Yeah, this man can do it all.
I was very, very sure that he could do it. Colin is once again heading to day 2 because he's now in the losers finals, and those are going to be played out tomorrow to see who qualifies for the top 8. So we can show you even more action, so we can show you all of those losers finals. Colin 6, one of the best trainers in the world. He is called the final boss.
He is, and he will want to get into those finals tomorrow, Sunday, day 2. He will want to play against Inadequance if he can. He lost to Martine at the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. And I don't know, but I feel like he has a pretty good team and a pretty good chance.
if you get that Shadow Typhlosion on the Fortress,
oh boy!
How many Incinerates?
Probably 3 Incinerates will be enough, and then you come out with a Blast Burn to get any shields back as needed, which is a pretty sweet situation.
And you're not even going to be hit with a Rock Tomb because you need 16 turns, whereas 3 Incinerate is only 15 turns, so that's such a bad matchup for the Who would have thought?
I spoke to Colin. I said, tell me exactly what happened in your first round. I want to know why you lost. And we spoke through it for a little bit. And I said, honestly, I feel like you played too safe. This team is not designed to be safe. It's designed to be aggressive. And Colin took that aggression, took that advice into this series, showing everyone just how capable he is with a team that he picked up at midnight last night.
So, Fareed, when we were saying that you need to play a team aggressively and not safe, I mean, this is kind of like a difficult term to understand for newer players or for me as well. What do you exactly mean by playing aggressively?
So one of the things that I like to do, and some of the teams that I build really can take advantage of this, is I'm not looking to play out matchups. We look at the sims online and we say, okay, well, in this one shield scenario, this is what happens when you play it out. I don't want to play out any shield scenarios in a way that my opponent knows and understands them to be. So instead, I'll stay in for a little bit. I'll do a bit of damage. I'll maybe draw a shield and I'll switch out. And I'll try and get the switch timers misaligned. I'll change the tempo and give myself the tempo. And Colin was showing exactly how that works. Aggressive switches coming in when he thinks that he can get an energy advantage.
So does that mean that you, before the game, predetermine one of your Pokemon that you want to put the most work on, like for example a Shadow for Alligator, or in this case the Annihilate, and you're like, okay, I want to grab a shield with this and swap it out, preserving some energy, and this is going to be my win condition?
It works very similarly to that. Many players rely on Shadow for Alligator. Sometimes I felt that it was almost one-dimensional. You're always relying on Shadow for Alligator. So
I've seen that so much.
Yeah, exactly. And with this team, I was thinking, actually, Annihilate, Moltres, Shadow Typhlosion, these are all Pokemon that can have their own power, their own prowess. And any of them can sweep an endgame very, very comfortably. You've then also got so much bulk to help pad it out.
So I definitely understand. Has it ever happened to you that your bulky Pokemon all of a sudden became the stars of the show and that you were like, you know what, this game, maybe I'm going to put 2 shields on my Azumarill?
There have been situations where, based on my opponent's team composition, I realized that they just don't have the bulk to deal with Diggersby, Toxapex, Azumarill, and then you can start to use those bulky Pokemon. But generally speaking, I'm using bulky Pokemon as an extra shield. I'm just saying, hey, look, I know I can tank an attack on this. Azumarill there for Colin, tanking that Hydro Cannon in Game 2 was key. You need to make sure you're able to have that defensive profile and the offensive profile as well.
I was really surprised by this Azumarill, and to see how much difference it matters about what your Pokemon can do individually, because he swapped into the Azumarill Mirror matchup with a bubble disadvantage, and he won it.
He did win it, and this is the thing, there is so much movement around, there is so much adjustments being made, and it is honestly an incredible thing. We get that opportunity to watch it from here behind the caster desk. You guys get to watch it at home, but why don't we have an interview from a couple of people that watch it from somewhere else? We've got our judges available for you now.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I'm joined with 2 fantastic judges working here at this event. I'm here with Susie and Ivan. Susie, let's come to you first. First of all, just for all the viewers watching, let me know, tell us, what's the role that you're doing here at this event?
At this event, I'm a floor judge for the Pokemon Go tournament.
Lovely stuff. And where have you traveled from? Where do you host your local events?
I've traveled from Prato in Italy, and I host a lot of local events in 4 different locations at the moment, which are Bologna, Prato, Florence, and Valdarno.
Lovely stuff. So for those of you that live anywhere near there, make sure you go to Susie's events. Let me ask you a little bit about these events, and for new trainers, how would you encourage them to give it a try?
Well, first of all, I would say don't be scared if you don't have the Pokemon, because if you come over to local tournaments, you can find other players that can maybe spare some of their Pokemons, maybe something that is already built up with good moves. And they can also give you like some tips and make you improve as well as a battler. And also, not just that, you can make some friendship. So it's really, really good.
Awesome stuff. Barney, I'll come to you now. First of all, Tell us a bit, because you've got a slightly different outfit on there. What are you doing at this event?
So at this event, Odelion, I'm Pokemon Go head judge.
Okay, very cool. So obviously we've heard from Susie as a floor judge here. Tell me a little bit difference. What does a head judge do that's different from a floor judge?
Okay, so on one side, the floor judges are like the main force for the Pokemon Go team on the floor, while the head judges are mainly on task of scheduling, organizing, and taking care of more of the tournament control, while also supporting the floor judges whenever they need something. We will also take care of any appeal if it happens. The floor judges will take care of any review that happens, but if the player do not agree with the floor judge decision on that review, they can appeal to the head judges.
Right, okay, so you are like the second port of call for players that are competing in these events, is that right?
That's correct. We are the point of escalation.
Right, okay, good. That's good to know. So it's good to see the sort of structure and the organization with these tournaments. How did you begin your journey to become that head judge? Were you a floor judge at one point as well?
Yes, I mean, everybody starts as floor judges. We basically become professors and start applying for tournaments. Once we start going to tournaments, we start as floor judges. We get experience. We get to basically experience the floor on regionals, internationals, you know, and world championships. After that, after you have the experience, after you understand how to do basically the floor judge tasks, then you are able to, like, you can apply. You can ask to be head judge on a tournament. If you get the chance, then you will be the head judge, and you have to show that you understand completely what the floor judge task, I mean, what all the tasks are, and that you are able to understand, support the floor judge, and help them organize and run the tournament.
Lovely stuff. One final question, and I'll come back to you, Susie. What is the most enjoyable thing about volunteering to be a professor here?
Well, there are a lot of things that I like about this community. First of all is meeting new people, then also meeting the players, like seeing them being happy about the tournament that they're playing at. It's something that is very fulfilling. Over that, like also traveling is another big thing. Like being able to help and staffing these tournaments makes me actually like traveling around every month. So it's really cool.
Awesome stuff. Now, I know the next matchup is up and running very, very soon, and I think they're short on a stream judge. So if you'd be so kind, Susie, to make your way over and do your magic, we'll see more of you in a little bit. Thank you very much for both of your time. Back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, Adelian. It's a great opportunity to get to hear from some of the judges. And for many of you watching from home, if competing is not your jam, then maybe get involved with the staffing side, because we've met so many friends that are in the judging teams, that are in any of the show running teams as well. And it's really, really fun to get involved.
Either way, you can be a part of the community so easily, and just getting involved on socials, for example, at Play Pokemon, it's an easy way to find some locals near you and kind of get more involved in the circuit from kind of an easy starting point. And a lot of those people, they've come a long way from those locals to attending regionals, international championships, and going to the World Championships.
We've heard many of the top players in the world speak about their local communities. I know three-time regional champion Lyle Jeffs III, he's got his Toronto-based community that he talks about a lot. And if you can build those communities at a local level, then getting the opportunity to play at a regional event is even more fun.
That's right, Lyle Jeffs, of course, very proud of starting those local scenes, getting really involved in and helping a lot of players who aren't as familiar with PvP getting into those tournaments. And speaking of getting into tournaments, we're getting into the loser semis here. It's going to be Nickname up against XXL Cactus, which XXL Cactus, honestly...
I'm not sure about XXL Cactus's team. What do you think about it, Eric?
Yeah, you'd have to be really crazy to run a line like that and try to top cut.
Yeah.
But of course, XXL Cactus, his recent game against Tonton, it couldn't have gone worse. And hopefully he's not in his head too much, because if he allows that to kind of live in his head rent-free, so to speak, Nickname could just steamroll him very quickly.
Now, we spoke obviously earlier about Colin and using one of my teams. For anyone that doesn't know, Cactus is using one of Eric's teams. Eric, have you spoken to Cactus at all about the team, or is he just trying to learn from watching your games on stream and take it his own way?
You know what the funniest thing was? Oh, well, speaking of Nickname's team first here, it looks like this is one of the most standard teams that you could possibly be running. And Annihilate, we've seen it so much today from these top trainers, and it's been quite a force. You just 2-shield like Colin did in that previous game, bam, 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 and you just 2-shield through everything.
And I'm going to be honest, I played Annihilate against you yesterday, and which direction did that lead you towards?
That was not let's not get too deep into those games, but let's just say that the Annihilate went bam, bam, bam all over my team. But I mean, it's very strong when you don't have the right answers, when you're behind energy, behind shields, and it's often paired with these Pokemon like Feraligatr, Clodsire, and Moltres that in the lead can take a shield very quickly, and as soon as you get that shield, bang, go to the Annihilate, and you just start getting those counters in. Rage Fist after Rage Fist. It is just such a strong Pokemon to be able to win games with. And yes, of course, you talked about how he has my team. You know what he actually told me? He's like, oh, what do you mean? I took this from Colin.
No way.
And I was like, I'm not even getting credit anymore.
A tear rolls
down my face.
Okay, so again, for anyone that didn't know, at the Latin America International Championship, Nighttime Clasher made this team, the Shadow Kanto Marek Moltres team, some Pokemon that he really enjoyed using. And he spoke with Out of Pocket, and he said, look, I really rate my chances with this team. And Aiden said, Out of Pocket said, okay, you know what, I'll run it as well. Now, Colin, the night before the event, goes, guys, I need a team. And he says, Farid, do you have a team for me? I'm like, I don't have a team, but I know that Eric does have a team. Why don't you go speak to Eric? And Eric goes, yeah, Colin, sure, here's my team. Colin goes, cool, that's fine. I'll take that team too. What does he do? He goes and gets 5th place at LAIC with Eric's team, and XXL Cactus goes, yeah, I'd like to use Colin's team, please.
Yeah, he said he did make one adjustment, though. Took out the Stone Edge and put in Sludge Bomb. Makes a lot of sense. Azumarill, just such a popular pick right now. Feraligatr as well. A little bit quicker pacing with that Clodsire allows you to win some 2-shield scenarios if you have the Poison Sting Breakpoint. But let's talk about Moltres now, because that is a mirror in the lead. XXL Cactus, something to note. His Moltres, very, very bad. 1478. His Moltres on nickname side, 1500.
But that might not dictate who wins charge attack priority, so let's find out here.
No surprises there.
Quote-unquote bad Moltres wins. It has a higher attack stat. Does that make it the good Moltres?
Yeah, here we go. Ancient Power comes down, but it actually goes shielded. Very interesting, because a lot of players like to opt to no shield this first Ancient Power, as XXL Cactus does. And I'm surprised to see neither of them build up to a Braver. Oh my goodness, this is in Sucker Punch down range.
Oh,
that is so unfortunate. But does this give a little bit more of an oomph, allow him to get this other Moltres off the field? I think he's going to end up going down a little bit quicker. This is going to be very detrimental. Oh, great swap from the Feraligatr, but it's going to be met with that K-Whack. And now
I really like Shadow Kanto Marowak here. You've got
I love it there,
advantage. Yeah. This is a great position for Cactus to be in.
But now we have to look at the back line. There's that Superior, and if this Kanto Marowak gets farmed down by the Superior, it could be a bit of a problem into that Clodsire. But knowing that he's opting for that Sludge Bomb instead of the Stone Edge could, oh, I love this play from Nickname.
Yeah, letting the Feraligatr go so that you can start to farm up on the Superior. We know that Cactus aggressively counter-swapped in that Shadow Kanto Marek. It means that he is switch-locked. He cannot get out of this matchup, so he is looking to throw charge attacks to use up that switch timer so that he can pivot into the Clodsire as quickly as possible.
While we usually expect Sludge Bomb to not knock out the Superior from full HP, it's now taken a Rock Slide, meaning that it is cleanly inside of that Sludge Bomb range.
Does Nickname have a charge attack loaded on his Galarian Moltres?
No, they just threw Ancient Powers against each other and are basically going to get Poison Sting down if he farm. Oh, actually, he could make a catch, but this Clodsire, it hangs on to 2 Frenzy Plants too comfortably, right? No reason to shield any of this, and you just build 2 Sludge Bombs and end the game that way.
Super bulky Clodsire. Frenzy Plant not even taking it into the yellow. Cactus doesn't want to allow a catch, but actually look at the Poison Sting damage.
Man.
He's just showing off just how bulky this Clodsire is.
He's just no shielding for the love of the game. Can he bring the Moltres and get a Sucker Punch down? I don't think so. You can't opt to shield this because, I mean, you're doing less Vine Whip damage than Sucker Punch damage, right?
I think that you're now just going to shield Poison Sting down and yeah, there we go, straight. He did it, Eric.
Okay, you know what?
I asked you if he had a charge attack. You said
like
no.
He didn't because it didn't get used anyway.
Didn't get used anyway. The question is, could Nickname have thrown an Ancient Power? Would it have been enough?
No.
I don't think it would have made a difference. Really, really well played from Cactus.
really clean recognitions there throughout the entire game, even though it seemed like he had a pretty favorable lead position, getting that charge attack priority off, and then bringing the Kanto Marowak into the Feraligatr. Things seemed to be going pretty well for him, but he held on strong from start to finish, knew when to let that Marowak go down and put the game on the back of the Clodsire.
Yeah, and so talk me through your strategy when you're playing in these scenarios, and clearly you've completely forgotten there's a charge attack loaded on your opponent's Pokemon in the back. Do you just hope for the best?
Sometimes you just have to hope for the best, and here it looks like he didn't even get to use the charge attack, so just went straight for the Sludge Bomb. It was all good.
May as well have not had it, I guess.
May as well. It's basically a null point at that extent. But I think Moltres from Cactus looks so good in the nicknames team, because think about it. The only answer, the real answer, is Dunsparce. But Dunsparce is not the cleanest Pokemon into Moltres either.
So you're saying that for Cactus, you should lean into that Galarian Moltres. Now, if Nickname is thinking about that, then I wonder if Annihilate should come out, because once Annihilate boosts, if you have shields available, you can start to put a lot of pressure on Moltres. However, a high attack Annihilate takes extra damage from a high attack Moltres. The Sucker Punches will do a lot more, and that can be quite costly. So I wonder if Nickname is nervous about that.
The thing is, if I were Cactus, I would lead strong against the Annihilate to ensure that I'm safe to swap the Moltres, right?
I think so.
Right? Because the only problem is you can't swap Moltres into the Annihilate because they're close combating you first or threatening close combat, but they're always going to be a little bit ahead on energy. On the other side, if you start with the Zoomerl...
I actually wouldn't go to the close combat. If I were an Annihilate against a Moltres...
Rage Fist immediately.
I'd just go straight Rage Fist. They'd usually no-shield it because they go, oh, it's just a Rage Fist. And then you actually put them in a position where you can one-shield full counter down.
But here's the thing, like, to another extent, they're not going to throw the Ancient Power before you get... They're not going to throw the Ancient Power 7, so you might as well build up to a close combat.
No, because you want
the damage.
Yeah, you want the boosted counter damage.
Okay.
And basically you can shield for free, and you will guarantee getting the shield back later, because then you can boost it close combat into whatever comes in.
That makes a lot of sense.
Or you can do what Colin did, which is bank that close combat, pivot out, and use it later when it's more efficient.
I really liked what I saw Colin do there. A lot of people, they're really greedy to use boosted energy, quote unquote. Exactly. So let's see if there's any boosted energy here. It's going to be a great lead for Cactus, Feraligatr into that Marowak. Conventional thinking would be like, okay, this is a great matchup for Feraligatr. You do super effective damage, but we're already seeing these Mud Slaps chunk away at the Feraligatr, and here's a big problem. What is this backline gonna do? If he can...
Shadow Feraligatr against Shadow Kanto Marowak really doesn't go the way that you think it would. Eric is a master with Shadow Kanto Marowak. He knows the matchups. Cactus now, Rock Slide available. This will do a ton of damage to Moltres if unshielded.
Yeah, no shielding this in. What do? Come in with your own Moltres or Clodsire? I really like that. It's in Sludge Bomb range now, and if he goes for the Brave Bird, you can simply try to... Yeah, you can just simply no-shield this.
I think no-shield and start really punishing with these Poison Stings. The question is, look at Nickname's backline. That Dunsparce is now going to be aligned potentially against Galarian Moltres. So Cactus wants to get a full farm down if possible. He didn't commit to it. He could have got it.
That was a very clean Poison Sting down, in my opinion. But he's going to opt to throw the Sludge Bomb here. Maybe he wants a little bit more HP to knock it farm down for the Feraligatr, but I would have, again, really liked to see him just commit to that Poison Sting down. Two Sludge Bombs on the...
Do you come in now with Galarian Moltres? Do you hard aggressive swap? You can't. You switch slot, so now you're just farm material.
Can you get it? You can. No, you can't get it.
That's easy.
Easy. Sludge Bomb caught onto the Dunsparce. I really like what he's done here.
I don't know. Like, it's a catch, but like,
it doesn't
a really
feel
nice catch from Nickname. But
actually, need to do that.
Cactus now has all the information. He knows exactly what's left.
And now he brings us in.
Now Kwak comes in. You're not in drill run range. You've got energy for days already loaded up.
Oh my gosh. Look at this damage piling up. Dunsparce is an extremely bulky Pokemon, but it's nothing in the face of these Mud Slaps. They just keep piling up, and you can never roll out down.
Look at this.
Oh my goodness. Goes to 3, and I would have liked to see one more Mud Slap. I don't think this knocks out. And then he actually makes a drill run.
But what I like is if you shield this, then you can still throw on.
Yeah, he knows that. He throws a drill run here. I would have liked to see him go a little bit more until the Bone Club was enough to knock out, right?
I don't think it's going to make too much difference, right? Cactus has a shield available. You're just going to shield your Galarian Moltres, and you're going to be able to Sucker Punch down. Clodsire available as well. Just come in with the Galarian Moltres. You actually get your Sucker Punch through before even taking a rollout. You're not even in Ice Beam range. You're at full health, so you're in a very, very good position here. I would,
Is there a risk
to be safe?
Is there a risk of shielding this and him? There's no way, right?
There's no risk. There's no risk.
Yeah.
This is a really nice position for Cactus. He's played this matchup.
Wait, there's a risk!
This isn't going to knock out.
This knocks out.
You reckon this knocks out?
This knocks out. His is a 1478. It's
true.
gone.
That's true.
See you later. 117 HP. That's not enough. It's going to be a simultaneous knockout at the end here. Oh my goodness.
Oh
no risk.
My goodness, Galarian Moltres, if it doesn't have the bulk spread, then it is not enough to take that Ice Beam. That was a massive amount of damage coming in from the Feraligatr. Cactus has his head in his hands. He was so close to victory there.
He was so close to taking this, not only the game, but the match away and putting himself into day number 2. But unfortunately, the Moltres is really costing him here. Just slightly less combat power than you would want. Just a little less HP than you would want, and it's clearly costing him already. We saw it cost him earlier when the Dunsparce was able to knock out his Moltres with 2 Rock Slides. It's costing him again here. He's used this Pokemon so much in his recent tournaments. I really would love to see what he could do with a much better Moltres.
So you're saying that if he had done one more Mud Slap on the Shadow Kanto Marowak,
it's clean. It's a clean
it would
win.
have been a clean knockout.
That's right.
So that is something that Cactus might be able to reconsider, but sometimes in the heat of the moment, you can't even remember where your misplay was.
Exactly.
So this is difficult for Cactus because he did play so well.
But as a good player, you need to mentally reset. You can't dwell on the past. You need to focus on the present. What is XXL Cactus going to do right now to turn things around? Because Nickname, once he gets momentum on his side, he is unstoppable.
That was a criminal amount of damage from the Shadow Feraligatr Ice Beam onto Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres, it's not a squishy Pokemon by any means, but boy did it get taken out of the air there.
Yeah, I think you need roughly 120 HP to hang on to the Ice Beam, so it implies that his is definitely less than that, and it's one of those things that you just need to know. Unfortunately, it's something that you can't always control because Galarian Moltres isn't exactly one where you can hunt down a ton of them.
Yeah, both of these players, did you notice that Galarian Moltres there in Master Balls? Beat each player using their Master Ball to get the very rare, the very powerful Galarian Moltres, but Cactus, as Eric tells us, is not powerful enough.
It's such a strong Pokemon with the right, obviously, a health stat, enough attack. There's so many things it can do. For example, higher attack Moltres. It does a little bit more damage per Sucker Punch to the Kanto Marowak, for example. So the Kanto Marowak will not reach 2 Rock Slides in the Zero Shield scenario. And there's a lot of things to look at when you're powering up these Pokemon, choosing which one to use, and at the end of the day, whichever player pilots their Moltres better here will be winning. As it's such an important player. Moltres into Dunsparce. This is where Nickname wants to see it. However, it looks like a swap of a Clodsire would look really good here.
But we don't do that swap into the Clodsire. Cactus staying in with this Galarian Moltres. Now, normally, an Ice Beam from a Shadow Feraligatr against a Galarian Moltres does 80%. So that's just how...
It's so bad!
That's just how squishy this Galarian Moltres is, that it is not... It did basically a full knockout. This must be such a high attack Galarian Moltres.
That is so funny to like put into perspective what is going on with the Moltres. Of course it's when... Oh! Call! Oh! Here we go!
But remember, Ancient Power is only single stage boost now, so this Rock Slide will still do a lot of damage. Sucker Punches start to add up. He's shielding this.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. The Feraligatr swap here, or the Feraligatr coming in later with 2 shields, can clean up this entire team. Oh my gosh, it's, oh, I love that.
A really nice catch by Cactus, the resisted Rock Slide onto the ground type Shadow Kanto Marowak. Great play. Switch Clock's also now slightly misaligned.
Interesting that we don't see the Feraligatr. Why are we not seeing the Feraligatr being brought in there? You would get to the Hydro Cannon and just launch a charge attack off with no resistance. They wouldn't have even made a charge attack, right?
Listen, I think Nickname recognizes that his Feraligatr can one-shot Galarian Moltres pretty comfortably, so it doesn't really make a difference for him. He's actually saving this Feraligatr perfectly for the Clodsire.
Why are we, oh yeah, okay. I was gonna say like, we need to be throwing this Ancient Power now to deny that Rock Slide. I thought he was gonna go a little over, so I got a little bit nervous.
Eric getting angry that the players aren't doing what he wants them to do.
I was like,
these players know exactly how they want to play these games. Nickname has no shields on his opponent's side, so this Brave Bird will land. It will do a ton of damage.
No Sludge Bomb being released yet from XXL Cactus. At this point, though, it is so hard to claw out of this position. What can you do? Throw this Sludge Bomb on the charge attack priority. That's exactly what you don't want to be doing. And it looks like his head is in his hands. XXL Cactus had such a great start. Had honestly a pretty respectable game number 2. And it seems like it's starting to fall apart. What is going to happen here? It's just going to be a no-shoot. It's so crazy. but it could be the move. Does he no shield? He does. Ancient Power call onto the Feraligatr, and now XXL Cactus. Moltres is simply going to fall here to this Hydro Cannon. I think he needed that call.
I think it's a really difficult position for Cactus, but do you know what? He's not out of it yet. Nickname takes down that Galarian Moltres, this time with a Hydro Cannon, and it is 1 game all. We are learning so much information about these players' Pokemon from these games, because you can look at the amount of damage that the fast attacks are doing, you can look at the amount of damage the charge attacks are doing, and make judgments on what types of spreads each player is using. So we have very much identified that Cactus has a high attack Galarian Moltres, very low bulk. He needs to be shielding it. Maybe that's why he shielded that Rock Slide even after the boost, but in your view, you don't think he should have?
Yeah, it feels very weird to shield that because you know it's not going to knock out. You know from his Pokemon that very few things other than the Dunsparce have fast attack pressure into your Moltres. So why would you shield it if they can't fast attack down, they can't Shadow Claw you down, they can't Sucker Punch you down? So, and we saw the exact situation here. You would have come out of that matchup so cleanly, still with the shield in your hands. You know you can't go down 2 shields when there's a Feraligatr in the back.
So in your mind, you think that Cactus has got the right idea, he just needs to execute it a little bit more cleanly?
That's right. I think there, he had the right idea to an extent, shield the first Rock Slide, got the Ancient Power boost, things were going his way, but then he threw away the boost. He brought his Marowak in, knowing that with no shields, Marowak is a very weak Pokemon into almost everything here. Marowak doesn't like not having shields.
And I do think that Nickname did have team comp advantage in that game. He had the lead, he would have had swap and close as well, so it would have been a big ask for Cactus to turn it around. He's trying different things, and I think you have to respect that these players have their own strategies, their own play styles as well, and Cactus has 1 game, Nickname has 1 game. Which player is going to come out on top in this decisive game number 3?
1 game for each player, but it looks like XXL Cactus is getting in his own head. That's exactly where you don't want to be when you're at a game 3 against a formidable opponent, a regional champion such as Nickname here. That's the last thing that you want to do, and it seems like Nickname is very dialed in. He is extremely focused, got the right call in game number 3, and XXL Cactus. We saw how frustrated he could get with himself against Tonton, for example. When that Skarmory was lined to his Ariados, he would just stop tapping and just start like looking away.
You need to have composure.
Exactly.
At this stage, and
or at least you need to pretend.
Yeah, exactly.
And look, exactly. This is what's going to happen.
This is a great call from Nickname.
Oh, but a Clod Swap
into the Shadow Cancer Marowak. Clodsire comes in, and Nickname doesn't actually have a clean answer. We're expecting a Frenzy Plant to come out first, and then maybe you just try and sponge everything on Dunsparce.
You come in with the Dunsparce here, but then the Moltres in the back is so good.
Well, that's why he's coming with Moltres. Nickname knows. Save the Dunsparce for the Moltres. This is a pretty good position for Nickname. Sludge Bomb coming in through now for XXL Cactus.
If there's a way that XXL Cactus can fight for swap here and align things correctly in the back, he could win the game on the spot.
Well, I like that you get to your next Sludge Bomb before the Galarian Moltres even reaches the Brave Bird. So you're actually drawing a shield very, very quickly. What would you do, Eric? Would you now preserve this Clodsire and go for another Sludge Bomb?
I think you can't, because if you do, then you get farmed all the way down. You just have to give it up. Oh, yeah, the Brave Bird being thrown here. Is that necessary, though?
I don't know if it is, but Nickname doesn't want to risk it, I guess.
Okay, we're not risking an Ancient Power call either. Gonna go for the shield, and this puts Nickname in a very difficult spot. If you just shield this, he'll bring in his Moltres, and he can clean the entire game with the Moltres, I think.
You think Cactus's Moltres can sweep?
Yeah, but now he's letting this get farmed down, so I'm not really sure. Maybe we should bring.
What do you come in here with?
Marowak. You have to come in with the Marowak. You just have to sponge his damage. Yep, perfect. Don't shield that.
And then you can aggressively come in with your Moltres?
You need to win the game with the Moltres. That's the only thing I see here.
Cactus, can you hear us? We know you can't, but come in with your Moltres right now. Start the farm down, do the Moltres sweep. Here comes Dunsparce.
I think he can do it. I think he can do it. With one shield, you Brave Bird, you farm all the way down, you Brave Bird to Superior. This is such a clean win.
Okay, Eric, let's see how it plays out. Eric has his prediction. You want to farm up a little bit more with Sucker Punch, throw the Brave Bird before the Dunsparce reaches its next slide. Can Cactus get it right?
3, 4, oh.
Perfect, perfect. Is this in range, Eric?
We know his Moltres has a little bit more attack. Is it enough? This could decide the game. Brave Bird onto the Dunsparce. And now, what does Nickname do? If he can get to this Aerial Ace, he could still win this game. But does Cactus have 3 Sucker Punches to his name? What? Why are we bringing the Moltres? What is going on? It's game over.
Nickname was desperate to try and reach the Ancient Power. Cactus gets to the Brave Bird.
Moltres onto the Superior. Here we go. Huge damage, and he pumps his fist. He is absolutely stoked about this. I don't think we've seen Marowak leading into Superior and winning the game.
Galarian Moltres takes it all. XXL Cactus puts himself through into the next round. He cannot believe it. What a call, Eric. You got that absolutely right. What a game. What a match.
We made fun of his Moltres from start to finish, but at the end, that higher attack stat allowed it to Brave Bird right through the Dunsparce and get onto that Superior. What a clean set of games there. And I think as soon as he realized that the Moltres was the win condition, he hard swapped it, was dialed in on that game, dialed in on the objective, and it's going to allow him to progress to day number 2.
Do you know what I love about those games there, right? You are obviously the mastermind behind this team. This is your creation. Right. And getting to watch Eric, watching him almost coach Cactus to victory there. He goes, no, you need to come in the Marowak. You need to let this go. You need to farm down. The joy on your
when he does it right.
And Cactus was doing everything. It was a really nice sight.
It's like, so what Martine says to me when I'm playing well at tournament, it's like watching your son score his first shot at a football game or a soccer game. Yeah. But we're in Europe, so I have to say football. Yeah, it's like watching your son score his first goal.
That was exactly what we were seeing here. Eric was there like, no, now, no, yes, okay, and then squealed as you jumped off your chair in the end game, and wow, what a match that was. That was a great one for the neutral as well, I think, because Nickname, he's a fabulous player, so to be able to take him out at this stage of the competition, really, really superb.
XXL Cactus is pushing himself into his 3rd day 2 already, and he's not a name that a lot of people talk about. When you talk about top European trainers, unfortunately, he is not one of the first names you think of, but he's gotten really consistent at taking down these top trainers. Nickname here is no exception. As we see here, can he put that Moltres to good use? That Clodsire just perfectly placed. He knew that he could swap Clodsire a lot of these games because he started to recognize Annihilate wasn't coming.
And we've spoken about the Galarian Moltres that Cactus has been using. A high-rank Galarian Moltres would have held on to the Shadow for Alligator Ice Beam. However, a high-ranked Galarian Moltres would not have taken out that Dunsparce.
That's right.
The Brave Bird. So there are two sides to every coin. Cactus showing that there is an advantage, and when you know your Pokemon, that is how you come out on top.
It doesn't matter what's the conventional thinking. It only matters what you are aware of. As we see here, Ice Beam right to the face. That is an unreal amount. I don't think I've ever seen an Ice Beam taken out.
I was shocked. Right. I use Galarian Moltres a lot, and I was like, no, I know that mine can definitely hit on. And you were like, Freed, wait, I'm not so sure
I've seen this Moltres here.
You're like, this is not a conventional Moltres, but wow, did it make the difference in that game number 3. Landing 2 Brave Birds, one against the Dunsparce, fist pump for XXL Cactus, as Brave Bird number 2 lands against Superior.
When I saw that Moltres into the Moltres lead, I was like, oh my goodness. He wins charge attack priority 100 times out of 100. Nickname does not know what is about to hit him here. And yeah, that Ancient Power coming down, giving him those boosts. He may have not used that boost to his advantage earlier, but he used his attack to his advantage.
We were there both staring at the screen when that Dunsparce was just reaching the rock slide and Cactus clicks the Brave Bird. We're both staring at the amount of health available on the Dunsparce, looking at each other. We're like, is this going to be enough? We're like, we're not sure.
We're not sure.
A high-ranked Galarian Moltres? No, but Cactus's Moltres?
Cracks.
Maybe, and then off our seats when he landed it, when it went down. And I think fair enough to Nickname. He goes, look, my Superior is going down. My only chance is that I can reach an Ancient Power.
Yeah, it's just recognizing all those different kinds of win conditions. Most players would have brought the Superior, but they would lose anyway. The only chance if you somehow hang on to 3 Sucker Punches, very optimistic, but at that point, you have to try what you can try.
It's so meticulous at this stage of the competition, and we're seeing incredible energy management from all of these players, and I think that Cactus will look back, and maybe in some of the earlier games in that match, he didn't play as optimally as he would have liked, but he got through in the end. So he can now take pause, rest, recover, and reconsider what strategies he wants to take into the next round.
Wow, these are some really talented trainers here. San Hudigo obviously was playing in the LAIC most recently. He did make day 2.
He was a travel award player
exactly.
as well, yeah.
He was actually invited to go there based on his championship earnings in Europe.
Of course, congratulations.
Yeah, we were having a lot of fun there. And he made day 2. But Kufji, a name we may have not... Yeah, it actually means Tintin in
that is a cute little rep.
Yeah.
You've played against Kaifia before, haven't you?
I have played against him in quite a couple locals.
Who usually wins out of you two?
I actually don't think I've beaten him.
You don't really like locals. You're not.
I'm not.
You're a regional and IC kind of guy, right? Like
at ICs, I've gone 9th, 9th, and 12th, and 33rd.
Yeah.
At locals, I've gone no points, no points, no points.
You've got the travel award for EUIC as well, so maybe that's where you're going to shine. Kaifia here wanting to shine on day one at Stuttgart Regional Championships. We are in the latter stages. This is the winners' semis in Group C. Kaifia against San Diego, and this is a pretty solid team, a pretty meta team for Kaifia.
It doesn't get much more standard than this, if you were to ask me. We got the double waters. We got, Moltres. We got Malamar. 2 poisons, 2 darks, and 2 waters. Yeah, that's pretty standard if you ask me. This trainer, very, very underrated, was actually able to take down its Axon in, I believe, round 2 of the European International Championships in 2024, earlier in April. What an impressive showing, obviously, because nobody would really expect that. And he's here to take down more big names in San Diego.
I think the really impressive thing about the players we have in the EU region is that it almost feels like the average regional competitor is still at such a high level. No games are easy, no games are free, and that makes things very, very challenging. We're seeing top players lose in early rounds, and San Diego is taking inspiration again from Marto Galde's jumper performance at LAIC. He saw it firsthand. How is it doing for him so far this weekend? Well, he's in the winner semis.
Winner semis, and this is now a win and in to day number 2. Whichever player wins this is guaranteed a spot in day 2, whether that's through the winners finals or the losers finals. Here though, San Diego, I believe this is a S. James P team, or it's actually, it should be pretty similar to whatever S. James P ran back in Sacramento, taking inspiration from that Alolan Sand / jump off core, Marto Galdi, of course. I believe one of the changes that S. James P made to that team was swapping in that Drapion instead of something else on Marto Galdi's team, and it's definitely making a huge difference that allowed him to win one of those tournaments pretty handedly. And as we see in these games, Jumpluff looks really incredible against. Yeah,
Eric, I think you're absolutely right. I think this is exactly SJ's team from the Sacramento Regional. SJ came first there, San Diego taking inspiration. I think we're seeing a lot of players at this stage of the meta, right? We're at the end of the max out meta. We're at the end of the max out season, and it does make a lot of sense to use these tried and tested lines. San Diego knows that SJ put together a great team, as we say, inspired by Marta Galde's LAIC winning line, and can he take it all the way here in Stuttgart?
Yeah, S. James P is like kind of the North American Colin, always taking teams from winners, always just grabbing the closest team he sees and just running with it, and doing really good. So always fun to see those.
I think it has some parallels with TCG as well, because I've seen a lot of the top TCG players, they say, look, there are people who are incredible at making top decks.
There's no reason to spend time making your own when you can just grab a team and practice with it and get really good at something that you already know is going to be good.
And how do you feel, because I've been in this situation as well, how do you feel when you are the architect behind a team and someone that uses your team that you gave it to then performs better? How does that make you feel?
I've had to just get used to it, unfortunately. At this point, I'm always flattered when someone uses a team that I've made or helped build, and seeing them go far, they're usually my friends, so I can do nothing but just be happy for them.
Okay, new question.
Okay.
How does it feel when someone else who later uses that team gives credit not to you?
Man, that is a tough question.
That hurts, right?
It's not the best, but you know, it's still nice to see that people are seeing the team, something that I've made, maybe not through the first-hand source. They're still enjoying it, and they're still getting really good results with it.
Now, I've never seen you not smile, but you know, you've got a smile on your face, but there must be tears behind that smile, right?
Yeah, when he told me that it was Colin's team, I was like, when have you known Colin to create a team?
That is, I mean, it's a fair assumption, and San Diego here hoping that he can pilot SJ's Sacramento winning team to the same success. Kaifia, on the other hand, has a different meta team of sorts, but that Gastrodon has to be aware of the jump love. You cannot afford to be in that matchup.
It's so strong against Sanju's entire team that I feel like the jump bluff needs to come. Jump bluff, obviously great into everything here except the Clodsire. There is an energy ball breakpoint. I think Mountain Dugong actually made me aware of this, that there was an energy ball breakpoint from jump bluff against Azumarill that allows you to win the zero shield scenario. I'm not sure San Hudigo knows about that, but otherwise, Azumarill actually wins the zero shield scenario against a high rank jump bluff. And that could be an easy way for for the Azumarill to swap basically and lure out the jump bluff.
Now, looking at that jump bluff, San Hudigo, as you mentioned, needs to probably lean into it to handle the Gastrodon. And Clodsire is Kaifia's best answer to jump bluff as well. So does San Hudigo go, well, I'm expecting to see Clodsire. I might even be expecting to see Galarian Moltres. I will lean into a Lowland Sandslash. Is that a strategy that you would consider?
I think he has to lean into jump bluff very heavily because that's like one of the main answers, only answers to Gastrodon. And that's one of the only answers to Azumarill. But it's overloaded, right? It cannot deal with both of those Pokemon. If the Azumarill swaps and you swap in the jump bluff, you don't have it anymore for the... Okay, I think if this is...
This is a neutral matchup.
This is fine.
Actually, when you look at a lot of San Hudigo's team, the Azumarill and Feraligatr and Drapion as well, they're also neutral and flexible Pokemon. So I think San Hudigo, he's not looking for like terribly hard alignment, but my goodness, has Kaifia played weak to jump bluff in this game.
But if you no-shield this, if you no-shield two body slams, you win the zero shield scenario as Marowak.
Well, maybe Kaifia knows that.
Yeah.
Either way, I don't think if I'm Kaifia, I want to win the zeros here.
Absolutely not. I want to farm with the Moltres and sweep the backline, but you have to be aware. Okay. Oh yeah, this is perfect for San Hudigo because this energy, whether it goes onto the Azumarill or the Moltres, is going to be very crucial. If the Moltres takes a Rock Slide, then it's an Aerial Ace range. If the Azumarill takes two Bone Clubs or even one, we can be getting closer to that Energy Ball range. This is awkward though because now it's not.
Do you do? One more bubble will take out this.
I think you go to Azumarill. You have to you can't give him more energy. Because, like, what on his team, really? If
Kaifia's in a great position here, actually, because San Hudigo, if he comes in with this jump up like he does here, right? The Azumarill has two shields available. These Ice Beams will do a lot. San Hudigo might opt for a catch. Kaifia cannot afford to let that happen, but two shield Moltres, I think, looks pretty good.
You bait? Is that crazy? I mean... Could you? I think you could. I think you can get away with it.
Yeah?
Okay, go straight for it. If this is shielded and there's a debuff, then the next one actually knocks out. So maybe a no-shield is...
No-shielded.
Yeah, that makes sense. It always hangs on here. And his whole plan is to always switch the Moltres. Oh,
okay,
so patient.
So he's banked that Ice Beam, and now he has Moltres with a 2-shield advantage, saving these shields, and he will try and get the last shield back off San Hudigo after he's taken out this Azumarill.
The burden is now on San Hudigo to make the right calls. He wants to shield up a Brave Bird, but if he shields up an Ancient Power, that could lose him the game on the spot.
This is so interesting. Do you go for the Brave Birds one after another? You just shield the Ice Beam. I really like this.
This is exactly what I would have done here. Just force him to have to shield up an Ancient Power after this, potentially. Now, Brave Bird lands. San Hudigo looks...
perfect! It's perfect play from Kaifia.
He looks unfazed, but at the same time, you've got to shield something. Isn't that Ancient Power? No. Now you're going to get Sucker Punched down. There's still an Ice Beam ready to go. Oh, I think you just let it go. You bubble down. Oh, what? This is weird now. This is going to be weird now because an Aerial Ace takes you out from the jump bluff.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have to pivot into your Azumarill now.
Oh, go. Get out of here. Oh, perfect.
Okay, you shield, but then you've got ages of farm to get. But
yeah, but you hang on to the Aerial Ace. It's all good. Right?
You've got one Aerial Ace to take out this Azumarill, then you've got another Aerial Ace to take out the Galarian
He's like
Moltres.
3 Aerial Aces to an extent, but you can't do that.
It's going to be pretty close.
You hang on very cleanly here as the Moltres. I don't know how good his Moltres is, but it's 1498 CP, so it can't be that bad. Does he outpace, though? That's the question. I don't think he outpaces.
No. The Galarian Moltres will get to an Ancient Power first.
Okay. And then he wins Charge Attack priority, but the Fairy Winds are the problem here. One. Oh, wait. Silly me. Yeah, you're right there. Okay, so this is clean. He can Sucker Punch down, right?
I love it. This is a Learning with Eric episode. It's always so much fun. That is incredibly well played by Kaifia, finding his win condition in Galarian Moltres, Sucker Punching down, taking game number 1. Absolutely disrespecting the jump bluff there, and it came off.
It's so interesting to do something like that, right? Because jump bluff, it's so good into his team. How could you play ABA to a Pokemon that is that good against your team? And to an extent, because it's so good against your team, it would be the least expected thing to play ABA weak to it, right?
I wonder I'm trying to work out what was Kaipia's plan if he did see the jump bluff. Do you go into your Azumarill, which you're going to lose anyway, or do you hard swap into Galarian Moltres, wait for shields to go down, and then hope that Azumarill in the end game can land an Ice Beam? Perhaps that was his strategy.
That is a great strategy from start to finish. I think from San Diego, we need to start seeing that Alolan Sandslash. Outside of that Gastrodon, you have amazing matchups across the board. Malamar, it's not the most optimal because they have superpower, but if you can get them into a position where you're a little head on energy with the Alolan Sandslash, it becomes an extremely dominant matchup, right? And the other Pokemon, Ariados, Moltres, Clodsire, Azu, they don't really want to see Alolan Sandslash, but Gastrodon being so prevalent against this team just makes you have to consider it a little bit more strongly. Is this the risk I want to take, or can I win the game in a much more neutral way? San Diego, a player who usually tries to win neutrally, and it seems like Kaifji here on the left side.
Kaifia is actually very well known for running unbalanced teams. Yeah, so he is happy to play weak into things because he's making a hard call that his opponent will not lead the Pokemon that he is ABA weak to. It's a high-risk, high-reward strategy because it makes it very difficult for your opponents to predict what's in the back.
Sometimes you have great wins like this, where playing triple weak to the jump bluff, neutralizing it with a jump bluff, with a Moltres pays off dividends. But there's going to be other times where you lead a Gastrodon into a jump bluff and you have to swap in the Azumarill. Thank you for playing.
Yeah, thank you for playing. I think in that situation, maybe going into Galarian Moltres would have been the better solution, but San Diego didn't have the Alolan Sandslash there in game number 1. I wonder if it's time to bring it. We mentioned that Clodsire, Galarian Moltres, they are the better answers to that jump bluff, and they are both weak to Alolan Sandslash. So maybe that's an adjustment that San Diego will make. Let's find out.
He needs to make an adjustment, but it's so difficult when you don't know what to expect from your opponent. Let's take a look. It's a Gastrodon lead into the Marowak. Let's see if he's ABA weak. Oh my goodness, he does it's the exact same line. No respect for the jump off, and I feel like it's probably gonna pay off.
And this is the thing, he showed his opponent, hey look, I'm gonna play weak to jump bluff in game 1. And he basically goes, go on, lead jump bluff game 2. And San Diego goes, oh, I don't know if I want to fall for that bait. I don't want to lead jump bluff game 2. And Kaifia goes, ha, gotcha. I'm playing the exact same ABA weak team once.
Oh, I love the adjustment here. Knowing that he baited last time. Oh, this is call after call. He's getting it all right. And look, he brings the Azumarill to snipe. He knows it's strong in the back. This is a masterclass here. And now, just a little ahead on energy, this Azumarill is going to be doing a little bit better against... Oh, I don't...
Eric, if I'm honest, I don't know if I like the Azumarill swap in, because surely, if you just won the matchup, you see the jump bluff come in, and you know you can put a Moltres on it.
Oh, this is fine. It's look at that. He's got the Ice Beam landed. That's the only thing he needs. Now the Moltres can play cleanup as it has done in the past games. Gastrodon has enough HP on it to make a difference against the Azumarill as well. So I kind of like seeing him preserve the Gastrodon there.
And what do you think about this shield on the Azumarill? Because now the Ice Beam is shielded. Now you're going to take an Energy Ball. It's going to do a lot of damage.
Is there a way he's trying to wait out the switch clock and maybe catch on the Moltres?
I'm not sure it's
because he has to throw, because I think there it becomes very obvious very quickly that San Diego needs to throw energy, right? Because he's getting
shielded again. Okay, so he's now...
Whoa, no.
Moltres.
Oh, we come in with our own Moltres. Actually, if we land a Brave Bird here, can our Gastrodon... Ooh, and throws May could have thrown one more Sucker Punch, I think.
I'm really nervous for this game. I have actually no idea how it's going to turn out. San Diego correctly shields this Brave Bird. Now he
is Gastrodon having so much health remaining is convincing to me.
Yeah, but this is a nice overfarm here. You know that this Ice Beam's going to knock out. You're not in an Earth Power range anyway.
Okay, Ice Beam lands on this Moltres. What do you do now? I think you bring in the Gastrodon. I love this. Just force energy out of him. Can you charge attack priority on a body slam with a move? Okay, I don't know about that. I would have liked this
to the Earth
Tower, right? Or force San Diego to throw energy. And now this may cost him the game, unless this is just nicely in 2 play rough range.
I think that San Diego is going to reach an Energy Ball and a play rough, and that's going to be more than enough for Kaipia's Azumarill. He went for the same strategy, played it out differently. Not sure he played it out in the most optimal way. San Diego has adjusted very, very nicely. Reaches that last Energy Ball. This is about to land and do a ton of damage.
Is there a chance he could have taken it away if he Earth Powered the Azumarill? I don't think so still, right?
Big damage.
Oh, the debuff
as well.
Wait, yeah, there's no way here. Even with getting it to another play rough, you're actually going to get bubbled down thanks to that debuff.
I think you are. That debuff was pretty impactful, but the Azumarill has energy regardless. It wasn't even in play rough range. Sanyadigo does enough, says GG, gets his name on the board. It's 1-1.
Here's the problem. Koifji's strategy on the left-hand side is probably to steal 2 games away very quickly, playing AAA weak to the jump left. And I'm so sorry I can't pronounce his name, but I'm glad
I've heard 18 different pronunciations.
I'm trying my
you.
best out here, but it's a good thing that I'm good enough friends with him that he's not going to get too upset.
Yeah, you could, I mean, you're not on first name terms with him, but Kaifia there going down to Sanyadigo's Azumarill in that mirror matchup, playing ABA weak again to that jump left. Can you risk it 3 games in a row?
The crazy thing to do would be to do it again, and I think you do it again. Sanyadigo would not expect that.
I don't know if I would do it again. I don't know if I have it in me to do that again.
Sanyadigo's not leading jump left.
Yeah?
Straight up.
All right.
You can do it again, because at this point...
Chat, let us know.
What would you do?
Does Sanyadigo lead jump left? Yes or no? I just want one word answer from you in the Twitch chat. Yes or no? Is Sanyadigo going to lead jump left in this decisive game number 3?
You don't do it. You just do Gastron lead, Azumarill in the back, Moltres again, just run it back.
You want Kaifia to run it back. Does Sanyadigo know that his opponent has the gumption to do that, the gumption to try that kind of strategy?
Maybe something slightly different, like Gastrodon and the Azumarill, and like Clodsire instead of the Moltres, right? Just be a little bit unpredictable. Lead Sanyadigo to believe, okay, I see the Gastrodon, I see the Azumarill, it's got to be the Moltres in the back. Let him play into his own head and surprise him with the Clodsire. Catch that jump left in the back with that Clodsire and win the game that way. I think that could be a very good strategy.
Well, we'll find out, because if you play hard ABA like that, it can be so
That is the face of a man who's about to do it. Look at him. He's trying. Look. He's trying to be unassuming, looking down. He's trying not to smile, not laughing at what he's about to do.
But he knows it's funny.
Look,
you know it's funny. I really wish we could see these players right now. But Sanyadigo, are you going to lead jump left?
No.
Are you going to allow your opponent to play these absolutely disrespectful lines of 3 to jump left, or are you going to punish him for it?
I think at the end of the day, right, he's trying to look nonchalant here, but is he going to get called on it? No, it's the Ariados. See, there's no lead. You would have wanted to lead the Gastrodon.
Sanyadigo did not lead jump left.
Oh my gosh, look at the backline.
Goes for Ariados. Now the big question here is, which of these Pokemon will win charge attack priority? Let's find out. It is Ariados.
He might no shield. A lot of Feraligators like to no shield here because it's always a lunge, but he goes for the correct shield. You know what I mean, right?
I know what you mean.
When you lose charge attack priority, the best thing you can do is no shield a lunge and play it out.
I mean, Sanyadigo didn't know that he lost charge attack priority, I suppose, but
once you have, then you know to no shield.
He didn't want to risk losing the Feraligator, and I think that was, it made a lot of sense. Can you catch now?
Oh, no! Oh, no.
I'm not even going to press the catch button, because this is the perfect attack from Kaifia to throw against jump.
Build up the energy.
Neutral, right? It's a neutral lunge, and you can go straight back up.
And
punish with Clodsire.
This is what I was thinking. You need the Azumarill and the Clodsire in the back. Clodsire would catch the jump left, and all you have to do is win the lead.
There's no wonder that you haven't beaten Kaifia in locals. He is a mastermind.
Yeah.
Calling everything perfectly.
I mean, pick up the phone. It's ringing, and Koofji picks it up. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore, but it looks like he's got the reads on lock here. Can there be an energy ball debuff? No, that would have been the saving grace.
And it's perfect. Throwing the Stone Edge just before you reach that 100 energy, maximizing on the amount of energy there for Clodsire. Kaifia is playing this immaculately. Clodsire is going to be threatened by that Feraligator's Hydro Cannon. So what do you do here? I really like this from Sanyadigo, throwing on charge attack priority.
What else are you going to do, though?
Well, I think you could shield this from Clodsire, right?
Yep, and then
you could have thrown the Stone Edge, and then you can instant swap Ariados and land the attack if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think Ariados just has too much going for it. Yeah, here comes the Dropion.
Double
lunge, and
then go into Azumarill.
I think that's it. Like,
well, you can even single lunge and go into Azumarill.
Can you just?
You should just bank one attack.
Yeah, but you need to bank one attack. Know that charge attack priority is your win condition at the end, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at this point. Dropion already kind of not great into Azumarill when you don't have 2 shields, but when you're debuffed 1 stage of attack, you're playing so far from behind. No debuff here, no saving grace for San Diego, and it's no wonder he can win so many games against top players. Against its action, for example, they just get caught off guard. San Diego couldn't make the call to bring Jumpluff in the lead, and he's going to pay dearly for it as this crunch gives him a little tickle.
Okay, he's got one debuff. Hold on a minute. Kaifia is now giving away energy here. Can Feraligatr get any energy advantage?
The problem is he needs way too much of an energy advantage. He needs to throw here, right? And you can't build up 2 moves, and the Ariados has obviously already a Trailblaze to his name.
I think San Diego has Elite TM'd Hydro Cannon onto the wrong side of Feraligatr, and that has cost him. Hydro Cannon on the right side.
It's crazy work. That is crazy.
Here comes Ariados. Lunge to close it out. Kaifia, he is crazy, but he is also crazy good. What a play from the Dutchman. He is celebrating. That is a massive win in these winners semifinals.
Yeah, a couple months ago in Lille, Boehm opened the door for the Belgians as he won that first regional, and now it's Koifji and, okay, you know what, you're gonna have to forgive me here. Him and also Fabio also made it to day number 2 guaranteed. The Belgians are really making a name for themselves here in Germany.
They are doing really, really well. Top Belgian player in Kaifia, and he has performed superbly against San Diego. We mentioned San Diego was an LAIC Travel Award player, and that is a high bar to reach. He's definitely no pushover, but Kaifia's strategies there, they were very, very impressive.
Strategy is a very generous way to say it, but of course, just making fun of some interesting lines there. I think at the end of the day, it was really, really smart to do what he did, knowing that Jumpluff couldn't come as a lead in the 3rd game. And
what do you think more likely going forward, okay? What do you think is more likely? Kaifia not running an ABA team, or you pronouncing Kaifia correctly?
There's no chance. There's no chance of either, actually.
Neither of these are going to happen.
There are no win conditions on the table.
Nothing is available, but look at these plays from Kaifia. Absolutely disrespecting the Jumpluff. San Diego didn't know whether he should bring it or not. He was punished for not leading it. And my goodness, did those give us some fun games to watch.
What a great showing here. Moltres just showing off in all these games. Such a strong pick overall. And we've seen Moltres sweep through entire teams. Alolan Sandslash being one of the few Pokemon that can really put up a pretty consistent fight against Moltres. And a lot of these Moltres teams, they don't open the door very wide for Alolan Sandslash to be able to play.
I really like the adjustment from Kaifia. He didn't actually go for the strategy in Game 3. He went for that Ariados, and he got a positive matchup into Feraligatr. The beautiful boost against the Feraligatr, which went shielded into a lunge, neutral lunge against Jumpluff. Remember, bug type is super effective against grass type, but resisted by flying, so it's a neutral attack, but it was boosted. And then banking the attack and coming in with Clodsire, and closing the game out right there with Ariados. Really, really fun games. Really, really well played. Congratulations, Kaifia.
Questionably weak to Jumpluff sometimes. Maybe not as questionable as the Feraligator's Hydro Cannon being on the right side. But at the end of the day, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, I think that some of these players are really, really focused on what do you need to do to identify your win conditions. And I think it's quite nice that when you and I are speaking about these and we're almost identifying on the fly, what do these players need to do? And then when they do them, it feels pretty good. And you guys at home, I know you're learning as well, because some of these plays are crazy. You are not expecting them. And I think it's very, very entertaining.
What's even more fun is just leaving predictions in the Twitch chat. Let us know what you think is going to happen before it happens, and you could be right. A lot of the times the Twitch chat just knows better than us.
Well, I mean, we can miss things up here. I'm too busy having to deal with this guy. You know, it's very hard to focus on what's happening in these games. And so make sure that you can comment in the Twitch chat. What is happening? What are you liking to see? And what are you predicting as well? Because, you know, we are following the Twitch chat. We are keeping up with you guys, and we want to know your views as well.
One of the best things, of course, is just interacting with the community. While you aren't at the regional, just from home, it's like you're a part of this Stuttgart regional community. Just be able to join in on all the fun. But of course, we'd love to see you at one of these tournaments even more.
Yeah, there are so many tournaments still available this season. Now, interestingly, there are no European regional events in December. This is effectively the December regional, right? I know we're starting it a little bit earlier.
We're starting in November, but we're finishing it in December.
Yeah, we're finishing the event in December, but it means that the max out meta will finish with Stuttgart, and then the new season. Do you know the name of the new season?
Dual Destinies is going to start in Toronto, and we are going to have Dual Destinies in Toronto. Hopefully, we both end up on the winner's side of day 2, and we could run it back.
Yeah, well, I mean, interestingly, half of Dual Destiny will be available next week for Perth and for Bogota, but not any of the new attack additions would have been available. That doesn't work in the same way. So Starmie, for example, not able to be used in Perth with Psywave, but Pokemon that have Ice Punch and Thunder Punch, those will have those boosts available for those regional events. If you don't have regional events near you, it is okay. Locals are still available. Go and enter a local with these new attacks, with these new Pokemon. Galarian Corsola, we've mentioned it already. If you want to know more about locals, check out this video.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
And remember that this season, you can do 4 cups, 4 challenges at your local events. So make sure to scan this QR code, find out locals near you, and get involved with the community. Learn how to play with new Pokemon, new attacks, and you even get the chance of beating players like Nighttime Clasher.
A lot of players have had that honor. I don't even know if it's an honor anymore, but a lot of players have gotten that experience. Of course, local Pokemon Leagues, one of the best places to kind of get your feet on the ground, maybe get some trades done with people around you, get some of those useful Pokemon like Galarian Moltres, which basically needs to be traded, and allow yourself to succeed inside of these regional championship tournaments.
Now, I'm going to show you here that I traded.
Wow, it looks like a rank 41.
That is a Galarian Corsola that I traded just back there with some of the locals here at the Stuttgart Regional, and you can get involved with these low friendship trades too, but also lucky friends. If you have lucky friends that you want to do lucky trades with, then regional events are a great opportunity to meet those that don't necessarily live that close to you.
Here we go, though. It's Stone Collection, who is also somebody I played a lot at locals.
He's someone who did live close to you when you were around. But
he drove me to some of them as well.
Check this out, Eric. Look at this Clodsire moveset.
No.
Yes.
Get out.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
This is for real a Stone Edge Sludge Bomb Clodsire.
No.
From Stone Collection. Genuinely, he is bringing this. He is going to get absolutely walled by ground types, but his idea is that he will have more flexible play outside of that. What do you think?
I actually kind of like how this team is built because he has so many other options to respond to the ground types. 4 water types, in fact, to be able to cover those bases. So a lot of legwork had to be put in for this to be even remotely viable. But I'm already thinking about what this gets messed up for you.
You don't like this, do you? Or do you like this Sludge Bomb Stone Edge Clodsire? What do you reckon?
This just...
It's the kind of moveset that would beat you, right? You'd be like, why are you running this?
Yeah, and then after I'll be like, why am I losing to this?
Yeah, and you get so mad. And I think that maybe Stone Collection is trying to take advantage of that, right? No opponent is prepared going into these events for a Stone Edge Sludge Bomb Clodsire, but any player that has a ground-type Pokemon at least has a very hard answer to it.
I see the argument, right? There's a lot of teams with Moltres and Azumarill. Actually, anytime you have Azumarill, you have Moltres, and every time you have Moltres, you have Azumarill. It's very good into both of those with this moveset, right? Cope?
I mean, look, there's the Azumarill Mandibuzz, right?
Oh no, Sand Slash.
Yeah, Azumarill, Mandibuzz, Charge Bug, your Clodsire, laughing. Gastrodon, Clodsire, Sandslash, no.
But Mandibuzz, you've got Mandibuzz and Azumarill coverage. This is what I was talking about.
This is a hard 3 wins and a hard 3 losses. I don't know if you want to risk that. Like, we talked about if your opponent doesn't have a ground type, there are 2 ground types, and not just ground types that absolutely bully you.
But there's a clean way to lure out these or play ABA weak, right? The Drapion is an easy way to lure out a Clodsire or a Sandslash, and just, yeah, keep your own Clodsire safe in the back, right?
What was Stone Collection's answer to a Gastrodon?
He has Feraligatr, Dugong.
Not really anything. And that is why we see Gastrodon here for Wolfpack. It looks like a superb Pokemon into Stone Collection's team. It has the bulk. It has that really hard-hitting Mud Slap. I'm interested to see how Wolfpack plays this matchup out.
It's crunch as well on this Feraligatr, meaning that the Mandibuzz is so good for Wolfpack, but Azumarill and Dugong, obviously, huge regions to not bring that Mandibuzz.
Gastrodon powering through, reaches the Earth Power, now threatening with a Body Slam. Bait draws the shield from Stone Collection. Great position for Wolfpack, who's already given up a shield himself.
Now if you're Wolfpack, I really wouldn't like it to shield this attack. You would just try to hang on and then throw off the Body Slam. Oh, he actually goes for the shield. Does he try to Mud Slap all the way down? Now I think you try to pivot into a Azumarill.
No, I think you can throw another another Body Slam when you're ready, because you know that the Feraligatr isn't at the Hydro Cannon. And then if it's shielded, do you then now come in with your Azumarill?
You just catch. You just instantly swap.
I don't know if you can risk it, because Stone Collection will be waiting, right?
Yeah, he just tries to instantly swap. Yeah, but Stone Collection would never let that happen. And now I think that's the end of the story, right? Gastrodon against Alolan Sandslash in the back, and the Feraligatr has the move loaded.
But it might also depend on who wins Charge Attack priority here.
To an extent, yeah, but even if this Azumarill wins Charge Attack priority, then the Gastrodon Mud Slaps all the way down. You know, like the Azumarill.
The other thing you have to remember is that Stone Collection had the 1-turn swap, whereas Wolfpack had a 0-turn swap. So his Azumarill's slightly ahead on energy, so he guarantees winning this matchup.
Sure, and that's fine and dandy, but at the end of the day, Gastrodon can always come in, clean up whatever is left of this Azumarill, and when he has residual energy for, say, that Gastrodon, which if it has very low HP, or that Alolan Sandslash, that's wraps.
Could be close. I wonder if Wolfpack will opt for a catch on onto one of his Pokemon in the back from this Azumarill, recognizing that his own Azumarill has a potential amount of play. Or do you just slowly grind your way through this? What would you do here if you're Wolfpack?
Oh, I think you have to throw this play rough first, get this Azumarill out of the way. Of course, he doesn't know it's a Gastrodon in the back, but as soon as he sees it, if Stone Collection just brings in the Gastrodon here, it's a very, very clean win, in my opinion.
Yeah?
Well, I mean, what are his options, right? Now the Gastrodon on his side, he has to come in, but then he could also come in and Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, but at least you're getting an attack here with the, you're gonna hold on to a play rough.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why he let him get that off.
You would have thrown a body slam?
I would have thrown a body slam.
Okay, but
like if it's Mandibuzz in the back, I've already lost. If it's Clodsire in the back,
rough lands.
If it's Clodsire in the back, now I could lose.
Okay, wait. Let's have a look, because if this Gastrodon comes back in, then we're expecting Stone Collection to use Hydro Cannon from that.
What?
Interesting.
So what is the plan here?
Okay,
Earth Power, right, and then slap the Sandslash and then Charge Attack priority at the end, right?
It's gonna be.
Actually, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it works. I think it will work.
Yeah, I think
you get a couple of Mud Slaps in against the Alolan Sandslash, and then Hydro Cannon will take it out.
So he has the right idea. Maybe not the execution we were looking for.
It doesn't matter. It's
he even gets a move.
He knows his best.
He gets a move. No. This is why he's one of the best German players. He knows how to win this game, and Earth Power is going to come through, do huge damage onto the Alolan Sandslash. But at the end of the day, I would have really liked to see him use that Body Slam to Charge Attack priority the Azumarill. Because let's think about the option.
I don't think Stone Collection cares what you would have liked to see. I think he knows that his win con was the double Earth Power. And I quite liked that, because he had the Feraligatr banked. That Hydro Cannon banked is very threatening. Rather than needing to bring it in and use it, to have the threat there and rely on the Gastrodon farm down, I mean, he played it perfectly.
Right, yeah, it definitely works out that way. But if it's a Pokemon in the back like Mandibuzz, you don't have a chance, regardless of what you do there anyway. So just hoping it's a Alolan Sandslash to win the game, yeah, that makes sense. Say it was a Clodsire though. Is there a chance that Clodsire can get to a move somehow?
I don't think an attack from a Clodsire would take out the Gastrodon anyway.
An Earthquake after the play rough?
He doesn't. Oh, Wolfpack's Clodsire.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're going to reach another Earth Power before that happens.
But the Clodsire hangs on.
But then you have the Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr.
Then he has the Gastrodon. Yeah, it could get a little weird though.
It could get a little weird, but Stone Collection dominant there in that first game. The Gastrodon and the Feraligatr putting so much pressure on Wolfpack's team. We didn't get to see the Stone Edge and the Sludge Bomb Clodsire yet. I don't know if we will get to see it. I think it's too risky to bring. Would you bring it?
It doesn't make any sense to bring.
No?
Stone Collection already proves he knows how to win this matchup neutrally. And because Gastrodon from Wolfpack is so dominant into Stone Collection's team, it feels like a unnecessary risk to bring a Clodsire that is so limited in what it can do against his opponent's team.
So in your mind, what does Wolfpack do? Because he doesn't need to punish that Clodsire for its rogue moveset, because you're agreeing that it's a tough Pokemon to bring. So can you lean almost weak to it and heavy against something else?
Maybe you lead like the Gastrodon, and then you have that Mandibuzz in the back, because as long as you have Gastrodon in the lead, you can get any swap you want, and then you just try to get your Mandibuzz on his Gastrodon, and that's clean, right?
I agree.
So Gastrodon in the lead, force switch against anything, and then just a line in the back.
Okay, but
versus Gastro.
New question. If you know that your Gastrodon has tons of play, do you use it as a safe swap? So you try and hard call a lead.
That's what I was thinking
about.
Don't get it
right, then you bring in the...
That's what I was thinking about. But what can you not safe swap into? Feraligatr or Azumarill, right? Then you're behind and you lose. Or Dugong. What do you play in the lead then? Charjabug?
I think so.
So you play Charjabug in the lead.
Charjabug, and if it's a Clodsire or a Drapion or a Gastrodon, can you bring in your own Gastrodon?
No, because if it's a Gastrodon against the Clodsire in the front, then you can't have Gastrodon in the back. Because then you're just losing your entire Gastrodon for no reason. And then you lose the game because you have no answers to the remaining things in his team. You have no more answers to the Charjabug.
How bad is the matchup Charjabug into Gastrodon? It might not actually. You could just stay in. Get 2 X's off.
You never take him out. But
yeah, but you could just get that Gastrodon low, right? And then your A slash in the back could be strong. You can play ABA weak to Gastrodon here.
It's
soft
so,
ABA.
It's really weird to swap in your Gastrodon into a lot of these things. You're best off using it as a lead and just winning any lead.
Yeah, you want to see a Gastrodon lead for Wolfpack.
Right. Yeah. If you're swap, you can't because you can't swap it into Azu, you can't swap it into Dugong or Feraligatr.
Okay. With that in mind, if Stone Collection is also
Dugong.
making that call,
got to lead Dugong.
You think you would lead Dugong here?
I mean, what does Dugong not like to see other than Charjabug?
I mean, I think Gastrodon beats Dugong.
Gastrodon beats Dugong?
Yeah.
No way, right?
Only if they have to shield correctly.
It's bait dependent, but it also feels very weird to throw a body slam after you've already been debuffed once.
Mm-hmm.
It feels criminal. Like you wouldn't
don't
do
like
that.
it.
You wouldn't do that.
No.
You don't want to be the Gastrodon, right? There's no way you would want to be the Gastrodon there, right?
I don't know. Mud slaps are pretty good.
Mud slaps are, yeah, they're fine. But Dugong always debuffs you, and when you're very fast attack heavy, the last thing you want to do is be debuffed.
I think the nice thing about Dugong is that
it neutralizes it, though, no doubt.
But also, like, if you safe swap anything into the Dugong, you can just debuff and get out. That's a really nice thing. So I agree. I think Stone Collection's Dugong does have a lot more play. We're not seeing as many Dugong in the meta recently, and even where we see Dugong on a player's team of 6, I don't think we've seen a huge number of Dugong in the lines of 3 that players are bringing into these games.
Okay, here's the line.
Yeah?
Stone Collection should play Gastrodon lead, Dugong swap into Azumarill in the back.
That's what you think. So you're...
If I were
playing... Take note. Chat, take note. Eric
would that have
Stone
win
Collection
into
should
whatever
play
he uses?
Gastrodon, Dugong, and Azumarill.
Yep.
Okay.
You swap Dugong just always. If it's a Manabuzz lead, boom, Dugong.
Yeah?
What do you lose against?
Charjabug.
Yeah, then the Azumarill's free in the back. And Dugong is not this bad against a Charjabug. It's not that bad. If you can start even a little bit ahead, say it's Mandibuzz lead, you're always going to start with the Ice Shard advantage, right? They're going to have to do the one-turn swap.
Okay, but now I want the same analysis for Wolfpack. What do you run if you're Wolfpack?
You Gastrodon lead.
Yeah?
You have to Gastrodon lead.
You would Gastro, you would look, you were expecting and hoping to see a Gastrodon mirror here. Guys, if we see a Gastrodon mirror, then I think we need to take a moment to give Eric a round of applause, but we'll find out.
It makes too much sense. You play Gastrodon. Yeah, Gastrodon, Azumarill, Dugong makes way too much sense.
Okay, and Wolfpack Gastrodon with what in the back?
Gastrodon. See, Mandibuzz would make
sense. Too late. We're getting into this game too, and there is the Gastrodon full Stone Collection. Like you
look at me.
His backline is Dugong, but he's gone for the Feraligatr rather than Azumarill, but it is still a positive lead for him here. Wolfpack goes into the Azumarill. Stone Collection counter swap Shadow Feraligatr.
All right. So I got that one pretty right.
Yeah, you weren't far off, yeah.
Now here we go for the Hydro Cannons. It's a very standard matchup. Feraligatr should win, I believe, the 0 shield and the 2 shield scenario. And, I mean, you always 2 shield through this. Just notice from Wolfpack. Oh, I don't like that.
Shadow Claw.
I don't like that.
Eric doesn't like it.
No, not that they care, but I don't like it. We're both locked into this matchup. You're not going to go down to the next Hydro Cannon. You're going to get your move off no matter what. So what's the rush? Right?
I agree. There was no need to throw instantly there. Wolfpack maybe just wants to get this switch timer over. Will he aggressively swap out? I don't know. But Gastrodon can come in. Gastrodon can put in a lot of work if this Feraligatr is low. But look at this. Feraligatr has so much health.
Look at this. Feraligatr is going to be taking down the Azumarill here, but here's a huge problem. This Charjabug is still going to need the shield.
This is a ton of work from Shadow Feraligatr, showing why it is one of the best Pokemon in the meta. Wolfpack is probably giving it a little bit too much freedom, a little bit more freedom than you would want to allow a Shadow Feraligatr.
Actually now, he's got a little bit of energy to his name. Could this make Gastrodon a little bit better? And this is really awkward, right? You have to throw at some point, so you're always forced to throw off of bad timing, allowing that mudslap to basically come through for free. Now goes to your own. Oh, Gastrodon. Okay, goes to the.
I think that this is a pretty good situation.
This is fine
because now
he's ahead.
You can reach the Earth Power just before the Dugong reaches. You should have baited?
I mean, he's always shielding, right?
I don't know. Let's find out.
You have to shield through this. You always shield this, and you try to debuff his last Pokemon.
Wolfpack's a genius!
Yeah, goes to the Earth Power, and it's just going to be let through. That's very interesting to me, because you would want to take out this Gastrodon, right? And then debuff the Charge Bug.
I don't know. I think the Gastrodon has a better matchup into Dugong than maybe you're giving it credit for.
Yeah, honestly, this is pretty convincing. You're going to reach us at the same time, and they're going to win Charge Attack priority. That's really, really important for Wolfpack. Now you can't afford to shield this anymore, because it would just allow the Charge Bug to farm all the way down.
And do you try and go back into the Charger Bug? You don't really have time. The switch time is
you're going to get slapped down. Oh, this is not good.
No, you'll get to
wait.
Do you
wait. You bank it. He no-shields this. He has to.
You have to no-shield this. You should have banked that.
Yeah. Okay, but he has 2 extras back-to-back, right? Does he have 1? He has 1. He has 1. He needs to get to 2. He's so close. Oh, okay.
You have
to call. He has to call it.
What? Call what? You have to shield.
Well, he has to try to call a body slam.
You have to shield this.
Okay, you shield it, but you could have tried to call a body slam.
Now you throw on charge attack priority and hope that you win it? No, you don't even get charge attack priority because you're a Volt Switch user.
Yeah,
hold on a minute, it's a draw.
The only win condition there is...
It's still a draw, right? Is that other Gastrodon
gone?
Gastrodon went down, did it?
Yeah. Oh, now you're in my... Now you feel like...
Wolfpack had so many options there.
I know. Free couldn't even remember what the last option was.
He should have banked that body slam for Gastrodon.
No, 100% he should have banked that, because his only win condition is trying to win that charge attack priority in the end. So that would have been a really nice recognition, but Stone Collection played that.
Eric, he didn't listen to your coaching.
No, he didn't, but Stone Collection played that perfectly.
We need a better way to communicate to these players, because that was superb from Stone Collection.
I mean, so
dominant display from his Gastrodon, and I think you were absolutely right. That Gastrodon Dugong together, Stone took full advantage of it, and the Gastrodon swept up. He takes this series and goes into the next round.
I think the thing here is that Gastrodon, right? It was really, really strong in this entire game. At the end, though, his only call is to no-shield body slam. He makes 2 Earth Powers anyway, but you're going to lose no matter what. So you might as well try to no-shield body slam, right?
That is true. Honestly, casting with you, it's been a while, but it is mesmerizing when you get so much noise from this side and you're trying to watch these games, working out what's going on, trying to identify these win conditions. It is tricky. There are so many options and maneuvers available to these players, and I think that both players had the chance to win that game, but Stone Collection was the one that took it in the end.
He started off with a really good lead, right? And just in a really good swap, right? For Alligator into the Azumarill, he played that to a T, basically, and knew that at the end, the Gastrodon could clean up anything on the opponent's side.
I think one thing that was pretty key that you mentioned and we touched upon very briefly was that once the Charge Bug had a lot of energy,
it becomes very awkward to use it.
It was awkward to use it because you are giving away a lot of free energy. Usually, if you are using a 4-turn attack and you are up against a 3-turn attack user, you want to do 2 Volt Switches and then throw. The problem was you had so much energy and the Gastrodon had a bit of energy that Gastrodon was blocking you from doing that. And so you were giving away energy that allowed Gastrodon to reach so many attacks in the endgame that Stone Collection took the series.
Gastrodon so strong. Honestly, into this team with no Mudslap resist, I am shocked that Stone Collection was able to bring this one away. But we all know him for being a very strong neutral player. Last year, he made a very strong neutral team with, I believe, Sableye, Vigoroth, Whiscash, and Charjabug, and Skarmory. He just knows how to play very neutrally into everything, and this is a great display of that. 6 times weak to Gastrodon, basically, and knew how to whittle it down very slowly, for sure, but able to get it down eventually.
Yeah, I think he did a great job of managing that Gastrodon weakness. He identified that he had the play with Dugong potentially to debuff it. Now, that Earth Power that landed, that gave you a little bit of pause there, didn't it? You were like, hold on a minute, this matchup's playing out slightly differently. Do you remember when that Dugong was in the low red health?
Right.
That Wolfpack went for an Earth Power. Do you think a Body Slam there would have been enough to KO?
Body Slam, non-same type attack bonus is such a weak attack. Dugong's so bulky. Earth Power is definitely the right call there.
Well, there you have it. So that was a really, really interesting matchup. We know that it could have gone both ways. And I think when players look back on these moments, they try and learn from them. And you have to do that. You know, learn from your wins, learn from your mistakes. These players are going through into so many regional events this season that it is worth taking that time to make sure that you know your matchups as well as this guy does.
Stone Collection, of course, has been at the top of so many tournaments, top cutting consistently, but has never won a tournament, I believe. I don't know if he even has a, I don't even know if he has a medal to his name, but I guess he must be very proud of what he's done here today, making another day 2, doing what he does best. So I'm excited to hear a little bit from him and Leo on the floor.
Ayo trainers, I am joined by the German legend, Stone Collection. You are playing 4 water types in one team. Are you trying to become a water type gym leader?
No, not exactly. So I built this team in which I wanted to take some Pokemon like Feraligatr and the Clodsire. I had this team in mind, but it kept showing weaknesses, so I patched it up with like everything that covered those weaknesses. And yeah, it ended up being 4 water types. Yeah, it's like a car that's falling apart and you have to fix.
So you're actually talking about that Clodsire. You're running Sludge Bomb Stone Edge. Did you ever get your Clodsire into the mirror match today?
Yes, and yeah, that was a heavy loss. But I like that moveset. It's a bit weird, a bit uncommon, but it covers all the stuff that it needs to cover. So, for example, Azumarill, you really need a Sludge Bomb to cover it. For all the other fairies, I mean, at the moment there are not any fairies, but Sludge Bomb is reached way faster than Stone Edge or Earthquake, so I wanted to speed my Clodsire to have enough speed, but I also wanted the coverage from Stone Edge. For example, I encountered some Ariados, which is a bit difficult for my team, being consisting of 4 waters. So the Stone Edge is necessary for the team to work. Yeah, we don't talk about the Clodsire mirror.
So in this tournament, we have 41% superior usage on day 1. 4 water types. How many superior have you faced today?
None.
Of course, now I see how it is. So you're in a winners finals again. You've had a little bit of a dry one after going insane in the last season with top cutting. How does it feel to be back?
It feels pretty good. I was not used to giving interviews anymore because I thought you were not doing them anymore, but then I realized, yeah, every time I was on stream, I kept losing. So it's good to be back, and yeah, let's see how far I can make it.
I mean, it's also very nice to have you back here, Stone. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the finals of the group against KFU, who is staring at me right now. And we're going back to the casters.
I'll lead. Thanks so much, Leo and Stone. What a great display from him, of course. And he has a huge winners final ahead of him. A very, very tough one, in my opinion. Yeah. Seeing those lines that KFG ran earlier, just very, very criminal lines. And Stone, such a neutral and tries to not play RPS player, gonna have a bit of a difficult time with.
Yeah, absolutely. I found it really amusing when Stone Collection was like, I haven't been interviewed in it for a while. Oh yeah, it's because I keep losing. That'll
do it.
That'll do it. But he's on winning form now, and I'm sure he's going to come back and try and continue that. But for now, let's see if Les Edouards versus PvP David. Let's see what matchup this is going to cook up, because, and I know the chef here amongst us is going to see the Typhlosion on PvP David's side really does stand out for me. It looks really pretty strong against at least 2 of Les Edouards' teams. So this is going to be tricky. How if you do deal with that if you're Les Edouards? What are you going to bring to deal with that Typhlosion? Feraligatr maybe?
Honestly, nothing here looks that good, right? Typhlosion wins all even shield scenarios against Feraligatr.
Sure.
Because of that Thunder Punch, it cleanly one-hit KOs the Feraligatr with even a little bit of Incinerate damage on its side. But of course, Annihilate, probably one of your better options if you can start to boost those counters, deal tons of damage. That way, Moltres, of course, it doesn't feel like good either because the Thunder Punches come so quickly. Let's not even talk about Sandslash or Superior. I think at the end of the day, Clodsire is your best answer to the Typhlosion.
Yeah, which makes things very predictable for PvP David because he's now expecting that Clodsire to come. So he knows he may have to bring that Diggersby in to deal with the Clodsire. So the other thing though is that 2 of PvP David's Pokemon don't do very well against Clodsire as well, with that Toxapex being there in particular. So it's going to be a bit tricky.
Though.
Yeah, the Diggersby is probably the safe way to go.
Oh, I hear Annihilate though.
Oh yeah, this is actually not bad either.
If he gets it here though, the Typhlosion could be saved in the back. Oh, there's no Typhlosion.
Oh, and this is interesting. This is playing a little mind game here. The Poison Slings are going to be resisted by Annihilate, and Annihilate gets to that Rage Fist a little bit quicker as well, which is really nice.
Yeah, counter, 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 head empty, Rage Fist on the field. It's going to be doing a little bit of damage to the Clodsire here, but of course, he's going to be shielding through this matchup and coming out the other end with tons of attack on his side.
And this is an example where with Annihilate, despite the fact that counter is resisted damage against Clodsire, the Rage Fist just makes counter so more dangerous. And I think this is where Annihilate is able to shine. If it's given time to get going, get those Rage Fists go up and get those double boosts in this case, this is going to be really big going for PvP David.
I think PvP David just shields here, farms all the way down. What can you even bring? Oh, no. Oh, no!
He's no shielding.
He no shields the Stone Edge!
What a brave call there by PvP David. Just instantly no shielding there. Fantastic call. And actually throws into for Alligator, but I'm not sure this is a good idea because it's a double boosted Rage Fist here. That's really concerning. And a shield has to come up from Lesidwar's side.
Yeah, here comes the Moltres, though, trying to get that for Alligator down. One shield to his name. That's not going to be enough because a Hydro Cannon bait plus an Ice Beam, it could be enough to knock out the Moltres. A shield comes down onto this Moltres, and he's going to be protecting it from that Ice Beam. Does this allow PvP David to actually take down the for Alligator without... Oh, I think it does. That was a great call. You farm all the way down. Throw the Ancient Power just before he gets to the next attack. I think this is perfect for him.
Yeah, I think this is a very necessary thing here. No shield for Alligator does go down, and now it can be two Galarian Moltres dancing in the skies. They're both getting sucker punches off each other. Both are resisted, but there is additional energy on PvP David's Galarian Moltres, and so an Ancient Power coming through, which is respected by Lesidwar. Both trainers are now down, both shields, and as a result, these Brave Birds are going to hit. Is there going to be a chance of a catch? Looks like it. There is. Oh my goodness. But this is an Ancient Power.
Yeah, he tries to undercharge. I think this is the right call, though, because there should be not much energy on PvP David's side. So if he can Sucker Punch all the way down here, this could be the right call. Yeah, he's going to get all his energy back. Perfect management, perfect undercharge from Lesidwar, 22, and he's going to put himself back into this game. But I think it's too difficult, right? You have to Brave Bird the Azumarill. You have to try to get the two Brave Birds. Is that possible, actually? Wait.
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure. You can, yeah. I mean, this Brave Bird launching it now makes a lot of sense because the bubbles, even though with the deep buff on the defense, is he going to catch? Is he going to try?
You catch.
Oh no, he's not able to make it. The Ice Beam does get launched, and this is certainly going to KO at this range. Even if the debuff wasn't active on Galarian Moltres' side, this is a sure KO, and now you're just left with the Clodsire, which is going to be bubbled down very quickly.
Yeah, I think if that Stone Edge wasn't launched, and you went for the Earthquake and PvP David no shields, you cleanly win the game from there.
Yes, absolutely. That was a brave call.
But there was no reason to bait, right? You get to the Stone Edge one Poison Sting quicker than the Earthquake, but you're not going to make another move anyway.
Yeah, so it was an interesting attempt there to try and get that bait that was not successful. But PvP David, very calculated player. He knows this game inside out. He's done so well. I'm not surprised that a trick like that did not work in this case. So Lesidwar needs to rejig and rethink, how do I adjust to this? Bear in mind, Typhlosion never turned up in PvP David's team that time, so that's even scary that he's won and he hasn't used his so-called Ace of Spades here.
No Typhlosion coming down, but of course, Lesidwar seemed reasonably prepared. He had the Clodsire, had the Feraligatr, had the Moltres. Any of these Pokemon up a little energy, up a little bit of shields, can pretty comfortably take down the Typhlosion. But at the same time, not bring the Typhlosion and just playing very neutrally with that Moltres, with the Azumarill might be the correct play. Using the Typhlosion as somewhat of a bench pressure against that Alolan Sandslash and just comfortably putting that Galarian Moltres down onto the field, it's paying dividends here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see if Typhlosion will come up, just because it's a Pokemon that is relative to the meta a little bit spicy. I think Toxapex Ult 2 is a little bit spicy, but doesn't have as much play against Lesidwar's team, just because that Clodsire is there, the Alolan Sandslash is also there. But I would like to see it, but I think it doesn't really make sense, whereas Typhlosion, from a team standpoint, makes a lot of sense for PvP David's side. My concern is for Lesidwar is how do you react to that aside from just bringing Clodsire every game? Is that too predictable, surely?
Clodsire is just so easy to answer if you're David, right? You have the Azumarill that cleanly wins all shield scenarios against Stone Edge Clodsire. You have Diggersby, which is just a hard wall to it. And do we bring that Diggersby? I think we do. It's a Moltres into a Moltres lead, and does that mean his Diggersby is safe in the back? It could be.
Yeah, this will be very nice. No. But there's no Diggersby at all on that team, so therefore it's going to be who's going to win. Charge attack priority event here. Both of these Galarian Moltres are not all that close to CP 1500, so it might come down to, we find out very soon. It is Ancient Power and PvP David gets that advantage on the charge attack priority.
You feel like you need to shield this because it could be that Brave Bird, which would knock you out instantly. Now, does David make the call? I think he goes for the no shield. You're already grabbed the shield. You're comfortable to let this go down, and you start farming with the ape.
Yes, I think you can kind of control and dictate. And yeah, you are right.
Swap Annihilate after. Yeah, beautiful. Swap Annihilate. Start getting the advantage. Throw down these Rage Fists, and yeah, just throw it. Just throw the Rage Fist.
And not before Lissidwa can get the Ancient Power off first. And PvP David respecting this could be the Brave Bird. Let me shield this just in case. I think this is a sensible decision.
Actually, yeah, I like what he's doing, just building up more energy. Cloudstar comes in. I would have liked to see him throw the Rage Fist as soon as possible to boost these 3 counters that he just did. But of course, maybe it was just taking a second to react to what was coming down onto his screen. Rage Fist #1 comes down. Yeah, again, just should be throwing these Rage Fists a little bit sooner. Oh!
Ah, maybe that is the idea, maybe to throw the closer. And there's an immediate no shield. Leslie has no doubt that this could be Rage Fist, but no, this is a boosted close combat, but still doesn't do all that much.
Yeah, I feel like we're better off going for Rage Fist there still. And here comes the Earthquake. You have to no-shield it. Probably put this one on Azumarill. Can Azumarill muscle through a Feraligatr, though? That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. In a no-shield scenario, sure, but it's just getting into that scenario. That's going to be the tricky thing, especially as...
Earthquake?
Oh, no, that would have been a good idea, but no shield on the Earthquake either. So Azumarill is relying on its natural bulk in order to withstand the Earthquake. Does really well, stays in the green, and here comes Feraligatr. And now the Azumarill does have a bit of energy and can get to that play rough first.
You have to no-shield this, because otherwise that Moltres makes it to a Brave Bird, right?
Yeah.
This is a very easy no-shield, but no. Okay, now David just goes to this, tries to get down the Brave Bird, and hey, do you reach 2 Hydro Cannons, actually?
I think that's the thing. It's going to be close. It's on charge attack priority, and Feraligatr gets that very well timed by
Leslie. He has to throw the other one.
Yes, and he has to therefore throw the Ancient Power, so this goes shielded. Ancient Power will come in, but at this range, Feraligatr, despite being a shadow, is not going to be knocked out by this Ancient Power, so this is fine for Leslie.
Yeah, but the problem is if this gets into a bubble down range, that Azumarill could threaten the backline. Oh, yeah, he took the extra Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
Now, if David can somehow bubble down, the backline is cooked.
Yes, and that I think is going to be that win condition. It goes to show at this level how
can't bubble down.
No, it's still not enough. No,
Wait,
but you can
still
take
move.
Yes, but whether this Hydro Cannon KOs is another matter, but it'll leave Azumarill really, really low, I think.
No way. There's not enough. There's not enough damage here from the Hydro Cannon to put the Azumarill into a threatened range. You just go for this Ice Beam immediately. There we go. And I think David has this one in the bag. All you have to do is bubble down the Feraligatr and the Cloudsire. No moves need to be thrown here. And it's a very clean Ice Beam onto the Moltres. Knocks it out. Oh no, I think Cloudsire can poison.
Cloudsire might be able to, they might be able to use that.
Oh,
poison.
yeah, actually,
it's going to be so close, but it's going down to the wire here. Azumarill just about falls, and Leslie pulls it out of the bag. There was so much doubt in that result, but he was able to fight back and showcase his skills here. Poison Sting with that buff on Azumarill has been so useful in this season.
Poison Sting just on everything is so useful. For example, the Moltres as well. Not using the Mud Shot allows you to do huge damage with the Stone Edge and then finish it off with the Poison Sting.
Yes.
Say it was Mud Shot like previously.
Yes.
You wouldn't be able to do anything to the Moltres because you always land the Stone Edge, but you can just never knock it down from the sky completely.
Yeah, there's no farming Moltres down with Mud Shot. Another Pokemon that was that benefited from Poison Sting's buff is the Shadow Drapion, but we don't see that here. I'm still desperately waiting to see Shadow Typhlosion. To me, maybe this is the time. He's just lost one. He goes, right, I need to get my most powerful pick out of my team against this team. But if we look at Les Edouard, he has brought that Shadow Feraligatr, he has brought that Clodsire, and just brought that Galarian Moltres as well. So in theory, 2 of those Pokemon do quite well against Typhlosion. I know what you said, Eric, about the Thunder Punches being able to almost, in some cases, outpace the Feraligatr with a bit of additional energy. So it is risky, but I just want to see it. I'm so hyped to see that. Is PvP David going to bring that in and try and seal victory here? Or does Les Edouard dance his dance again with Galarian Moltres and is able to overcome against a trainer that is so well accoladed?
I think he should bring the A-Slash.
You reckon?
Let's see. Moltres into the Annihilate. Okay.
Good thing he didn't bring the A-Slash in the lead, but this is good for Les Edouard. The Galarian Moltres is able to Sucker Punch, which is neutral, but Annihilate doesn't mind this either.
It's a pretty solid matchup for Annihilate because always this first attack, You're not going to shoot. Oh.
Immediate catch, though, and that was not a pretty decent catch here, getting rid of...
I like that.
Yeah, I think it's not too bad. You're not going to take a huge amount of damage. It does motivate Annihilate to stay in against Clodsire now that the boost is there, and maybe another Rage Fist can come off. Over-farming a little bit. Is he going to go for that close? No. Clever. Saving a close combat here and then bringing in the Azumarill. I do like this. I love it. I love this. So now Azumarill can take this move and go for that Ice Beam, as you said. Let's see if that's what PvP David does. Brilliant idea, if so.
He gets to the Ice Beam here, and it's going to put it into an Ice Beam range. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, actually going to farm a little bit more. Letting him get to the Earthquake. I don't know how I feel about that.
I wonder if it's because you want to reduce the amount of farm available for whatever comes in against Azumarill after securing that KO.
Right, this Feraligatr could have come in.
Yes.
And now we're at a range where we can get to the next play rough in 3 bubbles, I believe. So Feraligatr can't exactly come into this just cleanly farmed down, right? Yeah, if Feraligatr comes in, we might be 4 bubbles away, but we also might be 3 bubbles away. We just gotta see.
Yeah, we gotta.
Yeah, we're 3 bubbles away. Beautiful. We always get to the attack here, and then you just hard swap to the Moltres, and you win.
That is how close was that? Azumarill, I'm sure, was on basically 1 HP and a dream here, launching that play rough, and it has to be shielded. Surely no.
Oh wow!
Recognizing this might not matter, goes for the bait attempt here. Surely a shield comes out here. Yes, PvP David respecting this could be the Ice Beam.
Yeah, we see here. Yeah, Moltres Sucker Punch all the way down on this Feraligatr, so he has to make a hard swap. Ancient Power comes through. You have to no-shield this, I think, because if you shield a Brave Bird, actually, yeah, you can just no-shield. You hang on to a Brave Bird. So, anyway,
does that change things? You can see PvP David shaking his head there. He's not happy with that.
It might.
It might do, because the shield comes in on Lessedwar's side now, and now it's a race to get to another Ancient Power. But here it comes. When is that going to be launched? Trying to get as much energy as possible on the Galarian Moltres before throwing. But this actually, I think, has prevented the farm down by PvP David, you know.
He knows that he's going to lose charge attack priority, so he basically just throws it one. Oh my goodness!
Another! Wow, this almost never happens. And here comes that next Ancient Power. This is going to bounce off the Galarian Moltres.
Right, but unfortunately, oh my gosh, hanging on there is a little crazy. But he did have that close comment loaded, so it was pretty clean from start to finish here. PvP David, in the face of huge adversity, in the face of 2 Ancient Power boosts, 1 in 64 chance, basically the chance of getting a shiny Galarian Coastal from an egg, is able to win those games here and advance himself to the winners finals and guaranteeing him a spot in day number 2.
That is another accolade added in PvP David's side there. But it's incredible, as you say, having to face 2 boosts from Ancient Power when the chance is so low and still win, that's a sign of a great trainer that had it in the bag early on, that even a boost won't change that outcome. So impressive.
Boosts are always very, very frustrating to deal with, especially because Galarian Moltres, with the boost, hangs on to way too many things. For example, the Rock Slide from a Dunsparce is a tickle, play rough from an Azumarill. All of a sudden, it hangs on to everything and always gets off a Brave Bird that just basically one-shots anything. Such a strong Pokemon when boosted, but even without the boost, it's been a consistent player throughout this entire tournament. I believe this is the tournament that we've seen Galarian Moltres the highest in terms of day 1 usage, 33% today. Out of 105 players, that means that roughly 35 people brought Galarian Moltres. That is absolutely crazy.
I think it's because more and more people have been focusing on using their daily incense, or perhaps they've been trading with their fellow trainers in local communities to secure a Galarian Moltres. I still need to do that, so if anyone's got anything spare, let me know. But in all seriousness, this is why this Pokemon is going up, and I think it's going to stay strong in the following season as well in Dual Destiny.
Dual Destiny will still be a great season for Moltres, but at the same time you have to consider Thunderfang getting buffed. Oh, here we go. Moltres, Ancient Power, catch onto the Annihilate. What a nice read by PvP David. And this was probably one of the best undercharges we've seen the entire day.
Yes.
Beautiful. Perfect. Six Sucker Punches after. And of course, Azumarill playing cleanup here. Ice Beam onto the Moltres. Clodsire comes in, just gets bubbled down. And it was a very clean Game 1 win for PvP David.
Yeah, I think it was just brilliant to see both of these trainers fighting so well. Lessedwa as well, I will give credit to, because this play here, getting that farm down and under such close circumstances, that was impressive. Because I'll be honest, towards the end, up until that very end there, I genuinely thought he had lost.
yeah, wasn't really sure how much health that Cloudslayer had left, but it was just enough. Gets the boost here, and he laughs because it's just not enough. Close comment from the Annihilate is going to allow Moltres. It's crazy that it almost affected the game, but at the same time, what an amazingly played set by PvP David. Just another player who constantly makes it into day number 2 in all of his tournaments, and this is no exception. It is almost due for him to win one of these tournaments, and that is probably the last thing on his bucket list.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know what I love as well? He's such a young talent. It goes to show the future of Pokemon Co. PvP is very bright indeed, thanks to individuals like PvP David, thanks to individuals like Pataman, not to mention many others. Speaking of very reputable trainers, I recognize this chap on the right. Pablo Dinas was the one dancing away in Utrecht last season, and he was a finalist there, and up against Snorek, who is one of the professors in some tournaments, but this time competing here in Stuttgart. What can we say about this team? What stands out to you?
Yeah, at the same time, like a lot of these teams are a little bit spicier. We see Dragonite here for Snorek. It was a very popular pick from the Lindos LNDS at the Latin American International Championship, often paired with Pokemon like Gastron and Azumarill. And we're going to see here, because Dragonite is such a good answer to Ariados, you can always pair it with water types like Azumarill, Feraligatr, Superior as well, to cover those, cover everything essentially. And maybe right now with Azumarill being as prevalent as it is, I'm not the biggest fan of Dragonite, but it's very cool to watch.
But also, we have to consider that Azumarill is just one Pokemon in a team of 6, and if you are pairing it up, as you say, with something like a Clodsire running Sludge Bomb in Snorek's case, then actually that might not be too bad, because sure, the Azumarill is good, but you also have the hardest counter paired up with Dragonite. Suddenly that Azumarill only has a 50-50 chance of being up against Dragonite, or maybe in a in a battle, there's 3 Pokemon there. It's a third chance of being lined up against a Dragonite if we just go on statistics alone. Naturally, the gameplay of the trainer will change that, but I'm just talking about average. And so I think this is a very nice spice pick that's going to pressure so much of the meta, particularly when you have Feraligatrs going everywhere that are Shadow, and they're squishy, so squishy.
It's a Pokemon that can use only one shield to farm down a Feraligatr fully.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Not many things can do that.
No, absolutely not. And very good. That's a very good little tidbit there. I enjoyed that. So on the other side, we can see the Galarian Moltres coming in. Fortunately, Pablo Dinas does have that Azumarill, and in addition, Pablo Dinas has that Alolan Sandslash, which Dragonite will not want to see as well. So that's another hard counter, except if that Dragonite has a superpower ready to go, that Sandslash is going to get one hit KO'd if there's in a zero shield scenario. So that is the only way Dragonite will beat that that standard Alolan Sandslash. So I'm interested to see if we get that kind of gameplay. Both trainers have now locked in. We're going to see who comes up with what in game 1. Superior slithers onto the field against the Dragonite. This is perfect for Snorek.
Oh no, what do you do here? You can swap the Clodsire, right? But then Snorek is, oh my gosh, I like what he's doing here. He's going to Dragon Breath into a range where Dunsparce, well, I would have liked to see him Dragon Breath into a range where either 2 Drill Runs is enough or 1 Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, or maybe with this, does 1 Drill Run enough plus the Rock
still
Slide?
not
No,
enough.
probably not.
Keep going.
Oh! Catch, doesn't get it.
But so awkward. He still needs 2 attacks.
Interesting. I wonder.
It throws up on bad timing as well from the right-hand side. Very, very interesting play so far. Maybe the players are getting a little bit flustered. Been a long day, obviously. An Earthquake lands here, but it's not enough to knock out. Drill Run's just not enough here. He would have done, he should have needed to do a couple more Dragon Breaths.
Yes, I think he was trying to get that catch and wasn't successful, and that has caught him out there. But I reckon the rollout here will be enough to farm down. He's just going to keep going. He might have to tank another Earthquake, but that's fine. Dunsparce in the red means less farm for Pablo Dinas afterwards. No shield, let it go, and see what happens. This is fine, I think.
Yeah, and now the big problem is, what do you bring to this Dunsparce? If you bring the Superior, it's just going to be food for that Dragonite. But if you show your cards that you have a Feraligatr, I mean, same problem. The Dragonite is going to feast here in this backline. I think, yeah, Dragonite comes in here, what do you even do?
Yeah, I think Superior was an interesting one. It does make sense because it's not as useful against Dragonite. Going for the aerial haze here, I like this play because this is going to soften up the Dragonite and it's going to make Snorek think, should I shield this or not? And he's actually no shielding, which is good for the Feraligatr in the back. And now it comes. Now this Dragonite can't farm down. Goes for the Dragon Claw though.
Yeah, there's just no way here because he simply throws this off and swaps to his own Feraligatr, where up a shield and Obviously, Pablo Andinas is not at 5 yet, so he's always going to be a little bit behind. 2 shields, you cleanly win this game with your Feraligatr.
Yeah, for sure. So now Snorek can choose to shield this, just keep as much health on his own Feraligatr as possible. What he needs to do is throw his charge attack just before Pablo Dinas gets to another one. He has to make sure not to avoid charge attack priority because he doesn't know whether he'll win that or not. This is very sensible, throwing out perfect time here. Pablo Dinas shields, so this is sensible as well, but does this prolong the inevitable, I wonder?
Is there a way? No, wait, he can catch.
Oh,
Timers
that might be the reason, yeah. Good stall tactic there then by Pablo Dinas. A shield on Snorex's side. Let's see if there's a catch here. This is going to be so close. He tries it.
Hard swap. His timer's not up.
Oh no, he's trapped in there and he's
he builds up 2 attacks though.
And he throws on charge attack priority, but this time with the Ice Beam. Again, very sensible here, but now it's going to be a race.
Wait.
Does this KO? I'm sure
it does, but he doesn't have a Hydro Cannon load.
He doesn't, but he's going to outpace
just a little head.
Yes, I think he's made the very tactical play to make sure he gets as much energy off the Superior as possible, even if he's taking super effective damage, just so he can make sure he's ahead. And I think Pablo Dinas knew that as well, so he shook his head when the Ice Beam trial. Very well played by Snorek there. Calculators. So calculated.
In the face of huge adversity, right? Dragonite leading to the Superior with the Feraligatr in the backline. I think Pablo Andinas made that as close as he possibly could. Tried to misalign the switch timers, bringing the Superior on the Feraligatr. Basically did everything in his power to try to pull that one out. But at the end of the day, when you're ABA weak to Dragonite and the Dragonite has shields to hide behind, it becomes such an uphill battle.
I thought when the Aerial Ace was launched by Pablo Dinas' Superior on the Dragonite, I was thinking, ooh, that might be a bit problematic because Dragonite is going to need all the health it can get. But in a way, it's kind of okay to take a bit of damage on the Dragonite to preserve that shield because the biggest issue for Dragonite is being knocked out by multiple weak attacks. But one Aerial Ace, we can deal with that, right?
One Aerial Ace honestly did way more to that Dragonite than it probably has done to anything in its entire lifespan. And yeah, pretty good plays there from Pablo Andinas to try to hang on. And I think there has to be the introduction of the Moltres here. It's one of the best answers to the Dragonite.
Yes.
Really good against this Feraligatr and the Superior. And of course, neutral enough into the Clodsire, Azumarill, and Dunsparce. Galarian Moltres is a Pokemon that can one-shield Sucker Punch down a Dragonite.
Wow, okay, and maybe that will be the play there, because especially as Snorek did lead with Dragonite in Game 1, so maybe he will do that again. Pablo Dinas calculating that. He might consider Galarian Moltres in the lead. If he doesn't like what he sees, he can go up to a Brave Bird, use the Brave Bird, dip out, hopefully take a shield or do a huge amount of damage and play the game that way. Maybe that would be a strategy there, but we have seen that a lot. It is somewhat predictable. Will Snorek read through that, therefore? That is the question.
He might need to lean on Pokemon like Dragonite a little bit more in these games because it's one of his best answers into the Feraligatr and Superior, but at the same time, you have to fear that Alolan Sandslash, maybe a Feraligatr or a Azumarill is due to be able to play that backline a little bit more clean. Could be Dragonite, for example, Feraligatr and Azumarill in the back, always using that Feraligatr to lure out something like the Superior and allow that Azumarill to sweep through the backline.
Yeah, that would be very nice indeed. I'm trying to figure out what could Pablo Dinas bring that's different to help deal with that Dragonite mod. I mean, to be honest, if you look at the team that was brought in, you had the Dragonite, you had the... well, let's find out anyway. The Feraligatr
here comes the Moltres.
And the Moltres, yeah, good call here. And Moltres will be happy to deal with those Shadow Claws from Feraligatr.
And I think Snorek, I like what he's doing here. Just trying to grab a shield really quick and then dip into something like the Clodsire. Clodsire is a Pokemon that wins the 1s and the 0s against Feraligatr. So as long as you get a shield, you can swap right to that Clodsire and play out accordingly. Here we go. Comes in with I love this play. And I think, yeah, here's the problem. Feraligatr is not going to like this, but he has a Poison Sting bulk point, which is going to allow him to hang onto an Earthquake and the Poison Stings.
And that is going to be a very...
He recognizes that.
Yes, and I think that's been deliberately trained. This Feraligatr is deliberately trained to withstand Earthquakes, and it is able to get up to 2 Hydro Cannons, which I think is going to be a charge attack priority, which is going to force the shield off Clodsire here, but then Clodsire can force the shield back off Shadow Feraligatr. So let's see what happens here. Shield comes. Is there a response? Yes, there is. A Sludge Bolt coming in. Is this going to be shielded as well? Because you've got a lot of energy on that Feraligatr.
And now you're honestly happy to let this next Hydro Cannon land, and you try to farm all the way down. Yeah, it's probably enough to knock you out here, but is there an argument to shield? Okay, no shield here, so Hydro Cannon's gonna land onto this Cloudstar. Is this enough? Just not enough, and you leave with the Sludge Bomb, I believe.
Oh wow, that is going to be so vital if for whatever comes in. No, not getting the Sludge Bomb, but still, getting that alignment is key, because now you can get your Dunsparce onto the Galarian Moltres. The problem is going to be the Azumarill in the back. How do you deal with that, especially when this has so much energy?
Rollout, free
rollout, but it's no shielded Brave Bird there. That's going to do a huge amount of damage to the Dunsparce, but Dunsparce very bulky, able to withstand it. But wow, that was so close. Trying to get to another one, no. Drops out, tries to get a catch, not successful. Azumarill now coming in. This is clever, I like this. Dunsparce softening up this Azumarill so Feraligatr has a better time afterwards.
Maybe you put it into a range where you can take it out with 2 Hydro Cannons?
Maybe that is the play, yeah. I think that's sensible here. Let's see what Snorlax tries to do. Going for that first Hydro Cannon. This will be a gauge for Snorlax to see, can he too hit KO with double Hydro Cannon? Let's find out.
Yeah, with the Shadow Claws, it should be okay.
Yes, I think so. Pablodinas realizing that Feraligatr needs to shield regardless, is just going to go for the Ice Beam. It might be resisted, but it'll still do enough, I reckon.
Here we go, Ice Beam comes down. He needs to throw this next one on the Charge Attack priority. Maximize energy here. He does. Get to the Hydro Cannon. Is this enough? I think it's just barely enough to knock out this Azumarill, but it could hang on with 1 HP.
It's going to be so close.
Yes, it does.
And there's an immediately swap into the Galarian Moltres.
Oh,
farm down.
He almost got to it.
Oh, it was so close. Pablodinas recognizing that Feraligatr was really close, throws that Ancient Power. Snorlax is laughing, so let's see if he now thinks that there is a way out for him. Is he able to get that farm down? No, he just goes straight for the Rock Slide to wipe out the Galarian Moltres, and now it's a race. Who's going to get to that charge attack first between Azumarill and the Dunsparce?
Well, I think Azumarill has the Ice Beam ready, yeah.
He does. Oh, it was so close, though. If he was even one bubble away, that rollout, I reckon, would have KO'd the Azumarill.
Absolutely. Rollout. Just seconds away from taking down the Azumarill. Pablodinas is going to clutch up here in the loser semis, I believe. Oh, no, this is the winner semis?
Yes, this is the winners. Yeah, this is indeed the winners. It's the Group D winners semifinals. This is so impressive that both these trainers who have had several wins so far, so whoever loses out of here will drop into the losers bracket. But, of course, both trainers would rather avoid that, because the closer you get to the day 2 comes from having as many wins as possible, and of course getting them down in the shortest amount of time without having to drop into the losers.
Sure, and Galarian Moltres has been so good for Pablodinas in that previous game. Bringing that was absolutely the right call, even against something like a Dunsparce. We saw how effectual that Brave Bird could be. Not even needing a boost, could just wipe out
60% or something.
Yeah, 60%, 70% cleanly off of the Dunsparce, and can do that to every single Pokemon on Snorlax's team.
Yes, and this, again, highlighting for those of you watching at home or those of you here in the audience, must do your daily incense, get those Galarian Moltres and trade with your friends to get a good one as well. Bearing in mind that favoring bulk and stamina is always preferred on many of these Pokemon here in the Open Great League meta. Both of these trainers now thinking, what do I do here? Is Snorlax going to bring that Dunsparce again just to deal with that Galarian Moltres? Does he risk the Clodside? Does he bring that Azumarill? Because the Playross and the Ice Beams are going to do super effective damage. That is the question.
Playross and the Ice Beams are obviously basically hits everything on Snorlax's team for neutral damage or super effective damage. We're going to see here, though, it's Clodsire into the Feraligatr, greatly for Pablodinas. We've already noticed that his Feraligatr can hang on a little bit better than other Feraligatrs are able to, so comes in with the Dunsparce immediately.
Oh dear, this is the superior that Pablodinas is happy to put against the Dunsparce. Snorlax really struggling here, alignment not in his favor whatsoever.
But at the same time, Snorlax, his own Feraligatr is a little bit safer now, right? Because this superior is going to be on to this Dunsparce. And if you can farm down with the Clodsire, for example, you might be able to threaten the backline.
Yeah, I like this idea, actually. So this might be a calculated decision to use the Dunsparce, and Pablodinas is going to jump on the fact to try and eliminate the Dunsparce quick by throwing the Frenzy Bomb, but no, actually allowing another Rock Slide to go through. Again, this comes back to lowering your own health so that you're less farmable by whatever comes in after the Dunsparce is taken care there of. Looks like a potential charge attack priority event, but no, Superior is able to launch the Frenzy part first at this range to surely KOs. Did he need the Frenzy? Could an aerial ace have done it, maybe?
I don't think an aerial ace would have done just enough, but this is perfect play, honestly. Goes for the immediate hard pivot into the Feraligatr, understanding if he lets that Superior get farmed down, it could be huge trouble.
Indeed, yes. So preventing that farm down is very useful, especially for trainers at this caliber. They know what magic can be done with a little bit of energy. Sludge Bomb coming in here, which is going to do a respectable amount of damage, but whether it justifies a shield is still debatable. No shield, Pablodina is happy to tank it on his Feraligatr.
Yeah, and this is just going to get Shadow Clawed all the way down. What do you do here if you're Pablodina? You throw out this Hydro Cannon, you force out the shield, but the Azumarill, now with the Shadow Claws, actually is in range of doing a play rough and just a couple of bubbles to knock out the Feraligatr.
Yes, that is very true, and I think this is looking very good for Pablodinas here. He has a choice now. He can bring and even better, Snorlax, even better as a Snorlax launches the Hydro Cannon immediately at the Azumarill here, which makes that Superior even more useful because now there isn't that energy to be a threat to eliminate the Superior. He can bring that in at some point in the future if he wants to, but let's just use Azumarill as more of a damage sponge against all that water.
Here we go, Hydro Cannon. It might be resisted, but it doesn't look like it. Even onto a big, bulky Azumarill, it's doing huge damage here. Another one comes down. Pablodinas, though, he knows he can hang on, but of course, you got to use your shield somewhere, and this is that somewhere. Shielding that Hydro Cannon, just getting ready to launch his play rough, but he tries to make a catch. However, it's just going to be an Ice Beam. No catch attempt. No successful catch attempt there, and Clodsire, no energy, so I would have maybe liked to see him undercharge and get a little bit of advantage here. Of course, Superior can just close the door here. Oh, actually, this is a little weird now, right? Because he farms down.
Yes, he does farm down, and it's the question of whether the Feraligatr gets enough energy to wipe out the Azumarill after. It's going to be very close, but he does get there, and now let's see what this Hydro Cannon does, because this is going to be super tricky.
Oh,
this
no.
is so close.
He's one away.
He's one away, and also we remember the shield is still in play, and he can't get to another one in time. So this is where it's a calculated decision to try and race to another charge attack. Ice Beam coming in, and the Ice Beam is more than enough at this range, and Pablodinas, you can see his reaction there. It means so much. A close win is still a win.
Pablodinas gets a very close win here in game number 3 against Snorlax, securing his place in day number 2, and this is it's just another day of work for Pablodinas, a trainer who has really risen to the ranks, started at Liverpool earlier in January, got to 3rd place, followed it up with 2nd in Utrecht, and continues to make top cuts, top 8 at EUIC, and another top cut here is guaranteed. What an impressive player.
And I reckon Pablodinas is on that hunt. He knows that Martine Inadequance is in somewhere in
I'm here
as well.
I can't threaten him.
No, but he's not there, but he will be in day 2, and Pablodinas wants revenge for Utrecht. He wants to dominate. He wants to demonstrate that I am just as good, and this is one step closer to doing exactly that. Fantastic, fantastic plays by Pablodinas, and I wish him all the best in further battles.
You know the crazy thing? He did really good in Utrecht when Fried and I were casting. Fried and I beat him in Liverpool.
Right.
So we weren't there, but him and Martine are in day 2.
Yep.
Again, so far on the winner's side.
And you two may be casting
this is
tomorrow.
So crazy.
Wow.
We could see this episode again, and whether it plays out the same way, that's for them to decide.
I feel Pablodinas would have learned from his experience, because with Inadequance, he has battled at that kind of high level so frequently that he's somewhat used to it. Whereas maybe for Pablodinas, he's getting into the swing of things, and now I think he has that stability, that commonality with Inadequance, where he is used to being in day 2, and now he wants to repeat, but just do that little bit better. You can see the calculated decisions. You can see also a bit of conversation between the two battlers at one point as well, because you can actually talk to your competitor then acknowledging each other's plays. So Pablodinas very respectfully applauding his opponent's better play in that first game, but was able to react so well in subsequent gameplay. That rock slide going on to the... just surviving with 1 HP to throw that Ice Beam was a key thing. You can see his facial reaction there. How did he pull that off?
Amazing plays from that shiny Azumarill, one of his signature Pokemon. I think he brought it to Liverpool and Utrecht, and a lot of tournaments after that as well. I believe EUIC, it's just a Pokemon that he really understands and closes out both games with that Azumarill. What an amazing series here.
And 2 Azumarills in both games, 2 Ice Beams, and that's all it takes to make Pablodinas the person that is heading up to further into the group. Very excited for him. Don't forget though, for Snorek, fantastic battler in his own right, he drops into the losers bracket and will still be able to make an epic run further up into day 2 potentially. All he has to do really is keep winning. Not too hard, right?
Yeah, he just needs one more game actually, and that could be a very tough game, of course, but it's still possible.
Oh yeah.
A lot of players have made lots of lower bracket runs. Snorek, I don't think he's ever made a day 2, so this could be really, really nice for him to punch his way into day 2 for the first time. However, other trainers who haven't made their way into day 2 yet, that's going to be Koifje, and this is his first time actually guaranteeing his spot inside of a day 2. Stone Collection though, no stranger to the day 2, is someone who always makes day 2 but kind of falls short, has gone 0-2 a lot on day number 2, but this could be his opportunity to finally take home one of those regional championships. I think these players have actually played against each other at locals, and I've played against both of them in locals as well. And we've all seen each other kind of in those same areas when I was in Europe earlier this year, but of course we've seen some crazy lines from Koifi in the earlier games, and Stone Collection is not a player who's a big fan of crazy lines. He loves playing neutrally. He's not going to be a fan of the triple weak to something that this player's about to play.
So let's just see, how does Stone Collection deal with what chaos? The chaos that is about to come. We saw Ariados doing so well in previous matchups, so the key thing for Stone Collection is what do I know is going to be safe, even if I have come up against a team that is completely wild and has a glaring weakness that I may not be able to exploit, because I didn't bring that Pokemon with me from my team of 6. I can see the Galarian Moltres making its appearance yet again. You said 1/3 of all teams, very much. I think it's every single team so far over the last few matches. But I like to also see that Malamar there, and the Ariados as well with the Trailblaze. I think is also going to be quite useful, because the thing is with Ariados, it's so easy to play mind games with it. Am I going to debuff with Lunge, or am I going to boost my own attack with Trailblaze? Either one, if you shield the wrong one, not only is the shield a wasted shield, but you're giving an advantage to your opponent or debuffing yourself. So you're kind of almost screwed either way.
Yeah, no doors lead to victory, essentially. But of course, Stone Collection always leads into the door of victory, as Gastrodon has been so powerful for him today. Probably the spiciest Pokemon on this team. It just doesn't seem like he has gone very off of the books. Dugong, maybe not that common, but it's always a Pokemon which we see on the teams of top players. When you try to neutrally play with Dugong and Drapion, it's always setting you up for success.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Dugong. I like its safety. I like the fact that even against Pokemon that it would struggle against, such as, Annihilate as one example, it can still survive long enough to get off an icy wind. Granted, with Rage Fist now being a thing that's perhaps less effective, but certainly in other matchups it's quite useful. Bear in mind that for all the Superior lovers that are bringing Superior here, Dugong, even though it struggles, will still be able to do a respectable amount of damage. They both do damage to each other, so it's not a clean win for Superior there. So I like it. I really rate it. I would definitely bring it in a tournament if I were to compete. I'm scared of competing.
That's probably not a Pokemon I would ever bring. Of course, I'm such a big fan of the Shadow Cancel Marowak.
Sure.
So I have to be able to 2-shield through any team with that. And Stone Collection's team is one of those teams where you can swap it and start Bone Club and everything. Of course, here though, Moltres is so good into Pokemon like Gastrodon or Feraligatr, but Stone Collection has so many ways to deal with it. You see here, Azumarill, Dugong have been very reliable Pokemon, bringing them together. And oh no, he has the Ariados up into 4 water types.
Yeah.
I think it almost has to come here.
Yes, I think it does. And so, although this does give predictability for Stone Collection, now it means Clodsire should likely come in, and for Kyufje, sorry if I mispronounced that, that may add some predictability on his side as well. Do I bring that Malamar in, therefore, to help deal with the Clodsire? Or maybe I just bring the Gastrodon and go for a more alignment-based play. Either of these two styles is what's going to change things. I do think for Stone Collection, though, bringing Dugong in against the Ariados isn't terrible, because you will lose, but you won't lose hard, and you soften up the Ariados for something else to wipe it out later. Gastrodon coming in now against itself, I guess.
We're hearing all these Gastrodon noises. Oh no! Ariados in the back. Disaster here for Stone Collection. What is he gonna do though? He's gonna get off this icy wind first.
that's quite nice, because even now, if Gastrodon launches the Earth Power subsequently, this will do less damage. The only downside is...
But you swap Ariados now.
Yeah, or you just swap that in now. Yeah, and that, you don't even have to throw a charge attack here. Now, Ariados is able to get that Trailblaze off very, very quickly before Dugong can even launch. And I see when Stone Collection letting this go. Is this a ploy to lure out the Ariados?
This is absolutely the play. If you Icy Wind here, right, then you can clean up with the Gastrodon.
Yes, and I think that eliminates the threat to your Azumarill in the back, because I believe that's what Stone Collection had later on. So this actually, it might be a sensible, calculated decision to swap out so early out of what seemed like a very neutral mirror match here. So very clever, another Trailblaze coming in to prevent Stone Collection from launching his final charge attack. And so this eliminates the Dugong, but also gives a nice attack boost to Ariados.
Oh, can he Mudslap down in 3? If he doesn't get to an attack, oh, he doesn't get to the attack! This Gastrodon, with this energy lead, just wins the game for Stone Collection.
And Stone Collection, it must be very happy to see that outcome. Azumarill coming in now. He's okay with that. This seems like very much a mirror. Both trainers have Azumarill and Gastrodon just lined up against each other. So we've jumped from one mirror match to a potential other mirror match in a way.
Yeah, I mean, however these trainers decide to play it, they're going to have the same Pokemon against each other. I like the Ice Beam here, right? Because it's in 2 Ice Beam range. No reason to throw the Play Rough, but it also opens the door for a potential catch onto that Ice Beam from the Azumarill. So we land that Ice Beam, and now this Earth Power is going to be coming in. A very strong Earth Power from this Gastrodon. It's a tanky Azumarill, but this always does a reasonable amount of damage. Here we go, gets last second shielded by Kufia, and we're gonna come in here with that Play Rough for that Ice Beam. Yep, it's gonna be that Ice Beam. No catch from Stone Collection because he waited a turn, and now, does he opt to shield this and try to power through the Azumarill?
Well, maybe he's looking to soften up this Azumarill a little bit. Oh, goes for the combo play there. Very well played. That body slam is going to do a respectable amount of damage, and I think it just about knocks out.
It doesn't.
Oh, no, it doesn't. And he's trying to get the swap out. Very well played. Azumarill coming in now. So this is just a little dance between this Gastrodon and the Azumarill, either Kufje's side or Stone Collection's side.
Kufia is going to throw off this Earth Power. It's going to go shielded. Of course, this does more damage than any Play Rough would from the Azumarill. Can you farm up a little bit more? I think you do one more bubble. Okay, actually just goes for this immediately. I think the other Azumarill doesn't have a shot here because it's just too much HP to overcome. Even though you might have a little bit of energy, you can't get this Azumarill down. You're in just oh yeah, you don't have any energy, my bad. This is in 2 Play Rough range, and he's in 3 Play Rough range.
Yes, and not to mention that Stone Collection will have the opportunity to make a catch at one point if necessary. I don't think it's even needed, and sometimes there's an element of don't be too fancy as a trainer. If you can just win just by going with straight offense, why not just do that? There's no need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. Another useful tidbit of information for Stone Collection here, even though this match might be close to being over, is here's Azumarill wins charge attack priority over Kufje's Azumarill, and that's going to be key in games 2 and 3 if they do have to deal with an Azumarill mirror matchup. It is a race, and going straight for the Play Rough, charge attack priority again. Stone Collection is able to seal this off because surely at this range, Play Rough knocks out.
Really amazing neutral plays from Stone Collection. It's something we saw him do masterfully in previous games, and he's doing it again here up against Kufia in the winners finals of their group. Of course, this will secure them spot in the top 5. So even though both of them are day 2 for sure, it could just allow them to get a little bit further inside of this tournament. Stone Collection played triple week to Ariados, but he did not pay the price.
No, he did not. He was very calculated. I absolutely loved the foresight that you lead with Gastrodon, you swap out the Gastrodon straight away to bringing the Dugong, lure out the Ariados,
and clean up.
And then clean up in the end. What a calculated decision. It just goes to show the plan. He had a game plan ready to go. These top trainers know how they want to play, even before the battle's begun, I say.
I think he needs to lean a bit more into the Dropion or the Clodsire. As long as he can avoid that Gastrodon from Kufia, he just needs to bring like Clodsire or Dropion in the lead, and then Azumarill and then Dugong in the back to just try to neutralize the Gastrodon. But it's been so strong against him, and while not that many trainers are using Gastrodon, it feels like every game Stone Collection is just up against the Mudslap.
Yes, I think Mudslap is a very good fast attack. It has been so popular, particularly with the improvements in this max out season, that I think it's a no-brainer that for a lot of trainers, they will always bring a Mudslapper. Add to the fact that Clodsire is one of the most common Pokemon in the meta, and it takes super effective damage from Mudslap. That's a big motivator for Pokemon like Gastrodon to turn up here, or that Kanto Marowak.
Kanto Marowak, it's really good into some other matchups, but against water types, for example, like Dugong, like Azumarill, it just suffers so much more because you don't resist those, you don't neutrally take those bubbles, those ice shards. Of course, though, Kanto Marowak, it's just so much better into some other things, such as Galarian Moltres, for example, where you have that Rock Slide for coverage. While you take a hit on the typing, you obviously get that extra move that allows you to hit back almost anything in the meta. So everything has a trade-off, but Gastrodon looks to be the star here.
Oh, yes, and I think if Lou the Pikachu is taking a break from for video games and she sees this, she'll be very happy to see two Gastrodon slugging it out against each other. That was what happened in Game 1. Is it going to be something similar in Game 2? Let's jump straight into it as Clodsire faces off against itself. Are we seeing double vision yet again?
This is exactly what I thought he should bring, right? Dugong, Azumarill in the back with Clodsire in the lead, and he does exactly that. This is a problem, though, because he can go for the Stone Edge first and then leave into another Pokemon. Of course, this always goes shielded, but now, how do you address this Dugong? Because if you come in with the Azumarill, you're going to take an Icy Wind.
Yes, and I think it's sensible to take the Icy Wind, to have an Icy Wind here, because you impact all the play rough subsequently if you throw the Icy Wind. It might be a resisted attack, but that debuff is so much more valuable at the start of a matchup when Azumarill has just been swapped in. I like this play, very sensible, and in fact, going for another. Wow, interesting. I didn't expect that.
I think this makes a lot of sense because you're going to reach these both before the Azumarill even gets to its first play rough. Now you create a bit of a problem, right? If this switch timer gets run down, there's an opportunity for Kufya to throw down this play rough and then basically swap into another Pokemon and save energy, and the Dugong hasn't done any damage to the Azumarill.
Yeah, that is very true. So now I think Stone Collection is going to change his tactics. And
he's saving his energy, not throwing at the Azumarill, so if Kufya tries to swap, he has those attacks ready for the Clodsire or that Gastrodon. Yeah, he's just building up. He's happy to keep farming.
Yes, the only thing to be mindful of, though, is that this Dugong is now getting into debuff play rough knockout range. I think with a few more bubbles, it will be there. So he has to be mindful of not allowing too much energy to come onto that play rough here. One more, is he going to make a play here? No, just going for extra farm. Is he going to shield this? Oh, no, he thinks he'll survive. Will he survive?
I think he'll survive with just 1 HP. Yes, you do. 1 HP it is. And here comes the drill run. Great catch from Kufya onto the Gastrodon, knowing there's no debuff to be applied here. Mud Slap sneaks through, taking out the Dugong. And now, how do you address it? Of course it's going to be the Azumarill, but that Clodsire in the back, it's a huge problem. You have Stone Edge and Sludge Bomb.
Yes, that's going to be a problem for the mirror matchup when that comes back. So Stone Collection needs to work something magical here, doing the right thing, shielding the Earth Power, because I think he recognizes the Azumarill is going to be a better answer against Kufja's Clodsire as well. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, Ice Beam here is a nice bait. It wouldn't have taken out, but now you need to knock out this Gastrodon because your Clodsire can do nothing in the back. It just had to sacrifice it. You just have to give up your Clodsire. Kufya knows that. There's no charge attacks from the Clodsire that threaten his Clodsire even remotely, but does he know that?
Yeah, you know what? I like the fact that we're getting more chip damage, trying to get a catch here, going into his own Clodsire. Now, that's okay. Kufja is able to tank anything this Stone Collection's Clodsire is able to do. So these Stone Edges, it's a sensible play, but it's not doing anything.
He smiles a little bit, being like, oh, he doesn't have the right moves. We're going to be able to farm up to basically 100 energy before launching anything. Another Stone Edge is going to be launched here from Stone Collection, but look, Stone Edge from Stone Collection doesn't mean anything. It doesn't get the same type attack bonus, but we're just not doing anything. Earthquake comes through now, and it's going to be cleanly knocking out this Clodsire, and with the shield advantage, I think Kufya is looking to pull this game home.
Yes, he definitely is, and this was the downside of not running Earthquake. It was a spicier than expected moveset, but Azumarill is able to get that Ice Beam off, force Kufja to make that final shield. Surely you shield this, yes. So, getting my heart racing there by shielding at the last second, and now here comes that Earthquake. Earthquake at this range won't KO, but it's going to leave Azumarill so low. I think a few more Poison Stings should just about do it.
Here we go. Poison Sting is going to take a couple more, but of course, he can try to catch an Ice Beam here? Nah, no need. Just comes with the Azumarill. Oh, Ice Beam. Maybe there's an Ice Beam in an undercharge angle here.
Possibly, but I think
the Gastrodon just cleans up.
Yes, I don't think there is any play regardless. This is just almost, in a sense, delaying the inevitable. Both Azumarill are dancing around each other, reaching the ice beams at the same time. Stone Collection realizing, doesn't matter if I throw the ice beam, it is not going to make a difference here. So 1-1, Kufche bounces back against his earlier loss against one of the greats in this tournament against Stone Collection.
Stone Collection, of course, has won, I believe, the LCQ Invitational back in London in 2022. But since then, 2 years ago, has not won another tournament or even a regional championship. This could be his opportunity to go to day 2, which he's familiar with.
Yes.
And every single opportunity to go to day 2 is another chance to win. He hasn't made much use of them in the past, but today, he could get a little bit closer to bringing home a medal.
Yes, and it would be lovely to see Stone Collection doing so well and getting a medal, or perhaps even taking it all the way here. He just needs to be so careful because his Clodsire is not going to win any matchup against opponent's Clodsire, and we know it is Clodsire is the most popular Pokemon in this meta. So, how does he play this? He knows Kufche is likely to bring Clodsire again. He needs to get that alignment, but it's just, that's the hardest thing. If alignment was an easy thing to win, then everyone would be winning with it. But it's not happening here today in some cases. So the calculated decisions must come now. I think the real battle really happens at the start. For those of you who are joining, we are in the winners final of one of the groups here. Whoever wins this moves on to day 2 and one step closer to Championship Sunday and potentially winning the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
It's the last tournament in the max out meta, and of course, all these trainers have culminated their ideas into bringing Clodsire and Feraligatr back, something that was so prevalent at the start of this season, and now it's coming full circle. It's coming to a close. It's the end of Victory Road here for both of these trainers. Who is going to punch their way into the top 6 of this regional championship? Kufia gives the nod, Stone Collection gives a nod back, and they are all ready for an awesome game number 3.
I love the respect, the humility as they both acknowledge each other. They know that this is a game that brings people together. It's a bonding game. Ariados has now come in. I know that's a very comfortable pick for Kufche against that Feraligatr, though. So this is going to be, an immediate swap
always
again.
Does this.
Yeah, interesting. He's reacting and trying to see what he will do, and immediately goes for the Trailblaze.
He gives away a free Ice Shard there. I don't know how I feel about that. Should throw at 6 for proper charge attack timing. But now, with this, could it allow Stone Collection to get to another move a little bit quicker?
Yeah, absolutely, because even if those Poison Stings are now doing more damage thanks to the Trailblaze, the Icy Wheel is going to get rid of that, and Poison Sting doesn't do a lot of fast pressure damage here relative to Dugong's bulk. So now the timing might be good. This is a charge attack priority, which Ariados wins, and I think this is going to force the shield.
I don't think he shields. Okay, fine, he shields it. I would have liked to see him come in with Feraligatr and kind of clean up the Ariados here, but I almost feel like Kufia can't no-shield this, because then the Feraligatr is going to farm you down. Yeah, you have to continue putting your faith in this Ariados, putting it with that damage, getting these Trailblazes down, throwing on charge attack priority, just one before. If he shields this, he can't, because he'll just throw another Trailblaze.
Correct, and we know that Ariados wins charge attack priority here, so having to is
farm down with the Feraligatr.
And it still might be possible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, more than possible. And in fact, I don't know if this was a wise idea, because the lunge is just going to allow for even more farm down, but maybe the
he can get to another, he gets to another attack for sure.
Yes, if he gets to another attack, that's what I was thinking. That might be a reason. But no, swapping into the Gastrodon here, taking advantage of Shadow Feraligatr not being able to do as much damage thanks to that lunge.
Do you just come in immediately here, or do you try to build up a little bit more energy to be able to threaten the Ariados and the Clodsire in the back? It looks like he's trying to build up more. Yes, love this play. He gets to another Hydro Cannon, and it's going to put this on the back of the Gastrodon. He can't come in with the Clodsire. You have to come in with the Ariados, take a couple of Shadow Claws, but I think Gastrodon wins this game for Stone Collection.
Yes, because and neither trainer knows what's in the back there. Maybe Stone Collection is predicting that Clodsire is there, but I don't think Stone Collection has revealed his Gastrodon. And here it comes, and you can see the reaction from Kufche going, I did not want to see this. This is the one thing I didn't want to see in a zero shield scenario of all places as well.
Here comes the Earthquake. It's going to do a lot of damage, but Stone Collection already knows this one is all wrapped up. Earthquake comes down on the Gastrodon, but here's going to come the Earth Power. Can he make that catch? No, he can't. Perfect patience by Stone Collection, and now landing this Earth Tower is going to seal the deal in winners finals of this Group D. What an excellent performance from Stone Collection here. Group C, yep, thank you for pointing that out. And yes, he takes down the Clodsire, but of course, Kufya is still in the tournament. We're still going to see both of these trainers tomorrow. Either of them could still win this entire tournament, and we're just going to have to see how it goes. They're wearing the exact same thing now that I realize it. That's quite funny.
That's right, yeah, they're twinsing on their outfits as well. A fabulous talent from Stone Collection there in his home region as well in Stuttgart. He's one of the most, in my view, one of the finest German battlers here. How cool would it be to have a German regional champion at a German regional event? There's something cool about having a home team advantage, right?
Let's think about the previous ones. Dortmund earlier this year. Who was that won by?
Oh, that was Arcanis Aurelius.
Yeah, Arcanis Aurelius, but there was Dortmund 2 months ago.
Oh, yes, sorry. My mind just went very blank there. My mind's just gone completely blank. Oh, dear.
Yeah,
I was there for it as well. That's the worst.
I believe these regional championships haven't been won by the Germans in a long time.
Yes, that's true.
Because Arcanis Aurelius won Dortmund earlier this year. Yes. Then Stuttgart was won by Colin.
Yes, Colin 6 in the season before, who I believe has been making. Colin lost round 1, but as I may have checked on the bracket, I think he's made a fantastic losers run since.
Yes.
And has won quite a few battles. So
he's going to be in day 2 tomorrow, playing against Fabio from Belgium, starting us in tomorrow's day 2, essentially. And of course, Kufya is going to be in that lower bracket as well. I don't know who he's facing against, but he's going to have his work cut out for him no matter what.
My mind has just come back. It's Kashim 33 that won Dortmund. So I was really annoyed that I couldn't remember that, but now it's come to me. So yeah,
that is not a German.
No, that is definitely not a German.
That's one of your local people.
I know. That's why it should have come to me more quickly. That's why I'm more irritated. I forgot. Anyway, but yeah, it would be lovely to see Stone Collection go further still in this tournament. Look at these fantastic plays here, surviving on 1 HP to drop that drill run onto the Gastrodon, soften it up. This was key, getting the farm down on the Ariado stead and not fall for the catch attempt there, because that, I think, would have changed the dynamic of the game. Very controlled and very measured here to get that second Earth Power off onto the Clodsire and secure victory. Very, very well played from a fantastic battler.
Great plays from Stone Collection there. Earth Power from the Gastrodon. He's so weak to Gastrodon. So every trainer that he basically knocks down into the lower bracket with Gastrodon, he needs to hope that they don't make it very far, right?
Yes.
Because if he gets further into the tournament and eventually faces them again, he might not be able to pull it off.
Yeah, no, he may not, especially with these higher skilled trainers. They're not going to allow those sorts of tactics further and further ahead. Because think about it. Those trainers that are waiting to play against Stone Collection later on in the tournament, they're going to be watching what he does just from this stream, just from watching in the audience, and they'll go, I've seen him doing that. I've seen him swap out into Dugong very quickly in each game. I need to, therefore, react to that. I need to bring a tactic that addresses reacting to Dugong very, very quickly. So maybe that's going to be a strategy, and this is another benefit of turning up to these events. You get to learn more about trainers and their individual styles of battling.
A lot of trainers to learn about, a lot of different strategies that we've all used in this tournament today. For example, Gastrodon has been such a great Pokemon, but at the same time, Moltres has been dominant through the entire day 1. It allows all these trainers to play so neutrally with shields or with energy advantage on the Moltres. You can sweep entire teams.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Do you know what amazes me? I personally think the caliber of battler in each tournament seems to go that slightly higher and higher up. I was looking, as I was saying previously, I was looking through all these trainers that are coming for this tournament. There's 105 trainers signed up for this, and there's just so much riveting talent that it was a struggle for me to work out. None of these trainers can lose. I never see these trainers losing. How on earth is we're going to find one that's going to be champion? You have Zweilous, you have Tonton Batus, you have Colin 6, defending Stuttgart champion. You have Dinoski, defending finalist. Oh my goodness, and not to mention Inadequance, of course. How many more? How many more great trainers are there, and who's going to beat them?
And out of the great trainers, we saw Emmy Weedle on round 1. Colin 6, I think, lost on round 1 or 2.
Yeah.
The best trainers can't even stand up against the extremely talented pool of trainers that we have at this tournament. And that just speaks volumes to how small but stacked this Stuttgart Regional Championship is.
Oh, and I don't even think 105 trainers is that small, to be honest. I think it's a good number. We are, of course, getting into the festive period. All these trainers are trying to get the most number of championship points they can before the end of the year. Bear in mind the next tournament is going to be in 2025 here in Europe in Birmingham. Of course, there's going to be a few more over in the NA region later on this year that you should check out on this channel in further weekends to come. But right now, we're here in Stuttgart. We're here to see who is going to take the mantle from Colin 6 if he allows himself one other loss.
Colin 6 is a trainer who almost doesn't know how to lose. But speaking of Colin 6, I think we should just ask him why he can't lose, as we do have him on the floor here with Reed. Why don't we hop right into that?
Thank you very much, Eric and Adelia. Now, you've talked about riveting battlers, players of the top caliber, and I am joined by the Stuttgart reigning champion and the runner-up from Stuttgart last year, Colin 6 and Dean Oski. Now, you guys have been competing this weekend, Dean. Let's start with you. How have you found day one so far?
I enjoyed it. I had some visual lag on stream, which disappoints about. There's only one other thing I'm more disappointed of, which is skimmed milk. Which is basically water that is lime that is milk. And then after that, I faced Colin in a little rematch.
Yeah, now Colin, we can share this mic. You are through to day two on the loser side. Not where you want to be, but you must be still pretty pleased with your performance overall.
Yeah, of course. The first round, a little rough matchup. My opponent played really well as well. Just took a loss there. I'm very happy I managed to get a 6-game win streak now. So.
That is very impressive, and I actually believe that you two played against each other. Is that right? Dean, how did that go?
I like to think that I gave Colin a good game. But, you know, I couldn't overturn Colin's good run this weekend. It just brought back good memories from last year, so I was very happy to play him. And I'm hoping that Colin goes on going forward the rest of the weekend.
And Colin, you've obviously played against Dean before. I've played against Dean before. He's a very, very good player. He reset the bracket in Stuttgart. He actually knocked me out of Stuttgart as well. Now, your spice pick this weekend was Hakamoa. How did you find those games?
I knew they were going to be tough games. It was a 10-game series last year in the finals, and this time I took it to 3 games as well. Relied on my Digger speed, which was pretty decent against Hakamoa because of the bulk. It could have gone either way, to be honest, but luckily I was on a good side again.
You were on the good side, and I think lots of people will be rooting for you for the rest of the tournament. But my final question for you both, okay? And neither of you can answer with Colin 6. Who else would you be rooting for this weekend here in Stuttgart?
I'm going to have to go with PvP David. You know, he's been so close in other tournaments. I'm really hoping that he goes forward the next day two and takes the gold.
And what about you, Colin?
I mean, gotta say David as well, but if I have to choose someone else, I'm gonna say Kuifje. I think he's in the losers route now, but I think it's a good shot.
So Kuifje, remember that pronunciation, Eric and Adelian, but also PvP David, our picks from Dean Oski and Colin. Both of you, thank you very much for joining us for this interview. If you want to check out PvP David, I think he's coming up next.
Thank you very much, Reed. And yes, he is right. PvP David is coming up next on stream. Also, it's quite useful to actually know how to pronounce Kuifje, because I was struggling with that. I looked at the username. I'm like, how can I botch this in the worst possible way? You know both of these trainers very well that have battled just now. What would you say about them?
Yeah, so the thing is, I have played a lot with both of them. I've traveled with both of them. We went to several cups, challenges, to regionals as well. We spent loads of time with each other, theory crafting as well. And it broke my heart to see one of them lose. But fortunately enough, none of them are going to be eliminated from the tournament. Stone is finally again in the losers bracket, and Kuifje is also still in the tournament competing for that top 8 spot tomorrow. But now let's focus on PvP David 07 versus Pablondinas, 2 trainers who have proven themselves in the past.
You know what? These trainers are so good. I actually am kind of scared for both of them, because it crosses my mind that both of them will be battling their utmost. But one of them is going to have to drop into the losers bracket. I don't think the losers bracket is ready for either of them. They're that good.
I mean, there is plenty of trainers in the losers bracket that are insane. But yes, PvP David and Pablondinas are both some of the tournament favorites. But I mean, at this point, who isn't? We have so many trainers that are tournament favorite because we just have so many great trainers at all. We have Inadequates. We have Colin 6, who had a big losers run. He got eliminated in his first round from the winner's side of the bracket. So it's gonna be super tough.
But he wants to fight back because he has a championship to defend. He has a reputation to uphold. But these two trainers are there here and doing a bit better than Colin, perhaps, by being in the winner's side, and they're there to be that wall and say, you know what, you might be defending champion, but we're gonna make life difficult because we now want your crown. And Pablo Dinas has been so close in Utrecht before, and he wants to go one step further and get that gold medal around his chest.
And I'm gonna tell you one thing, they're not going to stop Colin together, because now they're going to go up against each other. This is a difficult matchup for both of these trainers. We are seeing a Superior on the side of Pablo Dinas, which is a very strong Pokemon this tournament. However, it has problematic matchups on PvP David's side. We have seen the Shadow Typhlosion on stream, that it was in the team so far, but I don't really believe that we have seen it in action.
No, we haven't. It's been something used more as bench pressure, but we don't see it this time. But we see the Annihilate coming in against Shadow for Alligator. You think in theory that this is going to be a matchup that favors the Shadow for Alligator, but you can power through with Rage Fist somewhat, just because of the increased damage it does. So let's see how these trainers play it. Hydrocan launching in, immediate shield, very sensible decision.
PvP David can try to grab a shield back, does one more counter, knowing he can counter down afterwards easily enough. And if Pablo Dinas lets it go, he has some more residual energy. Actually, I'm not quite sure if a Rage Fist would knock out at that point. Going to reach the next Hydro Cannon, and PvP David is likely to go shields down, bank some energy on that Annihilate and try to go for a combo play later, or just throw it into the next matchup. Oh, we're immediately swapping out into the Clodsire. Very heads-up play from Pablo Dinas. PvP David answering this with the Azumarill, because that is a Stone Edge Clodsire.
Yes, and so if it's a Stone Edge Clodsire, you don't fear the Sludge Bomb because it doesn't exist. This makes the Azumarill a lot more safe, but I think for Pablo Dinas, he might be quite happy to see PvP David in a no-shield scenario, because that means the Brave Birds from his Galarian Moltres in the back will be super useful. PvP David doesn't know that, but has he made that read?
There is a Toxapex in the back for PvP David though, so there is a lot of fast attack pressure. So if you land a Brave Bird, you're going to have to swap out very, very fast, because those poison jabs do add up, and those counters as well.
Yes, and Toxapex is one of those rare Pokemon that is able to take a Brave Bird and not be too phased by it. Certainly won't be able to take two, but to take one and remain in such good health is big.
And I really like this no-shield from Pablo Dinas, because now he can bring in the Galarian Moltres. You said it before, it is very strong with energy when the shields are down. Gets 3 Sucker Punches in. 3 Sucker Punches of advantage. Now PvP David is going to wait a turn here, anticipating a potential catch, and now going to get out that last shield of Pablo Dinas, then probably immediately pivoting into that Toxapex.
Yes, so very clever here, and now it's a debate for Pablo Dinas. When do I launch this Brave Bird in order to get maximum damage? The brines are not going to be enough. Oh no, it's a charge attack priority here, going for the Ancient Power, which is unusual, because you'd think you'd go Brave Bird and just throw before charge attack priority, but no, Ancient Power here, which doesn't do a lot.
PvP David with a nice idea here. If Pablo Dinas went for a Brave Bird, because PvP David wasn't at the Sludge Wave yet, he would have had a double debuffed Brine connecting here. But Pablo Dinas didn't fall for it, was trying to chip that Toxapex and then go for the Brave Bird. Very well read here. Brave Bird is going to almost knock out here, swapping immediately into that Feraligatr, and the Annihilate is coming in, countering down the Feraligatr, but it is falling as well, and Moltres is triumphing in the back.
Oh yes, I've done my dance, I'm now safely back in my Pokeball, but still, I'm the only one that survives, and therefore I win. That is the attitude that Galarian Moltres has right now. Game 1 goes to Pablo Dinas, and I think, yeah, actually, now that I can think in hindsight, going for that Ancient Power was to soften up the Toxapex without debuffing yourself, and then the Brave Bird comes in. So at first it seemed disconcerting. Why don't you just go for the Brave Bird? But no, calculated decisions by Pablo Dinas, which actually ties in with just how good a battler he is.
Yeah, that is very interesting, because he really needed that Brine to connect there as well.
Yeah.
Because a Sludge Wave would have done a lot of damage. Then it would have came down to a potential catch on the side of Pablo Dinas. Also, I really like that you used the figure of speech for Moltres, and I think we should do that a lot more.
Which one? I don't even recall.
Just goes in and then out immediately.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's all good. So I think Galarian Moltres should stay in on Pablo Dinas' side. I think with PvP David, he just needs to get that alignment of maybe getting the Azumarill up against the Galarian Moltres. I don't think he can risk going down 2 shields so early just in that matchup when he knows that Pablo Dinas has a Galarian Moltres around.
What's also really good is the Annihilate matchup into Moltres if you're beginning the game with that. And I think he was also trying to catch it there with the Annihilate lead, because you just go for one Rage Fist and then using both shields you can counter down, go out with a lot of energy.
Yes, for sure. And I think Pablo Dinas responded with the Clodsire instead, if I recall. And that was perhaps not part of PvP David's game plan, but a sensible decision. Clodsire doesn't mind the counters quite as much, because even though it's resisted, Clodsire's bulky, and even though the Rage Fists are going to buff the attack of Annihilate, you can still scare it off with one Earthquake when it goes unshielded, and you're in a zero shield scenario, it's much more safer to do that. What do you do here?
So I think that the Galarian Moltres on Pablo Dinas I definitely will stay in, because even though the worst matchup is Azumarill, that is not the absolute worst matchup for that Pokemon. Do we want to see on PvP David's side the Shadow Typhlosion there? There is so many good targets for it. Basically, Serperior and the Shadow Alolan Sense, or the regular Alolan Sandslash, they're melting to Incinerate. There is the Azumarill, which isn't the worst matchup because of those Thunder Punches, but we're going to see the trainers bring those Pokemon themselves now. Annihilate versus the Galarian Moltres. Let's see if Pablo Dinas knows how this matchup plays out.
Yes, PvP David will be happy to see this. The counters are coming in, and you can see just how much damage is being done on both sides as well, because Sucker Punch is neutral. Going for an immediate Rage Fist here. Pablo Dinas knows not to shield this, but this is going to make things problematic.
Yeah, Pablo Dinas is, I think, making the right call here not to shield this, of course, because it is going to be countered down regardless. Going for an Ancient Power here, trying to play for that shield advantage, also knowing that Sucker Punch deals a lot of damage as well. So you might on. Oh, we're pivoting out into the Clodsire immediately. Immediate swap out from PvP David as well, trying to continue having the alignment here with Azumarill versus the Stone Edge Clodsire.
But this is okay, because Pablo Dinas has now got a shield advantage, and with that advantage there, I think this matchup against Azumarill is a little bit more comfortable, offers a little bit more flexibility. First Earthquake going in, and then I think with the Poison Stings, you can probably bring this Azumarill into range of another.
Yeah, if you read the Toxapex in the back, I think that is what you try to go for, actually. Yeah. To preserve some HP on that Clodsire, because it is so hard for the Toxapex to take it out later in the game. Another Earthquake is going to connect. I don't think that this is even KOing here. Pablo Dinas will have to make a decision after that.
Yeah, he will have to, but it does give a lot of farm for the Clodsire if he does choose to shield. No, choosing not to, and says, you know what, I will get something else to farm down this Azumarill. Maybe that this is time for the Feraligatr to come in, and yes, it is.
This is a very, very standard version of the play, I want to say, to just let this Clodsire not put any shields on Clodsire when you have Galarian Moltres and the Feraligatr in the back. But I think versus Toxapex, it might have been a heads-up play. However, Pablo Dinas has decided to go shields up, more energy on that Feraligatr. Those Hydro Cannons will chip away. PvP David is going for the first brine, is being shielded by Pablo Dinas. There's also the Galarian Moltres in the back, and the matchup for that one is much better versus Annihilate now, because the buff is cleared.
Yeah, and I think it's very clever to go for the brine here. PvP David recognizing that the brine is going to be enough, because if you don't shield that, I will poison jab you down. So you know what? You can shield this all you want. I'm just going to waste the brine energy, not the sludge wave energy here. Charge attack priority event gets that Hydro Cannon off. Doxapex is bulky. Is it bulky enough?
It could maybe hang on with one. She actually gives it a shield here. Tries to go for the brine on charge attack priority, of course. Pablo Dinas actually saying, hey, I want this Feraligatr to hang on with this. And that's a very interesting decision. Simultaneous swap out from both of these trainers. The Annihilate is going to reach that Rage Fist immediately. Sucker Punches do add up as well. However, the Annihilate has so much more HP.
Yes, and I think this is the tricky thing, that Feraligatr is now going to have to try and farm this down, but I don't think Feraligatr has the health in order to do it. And just 1, 2, 3 Shadow Claws, and still the Annihilate is able to withstand that and throw 3 counters and get that win. So this is fight back time from PvP David. 1-1 in this winners final for Group D.
This is new Annihilate, everyone. Back in the day, I want to say, a few months ago, everyone was about that Shadow Ball, those hard hitting charge attacks, and of course, sometimes also about countering down. The counter damage was a nice add-up together with that same type attack bonus boosted Shadow Ball, but now it's really all about those counters. Sure, if shields are down, you can go for a close combat, and it is going to deal enormous amounts of damage. It is going to win you games based on bait calls of your opponents, but you can also just go straight Rage Fist in so many matchups, and your counters are going to add up so incredibly much that you can play around with the energy.
Yes, you know what? I've said this in the last match, and I think I might sound like a broken record here. I really want to see Typhlosion now. I'm just waiting for when it comes out. Is it going to be that bench pressure? Is it going to actually be used at one point? But it is putting off the Alolan Sandslash, is putting off the Superior, and maybe that is what PvP David is hoping for. That's its job done. This is the key thing for those of you watching at home. Bench pressure, putting a Pokemon there, such as, not necessarily used all that much, but such as Bastiodon. That will scare off a lot of Pokemon that are flyers. So maybe that's an example here. We're using Shadow Typhlosion to scare off the grass types and the ice types. That's a play.
I mean, so far it has worked. Pablondinas has brought some lines that are not necessarily bad versus the Shadow Typhlosion, bringing that for Relegator. However, in the 2-shield scenario, or in even shield scenarios, Typhlosion actually has an edge because it has higher attack than for Relegator, and Thunder Punch deals heavy shadow on shadow damage. I'm quite curious to see how the Galarian Moltres matchup goes. I think the fewer the shields, the better Shadow Typhlosion is, because yes, Blast Burn is probably going to knock out with 3 Incinerates. Thunder Punch is a really strong charge attack, and you're outpacing. I mean, it's not the strongest charge attack, but you know,
it's good enough.
Super effective damage, exactly.
Indeed.
And I just think that with multiple shields, you get Sucker Punch down.
Yeah. And I'm just curious now. For this is what's kind of in a way going to force Pablodinas to keep that Azumarill around. I mean, we see it come out straight away.
Oh no!
Oh, dear, he's not happy with that, and that's going to be an immediate swap out. Azumarill facing its hardest counter in the Toxapex and dropping into the Clodsire, which is responded to with an Azumarill. We've seen this before. No Sludge Bomb means Azumarill is slightly safer against Clodsire.
Yep, Earthquake is going to be thrown immediately. PvP David not having to use a shield. Maybe later on in that matchup, people are actually going to start a shield because Pablondinas really wants to get the alignment back. Azumarill versus Toxapex is like Skarmory versus Ariados. It's just unwinnable for one of the two parts. Ice Beam is going to connect. The HP advantage is already on the side of the Azumarill. But now with those 2 Poison Sting advantages that Pablondinas got, he actually outpaces quite well. Do we shield this? Because yes, he actually does shield this immediately because he has to. Otherwise, Pablondinas goes 1 shield down and you lose your major win condition.
Yeah, and I think maybe Pablondinas might be happy to take shield advantage here, even though he does have to deal with Azumarill versus Toxapex, and he wants to play that final matchup. Oh no, this actually, I'm not too bad. I don't mind this because you can, even if you take damage from the Azumarill, this Azumarill is not going to be that useful in later on. So let's use it here and then hope for another matchup in the back against the Toxapex and see if you can do better there.
The problem is that you also have Shadow for Relegator in the back, and both of those are incredibly weak against the Toxapex. I mean, Shadow for Relegator has something to work with and also has a shield advantage here, so it's not that bad. Of course, it's not as bad as Azumarill, but still, it is preferring not to go up against it. Play Rough is going to be reached with the last bit of HP on PvP David's side, getting some more damage in with the Play Rough, going to bring in the Toxapex now.
And I think Pablondinas was unfortunate to not get that underfarm perfectly done. Oh dear, we have seen this before. Not only that, is that even though there's a shield advantage, Annihilate will be able to get a huge amount of damage off on this Fraligator, and Toxapex awaits after that.
It's all about these counters afterwards, because yes, you have a shield disadvantage in this situation. You are going to go down 0 to 1 shields. However, your counters do add up, and the damage from Toxapex doesn't come from brines. It comes from those poison jabs, and PvP David is realizing this is my win condition. Look at the counter damage here, bringing the Shadow for Relegator deep into the red, and now Toxapex picks up a broom and goes, it's cleanup time here.
Yep, there is nothing that's going to dislodge this Toxapex from the ground. It is going to use the most baneful of buskers, but no, wait. The Hydro Cannon is going to come in. It's just going to bounce off. It's going to ricochet off the bank of Toxapex here, bringing in that Azumarill, trying to get that Play Rough in. Pablondinas is throwing everything and the kitchen sink at Toxapex, playing rough with it, Hydro Cannoning it. Nothing is working.
Yep, he is. He's a true champ for not giving up here. He still wants to compete in this one. But PvP David knows everything you do is so incredibly resisted by my super bulky Pokemon. My super bulky Toxapex and those poison jabs, they will deal too much damage. So PvP David 07 advances in the winner's bracket.
Well done, PvP David. Dominant display there, so strong, got the alignment he needed and he never let go. And sometimes to not let go of good alignment against a good trainer in Pablo Dinas is an achievement in itself. Fantastic play there by PvP David, well done. Another fabulous trainer making it to day 2 to add to the mix of great trainers looking to make their legacy here.
I remember the Utrecht finals where Inadequance had big alignment games versus Pablo Dinas, and this time around it just happened again. This is the worst possible matchup that you can think of when you're playing with this team. Maybe you're like, okay, Serperia into a Skarmory, also not that great, also not that likely. Toxapex is poison jabbing down the Azumarill. You will exit this matchup with full energy. It is basically it is kind of 100% like Noctowl versus Trevenant.
Oh yeah, I remember that matchup from a long time ago. It was very fun to play that, but I remember forming...
Was it?
Well, kind of. I enjoyed. I didn't mind it, but you had Noctowl, you had Trevenant, and then you had Lantern in some kind of like triangle of taking each other out. And I think at one point, pretty much every team had to have that. What I love about the max out meta now is that there's so much variety. We even had we even had a team of the 3 champions of a particular tournament that had 18 different Pokemon amongst them. That was what was impressive.
Well, that is very true. We have also seen some tournaments where there were similar Pokemon, like for example in Lille, where Boom won. There was so much Malamar and Ariados. I really enjoyed that tournament as well. But let's look at those highlights. We can see the simultaneous knockout in this one, but it doesn't matter because there is still a Galarian Moltres on the side of Pablo Dinas remaining with about 10% HP. And here, PvP David, Rage Fist onto the Galarian Moltres to knock it out. And those counters, Annihilate was crucial. I think this Pokemon is severely overlooked in the metagame right now. People were all about Primeape. Inadequance is using Primeape, but Annihilate is just showing what it's made of this tournament.
Yeah, it very much is. I think out of the two, and I like both these Pokemon, I like the fact that Primeape is able to get to a Rage Fist so quickly, but the problem is, in this meta, Annihilate with its Ghost typing gives it such a huge advantage against Primeape. Sure, you might get a Rage Fist off quicker, but your Karate Chops are going to do nothing. Whereas one Rage Fist and the counters, they're going to eventually shoot through a Primeape. Maybe in the Zero Shield it's not ideal, but any other shield scenario, Annihilate wins, I reckon.
Annihilate definitely has big advantages there because those counters do add up so incredibly much. And yes, Rage Fist deals a lot of damage, but you just no-shield the first one and then you're absolutely good to go. The one that isn't boosted, that is. Annihilate is also so much bulkier than Primeape, which makes it better in a lot of matchups where fast attack pressure is a thing.
Yep.
So there are merits to it.
And there's so many Pokemon that have that fast attack pressure going around. You have the Galarian Moltres, that Sucker Punch does a lot. I know Primeape will probably withstand that a bit better, but nonetheless, another one, Shadow Kanto Marowak. How many times have we seen full Mudslap put 2 shields behind it and just chew through anything that's in the way? Now, let's see if there's no Kanto Marowak here, but there are 2 Clodsires dancing about. Wolfpack versus a Mind Joke. Mind Joke are very much a regular in the tournament scene, but Wolfpack I think I've seen quite a few times on stream as well.
Yep, 2 very well-known trainers here again, facing off against each other. I don't know if you've ever had that specific matchup on stream, but I am absolutely ready for it. A Mind Joke is not bringing the Ariados for the first time this season. He was basically the first trainer to make it far with an Ariados and tell everyone how good that is. And I think the entire PvP community went, oh yeah, you're absolutely right about this. Ariados is insane.
a trendsetter, a Mind Joke is. But let's not take anything away from Wolfpack. There might not be an Ariados to deal with, but there's certain, and it's perhaps a good thing. The only real counter that might be that Clodsire. But the actually no, the Gastrodon's not too bad either. Maybe not with the
Air/Mandibuzz.
Yeah, the Air/Mandibuzz is the answer. That's what I meant to say. But what I really like is seeing the Alolan Sandslash. I've seen so many non-shadow Alolan Sandslash here, and then the Charger Bug I think is a nice core breaker for a lot of cores that a Mind Joke might bring. I want to see what Charger Bug can do here because it's a little bit more unusual now.
That is true. Charger Bug, I think, established now in this metagame by Tonton Bateuse because he just insists on it. He keeps bringing it because it's so good against those defensive water cores. However, with more Clodsire in the running and Dunsparce being incredibly popular, it gets more and more difficult to use. But you still have so many targets. You have a Feraligatr, which is a rather decent matchup. You have to go down one shield, but you're going to be able to get a huge farm down off. And then it depends what's in the backline, what's in the rest of the team. Because if there is a Clodsire, your energy basically worthless on the Charger Bug. So that is a big issue. I think this is why many trainers are going away from the Charger Bug. We also have the Galarian Moltres here, which is a decent target for the Charger Bug as well. Serperior, Dunsparce, Azumarill, Feraligatr. Shadow Feraligatr has been so good in the max out season.
Yes, I think it's one of the most dominant forces there. I think here, what's going to be interesting, again, this comes back to predictability. A Mind Joke, I reckon, is going to read that Charger Bug is going to come from Wolfpack. The question is where, and where can I align it safely? Where can I get it against my Dunsparce? Leads with a Dunsparce here, doesn't get the Charger Bug that he was hunting for. Gets the Azumarill though, that's not too bad. Wolfpack hasn't even brought the Charger Bug.
Yep, Wolfpack has a positive lead here. Mind Joke immediately save swapping the Shadow Feraligatr, one of the most reliable save swaps in the game right now. And I really like what a Mind Joke is doing here. He is getting quote-unquote outpaced here. When you are safe swapping your Shadow Feraligatr, you can throw on perfect timing after 5 Shadow Claws.
Yeah.
But he doesn't do that immediately because if he throws a resisted Shadow Claw and Wolfpack swaps out immediately after, basically the Shadow Claw did nothing, or the Hydro Cannon did very little, and you don't have advantage in energy.
Yes, and so Gastrodon comes in to do what it does best, which is Mud Slap through whatever it can. This is an advantage Gastrodon has over the Shadow Kanto Marowak. It's able to withstand a Hydro Cannon, but not a second one, and so a shield comes out in this situation. A Mind Joke not happy with this outcome.
Yep, he is really not happy. And if you're looking at the backline, alignment is incredibly important for Wolfpack because there is an Alolan Sandslash waiting for a Serperior. This is also not something you want to play out on the side of a Mind Joke. He is going to take that shield advantage. Oh no, he's actually putting up a shield for the Body Slam. Really tries to get this alignment. Wolfpack throwing another Mud Slap here, putting up another shield, goes down a shield here, but he wants to just keep this precious alignment and have a lot of energy.
I think it's sensible if you're Wolfpack here. I think he recognized that. I think a Mind Joke will be looking for Switch. Doesn't even get a move off of Gastrodon. All that energy is wasted. Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Standard Alolan Sandslash comes in, but now Dunsparce responds, and the Ice Punch is coming in on to soften up this Dunsparce. But Wolfpack, I think, can switch out after this, right?
Yep, Wolfpack got a full rollout through for the Dunsparce of a Mind Joke, and a Mind Joke is going to throw those Groudons immediately. The thing is that Dunsparce is so good into the Alolan Sandslash, there might be play for a Mind Joke if he gets out of this matchup with decent amount of HP and, more importantly, energy. If he manages to get up to 2 drill runs, I think there is a play for him.
Yes, absolutely, because Serperior can withstand a little bit of damage, but it's going to be so close. It is going to be a race to get to another drill run, and he's just about to pull it off. This is going to be good, and now the next question is, will this second drill run, will it be enough for once this Azumarill goes down? This is getting to a pinnacle of gameplay here. The next drill run is yours. How much damage does this do to a non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash?
He throws it immediately. I think it's about like 60%, maybe. Yes, goes into the Serperior immediately, has some energy. The Ice Punch is definitely not going to be enough to knock it out. A Mind Joke is getting off that Frenzy Plant. He's celebrating. How did he pull that one back? It's a Dunsparce Masterclass here, and the Frenzy Plant is knocking out.
Absolutely incredible from a Mind Joke, and you can see it's only game 1 and he's celebrating as though he's won because he knows he had no business whatsoever winning that, and he's still managed to pull it off. This is why, despite all the the losses he might have had on occasion, he demonstrates his talent, his knowledge of the game, and also, let's not forget, he is a Alolan Sandslash expert, so you should know how to beat it as well, right?
That is true. He was one of the first trainers that popularized it, even bringing it with Bulldoze. Even though in the first event I saw it and I casted it, I kept saying Drill Run because I just didn't know any better. And then, guess what?
You manifested
five days after, it got Drill Run.
Yeah, you manifested it.
All did.
And now, do you know what? The Bulldoze is going to be improved in the next season, so who knows? There might be a motivation to bring Bulldoze back in, and you can get it right that time as well.
And Ice Punch is getting a change as well. It gets more damage, and that is something that it desperately needs. It's not something that Alolan Sandslash desperately needs because it is already so good in the meta, but every little bit of damage helps. So Game 2, a Mind Joke had the worst possible alignment there. Alolan Sandslash on that Superior, but the Dunsparce was so clutch for him. Let's see if he can win this one. Actually, looking at the team of Wolfsbach, this is very soft to Dunsparce.
Yeah, it is. It's not really a good answer. The Gastrodon is probably the best shout here, and so he has to bring it. And to be fair, he did bring it in Game 1. It just didn't get the alignment that he needed. Now, what we have to notice here, this is a loser semi-finals in the groups. So one of these trainers, sadly, is going to be knocked out. This is a double elimination tournament, but both of these trainers have lost once. What's crazy to me is a Mind Joke played that Game 1 so well, and now, but still, in previous matches he's lost. So whoever's beaten a Mind Joke must be something even more crazy, even more talented as a battler to get that one over. But you know how it is. Sometimes the alignment favors you.
So I actually got to talk to a Mind Joke a little bit during the last match, and I forgot to ask him who knocked him down. So we're going to go into Game 2 here. A Mind Joke is probably bringing that Dunsparce again. Looking at it, that Dunsparce, wow! What is this? That is the Giga Great matchup for a Mind Joke. Clodsire onto the Charger Bug. Immediate pivot out into the Azumarill. Is there an answer for a Mind Joke? Yes, Sludge Bomb, of course!
Yeah, so you can stay in, soften this up with Sludge Bomb, and then bring his own Azumarill in there, and Charger Bug is going to be avoiding the Feraligatr. So yep, sensible play here. Bring his own Azumarill after swapping out. Azumarill doesn't mind a play rough or two from itself. So this is just going to be play rough, play rough, play rough. And let's see who is the first to blink and swap out afterwards.
He doesn't need to look for an Azumarill answer. Azumarill is the answer after softening it up. This also reminds me a little bit of good old Licky Tongue mirror match times. You soften it up a little bit, get some energy on your first Pokemon, and then bring in your own Licky Tongue, guaranteeing switch with that. So the timers are misaligned now, though. Wolfpack needs to desperately find a way to utilize his Charger Bug. However, if he brings it in, he's going to be switch locked against the Clodsire, and that would basically be a preemptive forfeit if you're not running Crunch on that one. So we're going to see if he makes any use of that timer. A Mind Joke just says, hey, I'm going to play rough you. I value the 30% HP on my Azumarill. Show me what you got.
Yes, and I think Charger Bug can come in here, get a healthy amount of farm done. I don't think it minds taking at least one play rough here, and I think Azu will get to it. So the question is, how much more energy will it get? Oh, sneaks in another Volt Switch. No shield there, makes sense. Charger Bug happy to take this and farm fully down.
Yep, a Mind Joke dealing the damage, getting knocked out. Clodsire's in there, Gastrodon comes in, and now we have a two-shield scenario of Gastrodon versus the Feraligatr. And this might not be the worst thing for Wolfpack ever, because he can just play the two shields and spam Body Slam.
Yeah, and I think this is what he was hoping for. Gastrodon able to two-shield through, anything a shield there, and then going for a Body Slam here. Oh! Now this is going to be interesting, because this forces a shield from a Mind Joke side, but also what's key is that allows the Mind Joke to get a little bit of extra energy because he sneaks that half-fist Shadow Claw through, throwing now on perfect timing to get another Hydro Cannon off. This goes shielded as well. Now it's a real race. Who gets to that charge attack?
Is it also going to be a potential catch here? A Mind Joke is racing. He needs 3 more. Are we going to... Oh no, it gets farmed down. A Mind Joke is up a shield, of course. However, he needs to get to that Earthquake. Wolfpack is going for straight Earth Power. Why wouldn't he? He has so much energy. It is going to be correctly called from a Mind Joke. Is there a way for him to win? If he goes for the Earthquake and it gets caught, that's also fine with him. How much damage is that going to do? Is it going to knock out the Gastrodon? Will Gastrodon get to another charge attack.
Surely at this range, this is a knockout here, and Gastrodon does not survive, and so the alignment continues. This Exegor is going to do a small amount of damage, but Clodsire, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the meta, is unfazed, like its face, completely zoned out. All it's going to do is just take anything. Give it more. Give me more Exegors. I have no issue with this whatsoever. You know what's coming. My Earthquake is coming. It's going to come and it's going to wipe you out.
I'm going to call Sludge Bomb though. Just so, oh no, Earthquake is actually going to connect here. Not even going for that Sludge Bomb. Throws it. Even able to take one more Exegor, and a Mind Choke advances to day 2 to the losers finals.
Wow, well done to a Mind Choke. Fantastic plays there, leaving it with no doubt with that Earthquake in the end there, just to make sure. You can see how much it matters, how close that tournament was, sorry, how close that battle was. This was an impressive masterclass. You know what, I'm so impressed with game 1. He had no right to win that, and he still managed it. Talent galore.
It was really, really good. And in the end, he won that lead with Clodsire on the Charger Bug. But Wolfpack, I really liked how he played that, because he also went, hey, I lose the lead. I'm going to let my Charger Bug make this not catastrophic that your Azumarill beats mine so conveniently. I'm just going to farm it down, not give it any kind of shield, and then it's going to wait in the back. I will have to see if my Gastrodon can go 2v1, because the matchup versus the Clodsire is so incredibly dominant. Goes in there, but it wasn't enough. The Earthquake is doing about 50%-ish. It was at about 50%-ish HP, probably 40%. Earthquake was enough to knock it out. It was really close to getting another charge attack in. Correct shield call from a Mind Choke on that Earth Power as well. If that was a bait, this could have been a different story.
Oh, absolutely. And it just goes to show at this level, sometimes these close calls are what matter. I still am so impressed with this, softening up this Alolan Sandslash in order to get the Frenzy Plant off. And even though Steel resists Grass, Alolan Sandslash isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon, and a Frenzy Plant, one of the best charge attacks in the game, is able to do a respectable amount of damage. I think it'll probably take off about maybe 40% of a Alolan Sandslash, give or take.
I'll give it like 30, because
because it's a non-shadow in this case.
Still very, very solid bulk, I want to say. It's like on the level of Annihilate, a little bit bulkier actually.
Yeah, I think so. More bulkier.
But I mean, the matchup still is terrible. And I wonder, because I haven't played it too much, how the matchup differs from the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Because the thing is, if you're in positive matchups, the Shadow is almost always better. It gives you more value after, because you're trying to exit with a lot of energy, and if you get out with a lot of energy, you want to have this Shadow damage boost into the next matchup. You want to carry the energy over, and you want to release all the ice punches / drill runs that you can.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure there is a good reason to run the non-shadow at the moment.
You hang on to an Earthquake from Clodsire.
And that is the reason there. And it just goes to show sometimes there's particular key matchups in the meta which are so vital to be aware of, which clearly I need to brush up on, it seems, that you can think, okay, now I know the reason. It's that key matchup. I can survive an Earthquake and do more damage to the Clodsire as a non-shadow. That's the reason to go for it. If it was a Pokemon that wasn't as relevant in the meta, something you don't see very much, it wouldn't be a non-issue. But Clodsire is so popular, you have to. You have to consider it.
We've seen it here and there, and this is also why I'm still a bit confused about the decision of Stone Collection to run Sludge Bomb and Stone Edge, because you get hardwalled in the mirror match. Can you imagine that? So, next loser semis. I think this might be the last one of the day. Snorlax versus Le Suédois 22. Le Suédois is on my caster's prediction. He's my caster's fantasy draft pick. He has had a phenomenal grassroots season, had an insane Lille run. He even got awarded an MVP status in a grassroots tournament this season. I want to mention that. He has been incredibly lately. And on the other side, of course, Snorlax, who's also already got super far in Gdansk, is trying to go for that day 2 performance here as well. Runs the Shadow Dragonite.
Yes, and Shadow Dragonite was the Pokemon that was so decisive in previous matchups, but he has taken a loss, so one of these trainers will be leaving the tournament after a very respectable run though. But this is going to be the key time for Dragonite to shine, because you need that dominance, you need that firepower in a meta where you don't often see all that much Steel, with the exception of maybe that Sandslash, but the Azumarill is always there. And that's the key thing, I think, for Snorek is to avoid Azumarill where possible. And when he gets playing with his Dragonite,
he is going to definitely avoiding the Azumarill. But there is a Sandslash, and I think it is an equally bad catastrophe. However, the situations kind of change. If you're into the Azumarill in the matchup with the Shadow Dragonite and you have shields, you can play around with it. You can overfarm a lot. You can try to catch a charge attack and then later on win off of your energy. You're still chipping a little bit with your Dragon Breath. However, versus the Sandslash, if you're in the zero shield scenario and you have 2 Dragon Breath advantage, you're gonna connect a superpower.
Yes, for sure. You definitely will. And so this is the interesting thing. Certain matchups seem so dominant in certain shield scenarios, but in the no shield, a little bit of energy given as an advantage, that can flip a lot of things. So for those of you watching at home, practicing various combinations with your Pokemon that you're likely to use at a Play Pokemon tournament, be it local or regional, is a way forward. I know many trainers that battle in Go Battle League with some of their teams of 6. They pick 3 and go with it. Let's see what these 2 trainers are going to pick out as Snorek and Lesidwa takes to the field. Shadow Dragonite against Annihilate. We see it first straight away.
And you know what, Adelian? I have no idea how that is going to play out because, of course, you're pacing at the same time. Counter is resisted, but look at the counter damage, actually. You're going to boost now. Snorek has to shield this one up. How much damage are the counters going to do?
Yeah, it's going to do even more and more here, but then the Dragon Breath is chipping away. Is he even going to need to throw an attack here? No, I think he's forced to do so. Snorek throwing out perfect timing there just before another Rage Fist comes in. Does Lesidwa shield? Yes, he does. Yep,
he does, and I think we're going to see a charge attack priority event here. No, Snorek actually wants to go for that farm down here. And that is going to be... Oh, wait, he lets it... No, he doesn't let it go. So there's 1 or 2 more counters coming in. Oh, no, there actually aren't. He actually goes for the superpower here in the last second because he was surprised by the jump scare Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, and now what does Snorek do? He has to swap out for sure. Swaps out into the Feraligatr. This is going to be tricky, but I think it's not a bad shout because this Drill Run is not coming off a Shadow. So I think Shadow Feraligatr can withstand it.
You don't always love to play energy disadvantage zero shield scenarios with the Feraligatr, but Alolan Sandslash surely is one of them. You can go up to the Hydro Cannon at this range. Wait, this is non-Shadow. Does this even knock out, or will it do about 50%?
I think it has to knock out, otherwise it's not going to be good for Snorek, but he gets what he wants there. The Annihilate can't come back in because it's just going to get farmed down. Has to be the Clodsire, and Snorek is more than happy to see this. These Hydro Cannons are going to go left, right, and center, and he can probably get to another one.
The advantage that Snorek has here is insane because he still has a full HP Azumarill in the back. Can go, oh wow, immediate swap. Azumarill is being brought in, bubbling down. This Annihilate Lesuidra is sitting on his Clodsire. Yes, you're about to reach your Earthquake, but that doesn't matter to Azumarill. Azumarill launches the Ice Beam and is going to take out the Lesuidra's Clodsire.
You know what amuses me is that Snorek here knew Lesidwa was going to swap out and swapped out. He predicted the gameplay of his opponent so perfectly. That is what happens at this high level where you can just know your opponent's trying to outfox you. So let me just go one step further. Let me make it easier. Let me swap in because I know you're going to swap in that. This mind reading, I love to see it.
Yeah, but you know when it backfires is when your opponent mind reads your mind read back. This is something that reminds me of Tomahawk UK versus Statistan, where Tomahawk said in an interview right before the match, I love to play against well-known great players because I know they're always going for the perfect play. And then he anticipated a catch on charge attack priority from Statistan, while Statistan knew he was going to lose charge attack priority, but he just threw it because he knew Tomahawk was going to wait a turn, won in the game.
Yep. And the other thing on that point is that you could also be someone like me who will just throw it cluelessly, not realizing. GG. And sometimes because someone expected me to play this really perfectly, and I'm very good at playing very imperfectly, somehow I managed to sneak a win there.
Throw people off guard.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how I'm going to sell it. But these trainers have to now rejig, rethink. I actually think the Shadow Dragonite should stay in because I think it was so good against so many things. Keep it. Even if you see the the Alolan Sandslash in the lead, just swap out. It's fine.
yeah, okay, that can of course work. However, looking at the team that Lesueur brought last time, it was very unfortunate for him that the Shadow Dragonite was on the Annihilate, because of course Alolan Sandslash is your go-to answer.
Yes.
But also Stone Edges from Clodsire knock out, and you are a little bit more resilient to the energy of the Shadow Dragonite on the Clodsire side. So you could have played a lot more with getting shield advantage actually from that matchup, and then bringing in the Alolan Sandslash, getting alignment back, because your opponent is surely not going to let you farm down.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. So let's see what Lesueur does here. Both of these trainers sporting legend poses here, so they know how to play. Galarian Moltres takes the field. Snorlax, very safe with Dragonite.
I'm not too sure if he is very safe with this, because look at that Sucker Punch damage. Basically, it is the same attack, just that the Dragon Breath are slightly faster, because it is a one-turn fast attack. Actually, no shielding this on Lesueur's side. Has he brought the Alolan Sandslash? No, he's going to go for an Ancient Power here. Decides that he wants to let go of his Galarian Moltres. But what do you farm the Dragonite down with?
Yeah, and I wonder if he was hoping that that Snorlax would let this go. Brings in the Shadow for Alligator. This is very interesting, because it will be able to potentially outpace. No, the extra energy on Dragonite was useful here. Now the shield comes in. Is this going to be a full farm down?
Delian, I love this play, because you're putting so much energy on your Feraligatr, and your HP is not necessarily the most important resource. If you're thinking about an Azumarill matchup, you would value HP over your energy every time. The other way around, of course, going to fire off a Hydro Cannon here. Charge attack priority. Snorlax is going to win that one. How important is this going to be for the rest of the game? The Galarian Moltres is already gone, or has he swapped out? No, he has swapped it out. He can actually go for a possible Sucker Punch down, or force the Feraligatr to throw more energy here.
What about a Clodsire and then catch attempt? Would that be a play?
Yep, I do agree that is a possible play. And Desudra is tapping next to the Galarian Moltres. This surely has to be a shield. You only have one full HP Pokemon left. Don't let the Hydro Cannon hit the Clodsire. At this point, you don't even have to catch it. You can just go for a full farm down. Snorlax is swapping out into the Azumarill. Azumarill is one shield up against the Clodsire that doesn't even run Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky. I think here actually saving the Galarian Moltres to be something that you can catch a Ice Beam might be the play, because it's easier to make a catch when you have a 2-turn fast attack versus in Poison Sting versus a 3-turn fast attack in Bubble. Both of these trainers are trying to see which one is going to blink first and throw their charge attack here. Earthquake coming in. When is Azumarill going to throw? That's the key thing Lesueur wants to know.
I think he waits a turn now and then throws. Oh no, he goes for a Bubble and sees the animation coming through from the Poison Sting. Gets this important damage onto that Clodsire. It is looking good for Snorlax.
Yes,
how do you play this out now?
Yes, I'm not sure, to be honest. He catches it! He pulls it off! It was so meticulously timed, but Snorlax is undercharging deliberately. He wants to get some more farm in there. Doesn't matter. There's not enough health to make this a big difference. Dragonite coming in, and now we're going to see a devastating Stone Edge on the Dragonite here at this range. It would surely KO.
You have to Stone Edge here, because otherwise you get Dragon Breath down. However, look at the Azumarill HP. You're so far away from a charge attack. Lesueur goes for the Stone Edge, but it gets knocked out, and Snorlax advances to the losers finals.
Wow, absolutely amazing there by Snorlax. How close was that? One more bit of energy, and Lesueur could have got that Stone Edge off on Azumarill, but Snorlax shut the door on that. Dominant display with Shadow Dragonite leading both times into very good matchups.
Snorlax played this perfectly, and I think that this could have been played out completely differently if Lesueur had shielded that Dragon Claw, because he knew he was going to survive it. He wanted to just go for the shield advantage there.
Yes.
But Counter, or Sucker Punch, sorry, Sucker Punch and Dragon Breath deal the same amount of damage, and Moltres is slightly bulkier, so that means, I think, in a matchup with multiple shields where no charge attacks connect, I think you have the upper hand.
Yes, for me, I love seeing a trainer succeed and utilize something that is a bit more unusual in the meta. It brings me joy, it brings me some excitement, it brings me something different. And I think certain trainers, like Tonton Batuse, for example, have shown that you can win and be successful running something slightly different that confuses the meta, that confuses an ordinary trainer just running the same 6 meta Pokemon you see all the time.
And I mean, there's so many great trainers that have done that. I think correct me if I'm wrong, the first trainer to ever win a regional with a Shadow Dragon Knight was Wadash.
Oh, I'll take your word for it.
I think that was happening together with a Chestnut on the team, which was crazy during those times.
Was that in the meta where Galarian Stunfisk was quite popular as well? Because I think Chestnut might have been a good answer for that. One of the few Pokemon that can withstand both rock and ground types. So maybe Chestnut's the play against Shadow Kanto Marowak. But you can see here just how dominant Azumarill was against Lessidwa's Clodsire here, getting the Ice Beam off, wiping it out, and having so much health going back. But this is a key moment where Lessidwa realized that his Feraligatr does not win charge attack priority over Snorlax, and I think this was the beginning of the end, therefore.
Yeah, every bit of HP on a Feraligatr is very valuable here. You could have forced out a shield. That Feraligatr did a lot of work. This catch was amazing. I think we saw a weight of both trainers here. We have seen that earlier. Technically, you can see that your opponent is not going into an animation, but it is so hard to process this in 0.5 seconds. That is incredibly, incredibly tough to do. I have been on both ends of not catching. I love waiting turns. Sometimes you can even catch moves with waiting turns. For example, in this one, Monsieur Duano knew this was going to be thrown on alignment, so we both wait a turn. But sometimes you can even confuse your opponent even further. For example, if you're in with a Shadow Drapion versus an Azumarill, you can wait a turn, then throw a Poison Sting, and then swap out, because then your opponent is still seeing the animation when he's trying to think that you're locked into the animation, which then is not happening. But I think that you guys have talked to us a little bit more. We might have some social posts for you guys, and I think on my screen I have seen something incredibly cool, because now you can hatch Galarian Corsola, and it is going to be so good, and Tuyen is cooking. The coolest thing so far at Stuttgart Regionals is this pretty thing. Thank you so much for trading at UdenTV. UdenTV, basically, by the way, cut my hair yesterday.
Oh, lovely. What a lovely multi-talented trainer. Not only is a fabulous hairstylist, but of course a fabulous battler as well, championing that Dragon Ball. But that Corsola is going to be so dominant in the next Dual Destinies meta. This is a Pokemon that you need to get hold of, and coming to these regionals, trading with your friends is a way to get one with such great statistics.
7-kilometer eggs are hatching Galarian Corsola right now. It is a higher chance to get them, so make sure you walk a lot. Anyone recognize these guys? I don't.
Do you not?
I have never seen these mustached people in my life.
Maybe it's a disguise. If they take off the mustache, you recognize them. But look at this.
Is that a Pokemon as well? I don't.
This is the most charming of Dunsparce. Like, not only is it a Dunsparce, but it's the most charming of them. So if it were to ever come with a battle, maybe this will be the next costume Pokemon from Niantic, Dunsparce with a mustache. What do you reckon?
I would love that. It looks hilarious.
It can also. There's also a small chance, if you're lucky, it'll come as a shiny. So that's words taken straight from Niantic.
Is the mustache then red?
Ooh, now that would be an idea. Shiny mustache to go with the shiny Pokemon. I'm digging it. And of course, you can see, wow, what a romantic gesture. What it feels like to get to day 2 in one of the most stacked European regional championships. Absolutely correct here. This is exactly how I would feel if I ever made it to day 2. I never have.
I'm gonna be honest, Adelian. This looks like Fabio won that match. It really looks like Martijn is just celebrating Fabio because he decimated him, but we all know that Inadequance 1-2-0. He was the first trainer to get into this prestigious top 6, actually. Being safe in the top 8 cut off tomorrow. Of course, in the winners bracket, 1 win left to a medal.
For those of you watching, this is a perfect time to clip this particular stream, because I'm sure that face of Inadequance can be used for some kind of sticker for entertainment purposes further down the line. Make of it what you will. Fabulous trainer in Martijn, who has dominated so many tournaments, world's finalist, and is seemingly on his way to be Stuttgart Regional Champion as well.
This strikes me as a Inadequance joy emote, or evil laugh, perhaps. Both work, I think, in this situation.
If you put that face and then you have 2 hands like that, just like superimposed, I think that would work. Like,
I want to go back to Galarian Corsola for a second, because what is also so great about these tournaments is that you are meeting so many new people. And what's great about meeting new people is not only like friendship and everything, you know the drill, but you get to do 0 interaction trades, and that gives you the opportunity to have Pokemon with really high defenses to get them from trades and really low attack. And sometimes this is all you need. I think Galarian Corsola is going to be one of those Pokemon that you really want to focus on increasing the defenses and the HP on.
And I think with Corsola as well, it has benefited from the buff to Astonish, which makes it a much more dominant.
Nightshade.
And Nightshade, yeah, absolutely.
And Power Gem.
All of it's been buffed, and it takes advantage of that. The nearest example to see how much damage it would do, look at a Pokemon like Drifblim as well. How much better is it now that it has Astonish available and with the buff?
You know what's the funniest thing ever? If you want to play a max defense Galarian Corsola,
you
have to max out the Corsola to level 50 with XL Candy in the max out season. That was funnier in my head.
Well, I enjoyed it. So we have here at this tournament, we like to see people, we like to capture and just hone in on all the excitement taking place across all 3 games. So I've got a few bits and snippets of some of the amazing things that have happened in day 1. Check it out.
Eu acho que para mim as principais ferramentas para você melhorar como um treinador seria ter vários amigos para jogar, pesquisar bastante, entrar em grupos e treinar. Treinar principalmente.
Quais ferramentas que eu acho que um jogador competitivo tem que ter? Primeiro é paciência, porque você tem que repetir várias vezes, várias coisas. Então, primeiro é paciência. E a segunda de tudo é, cara, é anotar as coisas. Anota bastante porque você vai anotando e vai gravando mais fácil, então é persistir e paciência.
Eu acho que a gente tem ferramenta até de sobra, porque é uma comunidade muito grande, a gente consegue compartilhar a experiência um com o outro e ver onde cada consegue melhorar se ajudando.
Bueno, mira, lo más importante en este juego es caminar, caminar y atrapar. Todo el tiempo estar atrapando y siempre revisando en las mismas páginas de Play Pokémon cuáles son los Pokémon que están destacados y buscar de esos Pokémon los mejores IVs para poder dar el mayor rendimiento en las batallas.
Primero que nada es ver el meta, qué Pokémon son los mejores, un poco más avanzado, aprender a contar los básicos.
I think the players need to always look at meta, check the meta. I think this is really important because on Pokemon the game is always changed.
The first thing I always gravitate towards too is recording my matches and then looking at it afterwards. Not only just looking at it myself, but also like with friends from feedback. Just like really dissecting, like, you know, what am I thinking through this turn? Like, did I make the correct play? Am I thinking about the high-level game plan correctly? Am I accounting for potential risks depending on what my opponent is doing? I think it's really hard to get stuck in the moment when you're actually playing, so looking at afterwards has been like really, really helpful for me.
In the game, you don't have a lot of time to think. You just do the best you can in the moment, but afterwards, when you can actually pause and slow down, you can analyze what is actually going on in the game.
La mejor oportunidad que tienen es ver las transmisiones de los campeonatos regionales, internacionales y del Mundial de Pokémon. A pesar de que el meta puede llegar a cambiar mucho, no significa que no puedas ver cómo juegan otros entrenadores, qué es lo que están pensando, qué es lo que dicen en las entrevistas, ver cuál mindset tiene. Entonces, ve lo que piensan, ve cómo juegan, imítalos y supéralos.
And we are back to the recap of the entire Stuttgart Regional Day 1. We've had an amazing set of games here today. 105 trainers showed up this morning, but only 12 are going to continue into day number 2. Everyone, let's go around and say what were our favorite moments from today and was a player you think may do well tomorrow. Leo.
So my favorite moment was actually round 2 immediately. It was Lawrence versus Sir Corey. I don't even think that we ever had such exciting matches to kick off a day. It was straight up insanity. Lawrence being knocked into the losers bracket after round 1 is quite criminal because he played this so perfect. It was just a back and forth. It was amazing. And on day 2, I think Stone Collection this time is going to take it all the way.
I think you can just show, I'm not surprised that you mentioned Stone Collection, fantastic trainer, very worthy. For me, I've got to say a mind joke, simply because that play of managing to get out of what seemed like a matchup he could not win with superior frenzy planning the Lowland Sanchez, brilliant stuff. So a mind joke is a call for me.
We have seen some great plays this weekend, and a play that Eric and I casted that we thought was sensational was XXL Cactus against Nickname. That brave bird from XXL Cactus taking out the Dunsparce and then sweeping the Superior as well. We were genuinely off our seats. In terms of player for day 2, I think I'm going to go with PvP David.
Some of the best plays we saw today were just Martijn putting up a show with the Shadow Driftblim, just completely sweeping through a couple of teams, getting aligned onto the Clodsires when he needed to, onto the Marowaks, onto the Superiors. So many great alignment reads from him. And if he continues to do what he does, when he's on the winner side of the bracket, he's got to be a huge name to watch out for tomorrow to contend for the Regional Championship.
And I think all of these players now, they get an opportunity to rest, relax, compose themselves, but they also get to see the teams of everyone that they might be up against in day 2. And that level of preparation, I know that you're actually a player who spends a lot of time meticulously planning against any day 2 opponent. Is that something that you would advise for these players to consider doing tonight?
If you want to win the Regional Championship, you don't want to be going into a match cold turkey. After you've prepared and won round 1, for example, you can't just go into round 2 and be like, oh, well, I'm seeing this team for the first time now. You want to be a little bit ready for those matches, prepare for all the possibilities. And of course, these are what our players tomorrow are going to have to do as we look at our upcoming matches for day number 2. They have to expect what they're going to play against. They have to expect the unexpected here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, and it is turkey season, remember. We have seen a lot of Mandibuzz this weekend, but we have some incredible players up first in day 2. Inadequate against Stone Collection. That was Leo's pick as well. Leo, I know Martijn's also a fan favorite of yours. Do you genuinely think Stone Collection can win?
I mean, that depends on what answers Inadequate is bringing to that Stone Edge Sludge Bomb Clodsire. If he has one Clodsire himself, then he has a pretty good answer. And you know that his alignment is always great, so he's going to find that Clodsire with his Clodsire. It's all Clodsire business for him. But if he doesn't have a great answer to Sludge Bomb Stone Edge, tough luck.
And Adelian, you're a big fan of Tonton Battus. I don't think that's any secret.
Yeah.
PvP David, he's a great player, Swedish young player. Do you think he's got what it takes to topple the mountain?
Yes, I will say, even though I love Tonton so much, I think PvP David is an example of a young upcoming battler. He's phenomenally talented, and I think if Tonton Battus is to lose the match, it has to be someone worthy, talented, and PvP David has all of that and then some.
The Greninja, of course, has so much play. And if you want to see more of these games, you want to see Typhlosion, Greninja, Shadow Driftblim, or just consistent Gastron gameplay from Stone Collection, you can tune in to the Twitch stream tomorrow on this exact same channel. We'll have the time, I believe it starts around 10 or 10:30. It should fly around here. There we go, 9:30 a.m. CET or 12:30 a.m. PST. And of course, this is just the schedule for tomorrow as we kick off these amazing matches, but that's not it. We might be at the end of the maxed out season, but we're just halfway through this year's regional schedule. Why don't you walk us through that, Adelian?
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, if you haven't been tuning in already, you are watching Stuttgart's Regional Championships, the last regionals of the year. But the next regional is going to be in Birmingham in mid-January. It's going to be a fantastic new location, switching from Liverpool from last season. And then the European International Championships in London in February. I'm so excited, aren't you, Farid?
International Championships will be massive in London. So many players from across the world. And then we want to see you tuning in from then on. Stop Stockholm, Seville, Utrecht, and Bologna still to come before the last international championships of the season in New Orleans.
And we all know where the victory road leads. It is the big tournament at the end of every season in August. The World Championships in Anaheim. Plenty of trainers have already qualified, but there is so many more that are fighting for it.
And that is just our competitive schedule. But outside of that, if you want some more casual entertainment, we have, of course, Holidays Together from 2 to 5 p.m. this Tuesday, followed by the North America International Championships of the VG Rerun, the Black and White Rival Destinies. And now we also have even more entertainment. I believe tomorrow we are going to show off the Unite EOS Cup on their stream. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at that. Just a quick walkthrough, the EOS Cup play-in finals. This is going to allow these teams to qualify for the European International Championships.
Now, many of you will have watched a little bit of Unite gameplay at LAIC. Extremely exciting stuff. Make sure to tune in on Sunday, December the 1st. There is the schedule available for you. It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, if you loved watching Luminosity take home the crown there at LAIC, if you want to see players like Slash go even further at these play-ins at the European International Championship, you can get really excited about this and watch tomorrow.
Are Doop Snacks and Spraggles there?
I believe so.
Yes. They always are. They are some
yes.
great casters as well. And hopefully we have a lot to bring you tomorrow. But if you don't know what's going on, make sure to tune into the website. Check everything out. It is available, pokemon.com/broadcast. So much information available so that you can stay right up to tune with the action.
Not only is it going to help you find what the schedule is for this current broadcast, but I think in a couple days you'll be able to see who the casters are for tournaments like Toronto, which is happening in North America. You can stay, of course, updated with all that information, though, on our socials. That's at Play Pokemon on X, just Pokemon on YouTube, Pokemon on Facebook, and finally #PlayPokemon on Instagram. We are, of course, always looking at what you guys have to show us, all your cool posts of how you're watching these games. And speaking of these games, we're going to go just look at the highlights of today and just enjoy that. But of course, we've had a great time sharing these games with you today from the Stuttgart Regional Championships.